If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. We have another flat Earth analysis today, logically examining the veracity of arguments made by either side. In this ongoing flat Earth madness that has been permeating social media, one of my theories, of course, is that this is some kind of psyop where the heliocentric globe is intentionally being defended so poorly as to increase flat Earth membership and increase strife and discord in the world to usher in the New World Order and some kind of Illuminati conspiracy. Again, this has nothing to do with conclusions or whether the Earth really is flat or a globe. That's not what this logical analysis is about, despite the endless triggered goofs hallucinating it is. Plain English here. We are only examining the arguments, not the conclusions. So what we have today is Michael Sartain on the Michael Sartain's channel. I don't know if this was originally where this aired on the Michael Sartain podcast. He's not a flat earther. The title here is Flat Earth vs. Science, which is, of course, a misnomer because it's not necessarily... Science is like a tool, like a hammer. It can be wielded by either side. The cult of scientism pretends it's science, the religious cult that pretends it's science without actually being science. Flat earthers come in all shapes and sizes, of course. Some of them are scientific, some of them are not. But so far, we have not seen a scientific heliocentric globe defender, so maybe this will be it. But the title here, Flat Earth vs. Science, a physicist, a fighter pilot, and two flat earthers. So let's see what they bring to the table. And as always, if you enjoy the MINDSHOCK podcast, find it interesting and informative and educational, you can donate to our PayPal, help support the podcast, help logic and reason come back to a world where it is quickly becoming extinct, as we see daily on the mainstream media and also independent media. Everywhere you look, there seems to be difficulty in finding logic and reason, objectivity, neutrality, or actual science of any kind. But the cult of scientism, the most popular religion in the world, overlapping, of course, with statism, the cult of authority worship. Statism and scientism and all these institutions obviously are intertwined in this cult of expert worship. So-called expert worship. So, yeah, you can donate to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Get access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So let's get started.
Welcome back, everybody. So before we start this episode, and yes, the anticipation is real. We've been waiting for this. This is a flat Earth debate. This is probably the most compelling, fascinating episode that I've ever done. John is going to join me afterwards. We're going to do a little after show once we're done, a little wrap up. But the thing I want to let you guys know, because this is such a long episode, the chapter feature on YouTube, you can go to you can jump to different chapters. For those of you who want to watch the whole thing, please do. I please encourage that you do that. For those of you who just want to skip to certain points, like for instance, when I do counterpoints, proving the Earth is round, there's going to be the word counterpoint. You'll see that in the chapters, and then also the three proofs. There's three empirical proofs. Just go look up in the chapters for proof 1, proof 2, proof 3. So I want to make sure that you guys do that. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Also, for those of you who are listening on Apple Podcasts or listening on Spotify, the chapters are also going to be in the description, so you guys can skip around to that. It's incredible. I really, really hope that you guys enjoy this. If you have a real hard time with this, let me recommend try listening to it at 1.5 speed, because this is an intense episode. I do believe, John, this is probably the longest, most thorough live debate between people who don't believe the Earth is flat and people who do, where the ideas are thought out and educated, guys. So stay tuned. The podcast starts right now, and we will see you right after this.
You know what's kind of weird, though? I don't know anything about this guy. He actually kind of came off as objective and neutral, except the bit where he's talking about how he proved the globe proofs. There's 3. He mentioned that there were 3, which is also kind of weird. All he has is 3. That's a little weird. If it's something as basic as the shape of the Earth, you would think someone would have more than 3 points. And again, if the flat earthers don't have more than 3 points, that's not good in their direction either. That's kind of that's pretty sad. Whoever's claiming to know the shape of the Earth, if you only have 3 proofs, that's kind of sad. regardless of which position you're taking. Perhaps you shouldn't take any position if you only have 3. But anyway, that was a little weird. Does that give away that he's not going to be objective, logical, and neutral? But we will see, because if they are definitive proofs that the Earth is a globe, then that's cool. But did he just ruin the whole podcast by kind of spoiling that instead of just letting it play out? So let's, again, not a good sign, but let's see how it goes.
All right, guys, we are back, and I have promised you. I've said for several times that I wanted to have flat earthers on here, so we did it. I'm really excited. We got 5 people on the podcast today, so I want to hurry up and introduce them all. First, I'm going to introduce my co-host from the United States Navy, a former U.S. Marine. He is Lieutenant Adam Butel. He is an F-18 instructor fighter pilot. There he is. You can smile at him. It's good. We're going to have a good time today. There we go. I got Adam on here. He has a PhD in theoretical physics from Cornell University. He is formerly of Cambridge and currently on the staff at the University of Virginia. It is Sergey Dida. Dr. Dida, are you there?
Thanks for having me back.
Beautiful, beautiful. And our guest today, we're super excited to have him from the Flat Earth Podcast. It is Mr. Flat Earth Dave Weiss. How you doing, Dave?
Doing great. Glad to be here. Looking forward to the conversation, guys.
I'm excited too. And then also his partner, Jaron himself. Jaron, are you there, brother?
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
Oh, say awesome. So I just want to say this real quick.
I was about to get excited that the F-18 fighter pilot was the one that had the PhD, because I was about to say that would be an interesting interview, but no, they're 2 separate guys. I mean, does anybody out there? I mean, it would be interesting because obviously the fighter pilot, if they're legitimate and they can back up their credentials and all that, regardless of which side of the fence they're on this debate, but if they can back it all up, then their experiences would be very interesting, because just the high rate of speed that they travel, the altitudes, if they've gone on missions all over the world, then they can compare, what all the continents look like, and perhaps provide some verification of going from one point to another, traversing oceans. I mean, their experience is quite valuable in piecing together pieces of the puzzle here without faith and fallacy. Because if they experience going from one continent to another, they can verify what it looks like from the air, and then, of course, from the ground, and they can match it all up, whether the maps are accurate as they're flying, because they're flying at such high speeds. I mean, they could really cover some good distances and provide information faster than, a Cessna pilot or something like that. And it would also be curious if there are any fighter pilots out there that also eventually got PhDs in physics or any of these sciences, where they can kind of compare notes on what they observed. And obviously, if they have a very good understanding of science versus scientism, and a very good understanding of the actual scientific method instead of blind faith in the corrupt. So, yeah, but let's see what happens here.
Awesome. So I just want to say this real quick. I've seen a ton of these interviews. I'm sure I've gotten a bunch of responses when I told my friends that I was going to do this, like, oh, don't do this, or ask them this question. I'm just going to let you guys know this is going to be a very cordial conversation. Dave, I've listened to maybe a dozen of your podcasts. You're very compelling. You're a charming guy. Like, I totally get where the whole thing comes from. The 3 of us do not believe the Earth is flat, but we want to have a discussion here, a full, thorough discussion where you describe your model, we describe ours, and then at the end we can just sort of rectify, and I think this whole thing will work. The other thing is, I've done a lot of, I'd say in the last 6 months, I've watched 5 or 6 documentaries, and I've listened, like I said, to several dozen podcasts. I was briefly dating a flat earther, very briefly, and we had the discussion about this for a while. So that's why I wanted to do this podcast.
But she couldn't convert you, so she broke up with you?
That is not inaccurate. That is not inaccurate, actually. That is not too far from being inaccurate. If she's listening to right now, she's laughing her ass off. Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and start with a couple of things. Let's try to get this in, because there's so much we're going to talk about, and we will go as long as you want, okay? So the first thing is for those in my audience. I don't have a flat Earth audience, and we're going to discuss both sides of this, is the dimensions of the flat Earth and the characteristics of the sun and the moon. This is going to be the original question. So what I would like is the quote-unquote physics of how the flat Earth model works, and it just be as specific as you want to be here.
Well, let me just start real quick for those of you that are new to flat Earth. This is not the flat Earth. No flat earther thinks that we're a disk floating in space with other spherical planets or even other flat planets. You got to take that entire universal solar system out of your thinking.
I do have to chime in here again. This is actually shaping up to be actually cordial and interesting. I mean, we don't have insults right off the bat or any of this triggered insanity from either side. I know we just started, but this is a good sign here. This is a very good sign. Is this going to end up actually being one of the best flat Earth versus globe Earth debates? This is setting up. The setup here is nice. I just want to say that. So let's see what happens.
Because that's not what the flat Earth is. We're not a bunch of disks floating in space. You Google flat Earth, you can end up at the Flat Earth Society. You can end up with images like this. No flat earther thinks this is what flat Earth is. So if it's not a disk floating in space with other disk planets, what is flat Earth? Flat Earth is like a pond. A pond is where water is at rest in its basin, and the edge of the pond is where the land is higher than the water. Lower the edge of the pond, the water will flow out. So large bodies of water at rest need a container. Here is our pond, right? All of the continents and islands are surrounded by water, but the water is surrounded by land. That land is Antarctica. Antarctica is not a continent at the bottom of a ball. They tell us Antarctica is the highest land on Earth, which is kind of weird. It's, this continent is the bottom of the ball. Why is it higher than everywhere else? It's higher because it is the basin of our world. So large bodies of water at rest are testably, measurably, scientifically, provably flat. Nowhere in nature does water, the surface of water, mirror the contour of its base.
Right.
So if the Earth is, just real quick, and I'll toss it back. If the Earth is 24,901 miles around, like they tell us, there's a curvature formula that dictates if a 6 foot tall person is standing at the edge of calm water, he should see a physical horizon no farther than 3 miles away. And with our naked eyes, without the assistance of super zoom lenses, we can see that that's not true.
Okay, so there's a couple of issues here. So if it is 24,900 miles, then that, if we multiply that times 3.14, then that means the area, the surface area, or rather the coast of Antarctica is over 75,000 miles around. Empirically, have you seen a 75,000 mile coast around Antarctica?
That's interesting. He uses the word empirically incorrectly. Empirically would mean that it would be verified, and the circumference, perhaps he didn't understand what David Weiss said, because David Weiss is putting to the test the claim of the heliocentric globe. Again, if there are heliocentric globe believers who believe that the number is much larger, that's fine. I actually did talk to a guy who looked at some flat Earth stuff, and his immediate response is actually quite interesting. I haven't gotten this from anybody else. Now, this guy is not some high intellectual or anything, but it's interesting that his brain didn't go to complete denial and calling the flat earthers crazy. When he looked at all this long-range videography and photography, his just the immediate thing he jumped to, oh, they must be lying about the size of the globe, which is interesting because because he doesn't claim that the corrupt profiteers and upper echelons of all of these power structures, so to speak, in the world, behind the Antarctic Treaty, behind all these other things, behind, the rulers, the movers and shakers, the powers that be, whatever you want to call these scum. His immediate thought wasn't, oh, they must be telling the truth and the flat earthers must be crazy doing these experiments with long-range photography and videography. No, he went to, oh, they must be lying about the size of the globe, and the globe must be much bigger. Now, that's an interesting position because you don't really see that. Now, again, this is just a random guy that I talk to. This is not anybody on social media engaging any of these types of debates. But what's curious is, have any heliocentric globers actually went to that position? Because they seem to cling desperately to their faith in corrupt and fallible humans, the cult of scientism, that they couldn't be wrong about the circumference. Whereas if they are wrong or lying about the circumference and the globe is much bigger, which would have a similar answer as the flat earthers provide, if there's more land or the continents are larger than theorized or presented in various maps. I mean, obviously there's a whole bunch of different reasons for that. I mean, on a lot of older maps and possibly even modern maps, Africa appears much smaller than North America, when supposedly the mileage, Africa's way, way bigger. By all that can be verified, to whatever extent it can be verified. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue, of course. Just a reiteration of the motto here on MINDSHOCK. The only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. This is an objective, logical, neutral podcast based in logic and reason, not hallucinating that there is or isn't evidence for either point and just jumping to conclusions and picking teams just for the sake of picking teams. This is a true fence-sitting platform in terms of examining points for and against each and every theory, no matter how incredulous it might appear by the goofs falling for the appeal to incredulity, logical fallacy. But circling back to the point here, I don't know if this guy if Michael Sartain here understands what David Weiss just said. Weiss said that the globe claim, the cult of scientism, the official narrative claim, if you look it up in encyclopedia or Wikipedia or whatever, is the circumference of the Earth. Now, why is Michael Sartain trying to use that to calculate what the shoreline of Antarctica would be on a separate model? I mean, you see this all the time, where people plug variables for a model a flat earther does not believe is true, and they're trying to get them to prove that variable in their own model with the variable that they don't believe. I mean, this is a fundamental issue, but Sartain, just from my initial impression here, of course, I could be wrong, I don't know this guy. He does not appear to be playing stupid or trolling on purpose. He seems to genuinely not understand this concept, but let's see what happens here.
So the last person that, so if you want to prove that the Earth is flat, a globe, what we do is we get two airplanes. We go over here to the base in Antarctica. One plane flies 1,000 feet in the air, follows the shoreline around this way. The other plane goes this way, and 6,500 miles later, both planes should meet on the other side. But that's never happened. It's been tried. The last person to really try it was Captain Cook. And it took him 3.5 years. And he went over 60,000 miles, 80,000 miles.
But his intention was not to map Antarctica. His intention was to go to the
Galapagos
Islands.
To circumnavigate.
Yes.
No. It was to circumnavigate, and nobody has ever done it. 13,000 miles. They've gone over 60,000 miles. That's a problem.
Okay, so you're saying that it is empirical that the coastline of Antarctica is over 60,000 miles around.
He never claimed that. Did anybody hear David Weiss use the word empirical? David Weiss was referring to claims made by other people, which, can we verify them? I don't know. Captain Cook, of course, he is viewed as one of the greatest navigators and explorers of all time. Doesn't mean he was correct, but if he did keep meticulous records, it would appear that he did log 60 to 80,000 miles that would match this model, but that doesn't mean that's true, of course, because again, how can you verify that? So Sartain he's getting caught up on an empirical, this word empirical, which he doesn't understand. Empirical means it can be objectively verified. Relying on one guy's account, even if it is Captain Cook, that's not empirical unless anybody can verify that. And with the Antarctic Treaty and the restrictions on any kind of exploration, navigation, even having fuel, a certain amount of fuel to do so is not allowed according to the treaty, and there would be strict fines. People have actually gotten arrested for this. I've gone over these accounts before. That doesn't prove anything in either direction, because if the world is a globe and they just don't want people going down there for various reasons, whether it's alien demons from other dimensions in Antarctica, whether it's Nazi bases down there, they don't want anybody to know about that, or extraterrestrial activity of whatever kind, or simply if it's something, I don't want to say more innocent, but if there's some kind of top secret military technology being utilized there, or simply even if the Earth is a globe and they're faking all of the outer space footage and terrain on Mars and the moon and all that, are they doing that in Antarctica? If they are, they wouldn't want anybody going there and discovering that, or X amount of other infinite variables that nobody has the security clearances to know about. If they do have a good reason, again, that doesn't prove flat Earth in any way, but that prevents the use of empiricism to verify the coastline of Antarctica. And Sartain I don't know why he keeps using this word he doesn't understand. It's a little weird, but let's see what happens here. And I want to hear the other guys chime in as well.
Right. So there's go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
There's a boat race that goes down. They don't quite go below the 60, but they do a circumnavigation, kind of show them where they would go around, Dave. So they have this boat race, and the guy who has the record did it in 100 days, going around the Earth. The weird thing about that is if you look up the type of boat that he has, that boat maxes at 40 knots. And if you look at the speed that he went around the world, he went 3 knots. And that includes a 2.5 mile per hour supposed stream. What's it called? The current.
Okay,
right.
Got it. Okay.
Current.
So that tells us there's a problem.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, so and the way he determined his speed was what GPS was telling him he was traveling and the time. And so the boat's going 3 miles an hour. That boat goes 10 miles an hour when there's no wind.
Okay. Got it. I understand. The problem is empirically, I can't, prove whether or not that did or did not happen. I'm going to take your word for. I'm going to take your word for it right now. But you guys don't believe in GPS to begin with, right? There's no global positioning system with 21 satellites going. There is, but what is it? It's balloons.
Go ahead, Jaron.
I think it's mostly ground towers. There's probably some balloons out over ocean areas, but yeah, it's mostly ground towers.
Okay, so that was another thing. We're skipping around here, but real quick, just to let you know, we're both military aviators. I'm a KC-135 instructor navigator, and he's an instructor pilot in an F-18. I can tell you unequivocally that GPS does work quite well over the Pacific, because I had to do a rescue mission for a child that was from Anderson Air Force Base in Guam all the way back to Hickam Air Force Base in Honolulu, Hawaii. We had to fly the entire way at 10,000 feet because of the air pressure. Obviously, we can't go up too high because there's not enough air pressure. This child had a fluid in its stomach, so we weren't able to depressure or go to a lower pressure in the cabin. And in order to do that, I had to fly, and I had to use a great circle route in order to make my way back to Hickam. I am a navigator. I have to draw some of these on my own, some of these pathways on my own, and we got back there. So I will tell you, GPS does work over the Pacific. So you're saying it's balloons that make up the coverage loss whenever we're not?
Well, there's a lot of things could be. Go ahead, Dave.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was just reiterating what Jaron was about to say. There could be balloons, there could be AWACS planes, there could be some sort of bounce off of what they call the ionosphere. We call it the dome. There's all sorts of different things. But what we have noticed, that there's many spots in the Southern Oceans that don't have GPS. When you're going from California to Hawaii, you drop off the GPS.
So okay.
I want to just jump in here. I don't know if this is going to be addressed, but just in case it's not, I want to make sure this is completely comprehensive and exhaustive, because that's why people tune into MindShock, because no other platform goes to the depths that we go through here to prove or rebut any point on anything using logic and reason. So, again, I did not quite like the way that Michael Sartain started that straw man, but then he corrected it into a question. So that's interesting. That shows that Michael Sartain does have a certain mental capacity here. So this is simultaneously, that wasn't quite a good sign the way he began the phrasing, but how he rounded it out and converted it into a question instead of getting triggered and interrupting with ad homs like some of these other goofs and other debates have done. I mean, this is kind of refreshing. I mean, there's a certain amount of not only politeness, but a lack of triggering thus far. Thus far, there doesn't seem to be mass triggering here, and the other two guys haven't even jumped in here. I'm presuming they're on the Globe side, yeah. So the other fighter pilot, and the PhD guy. But Sartain here, again, I know he probably didn't even mean it as such, because he rounded out the argument instead of just saying, "Oh yeah, I'm a navigator." Obviously, that's an appeal to authority logical fallacy. It's kind of irrelevant whether he's a navigator or not. Does his argument make sense? So even if he wasn't a navigator, if he just happened to also be on board during this mission and he happened to look at the GPS screen providing the information and he could verify that, whatever his role was, it's completely irrelevant. Because if he was on the plane or whatever, and he saw what the GPS saw, it doesn't matter. Like, again, this is why appeal to authority and genetic logical fallacies are fallacies. So let's examine his actual argument here. So how does the GPS work? So this brings us into the false cause logical fallacy, which is a very interesting one. Not enough time is spent on this. I went over this quite extensively on the Bryant Myers podcast and the so-called Professor Dave versus Dave Weiss podcast, where we talked about false cause a bit and hallucinating to know what the cause is. Now, Sartain so far didn't do that. He's asking the questions on how it would work on a flat earth model, which again is a very good sign. So my point is this, if they're using military grade tech, would that just be stronger signals? Again, nothing to do with the shape of the earth. Obviously, I bring this up all the time. I don't know if it's true, but it's kind of conventionally been said that military tech is roughly 50 years ahead of civilian. So it's kind of like almost even using business grade. I mean, business grade internet is way faster than the regular consumer internet. I mean, there's, what are the three rankings of just a lot of different technologies? There's consumer, professional, and then there's also prosumer. It's like in the middle. I don't know if a lot of people have heard about that. I mean, different technologies use that. There's like a prosumer class, quite a bit more expensive than consumer, but not as expensive as like the super high-end professional business class. So if the strength of signals is just greater, I mean, it's kind of like even flying a drone anywhere. Like, what's the strength of the signal between the controller and the drone? And when you zoom out, so to speak, if you have a stronger signal, you can have relatively accurate maps and however it interprets the data isn't necessarily dependent on the shape of the Earth in either direction. So would this prove globe or flat in either way? I don't see how it would thus far, but let's see what they say.
Just
when you go over
right,
the
right.
Amazon, when you go over the center of the Amazon, there's no GPS there.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you my empirical
but not
experience.
all of the time.
Right.
This changes.
Right.
This changes because they have balloons, they have airplanes, all sorts of stuff. So,
all right, so
are they getting better with their GPS? Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you just my empirical experience leaving Travis Air Force Base, which is in Northern California, and then flying to Hickam Air Force Base in Honolulu, Hawaii. I actually put a TomTom in the window, and I was actually able to track ground speed, which is about 520 knots. Actually, it was slower than that, 420 knots. And then we did not lose GPS coverage. So I'm saying that the military GPS worked. We have 2 of them in the KC-135, and also my civilian GPS worked. This was in 06, so I didn't have an iPhone back then. I would have done it with my iPhone at that time. So I'll tell you that.
And how is this relevant to the shape of the Earth? I mean, if the signal is bouncing off whatever variable, whether it's ground-based, whether it's a satelloon, which of course, I mean, these are not disputed in existence. So it's kind of weird. Yeah, certain flat earthers dispute satellites, but again, depending on the technology used, whatever. Satelloons, I don't think either side disputes that, right? Are there any flat earthers who say there's no such things as satelloons? Because, I mean, they've crashed. You could see them. I mean, they're admitted, the Satelloon project. I mean, it's not top secret at this point. So what does that prove that both military and regular, because David Weiss was talking about the Amazon and some of these areas with supposedly no coverage. I mean, similar to cell phones, I guess. Some areas just don't have GPS coverage, whatever the case may be. He countered with a non-congruent argument talking about California to Hawaii. I mean, are there people disputing that you would lose signal between California and Hawaii? I don't know that there's anybody disputing that, so I don't know why he's even talking about it, but let's continue.
GPS does seem to be very, very robust for something that seems to be kind of patchwork together, balloons and towers. The other issue that I'm having is, so when I did air refueling over Iraq and Afghanistan, we had to have 2 aircraft meet together in the air, and those 2 aircraft had to be at the same bearing, the same altitude, the same airspeed, in the same location at the same time, and I was able to do those that I use for navigation, and somehow I was able to make those air refuelings happen over Balad and over Jalalabad and all those other different places, Karachi, those places. So the thing is, one of the problems that I'm having, I guess, a little bit is that what our globist model seems to be able to predict things like my ability to make it to Iraq or Afghanistan, or my ability to predict every single eclipse with 100% accuracy. How is it that my model is able to do those things?
Wow, a lot of fallacies there to unpack. Although, again, I do appreciate he appears to be going through all these fallacies in a non-triggered fashion, which, I mean, this is greatly appreciated because we haven't really seen this yet, a non-triggered heliocentric globe defender. So first of all, I don't know every single place he just named, but Iraq and Afghanistan, they're in the northern hemisphere. So this guy said he spent about 6 months or however much time on listening to Flat Earth podcasts, and his ex-girlfriend was a Flat Earther, and he doesn't know that Flat Earthers in general do not really dispute the Northern Hemisphere. Because on the Flat Earth map, the Northern Hemisphere is basically the same as the Southern. So talking about these airplanes meeting up and refueling, I mean, how would this be any different on a flat versus globe Earth? And then he also threw in that straw man about a robust GPS system versus patchwork from satelloons and ground-based technologies. Why would it be patchwork? Why would it not be super advanced tech giving very accurate info? Again, I mean, at least he doesn't appear to be triggered in doing that, because in the past debates, like, I'm actually impressed with this guy, because this guy does not appear to just be a triggered goof, which is nice. I would also like to hear from these other guys on the panel, but he just threw together all these fallacies, non-congruent arguments, etc., etc. But regarding what he just said about the prediction of eclipses, again, is this guy this utterly clueless about ancient cosmology? I mean, you have some of these ancients, and again, let's not get into Mudflood and Tartaria. By ancient, I'm not putting a number on it. It doesn't matter. It's older than whatever. What's the youngest the pyramids can be? I mean, they weren't built like 20 years ago. They were there, well before 20 years ago. At least 100, 200, 500 years ago. I mean, I don't know. But hundreds of years ago, in the past, before current civilization in the heliocentric globe model, in these ancient cosmologies, they're even building temples that during solstices or eclipse, they're casting shadows. Perfect predictions. So does that mean flat Earth is true because these flat Earth cosmology civilizations could predict eclipses perfectly? I mean, again, this is something goofs in all of these debates don't understand. Very simple concept. Predictive power does not necessarily comport to the scientific method. You have to have clearly delineated dependent, independent variables and controls. I wish that in all of these debates, this would be outlined first. So a lot of these people just wouldn't be sidetracked and distracted with these predictive power arguments. Just like, psychics that are solving true crime cases. If you haven't checked out the MINDSHOCK series on that, there's dozens and dozens of cases actually solved by psychics. Does that mean they have psychic powers because they were able to predict where the body would be found or knew where it would be? No, they could have either guessed or used other means to make the predictions. That's not evidence of psychic power. Now, I'm not saying they don't have psychic powers. Maybe they do, but you would have to know the dependent, independent variables and controls in order to make that determination, and that's what this guy's not understanding. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, hopefully he doesn't cling desperately to this predictive argument, which is basically a red herring and a fundamental misunderstanding of burden of proof and false cause.
So the eclipses were predicted with accuracy thousands of years before your model. So that's certainly has nothing to do with that.
But also thousands of years ago, we also believed the Earth was round.
That's
No,
not true.
not necessarily.
Well, there are absolutely, the Greeks did believe that the Earth was round. I'm not going to deny that there may have been some civilization somewhere thousands of years ago that thought the Earth was flat, but we had a pretty clear understanding. The Greek civilization did that the Earth was round. So did the Egyptians.
What year are you talking?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to go specific, but
This is not looking good. He seems to be slightly more triggered now. And he started using the we arguments, the collective narcissism of the cult of scientism, pretending that they knew what each person thought. There's actually a bit of debate on what the Greeks did or did not believe. And different Greeks believed different things. So that's a tough one. Other civilizations, from the limited amount of information available, they seem to have more uniform beliefs, like the Mayans, the Aztecs, the Sumerians, all these other ancient cosmologies with perfect predictions of using a flat Earth cosmology. But even if some did or didn't, that throws his argument out of the water anyway. Because if some were flat, some were globe, and they all had perfect predictions of eclipses, how can that be used as an argument for either side? Is he not understanding that? But he's starting to get a little bit triggered here. Let's see how this plays out.
3,000 years ago, we were pretty apparent that, definitely 2,000 years ago during the Greek civilization, we certainly did. So 2,500 years ago, 3,000 years ago, most likely we also did. Okay.
So what do you think the oldest globe is? Because if they knew that for that long, there should be a globe 2,000 years old, right?
Well, yeah, but globe. So we're talking about what? During the agricultural revolution, we're actually putting putty together and making globes? No, probably not.
Really? Have you seen some of the buildings they built? You're telling me they wouldn't have built a globe?
At the beginning of the agricultural revolution, there were no buildings that we built. I'm talking about 11,000 years ago. Huh?
How about the year 600?
There were no buildings built at the beginning of the agricultural revolution? What is this guy talking about? So the agricultural revolution, let's just go to, Science Direct or Encyclopedia Britannica. They're placing it between 1700 and 1850. So he's saying that there were no magnificent buildings built between that time? Well, what about... this is not a good sign. Is he this triggered his brain just got switched off? What is he talking about? There were exquisite buildings and palaces built throughout all this time. What is this guy smoking? He's starting to turn real silly real fast. Hopefully this doesn't go off the rails, or I don't know, maybe some MINDSHOCK listeners want this to go off the rails. I really do want to hear from these other guys, but they haven't said anything yet, so that is actually a good sign, because they don't appear... the jet pilot, he's got a pretty good stone face, poker face. I can't tell what he's thinking or if he's triggered or not. The PhD, I also can't tell. He looks a little bit triggered, but his self-control still seems to be intact. He's not interrupting or melting down like that Bryant Myers guy.
The beginning of the agricultural revolution was 11,000 years ago. So
and you're saying that but they didn't believe the Earth was around then?
Some people probably did, based on what they saw with eclipses. They did believe the Earth was round. I can't. So neither can you. Because
well, he's not. He didn't make that claim. This guy's the one saying, "Oh, some people did." How would he know? He's saying it was 11,000 years ago. What definition of the agricultural revolution is he talking about? Like right here on Encyclopedia Britannica, it says 1700 to 1850. The agricultural revolution, gradual transformation of the traditional agricultural system that began in Britain in the 18th century. Okay, I guess he's talking about the first agricultural revolution roughly 10,000 years ago. But, I mean, how much can be verified about anything that long ago? And if he really is going to make the distinction between the modern agricultural revolution, I mean, the third agricultural revolution is as recent as the 30s to the 60s. If he wants to appear smart by throwing these terms around, he needs to define them better. Because the general agricultural revolution, when you just look it up, operate at Encyclopedia Britannica or Science Direct, I mean, just doing a Google search in all general history, what was the agricultural revolution? Took place in Britain in the 1700s and involved inventions and innovations that led to the increase in food production. If he's talking about the first agricultural revolution, roughly estimated at 10,000 BC, I mean, they don't know they can't verify. I mean, how much can truly be verified about any of that? I mean, he's just engaging in quackery right now. Not a good sign. And also, why is he talking about the agricultural revolution or the beginning of it and when it began? If Jeranism is talking about globes, the earliest globes, and the Sartain goof himself said if they knew at least 3,000 years ago that the world was a globe. So why is he talking about the beginning of the agricultural revolution 12,000 years ago, not having buildings or making globes, if he said that it was only 2,000 to 3,000 years ago that some civilizations knew that or all of them except for one or two, which is obviously, I mean, the Greeks were literally the only one of the major civilizations, according to academia, that even considered a globe Earth model out of all of the major ones. I mean, maybe there's some obscure ones that did have a spherical Earth model, but out of all the major civilizations, I mean, right up on the screen here, literally every single one, and in all of these essays, it's also referenced that the Greeks were the only ones that so-called discovered the globe, and that all the other civilizations learned that from them many, many years, centuries later, theoretically. If we're taking it all at face value. I mean, Sartain is obviously a thoroughly indoctrinated goof. He's obviously a scientism cultist here. So let's just assume his cult is correct. He doesn't even know the actual tenets of his religious cult that he's preaching. That's how clueless this goof is. We got off to a decent start, but we're going off the rails now, because what is this the first signs that Sartain might have some kind of mental disability? Because again, he does not seem intellectually dishonest here. He just seems clueless. Because if Jeranism is asking for globes from 2,000 years ago, why is Sartain talking about there's no buildings 12,000 years ago? What does that have anything to do with Jeranism's point that maybe there could have been some kind of globes made, since they obviously had all these buildings thousands of years ago? And this goof is talking about the beginning of the first agricultural revolution. What does that have anything to do with the points made here? And look at the goof's face. It appears he's utterly clueless of the fact that everything he's saying has zero relation to anything being presented. We're going off the rails here. This is probably going to be a crazy one.
Because until the Sumerians put stuff down on paper, we did not have a written language. So we're going to go ahead and speculate about what people did thousands of years ago. And whatever they believe thousands of years ago does not change whether or not the Earth is flat or round.
So why is he bringing it up? So he clearly has the mental capacity to understand that whatever they believed doesn't change the fact of whatever it is. So why is he the one bringing up what the predictions were thousands of years ago? I mean, he's the goof that brought it up, not Jeranism or Flat Earth Dave.
Let us get a little couple words in here.
Yeah.
So you say that the Greeks figured it out 2,000, 3,000 years ago, whatever. Are you talking, how did they figure it out? Was it the sticks and shadows? What are we talking about?
I mean, it's whichever one you want, but the conventional Greek wisdom was that the Earth was round. We can talk about Epistestes, you know, I have a hard time saying. Aristophanes. Yeah, sorry, I apologize.
Right.
Conventional wisdom of the Greeks? So I'm going to try to make this as brief as possible because the ignorance here is just incredible from this Michael Sartain guy. So first of all, it's very difficult to verify what the Greeks believed at all. But there is evidence that different Greeks believed different things, even at the same time. Let's look as recent as Lucretius in his book on the nature of things in the 5th book. He clearly describes the heavenly bodies as close to the Earth and describes a snow globe cosmology. So this is a guy who came post Epicurus, Plato, Aristotle, Democritus, Socrates, Hesiod. After them, Lucretius is still describing a flat Earth snow globe type cosmology. So we must assume that this Michael Sartain goof has never heard of Lucretius and On the Nature of Things, which is actually, one of the greatest works, in the ancient world. But this goof has never even heard of Lucretius? Lucretius lived, approximated 99 to 55 BC, so thousands of years ago. And he's after all of the known philosophers who there is, again, I can't verify, I'm not going to hallucinate to know that any of this is legitimate. But according to even Michael Sartain's cult of scientism that he's peddling here, the propaganda of the official cult of scientism that he's regurgitating here is not even accurate, and that's the point here. This goof doesn't even know one of the greatest works of the Greeks. This work goes over Epicurean physics, atomism, cosmology. Just such a famous work for anybody with even a rudimentary understanding of the history of basic science. Just looking this up on Wikipedia, prior to Darwin's 1859 publication on the Origin of Species, the natural philosophy of Lucretius typified one of the foremost non-teleological and mechanistic accounts of the creation and evolution of life. Lucretius concludes his first book stressing the absurdity of the spherical Earth theory. So, yeah, there's, again, depending on what you believe and firsthand accounts and verifying the age of anything, but Lucretius, according to the official narrative of the official scientism cult, he's post all of these great philosophers, and he's still talking about in this one of these greatest, most well-known works, regardless of whether it's true or not. So there was no apparent consensus, so to speak, because you have different Greeks believing different things. So I don't know what this goof is smoking that he doesn't even have. I don't know. Back in the day, this is maybe 5th grade level stuff. I don't know about now with the, the schooling system and the dumbing down of the Western world. I don't know if they even go over Lucretius anymore. But come on. Has anybody who studied the Greeks not known about Lucretius? Come on. Come on. Or On the Nature of Things. It's also known as On the Nature of the Universe. Come on. This guy's that clueless? This is sad, because look at how confident he's speaking about this as if he understands these things when he clearly does not. His ignorance is extreme here. Of his own of his own scientism cult, he doesn't even understand the points here.
And as well, we could talk about that, but there were other ones. There were other civilizations that believed the Earth was round based on what they saw with eclipses.
Such as, at that time, who you got? Again, none of this proves anything in either direction, so I don't even know why he's even really talking about it. Now, again, supposedly Aristotle and some of these other guys did mention spherical type models. So, again, the Greeks and the Romans, we have different groups believing different things, and that's if a lot of this stuff hasn't been altered, because we don't really know. If the flat Earth theory is true and there's some vast conspiracies, there could have been some funny business played with these ancient documents. But the point is, even according to the official narrative, there isn't 100% consistency here. So Epicurus also was writing, again, according to the official narrative, about the debate of the Earth, and this is even, this is 2.5 centuries before Lucretius. So there's clearly a whole bunch of debate at this time over the shape of the Earth. That much is clear within the Greek world. And all these other civilizations, of course, predating that, they all have flat Earth cosmologies. So notice how he couldn't name a single civilization other than the Greeks, who in his own scientism cult, there's documentation on both flat Earth cosmology and spherical cosmology.
Again, you're going back into things that the history is telling you. History, the victors dictate our history. Aristophanes said that this was a story that they teach all of us, that since sun rays come in parallel, even though no one's ever seen parallel sun rays.
I've heard this argument before. It's not that sun rays come in parallel. It's that when you were standing in the well, if you looked up, you could see the sun. When you were standing in a different well that was in Alexandria, you looked up, you could not see the sun. It had nothing to do with parallel rays.
Finish my point.
Okay.
Let me finish my point.
Yeah, he's getting triggered hard by fundamentally not even understanding the example or this experiment and why it doesn't work based on distances. But he got so triggered, he had to jump in with that fallaciousness right away. So he's definitely getting triggered here. Oh, this might turn into a complete train wreck. So depending on what you expect from this debate, you might think that's good for entertainment purposes. I was hoping for something legitimate, but maybe we're not going to get that.
So you can.
Hold on, that has nothing. Okay, but that has nothing to do with him being able to figure out the shape of the Earth. Just because you could see the sun in one and not in the other, how would you measure any angles?
What you would measure is the angle that the sun was outside. Like, so for instance, when I'm in, is it what was the I forgot the city where he takes the first measurement. No, the first one starts with a C. I forgot. Sain, and then the other one I believe is in Alexandria. I can't remember exactly the places.
Correct.
But in one of them, he looks up and he can see directly up into the sun. In the other one, there is an angle, a different angle, but it's the same time of day. And through those two measurements and trigonometry, he is able to calculate, again, globus view here, that the Earth was around 25,000 miles. He's wrong by about a couple hundred miles. But
all right, Michael.
Go ahead.
Michael, let me, without interrupting, let me explain.
Go ahead.
So here's Aristophanes sitting here. He has a sun ray going directly to the bottom of his well, or a stick not making any shadow. Here's his buddy 500 miles away, and you could measure the length of the shadow and the angle. You could do some perfectly good math to figure out the sphericity of this, all right? So you have to assume that the rays are coming in parallel for this to work. If they're corpuscular rays, well, then that entire thing's wrong. But that doesn't even matter, because on a flat Earth with a small local sun, we have the sun here, right? No shadow here. Here you can measure the shadow, you can measure the angle, and you can do the same exact math and figure out the sphericity of this flat plane. This does not prove that the Earth is flat or round, because it works on both models.
It doesn't work the same on both. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, it works perfectly the same on both models, because there's no shadow here. Just get just get 2 beer bottles, put a light above one of them. There's no shadow here. There's a shadow here. So according to your belief that this floor is spherical, so that doesn't work, right? It works on
how close does the sun have to be for
Yeah, this is my next question.
Thank you. Let's get some brain function up in here, because Michael Sartain immediately is so triggered here that he thinks it couldn't work on a flat Earth model. But this PhD guy, Sergey Dida, let's see what his brain function is, because immediately he's asking a logical question. You would have to know the distance of the sun to make any kind of determinations, as well as, there's a whole bunch of hallucinations with this experiment on how it would prove sphericity, but let's see what they say.
How close would the sun have to be? You believe it's 3,000 miles away, the sun is?
No, I don't believe that.
How far away do you think the sun is?
I don't know how
you
far.
You should be able to calculate it.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
you should be able to calculate how far your sun is.
Yeah, it's 94 million miles on average. It goes
because
between.
That's the point. The point is, like, with if you assume the world is round, right? Then this entire experiment is predicated on the fact that the light rays come in parallel, right? Now there is a way of getting around that, like Dave just explained, is that okay? You can assume that you're on a plane, and now you have a point source. So instead of having rays coming in parallel, they're coming in from a point source.
That is exactly my point.
The trade-off is that now the sun's going to have to be hella close, and so you should be able to just calculate how close it is, and you can just calculate it. So you claim it's 3,000 miles.
Well, when they do calculate it, that's what they come up with, is 3,000 miles.
Right. Well, the problem is with the situation is you guys keep talking about
parallel. Take that and just run with it, right? All right. So now we have this point source 3,000 miles away. Okay, and now let's see what other consequences that has.
Right.
So you should be able to like call your buddies and you'll agree that the sun's not in the right place in the sky.
Why not?
Because it's so close.
Why wouldn't it be at the same place in the sky?
Well, you'd have two options.
You're talking about it still being 867,000 miles wide.
No, the problem with with that the sun being that close and being a static size is that the angular side for us would change drastically depending on what size of the Earth it is, and the speed which the sun would process over the Earth would change dramatically. That's the problem. You would not have a consistent Earth.
What do you mean change dramatically? It is whatever it is moving over the Earth. So change from what? I mean, the endless circular reasoning and false cosmological fallacies here from Sartain. Not looking good now. Not looking good.
The sun going over the Earth at a very, very consistent rate throughout recorded history. That's where the problem comes from. The second part, let's go back to this real quick. He does talk about parallel lines. The argument from the Globers is not that the lines are parallel. The argument is that the sun is 94 million miles away. It is a single point that is far, far away. So the whole parallel line thing doesn't really. It's almost like a straw man that you guys are making up. We're not arguing that. That's not our argument. Our argument was that the sun is 94 million miles away, and using trigonometry, we could come up with an idea for how large the Earth was. Now here's the problem, okay? Our model of how big the Earth is happens to fit with what his model was, and he did this before there were airplanes and satellites. So you're saying that...
Not really. There's huge size difference. I actually went over this on the Bryant-Myers debate quite painfully, because Myers wasn't even aware on how drastically and how many times the distance of the sun changes. So is he admitting here that this is all a stack of cards of fallacies? Because if you haven't verified the size of the Earth, so this is all circular reasoning logical fallacies, because if he hasn't verified the size, he's saying it all fits, but how does it fit if he didn't verify it? And the fact that he doesn't even understand that, he doesn't comprehend that, that's not a good sign. And he's clearly the most triggered here. We haven't even heard from the jet fighter pilot. I want to hear what he has to say. The PhD is okay, but he also presupposed that other things wouldn't work, which is, of course, again, he looped in reification fallacies, false cause fallacies, strawman fallacies, all these things. I mean, it's going to be rough with these two guys. I really want to hear from the jet pilot, though.
Saying that we just sort of made up the difference and agreed with us. Man, I'm gonna say his name wrong. This is Greek scientist, and we just have. Oh, he said 24-1. Okay, we're 24-1. Is that what you guys think? We just sort of rewrote history to fit what this Greek scientist said.
And also, what the goof doesn't understand is the translation at the time. So he's saying it's accurate, but there's a lot of dispute on translating the distances. Stadia, all of that. There's so much dispute in how accurately those distances are translated, but this goof is pretending and hallucinating that it's all perfectly translated and there's no mistakes anywhere. Or that there was even consistency in a lot of these different experiments and estimations. I mean, again, this is just... I thought this guy would be more of a moderator and he would allow the PhD and the jet fighter to speak. Because who is this random guy, Michael Sartain? Like, he clearly does not have the knowledge or even the historical knowledge, the scientific knowledge, or even a basic grasp of logical fallacies or the scientific method. So he's clearly the wrong guy to be speaking now. Let's hear from the other guys.
I don't even know. He wasn't even mentioned by Herodotus, Hero, who was Library of Alexandria as well. He's a librarian there 150 years after Aristophanes. Never mentions him once. Even though they both were in geography, they both were librarians, so I'm not even sure he existed, to be honest with you. But, you know, none of his works exist. So
right, but we can still
Alexandria burned down.
Yeah,
right. Of course, it's a good story that all the books in the world were stuck into Alexandria and it burned down.
Yeah,
Hey, hold on. The PhD said Library of Alexandria burned down, and yet there's still all of these other sources of information and all these other guys. So why are they still around? Like Lucretius and all these other guys. Only Eratosthenes disappeared from history? All the other guys are in all these other scrolls and works and mentioned. Yet magically, Eratosthenes is the only one, and this PhD goof is saying, oh, well, it burned down. It's magically not affecting any of the other guys. Oh, man, this PhD's a goof. What's going on here?
Not all the books in the world, but all the books written by Greeks pretty much were in the Library of Alexandria, which did burn down, and there are multiple witnesses to this thing happening, right? So that...
Well, there's also a lot of other sources about all the other guys except for Eratosthenes. Isn't that curious? But these goofs can't even... It's so weird. Like, these goofs both seem to be extremely triggered. Look at this jet fighter pilot guy, though. I want to hear from this guy. He's had the same stone-cold look on his face. He does not appear triggered in any way. I want to hear from him.
It is kind of problematic.
There's no chance.
Hold
You
on.
think there's any chance it didn't happen?
Of course, there's a chance it didn't happen, but the problem is I can The problem is I can still go into two wells 500 miles apart and do the same experiment. That's the problem. It doesn't
And
make
it
any
works
difference.
perfectly on a flat Earth.
Okay, I don't think it works perfectly. It works
But
perfectly.
only
does work
explains
perfectly
one
on a flat
thing,
Earth.
though.
Hold on, let's let Sergey talk. Sergey, go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, you can assume the sun's a point source and it's super close, like 3,000 miles or whatever. But then, like, what other predictions does that?
So let's go in.
explain?
Let's go into that.
Dave, you want to show the clock? You want to show the app?
Let's do it.
Or not yet?
Sure. Not yet. But I want to go back to the sun. You know, science has told us the sun is all sorts of different distances. Now it's 93, 94 million miles away.
Just so we're clear, it's 92 on January 3rd, and that is the.
That's fine. How did you guys figure that out?
We figured. I mean, several sources, several recurring sources.
What is the source?
Well, so let's go. Beautiful.
Hold on. Let me, Mike. I'm just going to interrupt right here. I haven't been able to get a full sentence out the entire show.
Go ahead.
And I talk in short bits. Okay. I need to know. You can't say I read it in a book or somebody smarter than me figured it out. Tell me how they figured out the distance to the sun.
Okay, so the first one would probably be Galileo in 1601.
No, I'm talking about now. I'm talking about the 93 million mile measurement.
Okay,
How did we figure that
I tell
out?
you what, Sergey, do you have any ones for this? I mean, because he wants one today. Do we have any measurements for?
So he's admitting he doesn't know any? Wait, is this the right guy to be having this debate if all he can do is go to Galileo and all of those disputed writings? Let's see if Sergey has anything. From the look on his face, it doesn't look he does, but let's see.
For the distance to the sun?
I mean, I think that's the correct answer. Like,
So we can't measure it today, though. You and I can't go out.
No,
and
we
figure out the
we
distance.
can, like any one of these is proofs. So
How?
Okay.
so
We're asking how.
One of which they haven't named. So Galileo and what else? Any one of these, he hasn't mentioned them.
Go ahead. Do you want to describe parallax and the distance between Jupiter and the sun?
How would we know the size of Jupiter?
Well, we actually know the size of Jupiter. We've flown. We've actually got gravitational assist from satellites that have gone past
Okay, but
Jupiter.
you have to understand, from our point of view, you could be telling a fantastic story about
got it.
things that are going around, things in the sky.
We will get to that. Empiricism. I promise you. We will definitely get to the whole idea of empiricism. Well, I totally understand that. But
we want to know how you guys came up with the size of the sun.
Yeah.
the size of the
Because you
sun or
have
the
to know
distance, right?
The size and the distance.
Okay, so as far as the distance, we would go all the way back to Johannes Kepler and his readings for how planetary motion works, and then we would also use that in combination with Principia, written in the 1680s, where we talked about Isaac Newton and his law of gravity. So if we know the distance, right, the inverse square law when we talk about gravity, when we know the distance of different objects and we have a rotational period, we can tell, okay, this object weighs this much and this object weighs this much. I won't go over the exact one.
Newton didn't have an idea.
Whoa, wait. That was an impressive stack of fallacies and hallucinations. That was impressive. Because if gravity's not even real, then they're just stacking all of this faith on top of other faith in these guys that lived hundreds of years ago. Look through a telescope and presuppose distances and sizes. Now you're using their presuppositions, adding the potentially false and fraudulent theory of gravity. If you haven't checked out the Relativity Debunked podcast on MINDSHOCK, check that out. Complete dismantling of Einstein's theory of relativity and special relativity in easy to understand terms even small children can understand. Apparently, obviously, Michael Sartain is not. I mean, he keeps repeating the word empiricism, but he either doesn't know what it means or he just keeps repeating it and saying, we'll get to that, as a way to justify his own ignorance and religion here, because he's just preaching. Notice how he hasn't provided a single definitive proof. His experience about traveling in a plane is legitimate if he's not lying. I'm going to assume he's telling the truth. Again, how does that prove anything? You're just getting a strong signal regardless of the surface of the earth. And the fact that he can't understand that doesn't prove anything, that's a bad sign. Because there's a lot of mental deficiency for someone who cannot even understand that basic basic point that even small children can understand. But now it's kind of weird because he's admittedly basically here stacking fallacies and assumptions on sizes and distances in order to justify more assumptions on sizes and distances. I mean, we are so far away from the scientific method here. Like, it's been left so far behind.
No, hold on. Stop. Isaac Newton did not know the mass of the sun. We came up with those calculations later. But what we did understand was we understood how gravity worked, and we understood how laws of planetary motion worked through Kepler and Newton. Go ahead.
Wait, they did? Because Isaac Newton himself did not propose a mechanism for the attraction of mass. So who's he talking about? We, again. There's collective narcissism for this cult of scientism, because he's pretending that he can speak for all of science. Now, he can't even speak for scientism, because he doesn't even know the scientism points. He's getting them all wrong and ignorant of the history. So he can't even speak accurately for the cult he's defending, let alone real science, which it looks like he doesn't even understand what that is.
Go ahead, Sergey.
Yeah, so the basic way you measure distances in space is with parallax. So the idea is so we have two eyes, right? And so imagine you're looking at an object that's far away. If you close, say, your left eye, and then you like point at the object, and then you open the other eye and close the other one, it's gonna look like your finger's not pointing at the object.
Two different points of view. That's correct.
And so the point is that like each eye is getting data from a slightly different position.
Right.
Okay. Now that exact same thing is going to happen in space, because imagine you have the sun, right? And now we're orbiting around the sun. And so imagine you
So now he's presupposing the orbit around the sun. So now he's adding this to the stack. If you religiously presuppose that heliocentrism is default, and then you're making all these calculations based on an inaccurate presupposition, or even if the presupposition turns out to be true, it's still not scientific, because he's only arguing based on assumptions, which is obviously quite silly. So again, without proving heliocentrism and that these celestial bodies, regardless of what they are, whether they're physical objects, whether they're holographic projections, whether we live in a simulation completely, regardless of that, you're not being scientific if you're just stacking presuppositions and faith and then building off that house of cards of presupposition and faith. Because if we live in a geocentric universe or model, then you can't use these presuppositions. Again, these guys just lack the fundamental understanding of the basics. And without that establishment of the basics, I believe in any debate, you have to establish this before anything starts. Because then they'd realize how silly they look using these fallacies, using this blind faith presuppositions to build off of. How legitimate is anything, even if the conclusion is true, how legitimate is something built on faith-based fallacious presuppositions? And look at the religious fervor in his face when he's describing this.
measure where the stars are, in like January when the Earth is here on this side, and then 6 months later we will have orbited around and we're going to be on this side, so in like June. And so we've traveled 2 times the distance or 2 times.
Or if the Earth is stationary, it didn't go anywhere, and the other celestial bodies just traveled whatever distance they traveled. The fact that these goofs don't understand this basic point, I mean, this is tough. We're going off the rails. We're definitely going off the rails now.
Times the
188 million miles,
the sun
yeah.
and the Earth. Okay, and using that method, we can figure out what that baseline is.
But you'd have to know the distance.
All right.
I still dispute that. Even if that's true, without knowing what the properties and sizes of these bodies are and how strong the light emitted from them is, I mean, without all of this, you still are unable to figure it out. Even if the presupposition of heliocentrism is true. Because how would you know brightness relative to composition of materials emitting that brightness? And then you're just faith-based, presupposing all the distances between those bodies? I mean, it's kind of weird. Again, if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. So they're just weaving this web of faith, and I don't know what their expectation is. Like, any scientific or logical person is not going to receive these religious preachings from the cult of scientism and say, oh, yeah, I guess that's true, completely ignoring the scientific method.
Stars behind there, right? You'd have to know.
No, negative. It's quite the opposite.
Back
It's
to the
quite the
parallel
opposite.
thing.
Yeah, it's quite the opposite. You'd have to know. You would determine the distance of those stars using parallax based on the fact that you had two reference points that were 188
I thought we were talking
million.
about the sun. I thought we were talking about the sun.
But no, you asked about the stars. You actually said stars. Parallax and the
So don't we have to know the distance of the
parallax and the
stars if
no,
we're going to
you
use
actually
the
no
sun?
you said sorry.
Okay, so what do you parallax
Parallax and
the sun with?
You parallax
Stars.
no, you don't parallax the sun with the stars. You can parallax the
Okay,
star.
what do
You can parallax the sun with Mercury. You parallax the sun
Okay,
with.
so how do you know
Venus.
how far Mercury is?
I mean,
You can't parallax. You're telling me I could look at a tree off in the distance and I could use parallax to measure the tree?
if I had another object around it, yes, I could. I could use
If you had
trigonometry.
another object
The
around it
distance
that you
from
that
going
you
to
knew.
orbital period.
Hold on.
I could use
Mike,
trigonometry
Mike,
to determine that. Yeah.
You need to know the distance or size of one of the other object.
Right.
And you don't know that. You don't know
Yeah,
that.
you
And
can get it
here's another
from
problem with
Kepler's law.
parallax. Here's another problem with parallax. 6 months later, the Earth has moved 2.2 billion miles from where it was before. And you think that just the 186 million miles that we moving on the other side of the sun is going to show you parallax when we move 2.2 billion miles in another direction and there's no parallax anywhere else?
Are you talking about
This is all
Are you talking about the movement of the solar system? Are you
I'm talking about the movement of the solar system, which is independent of everything else in the galaxy.
It isn't. So we're rotating inside the Orion arm of the Milky Way galaxy, which is all rotating around the center of the Milky Way galaxy at the same rate. So it's not quite independent.
So none of those.
Wait a second. Everything's magically going the same rate to match each other? Wait, there's no way he believes that. Statistically, everything happens to magically rotate in every galaxy relative to every other galaxy in the whole universe so that everything magically matches up to everything else? Is that seriously his argument? I'm not attempting a straw man here. Based on what he just said, he's saying it matches, everything rotates relative to each other, matching up perfectly? Because if he didn't make that claim, then why is it all matched up perfectly? I mean, this guy's mentally not all there. I don't know what to make of this guy because mentally he doesn't seem to understand these very basic concepts. I want to hear from the jet fighter pilot. He's the only one who doesn't look triggered right now of the globe earthers. And I don't really want to go too far into scientism lessons here, but this Sartain goof, I mean, just look at his face. Look at this smug goof's face. I mean, his narcissism and Dunning-Kruger is so off the charts. The clueless goof doesn't even know the side that he's preaching. He doesn't even know their own points. Again, I mean, you can go to literally any website. Earthsky.org is pretty well known for astronomy 101 concepts. I mean, scientism doesn't even claim that the different arms or all parts of the galaxy revolve around the center at the same rate like this clueless goof just did. I mean, this goof said that everything everything within the galaxy, not just all the other billions of galaxies in the universe. He missed the whole point of what David Weiss just said anyway. I mean, this guy's not even on a 4-year-old mentality level. No offense to 4-year-olds. He might not even be 3-year-old level. I really don't know. The mental deficiency is so extreme here from Sartain. So, because he missed the whole point, which is about the other galaxies in the universe. I mean, unless David Weiss really did mean within its own galaxy, which is also a problem because they rotate at different rates anyway. I mean, again, like I put all these so-called fact checks on the screen. These aren't real fact checks because, again, I'm not claiming this is true. But this clueless goof is claiming that all of the astronomers, the establishment, quackademia, that they're making these claims. But he's so utterly clueless, he doesn't even know Astronomy 101. I mean, this goof doesn't even know the basics of his own model. I mean, he really might be the absolute worst person to be having this discussion or debate. I mean, even worse than Brian Myers. Because at least Brian Myers memorized some things correctly. I mean, has Sartain said anything that's been correct yet? Even on the scientism side? Not that the scientism is true, but has he even gotten any of the points of his own model correct? He keeps saying we, yet I think this PhD, I think people would just be embarrassed to have this guy representing them because he doesn't even understand anything about their model, let alone the flat earth model, let alone basic science, logic, or reason of any kind, not even common sense here. So the galaxy there is no even claim. I mean, there's the claim of differential rotation that different parts of the galaxy revolve around the center at different rates. That's within this theoretical Milky Way galaxy. I'm not claiming that this is as purported or as described in any way, but this goof doesn't even know astronomy 101. There is no claim that everything is magically spinning the same rate, but he's hallucinating and pretending there is. And again, look at this goof's face. I mean, if this guy genuinely might have a mental disability, and I guess nobody told him, so he doesn't know about it, and even if people told him, his narcissism and ego is so off the charts, he probably doesn't even think there's a possibility that he got any of this wrong. Has he gotten a single point correct about anything yet? I mean, this is so embarrassing.
So everything's moving together, so there's no parallax there, but just moving 6 months apart, 186 million miles, we can see parallax. You're saying that you can know the size or distance of the sun by measuring the parallax on an object that you don't know how far it is.
Sorry.
Hold on, I'm finishing.
Yep.
You don't know how far it is or how big it is. That doesn't work, and you have to admit that.
Okay, so one of the issues is, I heard Jaron wrong because I thought he was asking for the distance to stars, and that's what I was using.
You would need to know it in order to do parallax, because if I'm measuring the parallax
Well, is that relevant? Because you would still need other points.
of something, and the second thing is 10 feet behind it, or 10 miles, or 10 million miles, I'm going to get a different amount of parallax on each one of those. So I need to know where it is in order to use parallax to measure it.
Okay, so I will tell you when it comes to Venus and when it comes to, we've sent probes to Venus and landed. Now, okay, empiricism. You guys don't believe there were any probes. You don't believe that the Russians landed the probes on Venus. You think all.
But they were also asking in the past, so before the probe, because he's claiming all these distances were known and figured out, and they all match up now after the probe, but before the probe, if a probe was even sent. So notice how jumpy he's going over the place. He's so triggered. The only guy who does not appear triggered of the three heliocentric globers is the jet fighter pilot. Is the jet fighter pilot a glober? I don't even know. But I want to hear what he says. He's had the same stone cold look on his face. It seems like this discussion is not unlike the scientism cultists here, Michael Sartain and Sergei Dida. I'll repeat this quote I say all the time from Upton Sinclair. It is very difficult to get a man to understand something which his paycheck depends on him not understanding. So this physicist, Dr. Sergei Dida, he's a theoretical physicist, University of Virginia. That's what it says right here. So his religious cult, I mean, they would exile him if he even considered the flat Earth model as true. So he can't even have an honest. He doesn't have the mental strength to have an honest conversation, as he's proving here. Although he doesn't appear to be super extremely triggered, but he has a fundamental lack of understanding of the basics, which usually happens when somebody gets triggered. Their logic switch gets turned off. I mean, this Sartain goof. I mean, even though he's maintained the same level of triggering, he's not going off the rails or anything. He started off calm and composed and normal. Then pretty early on, he got triggered. Now he's interrupting every second, but he hasn't been getting any worse. He's like at a mid-level triggering, and he's been staying this same amount of triggering, triggered the same amount. But his goofiness is just... He just doesn't even understand the basics. He doesn't even understand his own model or the history of his own model. Look how all over the place he is. They asked for verification. He's talking about parallax. Now he starts talking about probes. What happened to the parallax? What is this goof talking about?
That is fake. I get it. But from our belief as Globers, by the way, I didn't want to make this a debate. I wanted to present our side and your side, and then people can sort of decide. We've actually landed probes on. Been waiting for this. This is a flat Earth debate. It's a flat Earth debate. It's a flat Earth debate. It's a flat Earth debate. The surface of Venus, and they melted very quickly because Venus is 900 degrees Fahrenheit on the surface. And so that in that way, we do know that Venus is about 98% the Earth's mass. The moon is about 2% the Earth's mass. And from those things, now we can use parallax in order to determine the size of the sun in modern times. But before that, we had a pretty...
Okay, so he's saying they could also he moved the goalposts and changed his whole argument. So now they can use parallax after the distances were verified. But how did the distances magically line up to match all of this before they knew that? And the fact that this goof doesn't understand that that's what Weiss and Jeranism are asking, again, he does not appear to be deceptive here. He looks like just a genuine goof, a genuine Dunning-Kruger goof who just doesn't understand the arguments presented, the questions asked, or the basics of the scientific method.
Understand. We had a pretty solid understanding of the size of the sun many thousands of years ago, hundreds of years ago. We definitely
Newton didn't know 400 years ago.
But that's okay. Hold on. Newton was not an astronomer trying to determine the size of the sun. That wasn't his intention.
Neither was anybody else. Nobody else came up with it.
Okay, so that doesn't make the sun not have a mass. Like, I understand what you're saying, but that doesn't make the sun.
Doesn't have mass.
I'm saying that doesn't make the sun 32 miles across and 3,000 miles up. He certainly would. Isaac Newton certainly would not have said.
Nobody said it did. I mean, he's strum-eating hard. I want to hear from this jet fighter pilot. He hasn't said a single word, and he's had the same expression on his face the entire conversation, which I like, because that shows that he's not triggered. So would a non-triggered argument actually make sense? We haven't heard one yet.
The sun was 3,000 miles up.
Just saying, you just said in passing that we've known it for thousands of years. But if Newton didn't know it, so we didn't know it thousands of years, or else Newton would know it.
Again, it is not one contiguous. It is not one. Okay, first of all, because Newton didn't write it in Principia does not mean he didn't know it.
No, he says flat out the sun could be anywhere from 3 million. No, Copernicus thought it was 3 million. He said it could be anywhere from 10 to 50 to 90 million, and it will do us no matter what. We'll do fine with it no matter what.
90 million miles away. 90 million miles away.
Yeah.
Okay, got
Correct.
it. What? That's 90 million miles is still kind of close to.
So
94.
your point that your point.
Wow, so he's that deficient in English? You didn't understand what he just said? He said, if Newton said, if Jeranism is accurate about that, I didn't double check this regarding Newton claiming it could be, 5, 10, 50, or 90, or 100 miles away, would still work out good enough. But this goof only focused on one of the numbers. That's kind of weird. Now it looks like he might be disingenuous unless he has a serious English comprehension deficiency, which maybe he does. Again, let's not make assumptions here.
Your point that we've known for thousands of years has just been negated.
Okay, well, my point is it's not 3,000 miles away. Did we have exact measurements?
Copernicus
Maybe not.
thought it was 3 million. So how did he think it was 3 million? That's way off.
I don't know. I wasn't there with Copernicus.
Okay, so I don't know, I wasn't there. Finally, a sign of intelligence. If he doesn't know and he wasn't there, why is he talking about it? Why is he hallucinating and claiming to know who knew what back then? So this is actually kind of weird. So this makes me think that he's just this triggered that makes him, that just turned his logic switch off. The fact that he was still able to say that, I don't know, I wasn't there, that is children's level logic. He's there. He's just basically arguing so fallaciously here. Why he just wasted 20 minutes talking about it, pretending he knew. Now he's admitting he doesn't know he wasn't there. So why did he waste the 20 minutes hallucinating and preaching his religion?
You think it's 3,000 kilometers?
Oh, or is he saying only with Copernicus he doesn't know? Everything else he magically knows?
We don't know. We don't know where it is. We don't know how big it is. We don't
closer to us than he is to you. Anyway,
go ahead. Keep going, guys.
No, and then you make the claim. We've landed on Venus.
Yeah.
What proof do you have of that?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you look at it
empirically, I have no proof.
Okay.
Oh, he finally used empirically correctly. So he admitted that he's just preaching his religion. So he made a religious, faith-based claim with no proof to support his argument. How logical is that argument if he has no proof for it? This guy's kind of weird because it's like he does comprehend certain basics, but then he just argues so fallaciously despite evidence of that comprehension. What does that mean?
Empirically, there's no proof of any of these landings. And I'm just trying to show you you guys believe we landed a rover on Mars recently, right?
Yes.
And it had a helicopter that can fly in 1% atmosphere. You guys are pilots. How come we can't fly a helicopter to the top of Mount Everest, but we can fly a helicopter on Mars that has 1% atmosphere? We can also
it's a great question.
Open a parachute. We can open a parachute in 1% atmosphere when we do a high jump like Felix Baumgarten, whatever his name is. His parachute wouldn't open until he got to like 50,000 feet.
Sergey, do you want to take this or me?
But here's the thing. What I'm showing you here is the only proof that we landed on Mars. This is what NASA showed us live. Okay, I didn't edit this. Actually, I cut out a couple sections just to make it a little faster because this is what they showed us. You guys can't honestly say that this is proof of anything. You know, Cartman, Kyle, and Kenny are laughing at this because it's ridiculous.
Okay, so
this is the only proof that we landed on Mars.
Because it is a digital rendering, because there's no cameras on Phobos and Deimos to take pictures of the landing. You're correct, but because that doesn't mean it's not real. And so for you to use the word ridiculous is not exactly scientific. You're just throwing stones at people. So here's the first.
Well, is it scientific for the burden of proof logical? Just because there's no evidence doesn't mean it's not real. I mean, this goof is mentally gone at this point, just shifting the burden of proof. Fundamental lack of understanding of the basics of science. Using the word ridiculous, not that it's not true, because David Weiss didn't say it didn't happen. He says it's ridiculous relative to the evidence provided. Because extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So ridiculous relative to that. Not ridiculous that it's untrue, because to me that doesn't read like an appeal to incredulity. It's ridiculous in the sense that an extraordinary claim would require extraordinary evidence. Not that it didn't happen. David Weiss never said it didn't happen, but look how triggered this goof is. David Weiss said he doesn't believe it happened because there's no evidence other than this poor digital rendering that looks like it's from the mid-90s. But yeah, and this goof is so triggered, he immediately goes for the burden of proof logic fallacy.
Thing. Second of all, let's go over the other part about the helicopters and the landing. For as far as the parachute thing was concerned, in 1% atmosphere, if you're going fast enough, and they were traveling at a tremendous speed downwards. When they landed, the entire crate where the rover was completely covered in like protection. I can't remember, balloon type packaging. And when it hit the ground, one of their concerns was it was going to destroy the vehicle. It wasn't a soft landing. This thing hit. The other thing is, hey, Sergey, what is the gravity on Mars compared to the Earth?
38%.
It's 38% the Earth's gravity. That's the other reason why this whole thing happened. So yes, you're right. It is 1% the Earth's atmosphere, but that's the reason why. As far as the helicopter thing is concerned, when you only have 38% the Earth's gravity, and you can create enough force for an object that is light enough, you can get off the ground, i.e., drones.
Michael,
so it is possible to do this.
Michael. So
I don't think these guys realize how silly and religious they sound, because they'd be embarrassed to make these arguments, because they chastise religious people if they do. A lot of scientism cultists do. I'm not saying these particular two guys do, but the people who argue the same way as them, they chastise religious people, say, oh, well, it's God's will. God did it. They do the same thing when they throw out their big G gravity. Oh, gravity is this, that proves that. But if gravity's not real, but they have such religious blind faith in gravity, and they built their religion on it, or at least the modern part of the religion is built on it.
You admit that they showed us a cartoon. Now, what if the data came back?
How could they show us? How could they show us anything else? How could they show us anything else?
I'm just asking.
If they have the technology to go there, they don't have the technology to bring a camera there? How goofy is this guy? They have all this advanced tech, they can't even get, like, not even a high-def camera, a non-high-def camera? I mean, come on. I mean, the level of silliness here.
Just throwing it out there, and there's no answer. What if the data said that it crashed? Did they have an animation of it crashing?
Hold on.
Here's something else.
There were many probes that crashed.
There were many probes that crashed.
I remember being like heartbroken as a 15-year-old, seeing the crash, and I'm trying to think in 1999.
I get it. Think about, they do crashes all the time. It happens. This is from NASA's website.
They missed his whole point. He's not saying there wouldn't be any crashes ever. They're saying if the predefined simulation or digital rendering was already made and they wanted to tell that story, even if the probe crashed and they wanted to continue with the story to justify their billions of dollars in funding, no one would ever be able to know whether that particular one crashed or didn't crash when they already have the rendering ready to go for media purposes. But these goofs were so triggered, they didn't even process David Weiss's point there. That should tell you something. Again, I want to hear from the jet pilot. He's the only guy who doesn't look triggered on the heliocentric globe side.
This is from Greenland.
Okay.
This is from NASA's website, and they always get a little selfie. It gets a little piece of a solar panel or the edge of the rover. This is from Greenland. NASA's lying here.
This
is not from.
So here's the problem. Empirically, I don't believe you. So you're telling me you don't believe in what in the photos that were taken by that Russian lander in 1975 on Venus, and empirically you don't believe in them. You believe that those are fake. I'm going to do the same.
Wait a minute.
thing
Hold
to
on
you.
a second.
I'm going to do the same thing to you, Dave. I don't believe you.
Michael, hold on. If I prove to you.
So again, fundamental lack of understanding of the burden of proof logical fallacy. I mean, he's not even on a children's level when it comes to logic here or the scientific method. Otherwise, he wouldn't say, I'm going to do the same thing. Because the burden of proof is on positive claims. Now, and one is not called enough to prove a negative. Again, this is logic 101. This is children's level logic. He can't grasp it. The other point, he's saying he doesn't believe David Weiss, who just threw up those two photos. Notice how he strawman to other photos and other events immediately. He red herringed and strawmanned to other things instead of what David Weiss just put up on the screen. So, if he doesn't believe that that photo is from NASA on the left and from Greenland, from whatever photographer encyclopedia on the right, he should verify that for himself at that point. And David Weiss should have thrown up the sources on there. And told him to check on his phone right then and there. So that way the goof wouldn't make the argument he just did. Which he probably would anyway, because obviously he doesn't like logic. So, I mean, there's tons of these images. And what this goof doesn't know, I mean, this is getting painful. I mean, this goof is so clueless, he doesn't even know that a lot of these images coming from Devon Island are also from NASA. And coincidentally, NASA actually set up the Houghton Mars project at Devon Island, coincidentally also releasing tons of images without the filter that's allegedly applied in the pictures that are allegedly from Mars. What a coincidence! I mean, let's just go to nasa.gov here. nasa.gov/exploration/analog/research_info_analog-houghton.html. The Houghton Mars Project. NASA's Houghton Mars Project is part of an international interdisciplinary field research facility located on the world's largest uninhabited island, Devon Island. This project uses the polar desert setting and harsh climate of the Canadian high Arctic to mimic the environmental conditions that crew members are likely to encounter on Mars and other planets. Devon Island's barren terrain, freezing temperatures, isolation, and remoteness offer NASA scientists and personnel a number of unique research opportunities. Other factors such as the Arctic day and night cycle and restricted logistics and communications capabilities offer fitting analogs for the challenges that crew members will likely face on long-duration space flights. In addition to ongoing studies that focus on variables such as communications, equipment testing, and vehicular and extravehicular operations, Devon Island is also the site of the Exploration Program, which aims to develop new technologies, strategies, and operational protocols geared to support the future exploration of the Moon, Mars, and other planets. You can learn more about the Houghton Mars Project and the Devon Island research facilities at marsonearth.org. But again, this utter goof in Sartain doesn't think that it might be curious that this landscape looks either identical or near identical to allegedly what is being purported as Mars. And I'm not sure if David Weiss got this right. Did they really Photoshop in some of these drones or lander modules? Because they're taking photos of them already in Devon. They're already experimenting with them in Devon Island. So they're taking photos with all of these, all of this technology already in frame. There's no need to Photoshop it. You could just, I mean, this is easy. You just throw the sepia tone right over it, including the modules. But this utter goof Sartain doesn't find it curious. Now, is this smart on the part of NASA? Because if they are faking everything, I mean, how would you prove? See, if there was no Devon Island Research Station, like, what kind of plausible deniability is this? Because, curiously, if they're claiming that Devon Island has a landscape identical or nearly identical to Mars, I mean, like, first of all, Sartain is such an utter goof. He apparently doesn't even know about this. Second of all, if he did know about it, he would just parrot, like, obviously a brain-dead utter moron. Just, oh, of course that's Devon Island. It just happens to look exactly like Mars. Nothing to see here. Obviously, they're not faking it with a sepia tone. Why would they do that? I mean, you could already predict what these clueless goofs without the mental capacity or critical thinking of even a 4-year-old are going to say. I mean, Sartain is clearly the Dunning-Kruger champion already. I mean, he has argued more cluelessly. Not necessarily in volume, because I don't know if he's going to beat Bryant Myers. I mean, that's an impressive record. I mean, Bryant Myers went 4 digits. I mean, maybe Sartain will as well, but just the depths of illogicality that Sartain is in. I mean, I've never seen, forget the topic of flat Earth, I've never seen utter goofery like this before on any topic from somebody who can, at least speak English, can at least speak a language, at least seems to have some kind of understanding of at least some words. I mean, the guy's clearly stringing together words. We can't say he's completely incapable of utilizing English. Obviously, English comprehension is another matter, but conversational English, he clearly does have the mental capacity to engage in conversational English. Whether it has any merit or not, that's a different matter. So it is a little weird. So some people would say this is like the serial killer calling the police station. Mars on Earth. And then they're releasing all of these videos and experiments of these robots. Again, marsonearth.org. I mean, there's other sites that have some interesting images. I mean, these are all mainstream sites and blogs. I mean, amusingplanet.com has a lot of photos here with all of the links to nasa.gov for goofs like Sartain, who thinks that these are all fake. Let's look at the write-up here on Amusing Planet. Kashuik Patori, May 14, 2016, Devon Island, Mars on Earth. Devon Island in Baffin Bay, belonging to the Canadian Arctic Archipelago, is the largest uninhabited island on Earth, and for good reason. Also, if you are going to be faking photos of other alleged planets or whatever, is this the type of place you would pick? I mean, that's what a lot of goofs and coincidence there's authority-worshipping cultists. Their mental capacity is so low, they can't even consider the possibility. They can't even employ the basic mental faculties required to consider, hold on a second. If this was fake, I mean, maybe it's not all fake, but if there were a conspiracy, how would it be executed? And if it happens to be executed exactly the way conspiracy theorists allege, that's curious, isn't it? Obviously, nobody should believe anything without evidence, especially not extraordinary claims that people are going to Mars or sending some kind of equipment to Mars and getting images from Mars at the alleged distances Mars is purported to be. I mean, that's an extraordinary claim. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, not images from Devon Island that are sepia-toned that are alleged to look... And how would they know that Devon Island looks exactly like Mars? So they go to Mars. I mean, what's the story here from NASA? So they land something on Mars that takes pictures. Now, after they land on Mars, they say, oh, wait a second. It just so happens that it looks exactly like Devon Island. Even though Devon Island is clearly on Earth with an atmosphere, with clearly Earth-like proportions, because it's not like Devon Island is... Antarctica, some people think they're faking a lot of stuff in Antarctica, which they might. Antarctica does also have some somewhat similar terrain. But, I mean, Devon Island is close enough to Canada. I mean, it's close enough to a lot of these other countries in the Arctic areas, but it does. You could find places similar to this. It's just obviously, as a whole, the island is uninhabited. So if NASA were to be doing some faking, I mean, they wouldn't want, if you go to certain places in the Scandinavian countries or, some of these other countries, then even northern Russia maybe might have some similar areas. Arctic desert, so to speak. I mean, obviously they exist. I think Mongolia might have some similar terrain, but they don't necessarily want to do it in areas where there might be people, not necessarily there, but around, or constant flights overhead. random people flying drones in the area. So they might pick a place like Devon Island. But again, just the narrative. Mars just so happens to look exactly like Devon Island. So let's just do all the tests at Devon Island. I mean, are the conditions... So this just doesn't make any sense. It all falls apart under basic logical scrutiny because the whole of Mars, or most of Mars, looks exactly like Devon Island, and yet on Earth, there's such a variation of terrain. Because theoretically, if we take the heliocentric globe model with all of the solar system as described, if these are all physical locations, why would most of Mars look exactly like Devon Island, and why would there be so much more variation on Earth and not on Mars? I mean, it's just everything is so weird. And wouldn't Mars have even more? I mean, allegedly, I guess they would say it has even more extreme temperatures. But yeah, the whole thing is just weird. But let me just go over this article here. I mean, goofs like Sartain. I mean, this is the bottom of the barrel here. I mean, this is getting really painful. But so the ground remains frozen for almost the entire year, particularly the eastern third of the island, which is permanently covered by an ice cap some 500 to 700 meters thick. I mean, just look at the variation just on the island. For only a brief period lasting 45 to 50 days, during the height of summer, the ground is snow-free. Summer temperatures rise barely above 8 degrees Celsius. The average annual temperature is negative 16 Celsius. In other words, Devon Island is a barren wasteland dominated by frost-shattered rocks and nearly devoid of plants and animals. But for scientists and researchers, Devon Island is an extremely interesting place. Its desert condition and harsh climate is very similar to conditions on Mars. Mars is farther than Earth from the sun, so is supposedly much farther than Earth from the sun. The temperature on Mars, according to Space.com, is relatively low, averaging negative 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Devon Island is negative 16. And you know what's crazy? Because, I mean, that's kind of close. You have negative 60, negative 16. I mean, when we're talking about these astronomical distances, I mean... it's just, the whole thing is just weird to think about, obviously, because, I mean, how would any of this be proven anyway? But, I don't know. It's kind of weird. It also has, again, according to Space.com, Mars has a thin atmosphere, which is 95% carbon dioxide. Earth is 78% nitrogen and 21% oxygen. I mean, you would think some of these differences might not result in exactly the same terrain. I mean, I don't know. Also, on Mars, allegedly, the temperature can drop to negative 128 Celsius. Devon can get to negative 50 Celsius. Now, Devon Island also receives little precipitation, but, I mean, obviously it's next to other oceans. I mean, you look up Devon Island, even on Wikipedia, and already you see water all over the place. So a landscape right next to a ton of water. I mean, it is an island next to a ton of water. And then, of course, you have, even if it doesn't get a lot of rain, whatever, but there's obviously hydrogen. I mean, there's obviously a lot of hydrogen and oxygen just through the water all around. And the landscape ends up looking exactly like Mars with no water. Or very little water in comparison. I mean, does anybody find this strange? I mean, is it a big ask to believe that this planet, this huge distance away, allegedly with not a lot of water, just happens to look the way Devon Island looks today? Because you could argue, I guess you could argue, if, let's say, there was a landscape in Antarctica that was landlocked, or even in the middle of Siberia, somewhere really far away from water that used to have water, but for whatever reason, it has some kind of unique isolation that Devon Island doesn't have. Like, you could argue there would be places, I mean, some of these deserts in Mongolia, whatever, surrounded by so much vast land, so far away from any rivers or oceans, that maybe had water in the past, and, let's say 1,000 years ago, whatever, and now they don't. You could argue a little bit better that maybe it could end up looking like Mars slightly more. I mean, still no, just because of the vast, different of the elemental makeup of the atmosphere or lack thereof on Mars, and everything's just so different. And yet even the rocks look exactly the same. I mean, that's a big ask. It's a big ask to believe a non-indoctrinated cultist who wants to utilize logic and reason and the scientific method to just believe that Devon Island just so happens to look exactly like the landscape of Mars. I mean, just look at all these rocks in the Mars footage. Forget comparing to Devon Island. Just look at only Mars. I mean, how would that have ended up that way? And how could you prove it? I mean, goofs like Sartain would obviously never even ask these questions. But let me continue here. Since 2001, Devon Island has been the summer home for a group of people working on an international research project called the Houghton Mars Project that studies how human explorers might live and work on other planetary objects, in particular Mars. And this also goes to show, like, a lot of scientism cultists, a lot of authority-worshipping cultists and NASA apologists, these coincidence theorist goofs, they pretend that there's no research or money being done to travel back to the moon or to land humans on Mars. They pretend that the technology allegedly disappearing since the Apollo missions is not suspicious because there's no effort being put in to going to sending humans back into space or the moon or Mars. Clearly there is, and there always was. I mean, these goofs, the mental gymnastics these goofs do to justify continuing their blind faith in the moon landings and the human moon landings, I mean, it's curious. I mean, these goofs will go to any depths. I mean, the cult is strong with these goofs. Devon Island's barren terrain, freezing temperatures, isolation and remoteness offer NASA scientists and personnel a number of unique research opportunities. What a coincidence. Reads the project information page on NASA's websites. Other factors such as the Arctic day and night cycle and restricted logistics and communications capabilities offer fitting analogs for the challenges that crew members will likely face on long-duration space flights. Not to mention, I mean, the alleged orbit of Mars around the sun is allegedly also much wider than Earth. And yet it results in conditions that has a landscape that just so happens to look like only a specific area on Earth. Operated by the Mars Society and primarily funded by NASA, the research is based out of the Flashline Mars Arctic Research Station located on a ridge overlooking the Houghton Impact Crater, a 23-kilometer diameter crater formed approximately 39 million years ago when a 2-kilometer diameter projectile slammed into Earth, allegedly. How would they prove that, by the way? And why did no scientism cultists ever demand any evidence? Evidence according to the scientific method. Because there is no flowing water due to the freezing temperatures, weathering is minimal. As such, Houghton retains many geological features that craters elsewhere lose to erosion. The Houghton Impact Crater is said to have one of the most Mars-like terrain on Earth. Devon Island is not entirely devoid of life. The True Love lowland area on the northeast coast of Devon Island is relatively warm and wet and has some vegetation and surprisingly some wildlife too. And that's kind of weird too, because when you look at the True Love lowlands, it's still from a distance, even not from a distance, depending on the exact area you go to, it still kind of looks like Mars. And here you have wildlife and fauna and all this stuff. I mean, yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird. It just so happens to look allegedly like Mars. In fact, the high summer temperature of 8 degrees Celsius and those 50 days of snow-free ground occur in this area. The lowlands are poorly drained, favoring the growth of some moss, over which musk oxen graze year-round. Now, is this another one of these coincidences that musk ox just so happened to live in Devon Island, which is a Mars on Earth, which is a Mars research station by NASA. If we're studying going to Mars. And the musk ox are, of course, native to the Arctic. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, is everybody following here? So allegedly, Devon Island. Devon Island allegedly looks exactly like Mars. Devon Island. Allegedly, this Mars research station where they test out all these different apparatus, landers, even spacesuits of certain kinds. I mean, again, amusingplanet.com here has a lot of photos. And yeah, it just so happens that even musk ox live on this island. I mean, out of all the species, oh man. All right. We have to move on here because, I mean, the coincidence there is they're probably having a field day. They're probably pulling out Olympic level mental gymnastics here to try to write this all off. But okay. All right, let's try to get back on topic here.
That this is from NASA's website.
That's
Do you
fine.
think that this is a faked picture of Mars?
But you'd have to also prove to me that the other one's from Greenland, and that is not a rendered picture that where you change the color of the landscape to green in the background. You use like a very simple procedure to do in Photoshop.
It's the other way around. They took out the clouds and made it a sepia tone.
Again, empirically, you were saying that. So I'm going to use the same method with you. Empirically, I do not believe that what you're showing me is that NASA did both. Okay, and by the way, even if they did, it doesn't make the Earth flat. It doesn't. So that's the issue with that. Like
doesn't make it a globe either, does it? Because notice how David Weiss didn't say that this proves flat Earth. Notice how he did not use that as an explicit. Maybe he does elsewhere, but right here, he just is basically showing how silly it is to have blind faith in renderings or anything coming from an organization that is not backing up any extraordinary claims. That's David Weiss's point there. Apparently lost on this poor goof, Michael Sartain, who doesn't even grasp that concept.
Empiricism argument works both ways.
I'm just trying to disprove NASA. Once we discredit NASA, once I show you that if NASA's faking things in space, you can unwind it all the way to, they never went to space. Once you understand that, then you can't use NASA as a source because you said we landed crafts on Venus. Well, who told you that? NASA told you that.
The Russian Space Administration told me that. It was not NASA. Also, It was the Indian Space Administration that was able to film the lunar lander from Eagle 1, from Apollo 11. It was not NASA who filmed that. So, while you want to go into the NASA conspiracy.
And you know what's hilarious? He calmed down a little bit. He got a little less triggered because he actually thinks this is a valid point. Because the goof doesn't understand conflict of interest. So I explain this in many other podcasts. I'll explain it again just for any new MINDSHOCK listeners that haven't listened to the other one. The way conflict of interest is like, let's say you have priests abusing children in churches. Are they going to whistle blow? Are churches going to blow the whistle on other churches if they're all engaged in the conspiracy and cover up for their own self-interest? They're interested in their institution, not just for PR purposes, for all types of purposes. They're not going to blow the whistle. So if this fraud, or even we can go back farther, the institution of slavery. There's different slave plantation owners. Some of them hated each other. Some of them were in direct competition with each other. They had different cotton companies, whatever. They don't want to end slavery. They have to keep it up, even though they're in competition with the other plantations. Or we can use the mafias, different mafia, organized crime. They kill each other. They're at each other's throats. But they wouldn't necessarily blow the whistle on each other if it undermined their ability to earn a living and to get money and power. This goof Sartain is so mentally deficient, he doesn't even understand the basics of this conflict of interest argument, where space agencies wouldn't blow the whistle on each other if they're all engaged on the fraud and they're dependent on not blowing the whistle on each other to continue the fraud. I'm not saying that that's what they're doing, but if that's what they're doing, why would you expect them to blow the whistle on each other? Why would you expect them not to toe the same propaganda line benefiting themselves? Because if the flat earth conspiracy is true, and I am not alleging it is, and there is some kind of international complicity, Antarctic Treaty among all the different nations, all of these space agencies are in on it. If so, that's how you would expect it to work. But the goof, notice He got slightly less triggered and explained it more calmly because he actually thinks it's a good point on his part. That's how silly this goof is.
Let's include the European Space Administration. Let's also include the Indian Space Administration.
And
Let's
India did
also
what with-
let's all
with
hold on, stop.
Apollo?
Let's also include the Russians. Let's also include the Chinese,
Yes,
and let's
let's do
also
that.
include NASA. Let's put them all together. Let's make sure they're all lying psychopaths. Let's make sure the conspiracy
Darren,
encompasses
real quick,
everyone.
and then
And nobody said they're
And then-
all lying psychopaths. You said that.
And notice how he strawman that they would intentionally be lying, where obviously if the conspiracy is true, 99.9% of all of the personnel would not be complicit and not even know about it, because that's how a successful conspiracy would run. But this goof still doesn't even understand the basics of not only logic and reason in the scientific method, but conflicts of interest and how corruption works. Again, I don't know anything about this guy. I don't know anything about any of his other podcasts, but you could just see on his face that he's so religious, the religious fervor, while he's weaving these extreme straw man arguments, clearly demonstrating his mental deficiency and non-comprehension of basic logic and reason in the scientific method.
So that's called a straw man.
Okay.
Wait till we make a argument, and then
Okay.
you can comment on that rather than make up arguments over
Okay,
it.
got
all
it.
right. And then here is China landed on Mars the other day, and this is what they showed us. Now, again, I'll use your argument. Well, they showed us an animation.
Yep.
This is the only proof that they landed on Mars.
How else are they going
Okay?
to show
Mars
this?
is
How else
purple
are they
all
going
of
to
a
show this? They don't.
So-
They don't.
Put a camera.
Where's the camera? They don't.
Let me
There's
finish.
no lander. This is the
Let
first
me
time they've
finish.
landed on Mars.
Let me finish. Let me
What
finish.
about-
Let
what
me
about the
finish.
skyhook
Let me
footage
finish.
from
Let me
NASA?
finish.
Let Dave finish.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay. You guys are talking over us a lot, and it's very difficult to make points, and we don't talk that long. So what I'm showing you is you believe in all these other space agencies. What if they're all run by the same group? What if the division of countries, our entire history, is all made up to divide us? Because this is something we will agree on. They're dividing us. They divide us by countries. They divide us by religions, by sexes, by political parties, by sports teams, by genders. They're dividing.
Sure.
They don't want us coming together. So again, when you look at all of the logos from all of the space agencies, they all have the same symbolism in them. They're all made with the vector symbolism. Okay. And when you look at it like, that's interesting. I'm not saying it's proof of anything. I'm just saying it's very, very interesting.
Honestly, this is the most optimistic thing that you've said.
Hunter gatherers.
This is the most optimistic thing you've said. So, like, according to you guys, the Cold War was the Russians and the Americans working together to
Correct.
both convince us. Like, honestly, this is like
think about this,
is
though.
like world peace that was created from this lie that you guys believe is round Earth. The Russians, Nikita Khrushchev and John F. Kennedy were buddies this whole time, and this whole thing was made up. Like, this is actually.
Wait, what is this guy smoking? That's not what he said at all. It was a manufactured conflict and space race in which almost led to nuke. I mean, during the Cold War, the Cuban Missile Crisis, it almost led to all-out war on numerous occasions in maintaining the division, which to this day continues with people taking sides in the Ukraine war and causing all this mass death and destruction. But this clueless goof thinks that corrupt parties working together to deceive and cause more division is somehow analogous to world peace in some way? I mean, is this guy seriously on drugs or something? I mean, a small child could understand that easy point, but he couldn't. And now he's going on this whole spiel based on his fundamental lack of understanding.
If what you're saying is true, this is probably the most positive thing I could ever imagine. We avoided thermonuclear disaster because we all needed to be on the same page to create this round Earth.
David
Man,
Malone.
this is incredible. This is honestly, this is incredible. Like,
That's like the ultimate strawman. That has nothing to do with what he just said and is not even true in any way.
honestly, I'm like utter optimism for this. Go ahead, guys.
I was going to say, though, when the America won the space race, right? Do you think that that's the story that's told in Russian schools?
No, it absolutely isn't. In fact, most
Right.
Russian people do not think we landed on the moon. About 70% of people in Russia do not think we landed on the moon.
Right. So both nation gets to tell their people what the story that they want, right?
Correct,
So
absolutely.
Russia gets to say we were first in space, we had the first woman in space, the first dog in space, we did the first orbit.
Yep,
But
yep.
the Americans decided to go to the moon, and they're idiots because they didn't find anything there and wasted a bunch of money, right? So it is weird that no shots were fired during the entire war. So, I mean, you're making it sound like it was some crazy battle, but there was zero bullets ever fired between Russia
and during World War II, I believe the Ford Motor Company made equipment for both sides of the war. They fund the people that rule this world fund these wars. They use them to depopulate the world. They use them to get us to kill each other. They use them to build the military-industrial complex, which is coming in very handy right now.
Got it. Okay.
So all of this is all made up.
Can we?
If he got it, then why did he hallucinate that whole extended straw man?
Can I add a little bit of context to the whole Ford thing? So actually, yes, the guy, president of Ford, I can't remember his name at the time. He actually was a supporter of Adolf Hitler at the time. So yes, some of the equipment did go over there, but it wasn't because the United States was trying to support the Nazis beforehand. So let's put a little context to there. The guy was a fascist, and then he did help both sides.
Well, how would he know if it was or it wasn't? Context is he doesn't have the clearances to know that, so he's just pretending and hallucinating. That's the context that really needs to be exposed.
I totally agree with that. But that doesn't mean, and by the way, I'm with you on the military-industrial complex and all this kind of stuff and us wanting to spend money for this. I'm with you. But that doesn't mean that all wars were sitting there that were completely fake. And to your point, there are a couple of Russians in Afghanistan that were supplied U.S. weapons that will disagree with you about this whole idea that there were no shots fired. And there are several U.S. service members.
No, I'm not saying there's no shots fired. I'm saying in the Cold War.
He said in the show. He said in the show. I'm talking about Afghanistan in 1983, and then I'm also talking about I'm also talking about Vietnam.
Wait, if the context was the space race, why is he talking about Afghanistan 83? I mean, does he even know what the word context means? Because from his arguments here, it doesn't seem he does.
In 1965 to 1975, there were plenty of shots fired where we had Soviet weapons that were supplied to the Viet Cong. So yes, these were proxy wars, but this was a Cold War. Why it's called cold instead of hot is because we're sort of passive aggressively attacking each other in different places.
So what about the fact that they brought
This is all based on his misunderstanding of what was said, and then he built all these straw men with lack of context. They explained his lack of context, then he built another straw man with more lack of context, attempting to prove the previous context, which he got wrong in the first place. This Sartain guy's a talented guy, man. He's very impressive and is building straw men on top of other straw men.
The Project Paperclip, which is a story, I believe, and we brought over Werner von Braun as to run NASA. You're aware of that, right?
Of course, yeah, I am aware. But okay. Here's the part where you start talking about Werner von Braun was a Nazi, and yes, technically he was a Nazi. No one held any sort of voting or political power or was able to eat or live a normal life in the late 1930s in Germany without being a Nazi. Okay, that does not mean he hated Jews. It just means that
the point I'm going at.
Okay,
not what I was saying.
Okay.
Sharon, you want to say something?
Well, I mean, he did supervise killings of slave labor, right?
Got it.
He every day saw people hanging from rafters.
I'm not saying he was a great guy, but I also am saying that the alternative for him was to become the slave laborer.
Yeah. All right. So that's not where I was going with this anyway. Werner von Braun in the 1950s wrote a book called Project Mars about a group of people that went to Mars to populate it, and that group of people was run by a guy named Elon. That's a weird name. Elon going to Mars. This is Elon's ship going to Mars that he's planning on taking people to Mars on. And he tweeted a couple months ago that he wants to redesign it and make it pointier.
Yeah.
This is called predictive programming, just like Arthur C. Clarke.
That's a joke from The Dictator.
Yeah, that's a joke. That's a joke from the movie The Dictator with Simon Baron.
Yeah, whatever. But the fact that he wrote a book about an Elon running, taking people to Mars is a little bit too much of a coincidence for me. Doesn't prove anything.
Right.
Just a coincidence.
But it's even more wild because think about what was the original prediction for who would go to the moon first, right? This was written like 100 years before they actually went to the moon. I think in the 1800s. And it was predicted that the Americans would do it, and they would launch from Florida, and they would land in the ocean.
There would be 3 people.
Yeah, there would be 3 people, and you can go wild with this. Even further back. You don't have to restrict yourself to the 1930s.
Hey guys, I'd like to move on to eclipses. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about this? Because we've already gone 52 minutes on this one thing here.
Well, real quick on the Galileo thing, I heard you the other day saying something about Galileo was put on house arrest. He lived in a castle and he was blind.
Listen, I'm not saying that Galileo didn't live. He was nobility, but it was like the Catholic Church wasn't like, hey, that was a great idea. And I'm sure he didn't prefer being on house arrest. And they did not forgive him until 1992.
Yes. Well, he was gone by then. So I mean,
Yeah,
I get what you're
he
saying.
did.
But
He didn't really appreciate it. Yeah,
the story that they always tell is that he got house arrest and he was jailed, but he was blind and he was old and he lived in a castle.
Well, what about
He had servants.
Giordano Bruno? He didn't go on house arrest. They filleted his ass. What about him?
Yes, no, I certainly don't stand behind the church's decisions.
Yeah.
Definitely not going to get me on that one.
Yeah, but he believed that there were other worlds and possibly aliens on those worlds. So that he was filleted for that. So yes, I mean,
Right.
the point is, there's the stripper at the Rhino who's listening to this podcast right now. She's not like following us along with us.
The point is, he was wildly inaccurate and needs to strawman and divert and red herring away from his inaccuracy being exposed and his utter goofery being exposed, and he's still spiraling here and he's triggering.
Some of the historical stuff. So if I'd like to get onto eclipses, if there's something else about this we can come back to, or do you guys want to talk about anything else when we talk about the shape of the Earth?
I guess the one question would be like Werner von Braun, though. Do you take that as like an acceptable thing that what we did bringing him over, or do you think like today he should be tried for war crimes?
Right. I think personally, I think Jamie Dimon should be tried for crimes. Like I don't know. Like it's a tough call. I don't know if it was necessarily the best, but I do know this: if he did, and again, according to our model, come up with the engineering for the Saturn V rocket, which he is credited with, and that Saturn V rocket allowed us to get to the moon. Which again, I know you guys don't believe that actually happened, but if that is the case, then in someone's mind, it was worth doing. That's the only argument I'm going to make for that. Okay, that's it.
Okay.
Notice how he didn't give his own moral opinion here. Why would he deflect from that? And also add on that's the only thing I want to, as opposed to answering the question honestly and legitimately, which he's showing he's incapable of doing here. Because from the involvement, I mean, yeah, should people not be, so he's saying, basically he's admitting that it's okay by not saying it's not okay. Because he could have just not answered that, right? But the way that he answered that is very telling. He could have just said, I don't know. And that's a perfectly good answer. But the fact that he had to spin all that, that's very telling.
Whether or not it's the right thing to think, though.
Well, again, the right thing to think does not make the Earth flat or round. That's the only point I'm making. And my argument is we did go to the moon. My argument is that we didn't. And so my argument.
No one said it did. I mean, this goof is so triggered, he keeps going back to the straw man. Because that's not the point anybody is making. That having a guy become a tech guy instead of being tried for war crimes in some kind of space race, that doesn't prove the shape of the Earth in either way, but this goof is so triggered, he keeps going back to that. And I guess the Dunning-Kruger is that extreme, he doesn't realize how he's humiliating himself intellectually by strawmanning to this level.
It would be based on the fact that we used a Saturn V rocket in order to achieve 11 miles per second in order to get outside of the Earth's gravity in order to get to the moon. So if that is the case, he was necessary for that. Do I know that this man necessarily thought that, the Aryan race was the superior race? I don't know enough about Werner von Braun to know that, but what I do know is that he did have the engineering capability in order to do these things, but I don't think that makes the Earth round or flat.
Before we go to eclipses, do you know the SR-71, right?
Very
the
well.
SR-71.
Not only do I know it, I was stationed at Robbins Air Force Base and refueled one of the last ones. Yes. Did
you ever fly in? Did you ever fly in one?
Did not fly one, but we refueled one. So one of the problems with it is that the fuel tanks were so fucking big, and they changed once you got up to altitude, that the thing actually leaked ass tons of fuel. They had to completely resod Robbins Air Force Base because so much JP8
I'm aware of that. And because it expands because it gets so hot.
Yes.
Why does it get so hot?
It's not just that it gets hot. It's also there's very little air pressure once you get to 100K.
Right. But it gets to over 500 degrees, we're told. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm guessing. I don't know exactly what the burning, how much JP8 burns at that altitude.
What I read is that the skin of the. I'll wait till you come back.
Go ahead.
What I read was the skin of the SR-71 gets over 500 degrees, and that's why there's no paint on it. That's why it's so aerodynamic. It's pretty aerodynamic when you look at it from the front.
I would think at certain points going through the stratosphere, it would maybe get hotter. I don't know about 500 degrees.
Okay,
but
so
once it gets up super high, I don't think it's.
Let me make my point. Let me make my point. So why is it able to go so fast? Why better than that? Why can't a 747 go that speed?
I'm going to leave that up to Lieutenant Butel. Why is it that a 747 can't go the speed of the SR-71?
I mean, a 747 is optimized for fuel efficiency, not speed, and also it's not going nearly at the same altitude, where at a higher altitude, the air density is going to be less, which is going to allow you to go.
So
it's going to allow you to go much faster for the same
Lieutenant,
true airspeed
what about
or indicated
What
airspeed.
about if we can get a 747 up to that height, we can give it an infinite amount of fuel? Can the design and we can give those engines an infinite amount of power? Could it go Mach 3.2?
If you had the same engines and the same, like, probably not with that aerodynamic profile, but the engines are completely different. A high bypass,
That's where
high
I'm getting
bypass
at.
airliner is more fuel efficient, but it's not going to go as
So
fast.
it's not he's not shaped correctly for 747.
It's not shaped correctly. This is my point. It's not shaped correctly to go that fast. Could it go twice that speed, Mach 6.4? Absolutely not. I think we can all agree on that.
So a 747.
A 747 with infinite power, with infinite fuel, it's not aerodynamically shaped to go that
So, I mean,
speed.
to be
correct?
clear, if you can get high enough, you can make that thing go supersonic.
Yeah, if you can get high enough and you get outside of the Earth.
So supersonic is 700 miles an hour.
On-
right? I'm
on
talking
the
about
surface-
three-
on-
I mean, look at how insecure Michael Sartain is. He can't even allow the real expert here to speak. I mean, look at how secure and calm the jet fighter pilot is. Look at how succinctly and simply he gave answers. I mean, this is how you have a conversation without being triggered. But this Sartain goof is so triggered, he has to just even jump in just to repeat what the guy just said. He can't even let the guy speak for himself. He has to jump in to repeat. That's how insecure he is. Wow, this Sartain guy's a real goof.
on the,
1,000 miles an
on the
hour.
surface of the planet, at sea level, it's 700 miles per hour. It's
Yeah.
660
All right.
something on the surface. Hold on.
Whatever.
Let's go back.
It's not 3,000 miles an hour.
I flew a Boeing 707. That's what KC-135 is, and our wings are kind of tilted back like this for lift. And same thing with a C5. It's tilted back even more. He flew an F-18. What are the wings like on an F-18?
I mean, they're
They're a barn door, basically.
yeah.
Yeah, they're flat and they're just plain in one level like this. So they're aerodynamically. So the problem is, as we increase the coefficient of lift with the same amount, with the same body shape, we increase also drag. So that's the reason why. But what he said is correct. Once we get to a certain altitude, then all of a sudden that drag doesn't work anymore, and now we're just pushing air out the back. But of course, we can't do that because we need oxygen to go into the engine and then create combustion and then push something out. Just like the.
Okay, that's not where I'm going with this.
Okay.
That's not where I'm going with this. All right. So at this high altitude, thin air, the thing heats up. I'm told that it expands up to 6 inches, and that's why they have the loose fitting panels. So
Yeah.
look into that. Whether that's true or not, I assume it's true because it's coming from the Air Force.
Yeah.
So it's super slick. It's like a razor blade. It's cutting through the air. It has the minimal wind resistance, unlike a 747.
Yes.
You know what's less aerodynamic? This hunk of junk. This thing goes 10 times the speed, and that's when it has the external tank and the booster tanks on it all together. And if you look at it, there's PVC running down the side. There's mounts that are flat, not pointy. They're literally like this. Okay, and this thing is going 17,000 to 25,000 miles an hour through our atmosphere, and somehow it can do that. That's magic. And then the other problem is when this thing's coming back in, they say it comes in. What, Jaron? You know the speed that it comes in at? It's like 10,000 miles an hour or something.
Sure.
Whatever speed it comes in at.
Wow, David Weiss really baited them with that. That was an excellent debate point because he got them to say that the shape was wrong. He didn't claim it. He got them to claim it. I'm very curious as to what the response here. Sartain, no doubt, is going to just get triggered and spiral into triggered ramblings that have nothing to do with anything. But I would like to know the opinion of this jet fighter pilot because he seems pretty cool.
The panels on the bottom have to, they're like, oh my God, one of them exploded because one panel was missing.
Absorb the
and
heat.
thing blew
Yeah,
up.
correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Absorb the heat. But on the way out, when it's going 25,000 miles an hour, it doesn't need to worry about the panels.
Okay, so
this is all nonsense.
Right, so let's talk about that.
Yeah.
That's a great thing. So I'm going to let Sergey Dida go to this first part. Dr. Dida, we talked about this. The escape velocity for the planet Earth is 11 miles per second. And why is that number false? Do you remember we talked about this on our interview?
I mean, for the rocket to launch, it basically has to punch through the atmosphere.
Yes.
And then once you're through the atmosphere, and the density is low enough, then you actually just want to start going horizontally and then just build up enough speed so that you can reach orbit.
Yeah,
and the
like,
way to think
question
of orbit
is-
is
hold on,
you're
but
basically
hold
just
on.
like
Orbit is 17.5. So these are two different things. Orbit is 17,500 miles an hour. You don't even go anywhere near that speed inside the atmosphere. That's number one. Number two, the atmosphere of dense air is 60 miles going up.
Wow, this goof is scrambling. So he wants to kind of poke holes in the exact miles per hour that, well, here's the thing. Let's go straight to NASA shuttle ascent, nasa.gov. Just plug in a quick Google search, speed of space shuttle launch. To reach the minimum altitude required to orbit Earth, the shuttle must accelerate from 0 to 8,000 meters per second, almost 18,000 miles per hour in 8.5 minutes. So it only has 8.5 minutes to do this. It takes a very unique vehicle to accomplish this. So what this Sartain goof is so triggered, he's immediately going, okay, well, it's not 50,000. Well, the exact number doesn't matter because it's a whole lot faster than the SR-71. The SR-71 going 2,200 miles per hour or so. The 747 top speed 659.85 miles per hour. So is the point just completely lost on this Sartain goof, or is he so triggered he doesn't even care about the numbers? He has to just pick at any little detail that David Weiss got slightly wrong in this, in just stacking these fallacies and completely, desperately scrambling away, doing anything possible to avoid the actual point here. But let's see how this unfolds.
Going up, you are receiving less friction as you increase altitude because you have less air, less air density. So your answer about the panels, that's the reason why you're getting, as you increase speed, you incur less resistance. On the way down, as you decrease speed or you decrease altitude, you incur more resistance, and that's the reason why you need those panels. But as far as the speeds are concerned, you don't get to 25,000. 25,000 is like you're leaving you're leaving the low Earth orbit at that point. Once we get up into space, and then once we get rid of the two fuel tanks or whatever, and it's just the shuttle by itself, then we're going to
Wait, so does this goof not even understand how fast the shuttle is going before it gets to the minimum altitude for orbiting, alleged orbiting, whatever? So we're still talking about tremendous speeds. There's a reference page here, spaceflight.nasa.gov/shuttle/reference/basic/launch.html. I don't even know if this page even shows up anymore, but you can just go on Wayback Machine. And it clearly states here that at liftoff, takes 8 seconds for the engines and boosters to accelerate the ship to 100 miles an hour. By the time the first minute has passed, it's going more than 1,000 miles per hour. After 2 minutes, it's traveling more than 3,000 miles an hour. So this is all clearly way faster than the SR-71. So are they just dodging the point here by focusing on, oh, well, obviously it doesn't launch immediately at 18,000 miles per hour. It just needs to get there after 8.5 minutes. So the first few minutes, it's just gradually increasing speed. We're still talking thousands and thousands of miles per hour, which they admitted the aerodynamic shape does not support. And they just keep dodging this issue instead of addressing it head on. I would like to hear the jet pilot address this.
When we're going to increase to 17.5, and then that's when we're gonna find orbit at that point. I hope that answers your question. That is our as astronomer, as an amateur astronomer, that's our answer for that question.
Yeah. So
how does that answer any question? The aerodynamic shape does not support the speed. If they actually have these thrusters on top, wouldn't that make it even worse? Because now it's even bigger and heavier. And the goof thinks that this answered the question. He just regurgitated a line from some kind of religious text or because he doesn't have an answer. I want this jet fighter's opinion. He looks like he's thinking deeply here. This is the first time there's been a break in his stone cold stare. And then the PhD just has this look of like a Dunning-Kruger stupor here.
Acceleration going from 0 to 200 miles an hour in 5 seconds is pretty good. I don't know what the exact G-forces is, but it's pretty pounding on the body. And with the amount of time that the shuttle has engines burning, to get up to 17,500 miles an hour. I believe it has to go faster than that to get out.
Of course.
That would be
No, it doesn't have to go faster than that to get out. It just has to keep going up.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
At 17,500 miles an hour, for the burn time on some of these rockets, I believe the shuttle, it has to increase 200 miles an hour every 5 seconds. Okay, 200 miles an hour every 5 seconds. And when we watch a shuttle go up, it goes up, it rolls on its back, and then it goes parallel with the ground. And they say that's because it has to gain speed to get out of the Earth's orbit.
Yes.
I get it, but if you count, okay, let's say the first 20 seconds doesn't count because it starts off really slow. But after that, now it has to make up that.
I like how they just completely ignored the fact that the jet fighter just said that that's not the correct shape, even if you could get it that high. So clearly you wouldn't be able to do it at a lower altitude, which they do, allegedly. And it wouldn't be able to get anywhere near the speed just based on its own shape, even if you had the power. Now the jet fighter pilot is dead silent. We're not hearing a word of follow-up. And the Sartain goof is trying to spin damage control, but he doesn't realize how clueless he sounds because he didn't even address it. He just tried to play a semantics game. Oh, well, it's not going max speed immediately. Nobody ever claimed it was.
That time. So it's going 200 miles an hour faster every 5 seconds. We are going to hit that maximum airspeed in no time. Okay, long before we get out of the atmosphere. And if you watch this thing, there's so many problems with it. And if you just Google launch of the space shuttle, this actual video will come up. And there's so many problems. One thing I want to point out here is this thing is 4 million pounds shooting out superheated thrust. Now, superheated thrust, 4 million pounds, and that fence doesn't get mangled. I've seen tornadoes tie fences in knots, 300 mile an hour winds, not superheated, but that's 4 million pounds of superheated thrust. I'm going to just talk for another minute, and then I'll throw it back to you. Right? And nothing is getting affected. This is just smoke coming out of the ground. Now, here's the problem. This thing,
I thought jet fuel didn't burn that hot.
Well, let's just say it's room temperature. Let's say it's not hot at all. Okay. That's funny.
So is jet fuel hot enough to burn to melt steel?
I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about the wind.
Hey, don't do that to him right now. Don't do that to him.
I saw where he was going there. I'm talking about a tornado will splinter a tree. It will splinter a telephone pole. Will tie a signpost in knots, and nothing happens there with.
Wait, is he equating the thrust and pure fuel and power of a space shuttle launching with a plane horizontally crashing into reinforced and fireproof steel? Is the goof really making that false equivalency? And he actually thought it was a solid point.
Way faster than 3,000 miles an hour, or 300 miles an hour. Thrust coming out of there. So wait, hold on. Let me just point something out here. So if you watch just there, that's the release of these external rockets. One, they're still have thrust. They should shoot away, and they shouldn't be able to go sideways at that speed, non-aerodynamic. But the problem with this is it's 30 miles downstream. If it was only 20 miles down, you wouldn't hear that sound for 90 seconds after you saw it. But we hear it and see it at the exact same second. Okay? That shows you that NASA's lying again, right? This is what they show you, and you hear it and see it. And the only explanation that you guys can come up with, well, they edited the sound in there to make it seem more realistic. And they need to do that because it's not very realistic at all.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't. Go ahead, Dad. Sorry, guys.
I think as like a broader point, this just completely illustrates like Arthur C. Clarke's famous quote that like technology, when it's sufficiently developed, just appears like magic. And I think that kind of like appears like magic. And I think that kind of like.
Wow, his answer is magic. Instead of this PhD, theoretical physics, instead of explaining how the technology works, he just throws out a sci-fi writer's quote. Wow, I actually did not expect this low level of argumentation, even from a PhD who's triggered. I mean, this is weird. Even Bryant didn't throw something like that out. I mean, magic.
Burning this super hot fuel. How's it going so fast?
If you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. So clearly this is the wrong guy for this discussion if all he can do is invoke quotes about magic from a sci-fi writer.
This must be like magic.
I'm interrupting you. I'm interrupting you because we see it and hear it at the same time. That's not wow, magic. Magic doesn't answer that. Magic is the only answer for it, actually. But we see it and hear it at the same time.
Video
that
editing.
It's not 20 miles downstream.
Video editing.
So
could also
video
be,
editing.
Could be.
All right, how
You're
about
seeing
this?
and
How
hearing
about
it at the
this?
same time as on video, though.
How about this? How about this? This is being filmed by the guys on the shuttle on their way into orbit. They're going up at 17,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And this 40,000-pound steel tank is falling back to Earth, and it's going to burn up before it gets to the clouds.
So it's not falling at that point.
Oh, it's just going sideways with that little handkerchief. Did you watch that handkerchief go by? It's barely moving.
So let's do the math on this one, all right? So now let's say we are moving at 7.
The jet fighter pilot smirked. I really would like to know what he's really thinking, because he never actually followed up on the point where he said a 747 is the wrong shape, and even if it could achieve altitude, it could not get anywhere near the speed. Just based on the shape. He didn't even mention materials, but he just said based on the shape, as opposed to the SR-71 or some of these fighter jets, which are very aerodynamic to achieve that. And then it's just been cricket since the points about the speed by David Wise. And I want to know what he thinks, because he does, even if he doesn't have an answer, at least he doesn't appear triggered like this Sartain goof and the Sergei Dida PhD goof who can only invoke magic at this point.
17,000 miles an hour at this point going this way. That's 17,000 miles of lateral momentum that we have. And then all of a sudden we release it to gravity. Gravity is 9.81 meters per second squared. And we're moving laterally at 17,000 miles an hour, which means it's going to take a little bit of time, a few minutes. And
At that height, it's 9.8 meters per second squared. So this guy doesn't even understand the variations of gravity. And that's, of course, presupposing that gravity is even real. He doesn't even have the fundamental lack of understanding of the scientific method to even understand that, which is very sad here. But yeah, I don't know. This is a tough one. This one's tough too. I had such high hopes for it coming out, and I still believe in the fighter pilot. I still believe he has something legitimate to say. Unfortunately, this Sartain goof is just not letting him speak, or at least, David Weiss and Jeranism should appeal only to the pilot for certain points, because I would like to hear what a non-triggered person is going to say on this topic.
You can film it while it drops off and slowly goes back towards the Earth. But in the meantime, it's still that 17,000 miles. And by the way, almost no air friction at this point.
Hey, Mike.
Go ahead.
Mike, it doesn't matter whether if you believe that this thing can go through the atmosphere at 17,000 miles an hour sideways.
No, not through. Once it gets outside the atmosphere, it goes 17,000.
Okay, it's not. This is not in the atmosphere. Look how close it is to the clouds. It's not outside the atmosphere. I've been higher in an airplane. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. I don't care how fast it's going. If you drop a bullet and shoot a rifle at the same time, both are going to hit the ground at the same time because they're falling. So this thing should be falling. Like if I was on a 747 and I threw a Mack truck out, it's just gonna fall down so fast it's gonna be out of sight like that. And this guy's filming it on his way into space.
And you see it is falling, and that's the first thing. And the second thing is when you're going on a 747,
I don't see it's falling.
Yeah, it actually he's zooming in. If you watch it here, you see how it's getting less and less. Hold on, stop. I'm a videographer. You see how the image is getting less and less steady? It's because they're using a zoom lens, like probably a 1720 or a 7200 zoom lens, and they're zooming close. Do you see how it's getting more and more unsteady? That's the reason why that is because it is falling away. That's the first thing. Second thing is,
probably, how does he know what lens they're using? I mean, yeah, it appears there's some level of zoom. How would you know what it is?
A 747 maybe is going 420 knots, and if you drop the fraction of 420 knots compared to 17,000 miles an hour,
doesn't matter. They both fall at the same rate.
They fall at the same rate.
But your example is not correct though. So you said, okay, let's compare dropping a bullet and firing a bullet. Let's just if you fire the bullet horizontally, right? But what if there's already some vertical motion, right? It's more like shooting a gun up and versus dropping the bullet down.
Oh, I agree with that. But this thing is going the same speed that they're going. That's how he's keeping it in frame, and it should be falling at 1,000 miles an hour.
They still have a booster going.
Yeah, so they're actually speeding up faster, and somehow they keep it in frame.
This is awesome, though. We're going to get to see it burn up here in a second in the atmosphere. It's going to be cool.
Yeah. It's not even smoking yet.
I don't know if the doctor's example is correct either. Because if the bullet is shot vertically, and you only drop the bullet at the point that the vertical bullet stops moving up, or whatever the parallel would be, on the disengagement, that's when it would start theoretically. So you wouldn't start measuring from when the bullet is shot vertically. You would start the timer at when it, lost the same proportion of momentum, of velocity from being fired from the gun. So the doctor's the doctor's comparison's not correct either. I mean, it really is amazing how all these supposed doctorates, I mean, they just don't understand even basic level logic that children can understand. Like, David Weiss has an excuse for not understanding that. What is Dr. Sergei Dida, a theoretical physicist? He doesn't even understand the basics of that example. And David Weiss was quick to agree with the point, too. Notice how he wasn't so triggered he couldn't even see the point. He saw that the example wasn't exactly correct, but I guess he didn't understand that Dida's example isn't correct either. And these goofs need to get called on this.
I don't know that part is actually released outside the atmosphere, though. I don't think it
It's not. But the story is it burns up before it hits the ground.
I think the last piece burns up. I think those are the original boosters that don't burn up. I think the last piece, the large part that's attached to the actual SDS, I think that's the part that burns up. I don't think the part that you're showing me is what's supposed to burn up.
Yeah, I thought I've seen video before of that thing on some barge or something, but I'll have to check that.
Yeah, so I think you're actually showing me a video of the original launcher. The other thing, Dave, I'm going to tell you is that as a videographer, once an object gets further away from me and I start using zoom, you're going to start seeing less steady focus on it, and that's what I see there. That to me looks like they're zooming in on an object that's falling away. But that's my interpretation as a videographer.
Disagree on that.
Okay. Cool.
Just another quick question on the space shuttle, on the International Space Station itself. Don't you think they should have built it on Earth and tested it first?
No, they can't.
And don't you think it would be the most filmed construction project in history? Because Mission Control would need to see what's going on.
Hey,
and there's not a single photo or video of it being built.
Sergey, do you want to take this one? Why is it that you can't build the ISS on Earth?
Well, forget that. I'll go with you. You can't build it on Earth because the structure doesn't work with gravity. Fine. What about?
No. It's
what
too
about?
heavy. They had to send it up in pieces.
That's fine. But what about? Why is there no video of it being built?
Because it was built in
you
space.
mean like building the individual modules?
Like putting them together?
No. Because they.
So they could film the moon landing, but they can't, and they can film all this stuff going on in the ISS after it was built, but they can't actually film the building of it? I mean, does Sartain not even understand how dumb he's looking here? I mean, look at his face. I mean, is this a guy with a mental disability? He doesn't, so they can film the moon landing, and they can film all this stuff on the ISS after it's built, but they can't film the actual building of it? The fact that he doesn't even understand how silly and goofy he looks defending that. I mean, if there's a legit reason and we don't know about it, that's perfectly fine. But the religious fervor on this goof's face, I mean, he's just humiliating himself so badly. Whereas the jet fighter pilot, I still have respect for this guy. I want his opinion. He should be the only one talking at this point.
They had to build it separately because they didn't have the launch capability.
No. I'm saying when a new module goes up,
You know what's funny? These little smirks on the face of the fighter pilot. Is that because he's realizing the flat earthers are making legitimate points that these two goofs can't counter? I wonder why he's making, because he's usually stone-faced, but we're catching these little smirks on some of these points. Now, is the smirk at the point being made by the flat earthers, or that these two goofs have to scramble and they can't counter the points? I mean, what's the jet fighter pilot laughing about?
The astronauts aren't going to do it on their own. Mission Control is going to be like, all right, Johnny, move it to the left, turn it this way, connect this clamp to that clamp.
I think Johnny's using the Canadarm.
There's nothing. There's no video.
You're saying there's no video of them attaching. You're saying there's no videos of the modules attaching. Is that what you're saying?
Or the very first thing.
The
what did they do first? They must have set something in space first.
Well, I mean, there's nothing. Again, going back to the Mars rover thing, because the Mars rover is dropping, and that's the first thing. There's nothing to film the Mars rover. So the first module in space has no. I don't think it has the capability of filming it.
So they can't put a camera on the rover? Like, this guy, oh man, does he actually have a mental disability? Like, it's like he's just talking for the sake of talking, and he's not actually making any legitimate points about anything. but because nobody calls him on this utter goofery. I mean, he's engaging. This is an excellent example of something called demagogue. So the strict definition here, a person, especially an orator or political leader, who gains power and popularity by arousing the emotions, passions, and prejudices of the people. As a verb, to treat or manipulate a political issue in the manner of a demagogue, obscure or distort with emotionalism, prejudice, etc., where he's not actually saying anything or making any arguments. So it's kind of just like political nonsense where he's just saying things without actually having any substance, but people who are emotional about the issue will think he's actually making some kind of points when he is not. This is an excellent example of that.
Itself, maybe it didn't. I don't know. The ISS
What dropped it off? Why couldn't it film itself? I can go outside and film myself.
But I have seen video of the Hubble coming out of the STS. So like I don't know that that's necessarily proof of anything. I don't know. Like again, guys, I can't tell you because I'd have to go Google it whether or not there's any video of an attachment of the ISS. I'm having a real hard time believing there is no ISS. I know you guys are going to come up with some reasons why because I know it's very inconvenient for flat Earth. But go ahead.
No, I mean, we can scientifically prove that the light that we see.
Why would it be inconvenient for flat Earth if there's some kind of station going over a flat Earth? I mean, this goof doesn't even have any kind of logical consistency. This is very, very sad now. I just want to hear from the jet fighter pilot. Like, I think he's a great guest. He's the only guy appearing not to be triggered of the globe earther chair. Is he even a globe earther? I don't know.
Across the sky is not the ISS.
Okay.
And it's too bright. It's movement. Like we can watch it here in Connecticut. It'll take 8 minutes to go from horizon to horizon. Well, 8 minutes, it should be in California already, but people in Ohio can't even see it. Right. And then also the brightness of it. It's brighter than any star, any planet in the sky. So how is that reflecting sunlight to my eye and not every
less than 3,000 miles away?
What?
Yeah, that's why it's not that. So a couple things. Let's get a couple things correct.
Hold on. Let me answer this. Let me answer this. So a 747 flying at cruising altitude is literally the size of a pencil eraser held at arm's length, and you could barely see it. Okay. Double the height. Scientifically, you can prove that its angular size is too small to see. Okay. Well, the ISS is 50 times higher and about the same size. 50 times higher. Its angular size impossible to see with the human eye. That's scientifically provable, but you'll just say, oh, well, it's reflecting light, and that's why you see it. That's nonsense. That's not scientific.
No one's making an argument that you can see the size of the space station. You're seeing the glint of light.
You should not be able to see it. You should not be able to see it.
Like search and rescue missions, you can see a signal mirror from miles and miles and miles and miles and miles away, even though you can't see the object itself.
Yeah, because you're reflecting the actual sun with a mirror. Is the ISS a mirror?
So, but no, it would have reflective qualities up in space, especially up in a vacuum where there's no air around it.
But how is it reflecting sunlight directly to my eyes and everyone else's eyes across the entire path of its view?
It's not always. First off, it's not always reflecting sunlight. Like.
That's interesting. So the jet fighter pilot, notice how he made his point unemotionally. So whether he's wrong or right about that, which I'll get into in a second, at least the jet fighter pilot is not in a triggered state where he's emotionally rambling to in a religious fervor. He calmly stated what he believed to be the truth. The other two goofs are incapable of doing that. Like, notice how triggered the goofs are. So let's examine this. This is a great counterpoint by Dave. Like snipers yeah, that's a good point. You wouldn't see the scope of the sniper rifle at a great distance away because it's too small. You do see the reflection off of the scope, but here's the point that Weiss was making. That reflection is not visible to everyone everywhere. It's reflected at the angle. Now, whether or not that would apply to the ISS, that's an interesting question because that would depend on the size and the power and distance of the sun as well, if it is in fact reflecting the sun's light or the moon's light or whatever. And whether or not at that distance, because depending on where the sun would be, that would dictate the angle of the reflection, just like for a sniper scope or a mirror, a tiny mirror, whatever you want to use as an example on Earth. So it is a curious question. It is a curious question. But based on the size and the alleged size and the alleged distance and how long it takes to move, with or without the visible reflection, there's a problem there. Especially during the day. Are you seeing the reflection during the day?
Well, how come it's the same brightness? It goes by
stop.
brighter than it looks like a piece of the sun.
You have solar panels and you have all sorts of surfaces oriented different directions.
Yes.
You're going to
Solar
get a
panels don't reflect sunlight.
You're going
like
to
that.
get a glint from something.
Yes.
All it needs to be is a glint. It doesn't
Let
need
me
to be a
ask you a
mirror.
quick question. Let me ask you guys a quick question. How come when they show us the ISS looking down on Earth, most of the time we don't see any land? How come there's no continents?
Sometimes you do see land. Well, can we go back to a couple of things that we talked about?
I'd like an answer to this.
Can you write that down? And I promise you, because you asked like 6 questions. So let's go back to the other questions.
You don't want to answer that one?
No, I promise you we will. Sergey, did you talk about the inverse square law for light? I asked you about that before? Did you have an answer for that?
Go ahead.
No,
say whatever you want to say.
it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about that. Okay, so the situation when you are up there in atmosphere, you are getting
No answer.
direct light without the ozone. So the light that you're receiving is very much greater than a 747 inside the atmosphere. That it has much of the light that is being broken up by ozone O3, which breaks up
I'm talking about the light coming off of 747. I'm talking about the angular size.
Yeah, but you did mention we can't see the 747, but we can see.
No, I'm talking about the angular size of the 747.
I
double its height.
You don't have to
It's
resolve
angular
it, though.
Then I apologize. I misunderstood. But the point I'm trying to make is like the idea. What was the other thing you asked? You asked something and I had an answer for it, and I can't remember. I can't remember right now. But I don't know. We keep going, man. I promise you, when I remember here in a second. I mean, go back to the thing you asked.
You're making the point of like what on the space station reflects light, and it's literally made of all sorts of different metals and everything. And when you're going to make the claim like why can we see the moon reflecting light when that's basically rock? Like a space station made of metal, you're going to get glints of light from it.
Well, actually, that is kind of my point. Also,
I'll agree with.
And again, just as regardless of whether he's correct or incorrect, you have to admire the non-triggered fashion of his responses. Like this Michael Sartain goof. I mean, he seems like some kind of like menopausal woman with these going through these extreme emotions and triggering, going from laughing to anger and just constantly talking, interrupting. I mean, even repeating what other people are saying a second after they say them. He's all over the place in his triggered state. This jet fighter pilot, this is how you speak. We need more people like this having this conversation. Now, let's assume for the sake of argument, because that's a pretty good argument, depending on the type of metal. I mean, there's all these other variables still though, so I don't know. But let's say for the sake of argument that's correct. Why are no satellites reflected, or are they so rarely reflected? Because satellites are at all these various distances. So according to Nano Avionics on their website, referencing the Union of Concerned Scientists at ucsusa.org in their satellite database, by May 1st, 2022, there are recorded 5,465 active satellites in various Earth orbits. So roughly 12% in GEO, 3% MEO, 84% LEO. So low Earth orbit, LEO, is between 500 to 1,000 kilometers. 500 kilometers, 310 miles. The ISS is approximately 250 miles above Earth. So it's a little closer. They're all various sizes, though. But if it's that easy to see, and there's literally thousands and thousands of other satellites. Now, most of them are small, but some of them are pretty large. The ISS, of course, like a football field, other satellites smaller, but some of them aren't that much smaller. But why are you not, if it's that powerful and it's because of metal reflection, not necessarily most of the thousands of satellites, but why are we not getting at least dozens, if not hundreds, of other satellites reflecting this, if this really is a case of just metal reflecting that easily? So it's just the ISS that can magically do that? Or one or two other satellites? Why are there not hundreds of satellites that are reflecting light at any given moment if it's that easy to see these glints of reflection from metal? Just a question. Again, none of this proves the shape of the Earth, but it's an interesting question.
that we get glints of light, but when we see it,
Oh, I remember what I was going to say. It's not brighter than Venus, and it's not brighter than Jupiter. That's what I was going to say.
that's what I saw. It was brighter than anything in the sky. The sky was still lit. It was the sun that just almost just set, or maybe it just set.
Okay.
The sky was still blue, and I saw this thing go by, and it looked like a piece of the sun. It was that bright.
Yeah,
and so glints is the right word, because you get a glint, right? As it reflected the sun, you wouldn't get a steady reflection. Like, you can't drive down the road in a car and use a mirror to reflect in someone's eyes unless you have a really steady hand, right? But then you can only reflect it in the one person's eyes, not all of the other people
Right,
on.
I mean, that's a good point. Yeah, especially the speed that it's moving, because when you see a sniper scope, it's a quick glint for a second. It's not a sustained glint for hours, especially if somebody is running with the sniper rifle. It would only be at a certain angle. So based on the alleged speed that the ISS is going, I mean, that's a fair point. It wouldn't be glinting reflection. I mean, I want to hear the jet fighter pilot's response to this. And also, I don't know why Weiss didn't ask about all the other thousands of satellites and why none of them are glinting, but
Both sides.
Those are rounded surfaces, and they are white, and they are exposed to pure sunlight without the atmosphere.
And have you watched any spacewalks that are done in daylight? They're not. It's not bright like that. It's not reflecting light. And then you have to remember the inverse
pretty
square law
bright.
of light. No, it's not.
another great point is, where are all the satellites from the ISS? If it's that easy for metal to glint and reflect, where are all the other thousands and thousands of satellites from the views of the ISS?
You watch these spacewalks; they're absolutely ridiculous.
The ISS
They're absolutely ridiculous, and
is the brightest thing in the sky. Well, I mean, the third after the sun and moon.
Well, no, it's not brighter than Venus. Guys, I'm not gonna. No,
Way brighter.
I'm gonna win this one tonight. Okay, tonight when you guys, if you want to go see sunset or sunrise and you see the planet Venus, you will not see the ISS anywhere near the luminosity of Venus. And
All right, so I'm going to have to stop this goof right there, because straight from airandspace.si.edu, the National Air and Space Museum's official website here, stating here, ISS does not have exterior lights for us to see, but it does reflect sunlight at its brightest. The ISS is even brighter than Venus, brighter than anything else in the sky except the sun and the moon. Okay, so this goof, he's not even defending the faith properly. This scientism cultist goof, and notice how his ego is so out of control. Like, he's this much of a narcissist, he has to add in, oh, I'm going to win this one. Where he's clearly, demonstrably, absolutely dead wrong that the ISS cannot be brighter than Venus. It is actually several magnitudes brighter. Let's also look at the American Museum of Natural History. Perhaps Sartain has heard of it. I mean, it's a staple in the cult of scientism. Even here, we're going to have some very interesting information that, of course, Sartain is so utterly clueless. But notice with the definitiveness this narcissist is speaking, despite his utter and complete cluelessness on this subject, as well as every single other subject encountered thus far. How to Spot the International Space Station and Other Satellites by Joe Rao, July 1st, 2009. And this is, of course, American Museum of Natural History, amnh.org. So On favorable passes, it can appear as bright as Venus at magnitude negative 4.5 and some 16 times brighter than Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky. Some have made estimates as bright a magnitude as negative 5 or negative 6 for the station. And as a bonus, sunlight glinting directly off the solar panels can sometimes make the ISS appear to briefly flare in brilliance to as bright a magnitude as negative 8, more than 16 times brighter than Venus. So we're not talking slightly brighter, but in certain conditions, nobody's arguing it always appears brighter than Venus 100% of the time. But in certain conditions, occasionally, it of course can be many, many, many times, up to 16, more than 16 times brighter than Venus. And this goof is hallucinating that he's going to win this one. I mean, the utter cluelessness here. Have we ever seen anybody this clueless in a flat earth debate thus far? I'm not sure we have. I mean, this is incredibly noticeable. It's not like we're talking like a tiny little bit brighter. So this goof who's claiming he's going to win this one is absolutely dead wrong, to the point where he can't even double check basic websites on satellites and satellite info and brightness levels of the ISS and Venus. I mean, this goof is humiliating himself so badly here, but his Dunning-Kruger is so off the charts, he doesn't even realize how he's utterly humiliating himself with this goofery here. I mean, he's so dead wrong about all of these things, he doesn't even understand his religion. It's like a religious person trying to preach their religious scrolls, but they're not even getting the information on their own scrolls correctly. I mean, that's how silly this goof is.
And it's not even close to Jupiter. It is not brighter than Jupiter or Venus. And it's not brighter than the moon either. So
I'll look it up.
Okay, we will do. No, it's not look it up. I'm an amateur astronomer. I look at it every night, and I try to look at the ISS. To be honest with you, I can't really see it with the naked eye. The ISS is kind of...
And he's this clueless? Nobody's claiming it's always brighter than Venus, but it obviously at certain times, at its maximum brightness, it is much brighter than Venus.
Maybe where you guys live, I live in Las Vegas. Obviously, it's the brightest fucking city in the world, but I can't see the ISS. I can see Jupiter and Venus every single night.
Oh, you'd be able to see it.
Okay, well, I'll try. I've tried a few times and I can't really see it. Maybe if I go up to Mount Charleston, but I disagree with you. Now, here's the thing: I don't care. Like it's fine. I understand that you guys. The problem is the empiricism, right? You guys don't even want to start with the existence of the ISS even being there. So us having this argument where like I'm doing Brazilian jiu-jitsu and you guys are doing kickboxing. We're not even like arguing on the same plane of existence at this point. I do believe the ISS.
Nobody's claiming. Who's claiming it's not? There's something there, whether it's Satelloon based or whatever. Nobody's, I mean, are flat earthers claiming there's nothing at all up there? Not even a Satelloon being passed off as the ISS? Not even some kind of hologram projection? I mean, this goof is so utterly clueless, not only about his own position in the cult of scientism, because he doesn't even have all these facts and figures correct, but he doesn't understand their viewpoint either. So not only are these all inaccurate straw men, but he can't even argue his own side. That's why this is why I propose this entire thing's a psyop. Because they get these clueless goofs arguing for the heliocentric globe so poorly, so utterly devoid of basic logic or reason or even understanding of the scientific method, that it's going to cause an increase in flat earthers. I mean, the only non-triggered guy here is the jet fighter pilot, and he's not even saying that much.
Exists. I think there's plenty of proof for it, but I also believe we landed on the moon in '69, so we can go into that. Keep going.
Did you know that there was 5 shuttles launched at the same time? There's proof right here. Amateur. These are amateur videos. What all these people on the boats
that doesn't necessarily mean that those are shuttles.
No, these are 5 shuttles at the same time, and they're letting go of their tanks right here.
I believe
this is absolute proof because
I believe those are missiles out of Vandenberg Air Force Base.
No, there's not. These are 5. These are people. These are ISSs. 5 of them at the same time with people on them looking down at the Earth.
Aren't you having your cake and eating it too, though, when you're telling us that these videos are proof, but then discounting our videos?
Well, what I'm telling you is you're totally missing the point. Look, there, you can see there's one, there's another one, and there's a third.
So again, right or wrong, at least he asked the question in a non-triggered fashion, which is a good question, actually. I mean, it all goes back to burden of proof, though. Because what does that prove? That they were launched? That doesn't prove flat or globe in either way, so that's the difference there, not to mention... the burden of proof is on positive claims. One is not called upon to prove negative. I really wish in a lot of these debates they just did a 5-minute breakdown on logical fallacies, just basic logic 101, and the scientific method. So then we wouldn't get questions like that. But again, at least he's asking these questions in a non-trigger. I mean, the good thing about this debate is we have a clear example here of a non-triggered individual engaging in this kind of conversation, which is awesome because we usually don't get that. I mean, is this the first time there's a non-triggered heliocentric globe, if that's what he believes? It appears that he's on their side. He's there on the show. So, again, but I appreciate the fact that he's not triggered, just because all we've gotten are triggered ramblings from these religious cultists hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of scientism, where this guy, he's making decent points, asking decent questions. Obviously, a lot of it is baseless, but he's doing it in a non-triggered fashion, which I have to give this guy credit for.
Third one, and there's two more. What I'm showing you is this is stuff that you guys believe. We don't believe this. This is fake as fuck.
Okay, so before we go into this, Dave, because you got Mr. Kelly up there, and you're going to show the video where.
But notice that he started to show you something that completely is fake, and you started to make excuses for why it's real.
No, I'm not making excuses for why it's real. It's just I've heard.
You said, "Oh, I think those are missiles. I think that they're this. I think that you just wouldn't even take the step of, oh, maybe that's just a fake video." Right, which it is. It's just, there's no 5 shuttles that have ever gone up. Somebody with a VFX program made it. Maybe.
Wow, Jaronism on point. Just the complete exposing of this triggered Dunning-Kruger goof. Where at least the jet fighter pilot, like, notice how he made a legit point. Okay, well, maybe this is real, maybe this is fake. Are you doing the same thing by, believing, disbelieving, whatever? That's a fairly legit point. He didn't just scramble emotionally to hallucinating missiles or whatever, like this Michael Sartain goof.
I don't know, but I do know that there was missiles that came out of Vandenberg Air Force Base that people thought were UFOs. That's why I said that. And also Vandenberg's right. Yeah, that's essentially why I said that. But going back to the other thing.
What does that have anything to do with this? Let's talk about this. And let's talk about bears. Oh, I don't know anything about bears, but these snakes over in the desert, I know that those are real. Like, he's trying to talk about polar bears. He's like, oh, I don't know about that, but these snakes are real. Therefore, that justified my comment about the missiles. I mean, wow, I really do have to consider that this Michael Sartain guy might have a legitimate mental disability, because I don't know what's going on here. And this Dr. Sergei Dida guy also offered nothing but a quote from a sci-fi author about magic. That was his explanation. For extreme thrust and temperatures, not even singeing a tiny little fence. All he could come up with was magic. But at least this jet fighter guy, I really appreciate the fact that this guy's not triggered. Like, that's all we have here on the heliocentric globe side. A non-triggered guy, even though he can't really provide any proofs or actually, offer any truly valid points, at least he's not triggered, and that's huge, because we haven't seen that yet.
Keep going. I don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead. No, but to your point, Jaron, I have to be intellectually honest. I've listened to so many of you guys.
I don't want to interrupt you. While continuing to talk, keep going. And then before he allows him to keep going, he continues talking. That's how triggered this goof is. He really does seem like some kind of menopausal old woman in just having a mental breakdown. Even though it appears to be not that severe, he can't even pause for a second. Like, he's so fidgety and triggered. Like, he couldn't even stop shaking his fingers when they were discussing whatever previous point about the video. I mean, this is just insane. The level of triggering here is just off the charts.
Podcast. That's why I'm preempting these things. It's not because I'm trying to just not let you speak. So I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you.
No problem.
Can I go back to why we don't?
So he's just lumping them all in with all these hasty generalization fallacies. But here's the thing. If he has a severe English comprehension deficiency, it doesn't matter how many he's listened to if he didn't comprehend any of them, which it seems like he didn't based on the straw man here, because he's not even straw manning correctly.
See land. Does anybody want to say, why you believe this is the Earth? And where's the land?
It's really, again, we're going back to the empirical thing. I would have to look at all the video from all the ISS.
Does Sergey want to comment on this? I mean, is this proof that the ISS is real?
I don't.
I mean, I don't know what part of the Earth it's over.
There absolutely are videos where you can see land.
Would this? Okay, so this one doesn't show land. Is this proof that the ISS is up there, or could this be fake?
It's proof that there's a video in front of you. It's not proof of anything.
Right. So that's. Thank you for pointing that out. So this is not proof. This is
See, this is the thing. Like, if it's not proof of anything, then why is he bringing it up as proof in other instances? I mean, just the lack of consistency here from this goof. It's weird because he's definitely not completely brain dead. Like, he's not a vegetable because he can recognize certain concepts. The problem is he's not applying them consistently, and then of course he doesn't even understand the very basics of logic and reason or the scientific method, which is very clear from this whole discussion / debate. I mean, this is rough.
As good as what the ISS shows us. But this isn't real because we filmed this. Now, how did we film this? How did we get up that high? Right? The answer is it's so easy to fake things. We're filming up, and you can't even tell that it's up. This is filmed from our front yard.
Flat Earth, like, what does it help you understand the world? That's what I'm most curious about.
So much.
Okay. Yeah. Jaron, you go first.
Oh, I wouldn't even know where to start. I mean, it's just... I think, can I talk about a quote?
I mean, that's a weird question, too. Because is the pursuit of truth some kind of post hoc logical fallacy where it has to somehow help understand something or it isn't true? Instead of objective, logical, and neutral pursuit of truth, the very fact that he asked that question actually shows that he's not interested in any kind of logical, scientific, or honest discussion of any kind. I'm still not sure about the jet pilot, though. Like, he still seems cool. Like, I can't really tell. He's still got a semi-stone cold expression, but it looks like, I don't know. Is he wondering why these two goofs on him can't actually rebut anything logically? I mean, he was laughing at it before. I mean, or who knows what he was laughing at. But it's curious, because now it's almost like... there's some gears turning in his head. Is it that he does have a legitimate argument? He doesn't want to interrupt the two goofs that are on with him. Or maybe he will. Like I said, this is like really the only decent guy here because he's clearly not triggered. And we haven't seen this before. That's why I continue to point it out. Because it's very rare to get a guy representing the heliocentric globe for whatever reason to not get triggered. And this is the first time I've seen this, so this is interesting.
That I heard, because I know you guys are big into science, so I'll just tell you what got me on this path. Is,
sure.
First of all, Edwin Hubble, if you read his quote about the expanding universe, all his observations showed him that we're the center of the universe. That's what he saw. What he said is, we can't disprove that. Sergey, you're already shaking your head. I'll show you the quote. He said, we cannot disprove that the Earth's the center of the universe. However, he says, we have to avoid it at all costs. We must avoid it at all costs. It is the absolute horror of a unique position. So these scientists back then thought that being the center of the Earth or center of the universe was so abhorrent, was so disgusting that they would do anything they could to make sure that wasn't true. And he quoted as saying that. That's one. The second thing is George Ellis, who's a mainstream physicist, said that he can construct a physically symmetrical universe with the Earth at its center, and it'd be impossible to disprove with observations. And he says, what we're doing in cosmology is we're choosing our models based on philosophical grounds, and he says a lot of cosmology tries to hide that. That's a quote.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when I hear that, when you hear that, when you hear that a lot of cosmology tries to hide that, how do you not have a question about your science that you've obviously given your life to or you believe in fully, yet you've just had a physicist tell you that a lot of cosmology, which is a science, is trying to hide something from you? How are you okay with that?
No. So here's the point, right?
Okay.
So imagine we are on there's Edwin Hubble here on Earth taking his measurements. Okay. And then there's alien Edwin Hubble across the galaxy taking his own measurements. Okay. Here's the point. They would have essentially the same quote, basically saying, based on my measurements, I can't,
Right, but we don't know anybody else exists. We don't know anything else exists. Just us. So
but
you're taking a pretty big leap, right?
Those.
Wow, talk about a non-congruent argument. Whoa, that had nothing to do with anything. I mean, this guy's so triggered. I mean, just the fact that he brought out that magic quote from a sci-fi writer to refute any kind of damage from like all of this incredible thrust and temperatures generated where there's not even a singe on the fence. Forget melting the fence. There's not even a tiny little singe evident on that fence. I mean, this goof got so triggered. It really does seem like this PhD guy definitely has some kind of mental disability just from his expressions and the way that he can't articulate properly. There's definitely something weird going on with his mental state, and possibly nothing to do with getting triggered by flat Earth debate. He just does not seem to be able to logically discuss anything from what we've seen here. So clearly, even if he's correct about everything, clearly the wrong guy to be having any kind of logical or scientific discussion here. And I mean, I don't even know where to begin with what he just spewed. So a theoretical someone else would theoretically come up with what is the basis for that? And would that even be true? Because again, without presupposing, I mean, how many stacks of presupposition are you doing? And also, Jeranism didn't even bring up the Copernican principle, the principle documentary, all the measured cosmic radiation showing the Earth is the center of the universe. I mean, yeah, it's a little tough here, because if this guy's just going to throw just random jargon and nonsensical, not just strawman, non-congruent arguments, I mean, it's nothing but fallacy here, but it's not even like a general average fallacy. I mean, this guy's completely mentally gone. I mean, he's just bringing up nonsense that, I mean, non sequitur. I mean, it just, there's literally nothing of substance to what he's saying.
Those two scientists, those two observers, okay, as they would perceive, they just see all the universe expanding out away from them.
No, but you're basing that off of what Edwin Hubble said. So you're making a statement.
And he just stacked a whole bunch of circular reasoning logical fallacies, because if you don't even know what the universe is, I mean, if there's only one snow globe and it's a simulation, there is no one else anywhere to take any observations. But this goof, look at his face. He doesn't even understand. He doesn't even have a fundamental level grasp of basic logic that he thinks what he just brought up was legitimate. I mean, it's really sad to see when these goofs are so far gone into the cult of authority worship that their Dunning-Kruger is so off the charts, he can't even comprehend his own utter goofery here while he humiliates himself in front of a bunch of flat earthers. I mean, this is insane.
True, before you're going to the next statement.
So, okay.
How do we know we look the same forever?
Imagine the following, okay? So we're living in a raisin bread, okay? You're sitting on one of the raisins, okay? And now David is sitting on another of the raisins, okay? Mm-hmm. And we put you in the oven and we start cooking the bread.
Okay.
And so the bread starts rising.
So he's presupposing there's more than one raisin. I mean, look at this guy's face, the religious fervor as he defends his cult with faith. And he looks like he's almost getting frustrated and annoyed that these other individuals are not throwing away logic like he did and just imagine, let's go through all these imaginations and hallucinations to justify the faith. How dare you not hallucinate with me to justify the faith? I mean, look at the religious fervor on this guy's face. Very, very sad showing here by this supposed PhD.
Right.
Okay. From your perspective,
hold on, let him go, Dave. Let him go.
Let him finish.
Yeah. From your perspective, you're going to see all the raisins going away from you, right? Because you see all that dough rising and it expands.
Right.
From David's perspective, he's going to see all the raisins receding away from him because all that dough is expanding. And so if you guys if you call each other on the phone, you're like, hey, what do you see? You'd say, oh, I see all the other raisins expanding away from me.
Okay.
Okay. So then we're left with a philosophical quandary. Okay. We can basically say, okay, the raisin that I'm sitting on is special, right? My raisin's at the center of the bread.
Correct.
Because I see all these other raisins expanding away from me.
Okay.
That would be a philosophical choice. Okay. It's actually a deep philosophical choice, right? Okay. That's kind of like what the religious perspective was in with the Catholic Church.
Correct. The ancient conception of a central earth.
Yes. Now, the other philosophical point.
And his religious perspective from the religion of scientism is that he has to pretend to know that there's more than one raisin. I mean, the level of goofery and hypocrisy here off the charts.
You can have, okay, is you can say, well, in fact, there's nothing special about our position. And in fact, the universe should be, and these are the two operative terms, homogeneous and isotropic.
Okay.
Right? Homogeneous means basically things are spread out, uniformly, like homogenized milk. And isotropic, meaning whichever direction I look, the universe on large enough scales looks the same.
Okay.
And that's a philosophical choice, right? So when you write down your cosmology model, right,
or you could just take the logical position, the logical scientific position, where you wouldn't presuppose that there's other reasons just based on hallucinations. You would only look at what can be definitively proven without defaulting to faith and fallacy and hallucination like this scientism cultist here, Dr. Sergei Dida.
Making that choice, you're saying, do I want to study a homogeneous and isotropic cosmology? And that's the choice that Hubble made, even though he couldn't empirically prove that, it is homogeneous and isotropic.
Right.
We could be in a privileged position.
Right.
Or alternatively, you could take the Christian church position and say, no, the Earth is special. Okay. And in fact, we should have a cosmology based on.
So now let's imagine that you and I live back then, and we hate the church. We see the problems with the church. The church is terrible. They're doing crusades. They are on a tear. They're sending people over to the United States to basically subject these people to slavery. Okay, so we don't like them. Just because we don't like them does not allow us to then not choose that viewpoint, because that's not science. You can't just make the decision that, well, we don't like the church, and this is what science did. Science hated the church so much that they constructed their own scientific idea, and they pushed everybody away from the church. I agree with that. I don't want the church in charge either, but it doesn't make it true, right? So just showing you this, I don't know if you can see my screen, but I'm just showing you here where this is the quote from Edwin Hubble, but he's talking about, such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous in a sense to a central Earth, right? But he says this hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcomed and would be accepted only as a last resort in order to save the phenomenon. Therefore, we disregard the possibility. So this is your science when these guys are going out there and they're making decisions not based on any evidence. They're making decisions based on their worldview. Their worldview is religion sucks. We don't think we're special. We think we're we're just out in the middle of nowhere, just flying around space. And so they basically, and then he comes back and says this, but the unwelcome supposition of a favored location, meaning the idea that we're the center, must be avoided at all costs. This is not science, my friends. Right. This is not science. This is the worldview.
So let's talk about two different things. Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me just finish this up. So such a favored position, of course, is intolerable. It's intolerable. That's great science. Therefore, in order to restore homogeneity and to escape the horror of a unique position. So just because these guys hated God and hated religion doesn't make them correct in their suppositions of just saying, you know what, how else would this work? And somebody said, what about if we live on a raisin bread? And they're like, you know what, that's it, that'll work. Let's live on a raisin bread. That's what they did.
Well, here's the point, right? When you're constructing your model, right, of the universe, you do have to make these philosophical choices, right? And often
why not study both?
Well, hold on. Wait,
that's what you do.
Wait, what do you mean, right? Why not just utilize the scientific method? Like, why are you arbitrarily constructing models just for the sake of not believing in other models? Why not just be objective, logical, neutral, and follow the scientific method? Notice how these scientism cultists never advocate for a position of objectivity. See, if they were true scientists, truly about the science, there would be an objective, logical, neutral position. Not, oh, you're constructing this model or that model, so you have to go this way, you have to pick teams and all this nonsense, all of this religious faith. I mean, that's very curious. Again, the only person I want to hear from here is the jet fighter pilot, because I just really want non-triggered arguments.
Right, well, you do study.
Sergey, before you go on, there's his observations, and then there's his interpretation of those observations. Those are two different things. His observation shows that these galaxies were receding away from us. His then interpretation that means he could not. It doesn't mean he proved we were the center of the universe.
The demagogue continues. I mean, that's really the best word to describe this goof, this Michael Sartain goof. Demagogue, because he's using all these words, but he's not actually saying anything. He's not making any legitimate points. He's going for all these straw man, red herring, non sequiturs. I mean, nothing but faith and fallacy in this triggered state. Now, I have to admit, he's not going completely off the rails in a triggered fashion like Bryant Myers or all these other goofs that have argued for the heliocentric globe. But notice how triggered he is versus the jet fighter pilot. The jet fighter pilot, perfect example of not triggered. They should just defer everything. Just let this guy speak, because he can actually, everything he's saying is not going to be chalked up to emotion like these two other goofs.
He said we could not disprove. He could not prove or disprove because, like he said before, with the raisin perspective, where we're sitting on different raisins in the raisin bread, I cannot prove or disprove that I am the center. What I can do is look at Proxima Centauri and Vega, and I can look at Betelgeuse.
If it was real science, wouldn't you at that point say we're going to study both because we can't make a decision yet? We don't have the proper evidence?
Edwin Hubble was not part of NASA. Like, it's not real. Like, while I'm with you that Edwin Hubble, his opinion may have been that he is not the definition of what.
Wait, what does Hubble have to do with NASA? He's talking about before NASA how these astronomers, because what is Sartain smoking here? Who said he was part of NASA?
Real science is, and there's a difference between his observations and his Edwin Hubble said some racist shit too. Okay,
no, but
everything is based off that though.
If you go and you decide, okay, we're going to study homogeneous isotropic cosmologies, you're going to go ahead and
non sequitur. I mean, you can see how triggered this goof Sartain is. Like, he's made more irrelevant points than I think anybody in any flat Earth debate ever. Like, the most non sequiturs to the highest degree. How are his statements about other things relevant about his observations? Now, he's saying Sartain is not understanding the very fundamental point of frame of reference. Because if he did, he wouldn't be making an utter fool of himself here with these statements. Because the interpretation of the observation and the observation, that's completely irrelevant based on your frame of reference. How can you interpret it differently? Based on where you are. If you were somewhere else, sure. But based on where you are, so for purpose of the Earth, if you're on the Earth, there is no other way to interpret what you're seeing right in front of your own face based on where you are. So if this goof doesn't even understand frame of reference, I mean, this is junior high level physics. I mean, why is he even on here? I mean, is it really just to make an utter fool of himself? I feel bad for this Sartain guy. It's like he has some kind of mental disability nobody ever told him. Same thing with this doctor. The only cool, solid, non-emotional, allegedly on the globe side, is Adam Boole-Tell here, the F-18 instructor pilot, and he's barely speaking.
And make a whole bunch of discoveries and predictions about what does happen in the universe.
Mm-hmm. But it doesn't make it right, correct?
No. He is saying it makes it right. He's saying he found a predictable model by doing the isotropic homogeneous.
If you have two models,
and
right,
one must be avoided at all costs.
One correct prediction, and the other one makes.
Wait a second. The flat Earth cosmology has perfect predictions too. I mean, are these goofs? I mean, they have to be mentally disabled. I mean, these points are so obvious. Do they not understand anything about all these monoliths and pyramids built with flat Earth cosmology with perfect predictions of eclipses, solstices, all of the astronomical bodies? I mean, their predictions were perfect. Does that mean their model's perfect? I mean, these goofs aren't even on a children's level logic foundation. Like, these are the most wrong guys to be discussing this. Like, where are all the logical globe Earth defenders? This is the problem here. This is why I keep saying this must be some kind of psyop. Because you only have one guy, this F-18 instructor here. This is the only guy I've ever seen on any flat Earth debate ever on the heliocentric globe that's not triggered and not arguing less than a 4-year-old mentality. Because the points he made, correct or incorrect, were made logically, soundly, succinctly, without all this emotional triggering like these other two give.
10. What about if 10 correct predictions is better?
What about if one it must be avoided at all costs?
It doesn't make it not true. The idea that he wants to make it avoided at all costs. You're right. If you're trying to make
you're basically saying we did study both.
Time out.
Did we study both?
If you were trying to make the assertion that Edmund Hubble did not want the Earth to be the center of the universe for his own anti-religious beliefs, I am not going to disagree with you on that.
What about all of science? Science?
What I'm saying is, if there was a hypothesis where it was the center of the universe, we would try to disprove that hypothesis, and we have, because let me finish, because of Betelgeuse, because of fucking Rigel, because of Vega, because of Proxima Centauri.
How so? Let's see if he answers how so instead of just religious meanderings and demagogue.
because of all these other stars that we can see that have, and we can tell the size of these stars, we can tell the chemical makeup of these stars.
Hold on. How do you tell the size of the stars?
Spectroscopy. That's
Wait, hold on.
Again, all false. All faith and fallacy. He had nothing to support this position. And I don't know why the flat earthers here aren't bringing up frame of reference, because this goof isn't even on like a third grade level here. Not even second. I mean, come on. Frame of reference is so basic in physics, and these goofs just seem completely and utterly lost, or they know about it and are intentionally avoiding mentioning frame of reference. How do stars moving in the sky prove or disprove a model? I mean, if these goofs can't even grasp that basic concept, they're clearly on the wrong show or on the wrong topic here. But we have to be grateful for them, because this is such a great lesson for logical fallacies. This is why I dissect flat earth debates, because no other debates have this many fallacies in rapid fire. No other debates have this level of triggered goofs humiliating themselves because they're so emotional that their faith has been questioned and they can't defend it logically, but they have to pretend they can to maintain the faith and defend their cult. The only exception I've ever seen thus far is this fighter pilot guy. They need to let him speak more.
Okay, I just have to ask. So you're talking about the not Edwin Hubble, but the other guy, Martin. You're saying that he's wrong when he says he can construct a spherical.
So now he turned into a 4-year-old, just repeating ad nauseum repetition fallacy. As if that proves anything. I've gone over this on the Flat Earth Dave versus Professor Dave, and Professor Dave didn't understand spectroscopy. This goof obviously doesn't either, based on the mediums required. I mean, I don't know if they're going to start talking about ether or the containment in order to execute the spectroscopy, and also, again, the false cause logical fallacy, and again, the complete abandonment of the scientific method, because you have to clearly delineate dependent variable, independent variable controls, not just say spectroscopy, like a 4-year-old doesn't even know what it is, but has to pretend he does, because he's that much of a clueless narcissist getting exposed. These are the only tactics he has left, I guess.
Symmetrical universe with the Earth at its center, and it cannot be disproved by any observation.
So yeah, I am saying
that physicist is wrong.
I'm saying that that physicist is wrong. Yes, I'm saying, like, listen. Here's the thing. If here's one thing else we could do. You ever use Steadicam, or you use a video and you can actually go in Adobe Premiere and you can apply Steadicam to it. You can make the center of that image the center of the screen, no matter where the image goes. And so, from a philosophical standpoint, like exactly what Dr. Dida said, if you want to choose and say, hey man, no matter what I learn from cosmology, no matter what I learn from science, I'm going to believe that the Earth is the center of the universe. You could do that and just say the universe sort of rotates. You could, in some weird form of philosophical way, you could say, well, yes.
And they just did the opposite of that. They just believe no matter what that the Earth is not, and it's going around the sun. So the psychological projection on point. Also, this goof, it made another non-congruent logical fallacy example here. The movement of the stars clearly moving around on the same path for however many years, which appear to have the Earth at its center just based on basic star trails, that's a lot different than an arbitrary point being selected in Adobe Premiere and making that the center, and no matter what. Because, I mean, this guy is so goofy here. We might have a new champion in the most clueless. I don't know about the amount of fallacies. I don't know if he's going to beat Bryant Myers. But to the extent that they are fallacious. I mean, this level of utter goofery we haven't seen yet. I mean, even Professor Dave, who was completely, utterly clueless, he was just spamming ad homs. Not quite the same thing as this lack of understanding from this Sartain goof.
I mean, the Earth does go around.
It's not a weird form. It's just relativity, right?
What do you mean?
Relativity says that you cannot choose whether we're going around the sun or the sun goes around us.
Okay, that's fine. That's okay. What I can say, though, is the sun has a greater gravitational mass than the Earth, and that the Earth is affected by the sun's mass and then goes around in a circle with relative to the sun. Yes, I can say that. I can also say that the moon's mass is 2% the Earth's mass, and I can say that it goes around the Earth.
Well, you can say anything. It doesn't make it true, though. So is there any actual evidence to back up the claim, or just faith and hallucination? That's the question here, because he hasn't provided any actual evidence yet.
Every 28 days. Now, if you want to say, now here's what we do. Now we make the moon the center of the galaxy. And now we say, now the entire solar system is...
Well, you could say that again, but how can you prove it without resorting to faith and fallacy? Anyone can say anything.
rotating around the moon. If you want
could
to
say
make
that
that,
as well.
if you want to make that perspective, that's fine. But we're going nowhere because that doesn't prove the Earth is round or flat. Like,
So
The Michelson-Morley experiment in the
Right.
early 1900s showed that there's no preferred frame.
Correct.
but these people came after
So why do we
Edwin
teach?
Hubble.
Why are you teaching students that we go around the sun if there's no preferred frame?
I don't know about that. What do you mean preferred frame? That depends on whether there's ether or not ether. Again, without demonstrating dependent, independent variables and controls, I mean, how can anybody say anything with scientific validity? I mean, you could just say it, but where's the scientific validity to back it up? So far, we've seen nothing from these two goofs.
Why would you ever teach that if you just disproved it with your previous sentence?
Actually, wrong again, Mr. Sartain, you utter goof. Michelson-Morley experiment was started in 1887. Hubble came after them. Hubble was born after the experiment. Hubble was born November 20th in 1889. So this goof doesn't even have his timeline correct, but you could see, like, he's too much of a narcissist to even consider the possibility that he's wrong. Like, his ego has got him on such short strings. That's why he's making such an utter fool of himself here.
I didn't know. It's
No, so
The Earth
so
does go around.
There's a difference between
But there's no
like
preferred-
one object going around another and saying that there's a preferred reference frame, right? So preferred reference frame means that there's a privileged observer that, okay, that observer, his measurements are correct, and other observers, they're not correct. They have to be taken relative to that preferred observer.
Right. So somebody
Okay.
on Earth can say the sun goes around.
I mean, these two goofs, they're just engaging in endless demagogue because wouldn't the star trails crisscross each other? So the fact that they don't, and they're making perfect travel paths in star trails, again, I'm not claiming that that has anything to do with the shape of the Earth. But if there's all these different movements of the Earth going around the sun while the whole galaxy is hurling through the universe at unimaginable speeds, while all these other stars are have their own gravitational pulls with all these other stars all over the place in other galaxies, the fact that the star trails are easily observable, what does preferred mean? It's just objective, empirically verifiable reality of the path of the stars relative to the observer observing them. So if there were crisscrossing star trails, then you could say, wait a second, what does that prove? But the fact that there's observably the star trails make perfect paths and it appears that everything is moving around the Earth, it's not like there's two different ways to interpret that. There's one way. Now, if you have definitive proof that it only looks like that and that's not what's really happening, that's fine. I'm not claiming that the Earth is geocentric. I'm just saying, based on the observations of the star trails, it's not like there's two different ways to observe that. There's not.
Them and somebody on the sun can say the Earth goes around them, and neither one has a preferred position.
Okay.
Neither one can be considered correct.
So,
Hold on.
so you're taking
Wait, we're
from
still talking. We're in the middle of a conversation here. So why would we teach children that then?
I'm confused. I don't understand.
By no preferred position, you just said that neither person can say that they are correct. If you're standing on Earth and you're making measurements, you can't say that.
The first honest statement. He is very confused. He doesn't even have the basics of the scientific method.
That person's correct. And if you're standing on the sun taking measurements, you can't say that person's correct. So therefore, even though somebody on the Earth thinks the sun's going around them and somebody on the sun thinks the Earth's going around them, neither one of them are correct. There's no preferred position. So therefore, why are you teaching children?
There is a real answer. So, okay, this is a misconception, okay? So there is a real answer, right? So, okay, let's say we're both on Earth, right? And then you get on a boat, right? And you start going, right? And we wait like 10 hours. 10 hours later, right? If we can ask the question, okay, am I going away from you or are you going away from me, right? Now, if David didn't hear the little spiel I gave before, right, he'd be like, well, there's no way of me knowing, right? Maybe Sergei's on land and the land's receding away from the boat, or Jaren's on his boat going away from the land, right? But in reality, we know what happened, right? There is a history of what happened, right? You got on the boat, you accelerated, and then you were going at some velocity away from the land. And so objectively, the boat is moving away from the land, not the other way around. Okay? So
Again, non-congruent argument, because you would have to have an additional individual, so guy in the Earth, guy in the sun, then you'd have to have someone else, right, to verify the two other viewpoints. Again, these guys don't understand frame of reference. Like, this is so weird how they're not even on this PhD is not even on a children's level understanding of even basic logic. It's very sad.
What I'm trying to say is that the universe is consistent. Okay, there is a correct answer. The philosophical point I was making earlier is that there are no preferred observers, right? What that means is that if you
He keeps red herring to this philosophical, which has nothing to do with any of this. Because if you're just defaulting the scientific method, which you can and can't prove without appealing to faith and fallacy, why are you talking about philosophy? I mean, he's doing it as a diversion, I guess, because he doesn't have any real arguments. So he just keeps spamming this red herring. I mean, it's really sad.
You go and you write down your physics equations while you're on the boat, and I go and I write my physics equations while I'm on the land. Okay, those two are going to tell a consistent story, and we can't say like objectively Sergey's right, Jaron's wrong. Both those descriptions are correct, and they in fact have to agree. That's the whole point of physics.
Okay.
The point of there not being any preferred observers means that there isn't a preferred frame of reference. You can't just say, oh, like my measurements are right and yours are wrong. They both
Why are they teaching that we go around the sun?
No. So yeah, you're missing
because
the point.
objectively we are.
So here's the point, right? The reason why
How can you say
How do you
that?
mean objectively we are?
Time out. The
Can we
reason.
keep talking to Sergey? Okay.
Okay, hold on. So here's the reason why. So going back to what he said, because he said it twice, and you guys didn't really hear what he's trying to say. He's trying to say there is no preferred, there is no privileged. What is it? Reference or privilege? What did you?
Psychological projection. They fully understood what he said based on their answers, which clearly proved they understood his red herring. What Sartain is so goofy, he didn't understand what either one of them said, because otherwise he wouldn't be saying this. Because he's clearly the goofiest one here, who English comprehension is highly in dispute now, because he doesn't even understand the basics of frame of reference.
You said there is no privileged observer. So like you guys are like, well, there is no privileged observer. Therefore, I can say that the sun goes.
This Sartain goof doesn't even know what Dida just said, but he can't control the verbal diarrhea, so he has to pretend he understood it and just spew all this nonsense while not even remembering or understanding. I mean, forget understanding. The goof doesn't even remember what Dida just said while he's attempting to lecture other people about not understanding something. I mean, this level of goofery, really haven't seen this before.
Around the Earth. Wait a second.
That has nothing to do with anything. Because if you're demanding evidence according to the scientific method, then what? You're not going to presuppose. So Sartain missed the points from everybody on how they relate to what the subject here anyway. Because he's in his own world and his ego is so stratospheric, he can't even comprehend the fact that he didn't even understand it. Look how fast he's going to jump in. Because he just wants to talk. He just wants to engage in demagogue. He doesn't actually want to have any logical, meaningful scientific dialogue. Although, like, notice how he's never pausing to reflect to truly make sure he understood. His ego already pretends he understood, even if he didn't. So he's just jumping in immediately.
No, that's not what we're
say
saying.
that. We never said that.
That's not what we're saying.
Asked you, why are you teaching?
Actually, Jaron, you did say that a few minutes
He did
ago.
not say that.
Okay.
He said, "Why are you teaching the Earth goes around the sun? Why is science teaching a preferred?"
So yeah, the English comprehension just not there from Sartain. I mean, this goof is not even on a children's level English, logical, or scientific comprehension level. That much is clear. Again, I just want to hear from the jet pilot. They should just avoid talking to these two other goofs. I think this could be a very interesting discussion if they just talk to the jet pilot only.
Reference frame.
Well, in this case,
no. So that's different. It's not saying that there's a preferred reference frame. Okay. What that's saying is that objectively, the Earth is going around the center of mass of the Earth and the sun, and the sun's much more massive, and so it's much closer to the sun. So the sun.
How do you know what size the sun is?
How is that objective? Does this guy not know what the word objective means? I mean, these guys are plummeting the depths of even flat earth debate. I mean, this is just, I feel so embarrassed for these poor goofs. They both appear to have some kind of severe mental deficiency or disability, but again, their egos won't allow them to confront that, so we're just going to keep getting this the whole time, unfortunately, probably.
Again, you're assuming the sun is more massive than the Earth when it doesn't appear to be. I mean, when we look at the
you can measure it by measuring what the orbital period is and Kepler's
No,
law.
no, no. You can't, because you don't know whether
You're
the sun
taking
is
Kepler's
circling
laws.
around us. Right. When the sun being 93 million miles away is just a made up story on an assumption that we live on a ball with a radius just under 4,000 miles. But how did you get R? Where did R come from? Okay. Nobody knows. The way we got the radius of the Earth was, or because we think we're the same size as Venus and it transited the sun. It's all nonsense.
They got lucky
Okay?
though. Then it was the same size as Earth.
Then we got unlucky. It's 98% the size of the Earth. One, and number two, we got unlucky.
Well, how do
because
you know that?
Because
How do
Mars
you
is
know
much
that?
smaller, and because the Moon is 2% the size of.
How do you know that Venus is almost the same size as Earth?
I mean, we know that
I
from.
mean, you can resolve it.
Wait, the moon is 2% the size of what? The Earth? Mars? I mean, this clueless goof doesn't even know what is the second grade astronomy? The moon is 2% of what? Well, what is he referring to? Mars? I mean, 51% and 2% are not the same thing. What is wrong? I mean, this is clearly the dumbest guy possible to be having any sort of discussion, having anything to do with astronomy of any kind. I mean, he's not even on a first or second grade level. I mean, this is sad. He must have a mental disability. I mean, what other explanation is there here? I mean, the religious regurgitation, like you could actually even, just from the way that he speaks, you can tell that he's such a zealot. Like, he's such a religious fanatic in his cult of scientism. He's regurgitating these figures as if they're gospel and could never even be off. And just from his tone, his face, you could see that. So, I mean, this guy's so far gone as a religious fanatic in the cult of scientism. I mean, he's the equivalent of some kind of, like, suicide bomber, because this guy's just so mentally gone, there's no logic getting through the skull. I mean, I really don't think there's anything that Jeranism or Flat Earth Dave can say to penetrate the religious skull of this Sartain guy. He's so far gone into the cult of scientism. He might even be more far gone than the PhD guy. I mean, I don't know.
No, you can't resolve it.
You can. It looks like a circle in the sky.
How do you measure it? How do you measure it then if it looks like a circle in the sky?
So a couple of things.
Right.
You can.
Wait, hold on. Michael, you got to let us.
It looks like a circle. Oh man, this is really the saddest debate I've ever seen now, which is weird because it also includes probably the best participant, the most logical, non-triggered participant in any flat Earth debate I've ever seen, the jet fighter pilot and instructor. But he's not really that participating that much, though. But anyway, these two other goofs, they're so mentally far gone. They're like, I don't want to insult 4-year-olds, but they don't even seem to be on a 4-year-old level.
Stay on a point, okay? How do you measure it if it looks like a circle in the sky? And does the moon look like a circle? Are these all circles? Are these spheres? Okay? Is this one a sphere? Sergey, is this a sphere? The second one, before he picks it up.
I mean, okay. So,
is that a sphere? You said it. Hold on. It looks like a circle, but it's not.
Yeah,
okay.
You can make these arguments all day. Like you could say, oh, the government put the dinosaur bones in the earth, or the God put the dinosaur bones.
I don't make those arguments.
That's the right amount of carbon-14.
What does that have to do with his claim that you can resolve it? Do train tracks touch in the distance because they look like they touch? According to this goof, they do. And now he's going to this. I mean, I feel bad even calling this a red herring. I mean, this is a complete non sequitur red herring stacked upon all these presuppositions, hallucinations in his triggered state here. He can't even stay on a concise, clear, logical point. I mean, it's very sad.
Stop strawmanning us. Stop strawmanning us.
They put just enough carbon-14 to make it look like they're 65 million years old.
Stop.
No carbon.
Hey, Sergey, for right now, let's just stay off dinosaurs. But keep going.
Yeah. Don't put words in our mouth that we never said.
Yeah, but it's a philosophical point of how you see the universe, right? I see it as I'm going to try and predict what the world is like based on my models.
It's philosophical. The lack of evidence is a philosophical. Does the train tracks appearing to touch in the distance, is that philosophical? You can resolve what a circle in the sky looks and deduce size from that based on what? Faith and hallucination? I mean, this PhD, Sergei Dida, I mean, his arguments are worse than Bryant Myers. I never thought I'd say that.
And you can always like come up with some like conspiracy theory, like, oh, this is not a circle, this is a sphere. It's
Based on guessing sizes? What is this guy smoking?
a hemisphere, like it's messing up the perspective.
He's
But
asking.
that doesn't help you understand what the world is like.
There you go.
It just-
Okay.
Asking for proof is a conspiracy theory? Demanding adherence to the scientific method with clear, dependent, independent variables and controls is a conspiracy theory, according to this goof. I mean, this guy's so mentally gone. Like, what is going on here?
So you have a theory. What is your number one proof that the Earth is a globe? What is your number one proof? Just give me one proof that the Earth is a globe.
Can I give
Because
three?
let me start, and I'll say we can
I
see
take
farther than a
planes.
spherical.
Okay, so
Wait a minute.
let's not
Wait,
laugh.
hold on
Let's
a
be
second.
serious here. Go ahead.
Let's answer. So you take an airplane, words very interesting, that flies straight and level over the Earth plane. How does that prove that the Earth is a spinning ball? I mean, how can a plane fly in the direction of the spin of the Earth or against the direction and still make it to its destination?
Because the
What does
atmosphere.
Flat Earth predict?
Because the atmosphere that
I don't know why Flat Earth Dave let him off the hook with that, because that was like the most embarrassing thing I think I've ever seen in any Flat Earth debate ever. We're claiming someone wants proof that something looks like a circle, and you're taking measurements of the circle based on appearance, and somehow magically figuring out size relative to the Earth without really knowing the Earth's size empirically anyway. You're whatever. And imagining and presupposing the radius of the Earth, which again, maybe it's true, but hallucinating that it's true is not the same thing as following the scientific method. So this goof, I don't know why he let Flat Earth Dave let this goof off the hook. How do you resolve the size of Venus? He's saying the size of Venus, just by the way that it looks, you can calculate it? How do you even know it's a solid object? Like, what is this goof smoking? And David Weiss just let him off the hook with that? I mean, that was the most embarrassing point I've ever heard in any Flat Earth debate ever.
that is on top of that part of the Earth is also moving with the Earth. That's the reason why.
Doesn't
Okay.
it thin as we go up, though? It's still carrying the plane. I mean, the fact that you guys think the Earth
hold on.
is spinning,
It is thin once you get above 60 miles. Yeah, then it's exceptionally thin. But before that, no, you can actually use the atmosphere that you're in, which rotates along with the Earth.
the 30,000 feet up, that air is
Yeah,
being
absolutely.
carried along
Yes.
with
Yeah,
the Earth.
Absolutely.
still one
yeah,
air
yeah,
mass.
absolutely. Yeah. All right. So let's go over that.
What about-
You wanted three proof? Can I give you the three proofs that I have that are empirical that have nothing to do with science for the Earth being round?
I'd like to just go. I just like to go a little further on Sergei's his proof that he flies in an airplane. If you have an airplane on the runway at in Ecuador, it's moving 1,000 miles an hour with the spin of the Earth.
About
That's relative to a point
1,100
in space.
about 1,100 miles. an hour,
Okay,
yeah.
whatever. I'm just rounding off 1,000 miles an hour, whatever. And if you have a plane sitting a mile from the North Pole, its relative speed is less than a mile an hour, quarter of a mile an hour, an eighth of a mile an hour. It's less than a mile an hour because in 24 hours, it's only going to go 3.14 miles in its circle, while it's sitting on the runway. So 24 hours divided, into 3.14, it's less than a mile an hour, way less. So you got an airplane in a mile from the North Pole, you take off and you fly down to Ecuador, and you want to land on a runway that's going north-south. How does that plane gain that 1,000 miles an hour of sideways speed?
Because the atmosphere it's flying through.
is rotating with you, though.
Yeah,
So-
Dave, you're
so-
flying
so-
through the atmosphere as it gets keep push because you're getting into the heavier,
So as I'm flying down the Earth, I'm just speeding up sideways.
Yes.
What
Yeah,
if I
you-
was?
yeah,
What if I
so-
was
so it's-
flying? What if I was flying east?
So if you're flying east-
What if I was flying
Yeah.
east into the atmosphere? So
backwards.
yeah.
You're being carried
I
back.
mean,
Right, so we've
you
actually-
think that it's.
Yeah.
Well, how does a summer breeze blow the air
not-
left
not-
and right,
not-
up
not-
and
Okay,
down?
so
a summer
are you
breeze.
worried that if you go to Ecuador and you jump up, you're gonna land in the Pacific Ocean? Like,
No, because the Earth isn't spinning.
No.
but if it were spinning, you'd fall flat ass in the
No, because that's
Pacific
too
Ocean.
quick. But you certainly would in a helium balloon when that helium balloon goes up to
but
120,000.
using
Hold
your
on,
argument, right? Like how
Right.
fast do we think the Earth spins?
1,000.
Like
That's an appeal to extremes logical fallacy from Sergei Dida. I mean, Sergei Dida really is. I mean, he seems to be even more embarrassing than Sartain. I mean, these guys seem, they're like bottom of the barrel here. I mean, I thought some of the other flat Earth debates were bad. I mean, this has descended into completely off the rails mental disability nonsense. Again, other than the jet fighter pilot guy. I want to hear what he has to say about all of this, and he's not talking.
Whatever,
Yeah.
20, like 1,000 miles an hour.
Okay.
Right. So if I
At the
jump
equator.
up, I can be in the air for like I don't have as much hang time as Michael.
So
but,
your
like,
belief is that the air is
so I'm gonna
carrying
land
you
like
with you.
1,000 miles
Yes.
away.
The air is carrying you with you, though. That's what you think,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, well, give or take what the wind is, the east or westerly wind, yes. So for instance, in navigation school, I was at the 562nd Navigator School at Randolph Air Force Base. There's a wind triangle. So we have our bearing, right, and then we have our magnetic heading, and then we have to correct for wind, and that's the wind triangle that we have to do whenever we're flying.
So why is it that Neil deGrasse Tyson said that during a football game a field goal was kicked and it hit the upright, and he said that was because of the spin of the Earth? So why isn't the football carried along with the atmosphere like the plane?
So I don't know about that. So I think what about the spin of the Earth causing the football? I think that you could talk about the spin of the Earth with artillery, but I don't know about with the football. That we're talking way too short a distance.
Some minor effect from the Coriolis.
I mean, it could be like
That's not the main thing.
it's not zero. The effect would be not zero, but for a football, I don't know. And also,
All
Neil
right,
deGrasse Tyson
so-
was a wrestler. He didn't play football.
Yeah. So we can all agree Neil deGrasse Tyson is just a failed actor.
No,
right?
Neil deGrasse Tyson is a Longhorn. He's not a failed anything.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right.
What does that have to do with his physics knowledge? I mean, was that an appeal to humor? I mean, this guy's just got nothing but faith and fallacy, and the religious fervor in his voice, I mean, it's quite hilarious. I mean, this guy's just so triggered, but also there appears to be some kind of mental disability where he doesn't even understand very basic logical points. I mean, it's just really weird.
So during the break, someone brought up the Felix Baumgarten jump. He jumped from 127,000 feet, I think was the height. And there was 2 jumps that he did before, 2 practice jumps where they used regular cameras. Now, I heard you say that Dave's just going to say it's a fisheye camera, it's a fisheye lens. Well, Felix said in an interview, I saw the curve of the Earth. Was he lying? Was he part of the conspiracy? Or did he think he saw the curve of the Earth? Could be either. I don't know. He's wearing a curved glass helmet that's going to show a curve even when he's on the ground. But the many globers use this as, hey, this is the Earth. Well, if we look at all these rivers and land features, all of this is New Mexico. So this is clearly a fisheye lens.
I don't disagree with you. Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
Good.
But you have
here's
to
the
you have to
problem.
use a
Here's the
fisheye lens
problem.
there.
Here's the problem. No, you don't. Because
Well, you
inside,
do.
hold on. Inside, from over his head looking out the door was a non-fisheye lens that when he opened the door, it showed the horizon at eye level, at the camera level. And then there was also a shot of him getting in when it was on the ground, and that same camera showed the horizon at the exact same level. We overlay them, and they're exactly the same level. So from ground, the horizon on the runway is the same height from 127,000 feet. There's no drop. 127,000 feet, I can't even calculate the drop right now.
Okay, so
right, but here's the main issue I'm bringing up is the Earth is spinning to the east. He went up in New Mexico, up there for 3.5 hours. Now, with some Coriolis, he should end up out in the ocean, but he landed east of where he took off from.
Okay.
So somehow he went up to 127,000 feet. He sped up and outran the spin of the Earth.
Right. Okay. So the explanation for that, you do admit like it is a balloon, right? The balloon exists because it has a lower density than the atmosphere around it. So it is traveling in a pocket of air. Pockets of air at different altitudes. This is one of the things we learn whenever we're flying. We call ATC for weather guidance. ATC was going to give us wind directions, and it changes at different altitudes. So if you had an easterly wind, he could have landed somewhere further east, or he actually could have received that eastward push on the way down while he was parachuting. Going back to what you said before, because that camera angle, you see this a lot of times with GoPros. I'm trying to look at him, and I'm.
All right, so that's the first logical point this Sartain goof has made this entire time. Okay, so what does this mean with these wind currents, etc.? So these wind currents are that powerful that they can negate the spin of the Earth and the atmosphere spinning with it? Or, again, what are the options here? If the Earth is not moving, then the wind just takes you wherever it takes you in any direction, right? I know a lot of goofs are fans of Occam's razor without even understanding what it is, but all things being equal, the simplest explanation is usually the correct one. That's what this remnant of medieval science claims, which may not even be true, because in nature there are a lot of situations where the more complex answer is true. But it is a little weird how these goofs can't even consider that you can get air pockets and gusts of wind on a non-moving Earth as well. It's like their brain is not capable of processing that information.
Trying to look at the atmosphere around, I'm going to use a lens. When we say fisheye, what we mean is usually from videography, 12 millimeters, 10 millimeters, 8 millimeters. When we do that, we're just going to get a fisheye. I don't believe Bumgardner was trying to say that image proved that the Earth was round. Now, if he's saying he saw the curvature of the Earth, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But unless he was 250,000 feet in the air, I don't think he did see the curvature of the Earth. But that
never
doesn't.
seen it. You've never seen it.
I've never seen in my plane. No, I will not. Yeah, you're not going to get me on that one. I'm not going to say just because I was at 40,000.
You know, there's a lot of people who say that,
and they're incorrect. But because and the reason why that they say that is because, you know, again, going to the same thing you say before. If you look out and you see the horizon fall off, yeah. For those of you who are asking, yes, those of you who are at 40,000 feet, you are not seeing the curvature of the Earth. Maybe if you had some sort of microscopic, you know, sort of measuring material, you might be able to if you looked wide enough. But the fact of the matter.
So okay, Sartain is not as dumb as the PhD guy who mentioned the plane, but yeah, okay, so he's capable of processing something. So I mean, yeah, this is all really strange. I mean, this is a very unique mental disability because he's not a complete vegetable. I mean, that much is clear. He can make some points sometimes, but at other times, I guess he's just too triggered, and his mentality just drops to near vegetable status. I mean, I don't know.
Is you have to be at about 50 miles in order to see the curvature of the Earth. 50 miles.
Plus the horizon would be, it's not a physical location, so it could be refracted, could be up or down. You wouldn't be able to verify the horizon is actually where you're going to measure it.
Okay,
and
so
go ahead. The other issue is it's the way that we see. So we see whatever, you know, the conditions, whatever that horizon is, that's where the sky merges with the land and our eyes can't separate it anymore. That's our apparent horizon. But if I zoomed in, I could open that up and see farther. But so we see a certain direction. So I see the same distance at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, right? And so if I'm standing here, I see the same. This is the limit of my vision. But if you draw an imaginary line through the sky, you're going to see a curve. And global believers will say that's the curve of the Earth. No, it's not. This is the limit of your vision. It's how our eyes work.
Okay, so
and that is not. It's not curved.
So you've mentioned this before about an angular size and stuff like that, and then you've also talked about that. So this is, let's just get into this real quick, and then we can go into eclipses because you brought up this part. So in your model, because we have a plane that we are existing on, and then there is a sun and a moon, and these things are moving in a way that not all flat earthers agree on, but they're moving in some way. Light can travel. Is that what you believe?
Well, if this light can't even light up this whole wall, and there's no atmosphere blocking it, the far end of the wall is in the dark because light is very local. Right? But I can still see the light from this point of view. But you start adding atmosphere in there, clouds. Like when you look up through cumulus clouds, you see the blue sky. But as you look farther and farther away, 20, 35 miles away, those clouds are merging with the horizon, and you're looking across them, and it just becomes opaque.
Dave, can you show that one slide that you have where you show the sun going down and next to the...
next to the you mean the Flat Earth Kitchen?
Yeah. Just because it's good to show.
So, guys, let me show. This takes 60 seconds uninterrupted.
Sure.
Okay. So this line, you have to pay attention. This line is a level line, and we're watching it from a celestial point of view, from the height of the line. So here's the sun moving along this line. Now, this is either mountaintops, city skyline, or it could just be the atmosphere cloud deck. And this sun never goes behind it, never goes below it. The counter is down here. Okay. So now I have a camera on the counter at the far end watching that same thing. And if I showed you this first, I said, is this line level? You would say, no, it's sloping down quite severely. And am I going below this opaque barrier, which looks like it's at eye level somehow? Okay. And now look at it. I zoomed in more. It's almost going straight down, but this is a level line. And this deck right here looks like a horizon, even though we know it's higher than it. So now watching this compared to an actual sunset, here the sun goes away. It went down, and look what it's going behind. It's not going behind here. It's going behind this atmospheric deck. It's just the density of the atmosphere at that straight level becomes opaque, and the sun just goes beyond it. It's just going beyond it. It's not going below. But if I zoomed out, that difference between that apparent horizon and the horizon that it's going behind disappears. You can't see it because its angular size is too small. You see the sun going down behind what appears to be an eye-level horizon, but it's really a cloud deck 10,000 feet in the air.
Okay.
But it looks like it's at eye level.
Sergey, so
that's how our eyes
How
work.
does it come back up the next morning?
So if I turned around, if I just turned around and brought that sun back, it would be rising. Because when it comes...
It's going to come from the other side.
But it's going to come from the other side.
Can you show, Dave? Show the app.
So let me show you this. And go ahead.
I was just going to say, Dave has an app. That
I need the screen share, please.
Screen share.
because we can't see forever.
It's so funny. The PhD, look at him laughing. He thinks they got him. Because again, I think it might not even be about the truth for these goofs. Maybe for the jet fighter pilot, but for these two other goofs, it's just about reaffirming their religious blind faith and their own egos. So that's why he's smiling like he got him, like he thinks this is going to be a victory. Because if he was truly interested in an objective, logical, neutral examination, he wouldn't presuppose he was already correct. But because he's so hopelessly indoctrinated into this cult, he's mentally gone to the point where he can't have any honest, logical, objective conversation. And very, very telling here.
We can't see forever, right? This is something that they've taught us, that we just need to get some tubes and some glass and curve it, and we can see 35 trillion miles into the sky. So
for those of you who are watching this and you're like on the fence, or you're a flat earther or a round earther, this is where we're going to disagree. Me and Sergey and Adam, we do believe that I can view Proxima Centauri, the light from there, 4.1 light years away. It's 24.
Wait, hold on. How is it 4.1 light years away? How did you determine it? You know the size?
No, can we focus on the simple things? Like, let's talk about sunrise right now.
Yeah, we're going to talk about sunrise, but you can't make statements that you can see a light 4.1 million light years away or whatever the number is, because you don't know how far it is. You're making it up.
So we know the size.
Why would he expect the sun to come back the exact same path it went? Like what? Like I don't understand. Like this PhD guy. He's just mentally so far gone. Like this is why they should clearly go over fallacies before they even start, and the scientific method, so that everybody understands what the dependent, independent variable, and controls are. That way, they're not just hallucinating that these distances are already correct, presupposing based on faith or whatever.
So we know the size. We know the spot size through spectroscopy, and we know the distance through parallax.
I still can't screen share, guys.
And when you say we know, it's like really weird to me, because you are believing in other people.
So are
right?
you. So are you.
How am I? Wait, hold on, time out. When did I believe in another person? I'm believing things I can see myself and I can test myself.
There are things that you have learned from flat Earth that you have heard from other people. You are believing things that are from other people.
No, but I'm not repeating things here that I'm telling you that I've learned from other people.
Okay. Well, that maybe that's true, but you did.
Well, we get a lot of people that try and tell us. I heard you say it the other day that we're in some sort of religion, or it's a religious belief. But really, there is one group here that has men that they believe in from long ago.
Yeah. That
they hold as very high stature. That Newton, very high stature, and on the shoulders of giants.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's another group here that believes in books. That they read a book, and whatever that book says in it, they believe 100%. So that's your side. So be careful about calling us a religion when we don't have any dogma. We don't have any holier-than-thou people that we can't question. We don't just make statements like, well, the sun is up in the sky, and it's this big, and it's this size, and the stars are this distance, and we know because of spectropsy. You can say those things all you want, but you've never actually gone and looked at a star observation and looked at what they do for spectropsy. You're just taking it as at face value as being true.
So you wouldn't do spectroscopy. Sorry, I have a hard time with that word. You would do it on the Earth in a laboratory, and then you would from that being able to see which chemicals or which atoms on the periodic table, elements on the periodic table exist here on Earth, and then you would be able to extrapolate that. From that, again, I know you guys aren't going to believe this because you don't believe in gravity, so it doesn't make any difference.
Right, though.
Go ahead.
Jaren's right, but at the end of the day,
how so? Without knowing what the stars are made out of. The goof isn't even logically consistent. That's the thing. Because even if you believe these religious points, Like, where's the verification of the religious points? Like, there's no consistency here. Because nobody's disputing that if you do an actual scientific experiment on Earth with clear, if it's scientific, if you have dependent, independent variables and controls all clearly delineated, clearly, to account for all variables or all variables that can possibly be accounted for. Doesn't have to be perfect, but as close to perfect as possible to be a scientific experiment. Now, hallucinating that it can be extrapolated to all these other things which are not verified, that's religion. So that's not in accordance with science. But the fact that this goof doesn't even understand the point, not to mention when you're doing these experiments, you have containers for the experiments. Usually with spectroscopy, they are done in a very, very specific manner. I've gone over this on the Professor Dave, or so-called Professor Dave versus Flat Earth Dave. Obviously, Professor Dave is not a professor. People, like even Bryant Myers brought up the goofy point, oh, well, he's taught. It doesn't matter. Professor is at the highest level. So you'd be looking at a PhD level, and it's not just anybody who's happened to teach a class at a community college or any college. Whatever it has to be at the highest level in order to be a true professor. Like a teacher's aide is not a professor, even if they've taught a class while the teacher was absent, even if they did it for a whole course or even two. They're still not technically a professor. But anyway, I just wanted, because there's a lot of goofs that are still claiming that he's a professor, but it's the highest level achievable in the field that they're teaching. So if the field doesn't have a PhD, like some obscure field, I don't know if lesbian dance theory or whatever has a PhD available. If it does, then you'd have to be at that highest level to be a professor of lesbian dance theory. If bachelor's or master's is the highest it goes, whatever the highest is in that field, you have to have it in order to be the professor. So it's the highest available of the field. So anyway, whatever. Going back to this goof doesn't even understand how spectroscopy works. Because it's usually done through prisms and all these other things. I'll throw that up on the screen so people can double check all of that. If there is a dome, I'm not claiming there is, but if there's some kind of a glass dome or a dome made of something else, like how are you going to do spectroscopy hallucinating that you've accounted for variables when you haven't? Again, we have to go back to the basic scientific method. This goof Sartain clearly does not understand what the scientific method is. Otherwise, he wouldn't be engaging in this goof or humiliating himself.
You can't go and reproduce every experiment
Right.
purposely.
True, I agree with that.
At some point, like I can get in my car and drive around.
We do
Like,
too.
I don't need to know how my car works.
Right.
Oh, whoa. I am truly mind shocked here. This possibly mentally disabled PhD, Dr. Sergei Dida, has admitted that Jeranism is correct. I did not see this coming. Notice how he doesn't have a goofy grin on his face anymore. He actually seems to have engaged some brain cells and realized that Jeranism was correct about that point. Again, doesn't mean the Earth is flat in any way, but he's basically admitted that everything they've been saying is religion, where you're taking it on faith because you can't verify every possible scientific experiment. But not that you need to. You only have to look at the variables of the scientific experiment and see if they accounted for dependent, independent variables and controls. You don't actually have to replicate anything. You just have to see if it was a legitimate science experiment. That's what the goof is missing, but I have to give him major props here. I did not see this coming. So even with some kind of partial mental disability, this Dr. Sergei Dida is able to say that Jeranism is correct. I wonder how much that hurt the Sartain goof. Did that hurt his heart?
So that's what we say too, right? Because my
Proof
phone
for
works,
me-
I don't need to question that science.
Right. So proof for me that my car works is that I can drive around.
So, I mean, this is basically the white flag right here. So he admits that he has no verification for everything he's preaching. So that's interesting. I did not see this coming.
And then go do things with my car.
Right.
And so as a scientist, like all these things that people have discovered, I can try and build on that foundation. And you're right, I didn't personally go and verify.
Yeah, but this is also a non-congruent argument because you have that car in your possession. Like, if there were no cars on whatever continent you're on, and you only saw stories and maybe a few videos of cars in faraway land, you wouldn't necessarily believe that, they work the way they're purported to. The fact that you have your own car and you can enter it, your friends have cars, whatever, you could see other cars on the road. Your car is not the only car ever, so you can kind of verify the way that it works. You can take it to a mechanic. Even if you don't understand exactly how they're fixing everything, you still have that verification that it works. The engine either turns over or it doesn't turn over. You can get it fixed. When the car goes to empty, you might run out of gas and get stuck. It no longer works without the fuel. Once you put the fuel in, all of a sudden it works. So you don't need to know the exact mechanics, but you can verify. So this is also a non-congruent fallacy by this guy.
Verify all these things. But
Yeah.
Right.
I'm going to say, okay, assuming all that's right, because I trust you guys, I'm going to try and do one more step. And if
Right.
I can do one more step and make progress, well, I call that a win.
But it doesn't prove the initial. You have to have the correct foundations for.
Okay, so he just admitted that this is all blind faith on trust. All blind faith, and he's just building on top of the faith. So like new denominations in religion where they're just building on the previous faith. So, I mean, this white flag thrown down, I mean, is it over at this point? I mean, you just threw in the towel there.
Things to be true going forward, right? Like if you have the wrong
Progress on a house of cards, how much progress is that really?
foundation, you might still have things that match that wrong foundation.
That's 100% correct.
Okay.
That's 100%. But this is the point. Let's use like the car analogy, right?
Okay.
Like so far we're going to assume, okay, everything about my car works well.
Wow, major bonus points for this guy. I did not see this coming. This might be my new, from the lowest of lows, he's also going to the highest of highs for a trigger goof. I'm still interested in the fighter pilots. I just want to hear more from him. He's not saying anything.
Right. And then I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to try and like add like a feature to my car. Like, oh, maybe I'll add like windshield wipers because for some reason my car doesn't have that. Right. If that feature, adds something to the car, I'm going to say, okay, look, I've made progress, assuming that.
But that's also completely non-congruent because with a car, it all works well. You don't know that it all works well with the other model he's talking about because on the flat Earth cosmology, all the predictions in the sky and the eclipses and the solstices, that all worked well too. And then they went back and completely revamped the model and then started building again. So complete non-congruent lot. This couldn't be more of a non-congruent argument fallacy.
Like cars are a good mode of transportation. Of course, we can go back later on and revisit that hypothesis. We might say, oh, you know what? Cars are a little slow. I'd rather have a hover pack, right? And we find out that, hover packs are actually more useful because not only can you like travel to the grocery store, you can also, travel cross country, right? Let's just say. It's the same with like scientific theories, right? You're saying you can't like prove a specific theory to be correct, and that's true.
Wow, I mean, he's just making this the most egregious example of a non-congruent logical fallacy ever because even with the hover pack, if it works, and it works to a degree, you're still working with two different things that are known to be based on truth. And they're not launched on faith and fallacy and assumption because they work and it's just a matter of improving upon two different systems that are demonstrably proven to work. Whereas, again, with cosmology or globe Earth cosmology or even flat Earth cosmology, whatever, if you're making assumptions on those base layers, you couldn't have more of a non-congruent argument that this guy's come up with. So I got to give this guy props. I mean, he's gone from the lowest of lows to the highest of highs, back to the lowest of lows from the heliocentric globe side.
But
Not the things that we can touch and play with it here on the Earth. We can prove that. The science of the internet works. The science of high-speed cables works in fiber optics, right?
But the test, in a sense, of whether the theory is useful or not, because I that's basically my criteria.
Okay, so tell me, if we're talking about the stars, what useful has come from us knowing the elements on the stars? Because let's be honest here, that will never matter at all to anybody alive right now. What the stars are doing, how far away they are, we can never get there. It's a complete waste of time and waste of money.
So
That doesn't make the Earth flat. I'm with you.
I'm asking if we can agree to that, though.
Yeah.
No. So let me give you an example, right?
Okay.
So by figuring out what's the physics of what's happening in stars.
Nobody said it made the Earth flat. I mean, just the level of triggered goofery by Sartain here. I mean, I've never seen anything like it before. I mean, this guy deserves some kind of an award for most triggered goof. Even, not necessarily most fallacies, but most triggered goof.
Understanding those nuclear reactions, that's what allows us to go and build nuclear reactors. Like, it's true that, like, I don't have a little sun in my house and it's not like powering my humble abode, right? But that kind of understanding what's the physics at.
Wait, how so? What? That has nothing to do with it. So does this goof not even understand the history of nuclear reactors? Because again, let's assume, just for the sake of argument, I don't want anybody to get mad at me. I'm not claiming that nuclear reactors work as purported. I'm not claiming nuclear weapons are real. But let's say the scientism cult official narrative is true, just for the purpose of argument. Let's say it's true. So Chicago Pile 1, CP1, was the world's first artificial nuclear reactor. So this was December 2nd, 1942. The reactor was assembled in November 42 by, of course, Enrico Fermi. So they were using uranium, not uranium brought from stars unknown and distant, uranium from here on Earth, using chemical processes here on Earth. So what does this have to do with hallucinating to know what stars are made out of? I mean, they're doing actual experiments on Earth with elements on Earth. So I don't know why this goof is bringing up nuclear reactors here.
Play out in the star, that lets us build kind of like, a
we can build a nuclear reactor.
Yeah,
we can build
exactly.
a nuclear reactor, and that doesn't mean that a star is a nuclear.
So they knew the physics at play in the stars in the 20s, 30s, early 40s leading up to this? How did they know?
The reactor that could be totally different things. So if you look at
correct.
scale,
in principle,
right.
it could be completely wrong. But assuming a star's a nuclear reactor, let's see what
I don't assume anything.
From that. Let's see what we can figure out from that. We get this useful model of, this is how the elements interact. We have these radioactive particles. We could use these radioactive particles.
I could assume that there's no shadow on this stick and there's a shadow on this stick, so I can assume it's a sphere.
Hold on, Dave. What he's talking about is...
But that's not really the model, though. That has nothing to do with the model. Because, again, the false cause logical fallacy, circular reasoning logical fallacy, post hoc, ad hoc logical fallacy. I mean, this is nothing but fallacies. This is an impressive showing in the amount of fallacies from the doctor and just the level of triggering from Sartain. And again, the most impressive showing thus far is from Adam Boultel, the F-18 pilot.
He's created a testable model by looking at what the stars did to predict how nuclear reactors work. And it worked. And it worked. And it worked. That's the point.
But here's the thing. A neutron star is told to us that a teaspoon...
But it's not testable, and you don't know what the stars did. Hallucinating to know what they did by looking at them and assuming is not knowing what they did. The fact that this Sartain goof is this utterly clueless about everything, about basic English comprehension, about basic logic, about the scientific method, it's just sad here. It's really sad. It is sad.
Okay, a teaspoon. Think of how big a teaspoon is. Weighs 21 trillion pounds. Now, if you believe that, you need to admit to yourself that you believe in fantasy just because men have told you that it's true. And you have to recognize why I'm going to say I don't believe that. Hold on a second.
I recognize why you say you don't believe that, but when you say it's fantasy and I shouldn't believe that, if I understand the standard model of particle physics, then it does make sense to me. I know for you it doesn't make sense.
That a teaspoon of something weighs 20?
Absolutely makes sense to me because we've burned off all the electrons and all we're left is the neutrons and there's not enough pressure.
So if a religion is worshiping some kind of demon, the demon causes a volcano to erupt, it makes sense to them. Because in their model, the demon predicted, or there's some kind of a prediction that the demon will make the volcano erupt, this and that, and maybe if they sacrifice some virgins, then it didn't erupt, therefore the demon is true. So it's just a religious reification here. It's just absolutely insane that Sartain doesn't realize how utterly clueless and how much he's humiliating himself here. Like, I feel bad for the poor guy.
From the what you call it, the thing is the electron pressure from before. We understand how atoms work, and because there's not, the neutrons all collapse in on each other. Yes, that would make sense because what happens now in our standard model of particle physics, the reason why there's so much space between these particles that we have right now has to do with quantum mechanics. In a case where we took all these neutrons and there wasn't all this empty space and we put them all together, yes, there's no reason why you can't have neutrons that close together that create that much density. There's no reason why that happens. Just because you don't see this.
Hold on, guys, it's my turn. This is something that we're never going to be able to prove. It's theoretical, and we'll just let that go. But let's talk.
Not one piece of substantiating evidence.
So just a fundamental failure to understand basic burden of proof. Like, he's just going to continue to believe in all these demons causing volcano eruptions just because the prediction was accurate. And he's going to keep sacrificing those virgins, because after they sacrificed all the virgins, there happened to not be a eruption. Therefore, the model perfectly predicted that whether there would be or wouldn't be volcano eruptions. Therefore, he must believe in the demons, because he's that hopelessly indoctrinated to his religion of scientism.
why that
This
happens.
is something.
Just because you don't see this.
Hold on, guys. It's my turn. This is something that we're never going to be able to prove. It's theoretical, and we'll just let that go. But let's talk about scaling, sizes and scaling and variance. Whatever. What do you call it, Jaron? Scaling and variance. Of the size and 1/10 of the distance, or if it was right here within the Earth system and very tiny, you get the same result. So again, saying I can't even say the word.
So
Spectroscopy.
it's a combination of spectroscopy and parallax.
Yeah, I got it. But again, you're a spectroscopy.
So this combination, if you're just saying, oh, there's more than one house of cards, there's this other house of cards also with a foundation that they can't prove or support scientifically or logically. I mean, this goof really does seem like he's totally clueless about how clueless he is. I mean, for those that find Dunning-Kruger stylings hilarious, I mean, this guy is definitely one of the poster boys for the Dunning-Kruger effect. I mean, his utter goofery here. I wasn't expecting this. I don't know what I was expecting. I also wasn't expecting that we have a guy that's completely not triggered that, for whatever reason, is not talking much.
You need to know how big or how far it is. You don't know either.
So we would start with our sun and then other stars that are close by.
But you don't know how big the sun is. Again,
you keep saying that. You keep saying that we don't know how the sun.
So hang on. How do you know the distance of the sun? Because you know the size, or you know
we can use parallax, and we can also see because of the orbital speed of Jupiter, we can tell how far away the sun is by doing that. Jupiter, we can actually use the other planets too. We could also use Mercury
again,
and Venus.
Again, scaling and variance. All of them could be right here within the Earth system.
How can you do that, though? Notice how the goof can't explain how any of this works. He's religiously claiming it works because of this, but he has yet to explain how they magically found out. He keeps claiming that they know one of the variables. So if you're doing x plus y equals a, if you don't know x or y, how can you find a? But he's pretending you know x and you know y. He's like, oh yeah, but we know c and d, and therefore that could help us with this equation. Okay, well, a plus c plus d plus e plus f equals x. That still doesn't help you if you can't prove how you got A, B, C, D, or E. Because if you're saying, oh, well, you know C because of E, but how'd you know E? Oh, well, we know E because of C, but how'd you get C? And the goof is so utterly clueless. He doesn't even understand this, unless he does, and he's just intentionally trying to seem stupid and pretend he doesn't understand it, and just, arguing in circles by pretending you know each of the variables. I mean, this is basic children's level stuff. If you don't know A, B, C, D, or E, you're not going to be able to find out X. And then if you guess X and say, oh, well, the guess was correct, therefore we can reverse engineer and figure out A, B, C, D, and E, but you still can't, because if you got one of them wrong, if there's a certain % error that would still give you your result, again, this false cause logical fallacy as well as many others, you still wouldn't definitively know, because if there's something else that's making up the difference that you don't know about, you still can't claim definitively. This is why the scientific method is so important, where you have the dependent variable, independent variable, and controls, so you can verify this claim. This goof doesn't know anything about that. I mean, he's not even, I don't know, man. I keep saying 4-year-olds. I mean, maybe 3. He's not even at 3-year-old level. I don't know here.
Okay. Yeah, again, you're refusing to see that, so we can just move on. But you need to know the distance of one of those things to make the other ones work.
I don't know why David Weiss didn't bring up the planetarium argument. If you have a planetarium, and you're not even talking about physical objects, if these are projections and you don't know the distance that they're being projected or from where, how would you be able to use one projection against another to figure out a third projection's distance? Because even if they're slightly different brightnesses, and then this Sartain goof is saying, oh, well, based on the rotation, you could figure it out. How? By presupposing 5 other variables? I mean, this goof is just utterly clueless about the basics of logic and the scientific method.
Yeah, you don't
know either.
They've gifted you a model. They've told you how great it is and everything works. And then all you guys are just partying and having a good old time saying that it's...
To be fair, Isaac Newton gifted us the original model for the formula for gravity, and parallax came before that. I believe it was the Persians who came out with that idea. So this model that was gifted to us has been tested in.
Can I ask a question
years? Yeah.
about starlight? Does the inverse square law of light work in space?
Now, he mentioned Persia. I actually don't know Sartain's background. Let's see, is he Persian? Yeah, I can't really find any info on his background, but the goof clearly doesn't know anything about Persian cosmology either. I mean, you can go right to Encyclopedia Iranica, iranicaonline.org. Just look up Persian cosmology, Zoroastrianism, Mazdaism. Clearly states right here, period of creation. First created the sky, then the water. The third creation, the earth, protected by Spandil Armad. I don't know if that's referring to some kind of a dome. That seems to be most of the older cosmologies. So it says here, third creation, earth, shaped like a flat disk, floated on the primeval waters. So this goof doesn't even know anything about any history of any cosmology? Because he brought up this one guy, Aristophanes, and completely ignoring all the other Greeks who believed it was flat, and the Romans, because obviously many different texts. We can't verify any of them, but what is clear is that there's several different points of reference, and there is clearly an unclear, no consensus by any of these philosophers or so-called scientists, whatever. Now this goof is bringing in the Persians, which clearly believed in a flat disk, or snow globe system, just like the Hebrews, just like all of these ancient cosmologies. And this goof is hallucinating that they were using parallax to prove a sphere. Like, again, where does this goof hallucinate this information from?
Law of light work in space.
These are tremendous. So the inverse square law would work with a certain amount of luminosity, but what happens?
So if you had let's say I have a light bulb and the surface of the light bulb is 100 lumens, right? So as that light goes out, it spreads out really fast. So it's getting thinner and.
You know what? Maybe this guy's just on drugs. I mean, look how shifty he is. He can't even sit still. I mean, he's either this mentally gone and triggered and not on drugs, or perhaps he's on so much drugs that there's just absolutely no logic anywhere.
Thinner and thinner, so it's getting dimmer and dimmer and dimmer. We can all agree on that.
In the atmosphere that you live in, yes. And
how about in space?
It's space. So you're going to have. So again, this is, and I know we might get into this later, but like the reason why in the videos of the landing on the moon, the reason why the sun looks different there and it doesn't look as dispersed is because of the fact there was no atmosphere on the moon, and so you're going to get more direct.
That's not my question.
I understand. My point is the atmosphere does have.
Is that a fact? And obviously that's another red herring and non sequitur. But this goof does this goof even know what a non sequitur or red herring fallacy is? Because that's all he's got here.
To have some effect. Go ahead, Sergey.
So I think David's point is that if we see a light bulb, we don't know, is it a 60-watt light bulb that's close or a 100-watt light bulb that's further away? Right?
So that's kind of the point. But my question is,
Wow, more bonus points for this PhD guy. So, you know what's weird? Sergey Dida, he's been the lowest of the low, but he's also been the highest of the high on all of these flat Earth debates we've seen. I mean, this is really interesting. I'm actually glad I reviewed this. I mean, it's a little painful because of the Sartain goof, but this PhD guy, I mean, he's curious because he's shown cognitive function on both ends of the spectrum. We've never seen this before in any other debate either. So this is quite interesting because instead, I don't know how triggered he is. I don't know if he just has a mental disability and that's why he's appearing to be triggered, even if he's not. I really don't know. I mean, he literally said an airplane is proof of the globe or being on an airplane. I mean, I don't know. He's both the lowest of the low, but he's also showed cognitive function where he clearly understood points presented by the flat earthers. I don't know if we've seen that in any other debate because usually the goofs are exactly like Michael Sartain, where they don't even understand the point the flat earthers are making, but they argue anyway. But Sergey Dida here, he's shown multiple times that he actually understood the points the flat earthers were making. So this is very curious here.
You're seeing it farther away. It's getting smaller and smaller. Its light is spreading out. So it is getting dimmer and it is getting smaller. We could agree to that on some scale, right?
To a point. At some point, there's no more angular size, and so all the stars will look the same size.
Michael, I'll let you interrupt me, but you only get one sentence per interruption, okay?
What? Where did he hallucinate that from? I mean, no, I'm really curious as to where he pulled that at, because it seems like he's just talking just to talk now, and he's not even like checking himself and these so-called points he's trying to make, because literally they have no backing, and they don't even really have anything to do with anything. So that's he's really totally the wrong guy for this debate. He should just take a step back, avoid humiliating himself further, and just allow the PhD and the jet fighter pilot to speak, because the PhD, I mean, he's also a total wreck because he's on both ends of the spectrum simultaneously, which is curious. So just this is like a like a museum where or like a zoo with like an animal that we haven't seen before. So it's very curious to examine data. And then also just for a non-triggered person, the jet fighter pilot. But clearly Sartain is definitely the wrong guy for this.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to make a point, and I don't want it to take forever. So if our sun that the size that they tell us was just a mile over our heads, and you looked up, what would you see? You would see the sun filling the sky from horizon to horizon. Does everybody agree with that?
If the current theoretical size from that you're saying from our model. Okay, got it. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So it would fill the entire sky. So then we move the sun from right here, and we move it away 93 million miles, and it gets really small. It gets so small that it's the size of a coin held at arm's length. We could all agree with that, right?
Agree.
Just like we see it. So it has shrunk in 93 million miles that much. If I doubled the distance, do you know what its angular size would be? It would be really small. But I think the number is 3 times the distance. Its angular size would be too small for the eye to see. But let's just be safe. Let's make it 24 times the distance. Its angular size is magnitudes too small for our eye to see. Okay, we can all agree on that. So now let's look at Polaris. They tell us Polaris is like 46 times bigger than the sun. Let's make it 48 times bigger than the sun, right? So 48 times, so the sun being 24 times farther away is 3 light hours, because it's 8 light minutes times 24, 3 light hours. Polaris is 48 times bigger. That's 2 days, 6 light days away. It is scientifically provable that Polaris would be magnitudes too small to see. But they tell us Polaris is 433 light years away, and I could see it with my naked eyes on a cloudy night. Okay? That's impossible. This is science. This is actual science that I don't know. There's no denying it, but somehow I have a feeling you guys are going to deny it.
But to Sergey's point, like, what is the intensity of that light bulb? Like, just because
it doesn't matter. I don't care if it's a billion.
You also have to factor in the intensity.
So it does. Go ahead. So hold on. Let Sergey go, and then I'm going to go.
The jet fighter pilot. Interesting point. I was actually just going to bring that up regarding the intensity. So this is actually curious. So, and again, I'm not going to go into the semantics of luminosity, intensity, what's observable, and all that. Let's just stick to the basics just to see if the basic points make sense. So, allegedly, Polaris A, the primary star, is more than 2,000 times brighter than the sun. Allegedly. That's what's reported. So, supposedly, it's more massive and several times bigger than the sun. Now, the problem is, of course, I mean, what was the percent error in, I don't know how recent any of this is. I mean, they've even said that the moon is actually inside the Earth's atmosphere now. They keep switching it up, and the authority-worshipping cultists just never question any of the switch-ups. But is that a post hoc, where it's just, it must be X amount brighter since we can see it? Now, other sources, it's kind of weird, because other sources are saying that Polaris is 6,000 to 10,000 times brighter than the sun. I mean, just looking at all these various different sources, it's just kind of weird. And Polaris is also not the brightest star in the sky. It's the 50th brightest. This is from earthsky.org. So you have all of these different claims. All of these various different claims. How did they get any of these numbers, and what are the percent errors here, and how do you verify the brightness? Now, again, the jet fighter pilot, this is not a fallacy, because he's asking the question regarding how bright they are. He's not claiming X, Y, or Z air distance, unless he will later. But at this moment, this is still not fallacious, and he's still my favorite person that has ever participated in any heliocentric globe versus flat Earth debate, just simply because he's not triggered. Even with even that question, he's in a non-triggered fashion having this discussion, which we've never seen before from a heliocentric globe side. So very, very interesting here. Let's see what these guys say about it.
I got an answer for this. Go ahead.
So to be able to like see the light doesn't mean that you're actually resolving it, right? So resolving, what that means is if there's like 2 light sources, you can tell them apart. So you look cross the street and you're like, oh, there's 2 street lamps, right? But if you walk far enough down the street, you just see the light, right? You see, oh, there's light on that street, but you can't tell that there's 2 street lamps or 1. You see the difference?
Well, no, the light gets dimmer and dimmer. And there's a point where I can look over, like you can see, I think a candle flame. I think it's a mile or 2 miles, whatever the distance.
I mean, okay, so that's interesting too, because yes, that's a good distinction in the ability to resolve. But what the PhD guy here, Dida, he didn't address the fact that at a certain point you won't see it, right? Like if you keep walking forever, or if it's a super foggy night or day, whatever, if the light's on during the day, at a certain point you're not going to see it regardless of what. So that depends on distance and brightness. So just saying, okay, well, you're not necessarily seeing it, but you wouldn't be able to see anything from the light at a certain point either. Like if you take a little pin light in the woods, you'll see it up to a certain point or whatever in a field at night. Depending on the brightness of it and the size of it and the distance of it, it is going to reach a point where you would no longer see it. That's what's being discussed here, yet Dida does not reference that.
But then it just gets too small and too dim to see. Okay,
But
it's the same thing. It's the same thing with what we're looking at stars. At 6 light days away, you could not see Polaris, but we're supposed to see it at 433 light years. That is a completely different. I mean, there's no. It's such a big number that most people just short circuit and don't process the information.
2.6 quadrillion miles.
Got it. But the point is, what you guys are saying, that the angular size is so small that we wouldn't be able to see it. That is not the point. That's for us to resolve it. The reality of the situation is we would still see the light, and that's the reason why we see all the different stars that we see, from Betelgeuse to Rigel, those other massive stars. So the reason we see them is because we still see. We can't tell the shape.
Wait, so he didn't understand anything Dida just said about resolving? I mean, this guy really is this guy. I think this guy's goofier than Bryant. I think this guy really might be the goofiest guy ever participating in any flat Earth debate ever. Just because the combination of narcissism, clearly he has a half-decent vocabulary, but the narcissism in the Dunning-Kruger is so off the charts, and he's speaking just to speak. Like, with guys like Bryant, they're so triggered that they can't, their logic switch gets turned off, and even them desperately trying to convince themselves that it's still true, even that's understandable to a certain point. But this goof is such a demagogue. He's just saying literally nothing with all of this while pretending it's actually legitimate. And his ego's got him on such short strings he could never re-examine that or understand that, which is sad in a way, but it's also kind of annoying. I mean, this goof is just speaking just to speak without actually making any points or even understanding the points of not just the flat earthers, but the other PhD here, Sergey Dida. He didn't even understand anything the PhD said.
We can't see the planets around it. We could just see the
how come if you use the inverse square law of light, at 6 light days, you wouldn't be able to see it.
No,
but
that's
somehow
not true.
we can see it at
That's not true.
433 light years.
That's not true.
Right?
We wouldn't be able to resolve it. We would not be able to tell the features of it. We would be able to give some idea of the color, and from.
So this goof has a fundamental lack of understanding of what resolution is in physics. So the Dida actually had a good explanation of this. Obviously, he didn't really parallel the example properly because at a certain distance, you wouldn't be able to resolve it. But just going on Britannica.com, obviously something that Sartain has never done regarding any of these topics. Resolution is the ability to separate two signals. Right? So when you resolve one light from another, like you can resolve the sun and the moon, you're not going to confuse them for each other. You can resolve their differences. So when you wouldn't be able to resolve Polaris, yeah, you would, because you see that it's Polaris as opposed to a different constellation, so you can resolve them. He's using resolve as you wouldn't be able to see it or tell what it is at all. You're seeing the light from it, you are resolving the light from it. This goof is just so utterly clueless. I mean, this guy's probably going to have to be my pick so far for the top of the Hall of Shame. I mean, this guy's goofier than Bryant Myers, and I don't know if I was ever going to think I could say that.
From the color and using spectroscopy, we could tell from that. Say, okay, well, this star is probably this old, and we can tell from those things because we can see other stars. We say, well, these are other stars in different periods of their life and death cycle, and we can predict from those things. We can predict from those things, and when we take that model and we use that model to predict other things, it tends.
So he's just stacking assumptions and hallucinations with the blind faith, because again, back to the scientific method, dependent, independent variables, and controls. Simply guessing one factor and then you applying that guess to a different factor, and then you're just building the guesses and assumptions and hallucinations, and you get a very, very devout religious cult-like follower like Sartain, who cannot even understand what basic logic and reason or the scientific method even is anymore, because his brain is just mentally this far gone.
To work out, or tends to work out. It works out every time. That's the reason why we use it. So going back to what you said, no, we cannot resolve detail from Polaris, but we can resolve the light. That's the reason why you can still see it.
And going back to like search and rescue, that's the same reason why a signal mirror.
And that's exactly what David Weiss is talking about, the light. So everything you just said was completely useless nonsense, because this goof isn't even on a 4-year-old English comprehension level. He's not talking about the details of anything.
Can see from miles and miles and miles away, even though you would never be able to break out and resolve.
Would you be able to see Would you be able to see a signal mirror if it had any obstruction at all? If that mirror had any obstruction, could you see the flash, or do you have to have a direct line of sight to the mirror?
Direct line of sight.
Okay, so
another interesting point from the jet fighter pilot, wrong or right, I believe this is a non-congruent logical fallacy now, and I'll explain why. But either way, you have to respect the fact that he delivered it in a non-triggered fashion. I mean, this is how you speak. Like, the jet fighter pilot might not be recruiting flat earthers, whereas Michael Sartain, with his utter goofery and cluelessness, is going to be responsible for the recruitment of many flat earthers because of his cluelessness in just preaching religion and getting triggered. This is not how you counter or debunk anything from flat earthers. I mean, this is literally probably the worst presentation I've ever seen, including Bryant Myers, for the reasons I outlined earlier. I mean, this guy's just talking for the sake of talking while not making any actual points or even understanding the points presented. Bryant Myers is at least a little bit more understandable in his methodology, regardless of how silly or clueless, whereas this guy, I mean, I don't know. This guy's just so mentally gone and so clueless. But okay, so here's why it's a non-congruent argument. So the mirror is actually reflecting other light. Are they claiming stars are reflecting light or the source of light? Okay, and then also, depending what it's traveling through. Now, in space, if there's no atmosphere, obviously, theoretically, if that were true, again, you'd have to prove that. If that were true, obviously, light could travel a lot further unobstructed. So, and the other weird thing too, of course, is if everything's flying through space at unimaginable speeds in all different directions, would there be obstructions? Because if you have infinite planets and infinite other stars crossing over in front of the stars you're seeing, would there be a sustained source of light like Polaris that wouldn't be obscured at any time ever in the sky? Because if we're all traveling this fast at unimaginable speeds, and then there's all these infinite other planets and stars traveling at unimaginable speeds, there's never any crossing in front of the North Star or any star. I mean, let's not, that was just kind of like a sidebar, but regarding the signal mirror is not a source of light, it's a reflection of light. So this is a non-congruent argument, although it's not, the most egregious fallacy ever, because there is a point where you could say, okay, well, could it work similar to that? So, but again, you would have to know the luminosity and all of those things, not just guess at the makeup of the star, because if it's just a holographic projection, then it has no makeup. It's projecting something else, and you wouldn't know what it's being projected from or across what distance. So all of this is fallacious.
Done mirror tests where we go 25 miles, where there should be hundreds of feet of curvature. Somebody sits on the beach with a mirror. When the sun's setting behind the person observing, he zooms in with a camera, and we pick up the mirror flash. There's supposed to be hundreds of feet of curvature there. There is a clear obstruction.
So there's not hundreds of feet of curvature. You guys refer to this something over 8 squared. I forgot what it is.
8 inches per mile squared.
We don't refer to that. That is the math.
If he doesn't know what it is, how does he know it's wrong? Notice how the goof immediately jumped to, that's wrong. And, oh, by the way, I can't remember why it would be wrong. The goof doesn't even know his own model, let alone what the flat earthers are alleging. But look at how quickly he interrupts to spew this verbal diarrhea. I mean, this guy's like the poster boy for verbal diarrhea.
mathematics of the curvature of the Earth.
Absolutely not. There is no 8 inches per mile squared is not used anywhere in astronomy. It's not used anywhere in geology. It's not. That is number.
Because the Earth is flat.
Hold on, guys, time. Everybody who's can you? I'll bring up the number and I'll put a link in the description. What that mathematical formula describes a parabola, not the curvature of the Earth.
We don't need
Correct.
to go. Yeah, but hold on here. We use that because you're
Michael,
talking
listen.
about once you get 1/3 of the sphere, it starts wrapping underneath itself. So if you kept using that formula, you'd be incorrect. But we're only measuring as far as we can see, which is really a couple hundred miles at most. So
it's way too much, and that is not accurate. You should not be
So
using
hey-
it.
so
it is
hang on.
absolutely accurate. Up to 3,000 miles. It's a perfectly accurate. I'll bet you
Mike,
anything.
it is not.
Bet me money.
So he's saying all these mathematicians and physicists who support the curvature calculator of the Earth. So he's blaspheming against his own scientism cult priests because, I mean, there's countless Earth curve calculators and formulas out there. I mean, Metabunk. I mean, there's so many, even, debunking so-called flat Earth claims on distance. So he's going against all his fellow priests of scientism and saying they're all wrong about that. I mean, this is a bold goof. I mean, you gotta say, this is a bold goof.
Bet me money.
Mike, we can bet that, but there's also Globers. Most of them agree, but there's one site. I think it's Nick West, whatever. He says no. You have to cut that number in half. That's false. But let's cut the number in half. We can still see it.
Yeah,
Even if you cut the curvature in half, we can still see it.
A parabola with incorrect numbers is still a parabola, and you live on a sphere.
Hold on a second. It's not. I'm telling you that if we do 10 miles, 100 miles, or
It doesn't
1,000
matter.
miles, 8 inches.
You're starting the curve of a parabola, which is a parabola. It is not.
So
a
what is
sphere.
the?
It doesn't matter. So there would never be any curve ever visible. Like, this goof is simultaneously saying you live on a sphere, and yet there's no way to calculate the curvature of the sphere, and you would always see. Like, if those numbers aren't accurate. If they're not accurate, what are the accurate numbers? Because if the goof is claiming to know, if he's making a positive claim, you're living on a sphere, well, then how do you calculate that curve if he's claiming that all these physicists and mathematicians who are reaffirming the Earth curve calculator on all these different sites, even with slight differences, they're claiming that it's all accurate? And that maybe refraction can throw it off, that's a separate argument. But this goof is disputing the numbers of his fellow scientists and priests. I mean, that's bold. I don't think we've ever had anybody on the heliocentric globe side that was actually disputing the basic math of basic spherical trigonometry, which I guess this goof doesn't understand either.
What is the curvature at 25 miles?
We'd have to look it up, but I don't know. But that number
Well,
you
we
guys
have looked it
time
up.
out. That number you guys came up with.
No, we didn't.
No, we didn't.
We
We're
didn't.
using your.
That's AutoCAD. That's AutoCAD. I'll show you the AutoCAD for it. I'll give you the exact link so you can go look at the AutoCAD, which gives you a sphere of 24,901 and then predicts the amount of curvature for every location from 12 o'clock. Now, you can't go past 3 o'clock on the clock because now you're coming underneath yourself. You would have negative curvature. But
I mean, this is just basic spherical trig. I don't know why this goof is so utterly clueless about what is this, middle school trigonometry? And this goof doesn't even know it? Like, again, he's just arguing just to argue. I mean, he really seems like some kind of menopausal woman that got triggered, and there's just no logic to be found.
you don't need to go that far. We can only see 300 miles.
Think about what you're saying, guys.
On your
you're
globe,
measuring
there's no curvature. You're saying there's no curvature, right?
No, I'm not saying there's no curvature. I'm saying you would have a different equation that would be closer to measuring a circle than a parabola. That's what
Michael, we're only talking 10, 20, 50
doesn't matter.
miles, 100 miles.
But you're still wrong.
I mean, this guy's like the king of non sequiturs and red herring logical fallacies. I mean, and strawmen too, but he's kind of backed off the strawmen, and now he's mostly focusing on non sequiturs and red herrings, and false causes, and obviously all these other fallacies. I mean, I have to say, I think we have a new champion for the most clueless of goofs. We have a Dunning-Kruger champion. I mean, this guy's going to dethrone Bryant Myers, regardless of fallacy count. The manner in which he's humiliating himself is far, far worse than even Bryant Myers.
Doesn't matter.
You begin wrong.
We're not wrong because our number matches exactly whatever you come up with. You go figure out what your curvature on any math.
How is he wrong? Because, first of all, those aren't their numbers. These are the numbers by, again, within whatever margin of error you want to use. Calculate observer height. Again, all these numbers are not coming from the flat earthers. So if he wants to call his fellow scientists and priests wrong, that's fine. But he's strawmanning that it's coming from the flat earthers, which is not. And he's claiming it's wrong without even knowing it. I mean, this is how clueless this goof is. I don't know if we've ever seen this level of utter cluelessness and goofery. He doesn't know what the equation they're claiming is. He's just claiming it's wrong. And he doesn't know what the real equation is. He has to look it up. And when he looks it up, he'll see it's what the flat earthers are claiming. But even though they didn't originate the claim, but he's claiming they're wrong no matter what. That's how clueless this goof is.
Mathematics that you want. At 250 miles, I guarantee you it's less than 1% different than 8 inches per mile squared. And then you'll have to admit that you were wrong.
No, I won't have to, because it's still wrong. You're starting by using something in order to come up with these equations.
You can use anything you want. And with it, if you do it with 250 miles or less, it'll come up within 1% of our number.
You said if you predict something and if it comes close and it's useful, that means it's true. So there's 8 inches per mile squared.
You're using a formula that did not come from astronomy.
So what is the formula? So
again, I don't have the astronomy, but I do know that.
We're gonna have to move over. We're gonna have to move on.
That's fine with me. That's fine.
But here's the thing. Go ahead. This is your challenge. Go show us what the curvature is at 250 miles, and then you'll see. So
yeah, and I'll do the 8 inches times mile squared, and we'll see if it comes out the same.
So you're asking about the sunset. We're going to go back to that a little bit.
You know what's weird? This goof pretended that he had seen other flat Earth, or maybe he did. And again, if he has a mental disability or whatever, he didn't understand anything he saw on any videos. But you would think that if you're attempting to do any kind of scientific or logical discussion or debate, that this goof would at least look up. This is basic. If the Earth is a globe, how far would you see? Again, dependent on other factors, but is there a point where you wouldn't be able to see beyond the curve? I mean, this is like flat Earth versus globe Earth 101, and this goof's not even there. This is probably the number one thing he should have prepared. I mean, is he looking up it on his phone now?
But before I share the screen, can one of you explain to me how seasons work on your globe?
Go ahead, Sergey. You want to do this?
Go ahead.
Well, okay, I'm asking you. I'm asking you, how.
Why did they not allow Sergey to chime in on the numbers? Because again, Sergey's very interesting. He's both the lowest of the low and the highest of the high. So perhaps he would understand the curvature argument here and the formula, which again does not originate from the flat earthers.
What causes summer? What causes winter? Let's talk about here. I'm in the north. You guys are in the north.
Let's do it. All right. Ready?
How do I get?
Okay,
how do I get winter?
We have a planet that's about 25,000 miles around, oblate spheroid, and it is rotating at once every 24 hours, and it is 94 million miles away from a light source, the sun. It is angled at 23.5 degrees, and on June 21st, it is the North Pole is facing as much as it ever will towards the sun, and
so direct angle.
And on December 21st, the South Pole is the I'm sorry,
the Tropic of Capricorn is facing the sun. I get it.
Not the magnetic North Pole, but the actual pole that the pole of axis is facing as close as it will directly on December 21st towards the sun in the South Pole. That's how we would get seasons. So that means on September 21st and on forgive me if it's March 21st, that would be the solstice. Equinox, sorry. Yeah.
No, those will be the equinoxes. So June 21st and December 21st are the solstices.
Yep.
So June 21st is the height of our summer,
yep.
and that's because we're angled towards the sun. So the sun rays are coming parallel to the Earth for 94 million miles, and then that little bit of tilt causes the spread out, causes them to hit a wider area, and it's less intense, right?
It would be more intense. Right? You said June, or are you saying December?
No, I'm talking about December.
Yeah, December. Right.
We're tilted away.
Correct.
So it spreads out because we're tilted away.
And from an
just like if I put a spotlight on my hand, it covers a certain area, but if I tilt it, it spreads over a wider area, which has to spread out that heat. That's what you're saying.
And the difference the difference between summer and winter from an astronomical standpoint is not a great temperature difference. But yes, that is what we're saying.
The difference between summer and winter.
So summer in Las Vegas. Let's just say
let's talk about a more temperate zone. My Connecticut.
Okay, so Connecticut,
Massachusetts.
Do you guys get up 100 degrees in the summer?
We get 100 degrees in the summer, and everything freezes in the winter.
So below 32 at winter. Okay, from an astronomical standpoint, like for instance, temperature changes on different planets, that is not a great change. But for here, it is a great change. And I guess we can get into human evolution, but evolution.
So again, we've gone over this in a few different debates. These goofs just cannot comprehend. On a sunny day, put your face to the sun, then turn it away. Are you going to feel a difference? In the winter, when it's freezing in the shade, then step into the sunlight. I mean, how much of a difference is that? So regardless about his non sequitur and red herring about, oh, well, it's not an appeal to extremes, stacking all these fallacies, it's not a huge difference compared theoretically if other planets are real and they have much greater variations in temperature. That still has nothing to do with this particular point that the sun, you can feel the warmth of the sun quite substantially. I mean, it's actually not dissimilar to when you're sitting in front of a campfire and you turn away from the fire. It gets a lot colder. In the winter, not necessarily on below freezing days, but let's say, I don't know, it's 40-ish degrees, decent amount of wind. I mean, it's pretty cold. But in the direct sunlight, put your face to the sun, it doesn't feel that cold. Because, again, we're talking about how it would feel to a human. We're talking about observing, measuring. We're talking about, again, the scientific method. We're not talking about hallucinations about what temperatures other planets and other galaxies are. We're talking about what can be directly observed and verified, but this goof can't even grasp these basic concepts, so he has to scramble for these red herrings and non sequiturs, because what else does he have? Because he obviously doesn't have the mental capacity to understand or explain any of this.
Would state we exist on this planet because to like, for instance,
Mike, that's
Wait, human evolution? I thought the other ones were non sequiturs. Wow. He just threw in evolution. Yeah, this guy's definitely the champ. This guy's the new Dunning-Kruger champion.
I'm not. You're going way off track.
Got it.
Way
Go ahead.
off track.
Go ahead.
Okay. So you're saying because that little tilt, the sun goes farther away.
He asked him about seasons, and the goof is talking about evolution. Oh, man. At least he's providing comedy with his cluelessness.
The sun spreads out, and that's why my lakes here freeze in the winter.
Energy dissipation, yes.
Right. Okay. So is that in the northern winter, are we close? In your model, are we closer, farther, or the same distance from the sun than in our summer?
On January 3rd, we are nominally closer, but it has no effect on the amount of, very little effect on the amount of light that actually gets to the Earth.
So 3.5 million miles closer is the actual answer. But over 94 million miles, it's only a couple percent. Makes
Correct.
no difference because the light it's just going and that heat. Is heat going through the galaxy, through the solar system and hitting the Earth?
So it's heat, it's radiation from the ultraviolet. Yeah, it's radiation.
All right. I got it. I just want to see where you're coming from. So can you tilt a ball in one direction or any direction? A ball can tilt in any direction. Okay. So here's the thing. On June 21st, here in Connecticut, I can go down to the water, and when the sun appears on the horizon, I can feel the heat on my face. Okay, that is the most severe tilt, way more than the seasonal tilt of the Earth. That's an 89-degree tilt. So I'm seeing the sun at an 89-degree tilt, and I could feel the heat on my face. I don't
understand what you're saying. You're talking about at the sunrise, the sun is 89 degrees from the zenith?
Hold on. Yeah, 89 degrees.
1 degree, Dave. 1 degree.
It's 1 degree. It's 1 degree.
So 89 degrees from the zenith or 1 degree from the horizon.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Right. So that would be the Earth would be tilted. It should be. That's like with the poles. I mean, that's worse. So the sun is right there on the horizon, and I could feel the heat on my face. I can get a tan within 10 minutes. I'm getting sun. I can get a sunburn. I can feel the heat. We're 3.5 million miles farther away, but you say that doesn't make a difference.
No.
Then 6 months later, in December, when we're closer to the sun, but that doesn't make a difference, at solar noon, when the sun is at its highest point for the day, maybe 50 degrees up in the sky.
Hold on a second. I got to stop this here because, first of all, I don't think Dave's explaining this that well. Here's how I would phrase it. If it doesn't make a difference, why is it cold on average? Again, let's not get crazy with other variables and the anomalies. On average, is it colder at night or during the day when the sun is out? Or even on a cloudy day or in, let's say, the fall or the springtime where it's still semi-chilly? When the sun dips behind a cloud or whatever, a cloud passes in front of the sun, however you want to phrase it, When the sun is behind a cloud, you can feel the difference. Again, not every day, but on average, in general, on cool days, when the sun, or even in the winter, it gets colder when the sun isn't out. We're talking about the same day. We're not talking about like a week difference where there's other variables and different whatever fronts, cold fronts, warm fronts, whatever. Forget all that. On the same day, let's get the independent, dependent, and controls out here. So it's whatever temperature it is, 40 degrees, and then the sun dips behind a cloud, you can feel it get colder. Just like in the summer, it's really, really hot, and then if the sun goes behind a cloud, you can feel it slightly cooler. I mean, we're not talking about earth-shattering 50-degree dips in temperature, but just those slight variations. So at that same nighttime, the sun goes at sunset, even in the winter, again, on a typical day without any kind of weather anomalies, which of course do happen. Let's say it's really cold, and then the sun goes down. Is it going to get warmer when the sun goes down? No, it is not. So for the sun to be that powerful, to have that much of a difference, and yet millions of miles are not going to make any difference. I mean, the utter level of goofery from a common sense standpoint. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't other variables to explain this. Bryant Myers actually probably did the best job, believe it or not, at explaining on how the Earth stores energy, the ground stores energy, even the water can store energy. There's the part I don't understand is how it magically doesn't store the same energy and in the wintertime. Because that's the part I didn't really understand, because let's accept that it stores energy. I think you can measure that it does store energy and heat. Why would it not store that same energy and then be even warmer when it's closer to the sun? But anyway, what these goofs just don't refuse, these religious scientism zealots, they refuse to take a step back and just look at it from a logical point of view. If you're sitting around a campfire and then you turn your back to the campfire, it's going to be substantially colder. What happens when you walk away from that campfire? Is it going to be warmer or colder the farther you go away from it? And the sun is clearly very powerful, regardless of how far it is. You can feel it. You don't need to hallucinate or grasp to any kind of faith like these goofs are doing. So, yeah, I mean, again, this guy, Michael Sartain, new Dunning-Kruger champion.
Guy, a much more direct angle. I could look at the sun and I can't even feel the heat on my face. That completely 100% negates your tilted ball season model.
No, it doesn't.
And then, yes, it does. 100%.
The environment around you is colder. You are in a pocket of air that is colder. That's the reason why you don't feel that heat.
That is not true.
Why is it colder?
That is incorrect.
There we go. NASA.
Wow. So he came up with magical air pockets that are magically the same or almost the same every year. That's a new one. Sartain is a man. You gotta appreciate this Dunning-Kruger champion's versatility in logical fallacies and hallucinations.
This is after me. Go ahead.
What was that fell? I'm interested in symbology. Something
book.
fell that's like you need to pay attention to whatever fell.
Right. Hell yes, man. The Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins. 3 hours on evolution coming up later.
There you go. All right. So wait, this is just, I'm getting to my screen share real quick. So this is the heat map of the Earth. We got the equator right here tilted.
Yeah.
We have our tropics. But the red area is the tropical zone mostly. How can these sun rays, why is it heating it at this angle? You look at it on a flat Earth, the sun circles around here, migrating in between the two tropics. This heat map, which is the same as this heat map, makes perfect sense. So now let me share my screen, and I'm going to show you how seasons work, right? And then we're going to go from there. So this is the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. You guys can see that? Is that on everyone's screen?
Sure can. Yep.
All right. So the sky is a perfect clock. The sun goes around once every 24 hours. And it laps the moon. If I speed it up, you'll see that it's catching up to the moon. The moon's getting more full. And after 28 times around, the sun will lap the moon. So the moon, its phases and its position keep track of the weeks and the months. The sun keeps track of the hours and the days. And you'll see the moon is waning right now. And that gets into a whole nother thing. When the moon goes new, how come no one ever sees it for like 60 hours? That's another insane thing. If I slow it down, I'm going to turn on the stars. The stars are spinning in the same direction. sun, moon, and stars all rise in the east, set in the west, no matter where you are on this earth. Okay, rise in the east, set in the west. Now the stars are moving at almost the same speed as the sun, but just a little bit faster. Okay, how little? Well, they lap the sun once every 365 days, give or take. Okay, so right now we're exiting this zodiac, and we're moving into the next one where it'll migrate through there. And
So I just want to jump in here why this isn't fallacious for David Weiss. Because again, did he prove all of this? No. But you could see how it could theoretically work in this model. This is the ancient cosmological model. The yin-yang, of course, is the sun and the moon going around the stationary Earth. It is, again, it can perfectly predicts all the movements of the constellations, but predictive power is not necessarily congruent to reality. It may or may not be. But all the ancient cosmologies had some kind of either snow globe or flat Earth cosmology. Doesn't mean it's true, but they did predict everything perfectly. Also doesn't mean it's true, which is why it's silly to even pretend that that means it's true, like these scientism cultists do. Notice how how often do flat earthers talk about the perfect predictions of the ancients in terms of astronomical celestial bodies and all of that? Maybe they do, but on most of the ones I've analyzed, I haven't heard that. Because, again, what does that prove? Just because they predict it, that doesn't mean it's true. So, yeah, David Weiss here is just presenting a model with predictions. And, yeah, you can see how it could theoretically work like that. Now, where are the definitive proofs that it works like this? I mean, they've yet to present them, but the model is there. Let's see what the scientism goofs rebut with.
the zodiacs will lap it once a year. So the stars keep track of the seasons and the years. The stars never change. You go out tonight, sit down on a bench somewhere and chart the stars and say, okay, that one's near the corner of the building. That one's there. That one's there. Mark the time. Set your calendar for the same time, same day, next year, 10 years. Every star will be in the exact same position. But we live in this beehive spinning galaxy with stars at distances that you can't see, but somehow they reset every year exactly. We get into eclipses. I don't think we forgot about that.
Most of them do. We've actually seen supernova, and we've actually seen different things.
Dave, I have a question looking at your model right there real quick. So when it's a flat disk like that, the stars...
What does a supernova have to do with the constellations that are in the same spot all the time? I mean, come on. This guy's undisputed champion of Dunning-Kruger now. I mean, he's so far gone. Like... He's exhibiting more suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect than even Bryant Myers. I mean, and that's saying something, because Bryant Myers was the previous champion. This is Buster Douglas knocking out Mike Tyson now. We have a new champion, and he is undisputed. His name is Michael Sartain.
No matter.
Not a disc.
Okay, sorry. Well, flat plane. The stars overhead should be rotating counterclockwise no matter where you're at on the Earth in that sense, correct?
Not if you're in the south. Think about it. If you're in the south looking up at the sun and the moon, everything is rising from your right hand and setting on your left hand.
I'm talking specifically about the stars.
Another great... Again, I just cannot... We have three champions here as far as I'm concerned. We have the absolute only non-triggered debater or individual discussing this in this jet fighter pilot instructor, Adam Bultell. He's basically number one on the heliocentric globe all time, even though he hasn't said that much, because it's also about delivery. And also, we have the worst of the worst in Michael Sartain, new Dunning-Kruger champion. And then we also have the most diverse simultaneously on opposite ends of the spectrum. So Dr. Sergei Dida has simultaneously demonstrated the most cognitive power and the least. Throughout this discussion thus far, we're a little bit past the halfway point. And I'm curious to see where this goes.
So
So listen to what I'm saying. If you're in the north and you're looking south at the stars, they're all rising on your left, the east, setting on your right, the west. If you turned around, now they're all rising on your right, setting on your left. They go the same direction.
Clockwise and counterclockwise are just relative to your position. If we all point up right now, we're all pointing up. If we all point down, we're all pointing down. But if I say point left, we could be pointing in different directions. It depends on where we are. So,
and just looking at his face, you can see that he's actually possessing something we've never seen before on the heliocentric globe side. Intellectual honesty. Notice how he's not interrupting the answer in a triggered stupor, like Sartain, like some kind of menopausal woman, hormonal woman who's so distraught over something and so emotional she's not going to let anybody get a word in. That's Michael Sartain. But here, look at the look in his face. He looks like he's intellectually honestly listening to the answer and considering what it means. I mean, I'm very impressed with Adam Bultell here. These are the kinds of people that need to be involved in these discussions, not like these other goofs. And even with his, we could call it bipolar, he's Dunning-Kruger bipolar, Dr. Sergey Dida. I'll allow it, because if he's at least going to spend some time on the cognitive function side, which he did when he saw certain things that Jeranism pointed out and other things, even though he's also on the other bipolar side where he's shown less function than even Sartain at moments, the fact that he was also able to be on the other side of the spectrum, I'll allow that. That's cool. Let's allow him to be part of these debates. But guys like Sartain are obviously bottom of the barrel that should never be discussing this. Unless they like humiliating themselves. If he gets a kick out of looking like a total goof, I mean, he's got nothing else going on in life. I mean, I guess, but...
If
So then why didn't at the equator do the stars go directly overhead from one spot to the other? Whereas if I'm in the north, the stars are apparent to be counterclockwise, and in the south they go clockwise.
Okay, so let me turn the stars back on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Whoops.
I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah. So, and this is something that they don't teach you in school. So, you see my mouse? I'm inside the Tropic of Cancer, which is this line right here. So I'm looking outwards, and the stars are coming from my left shoulder to my right shoulder. Can you all see that? Can you visualize that?
Kind of. Yes, I'm trying.
Right. I'm standing in the center.
He should put up Stellaris, because I actually have the animation I'm putting on right now. That's the best way to understand it, because again, we're talking about frame of reference and how things would appear based on where you are. The only way, I mean, really, this is a difficult concept, because when I first looked at this, it's difficult to understand. I wasn't really on any side. I'm just thinking, why would it look different? And how many different constellations are there? Where, again, if you're thinking about a planetarium and you make it like a 100-mile wide planetarium and walk around it, that's essentially what you're doing virtually in the Stellaris program. So if you play around with Stellaris, then it kind of makes sense. But short of that, it's kind of difficult to grasp just from one animation here. But let's see what happens.
Center circle area, and I'm facing the outside edge in any direction. And the stars are coming from my left shoulder to my right shoulder.
But you're looking straight up, correct?
I'm not looking up. I'm looking out. I'm looking towards the edge of the circle, right? And I could look up too.
So from our globus
from the
reference
left to
south,
the right.
From our globus the south.
Yeah, well, the flat Earth. South is every direction away from the center.
Got it, okay.
So if you're in the center looking outwards, the stars are coming from your left to your right, from your left shoulder to your right. Now, if I'm outside, I'm out here, let's say I'm in Santiago, and I'm looking towards the North Pole, the stars are coming from my right shoulder to my left shoulder. They're going clockwise now versus counterclockwise, but they never changed direction. I just changed my orientation. Let that sink in. This is not an argument. This is a fact. Look at it as many times as you need until you get it. Okay?
He should have also mentioned if the stars are very close, if they're actually on the actual dome. If you go to the others, if you go so far in one direction and they're close, like you can imagine it, you can do it with, let's say, a mobile over a baby's crib. Like imagine that a little bit bigger over a room. So if the stars are rotating kind of on a middle track and you go to the outside of it, they're going to be going the other direction than if you were on the inside of the track. Another variation on this to understand how movement works, point at a floor while you're in an office chair and spin around it, and then point at the ceiling and spin around it. I don't know why the flat earthers don't bring this up. Again, it doesn't prove anything. It just so that everybody can have a better idea and a better understanding, because at least the jet fighter pilot here, Adam Bultell, at least he seems to be honest and having an intellectually honest discussion here. So I would like to hear, if they explained it that way, what the rebuttal here is, because I'm not sure they understood that explanation.
Why does the northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere have different
stars? Let's talk about that as soon as I finish season.
Hey, time out. Can I take 2 minutes to go to the bathroom real quick? Does anybody else need to go to the bathroom? I drank a bunch. Give me 2 minutes. Go on a second.
So we're told that the moon is going the opposite way around the Earth.
Drank what?
The stars are going one way. The sun goes, we're orbiting around the sun. But when you look at everything rises in the east, sets in the west. We've gotten rid of clockwise and counterclockwise because that's just relative to the way you're facing. So now let's just talk about seasons. The outer yellow line is the Tropic of Capricorn, and the inner yellow line is the Tropic of Cancer. June 21st, if I jump forward, 1, 2, 3, 4, where are we? March, April, May, June. So in June, the sun is over the Tropic of Cancer. Now, when the sun is closer to you, just like a streetlight over your head, it's high in the sky, but the streetlight down the road is low in the sky and farther away. So when the sun is over the Tropic of Cancer, we here in the north have our summer, we have our summer. It's really hot in Miami. Why is it hot in Miami? Because the sun goes right over Miami. Look at that. Right over Miami. It's super hot. Aristophanes could do his experiment there. Hot in California, Jaron, over 100 degrees. He's complaining all summer long. Okay? But at the same time, Australia is having their winter because the sun is farther away from Australia. If I jump, the sun migrates out in December. Now Australia is having their summer, and here in Connecticut, everything's frozen because the sun never gets close enough, right? And so it's a heat lamp that comes closer and then moves farther away. It's a heat source. Don't quote me on heat lamp. I don't think it's a lamp in the sky. What the sun is, that's a whole nother thing. But that's how seasons work. That's why the map looks like the map looks. And that's why we have shorter days in our winter because the sun is farther away, it's lower, and it sets behind that apparent horizon quicker due to perspective.
Why does the apparent light from that sun reach further along the edges?
Hold on. Let's do Adam first and then Sergey.
Adam, go ahead.
So go back to that depiction. I'm just curious, like why the apparent reach of that sunlight goes further the more you go outboard. Like why is the shadow, if you will, the lack of light? Why is there cylindrical shape?
Yeah, so during December, it looks like the light wraps around a little farther, and it actually does. Versus 6 months later, when the sun is in the Tropic of Cancer, the sun the darkness kind of wraps around, and that has to do with the optics of the sky. I personally believe that there's a dome. And as the sun gets out closer to that dome, it wraps around. And we can see examples of this if we, doing experiments with lights inside of domes where the light will spread. Let me see if I have that.
And I believe something a little bit different than that, but it's the stratosphere is lower at the poles than it is at the equator. So the equator is the highest point, and the poles is the lowest point. So it creates essentially a dome, but not a dome over the entire plane, more of like a bundt cake pan. You've seen a bundt cake?
Yes.
I'm trying to, I don't know if I have, but yeah, go ahead.
It's kind of like a tube that goes around the cake.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you look it up, you'll see it. It's basically like a dome, but a dome that goes around everything. And that's what the atmosphere tells us. I mean, go ahead.
So let's talk about the angular speed of the sun is the same, but when it's December, the sun is going faster because it has to make a bigger circle in the same amount of time, right? We can agree with that. And so Globers were like, well, how is that possible? And it's just where that...
I don't know if they're going to talk about it here, but there was some kind of an experiment, and they basically replicated this particular model where the sun is on some kind of an electromagnetic track, for lack of a better word. If there's some kind of electromagnetic field that controls the sun is going higher and lower as it's traveling around the track. Again, I'm not claiming that's true in any way, but if the model worked something like that, where the sun went lower and higher while it traveled, that would also explain that. Again, not claiming that that's true in any way, but there's many different explanations. Burden of proof is obviously on positive claims, but the goof's claiming it could never work this way. Obviously, it could, but you have to prove that that's what it actually is.
Focus point of energy that we call the sun it's still going at the same speed, the same angular speed. And so what is the sun? I believe, and Jaron, you can tell me, maybe he has a slightly different opinion. I believe that the sun that we see is an apparent position. It's it's a reflection or projection of the real source of that sun. And there's a lot of evidence that this is true, where sometimes during an eclipse, you can see the source of what we call the sun. So if I'm standing around and I turned around, if I had a flashlight and I pointed it 3 feet in front of me, and I turned around in 1 minute, I just drew a 3-foot radius circle in 1 minute. But if I just angled that light out 6 feet and I spun around at the same rate, I just did a 6-foot radius circle spinning at the same speed. So is the sun really speeding up? I think the sun that we see is changing speeds. Jaron, you have anything to add to that?
I think I agree. And I think we have a personal relationship with the sun, which if you think about religious undertones, there's something to do with that. And the fact that the sun walks on water and that the sun turns water into wine, there's a lot of allegory there on purpose about what the sun actually is. Right. So the sun, we see, because picture this, if you and I are both standing on a beach and we're 100 yards apart from each other and we're watching the sun set, there's going to be a glistening coming to our feet. But I can't see the one going to your feet, and you can't see the one coming to my feet. We can only see the one that is specific to us ourselves, right?
Got it. Okay,
yeah.
Awesome. So
and then also, like if people say, well, how do we see it in different positions? This is the reason you can't triangulate the sun. Imagine we're in a room, and I hang up a thin blue sheet dividing the room in half, and we're both on one side looking at that sheet, and we're 10 feet apart. On the far side of that sheet, we have a light source. Okay, that light source is lighting up the whole blue sheet with daylight, and then we can look through the sheet and we can see that bright spot. We can see the source of that light, and we'll see a bright spot on the sheet, and we can send a third person to the sheet, and I say, draw a circle right there. That's exactly where I see it. And then they do it for you. They're going to draw another circle 10 feet from where mine is. So we're both seeing the same thing in a different position relative to our own.
Right, unless we can get on the other side of the sheet, but you guys don't think space travel is possible,
right.
so we can't get to the other side of the sheet.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Okay.
So listen, I'm going to get out of the app, but
yields testable prediction though.
Real quick, while we're
absolutely
while we're still looking at this app, though,
what you can do,
Let
right,
Sergey talk.
is if I understand correctly, is at different times in the year you can measure what's the angle that the sun makes in the sky when it's at its maximum brightness, right? And what you can use to calculate is like where along the radius is the sun on this clock hand, correct?
Yeah. Well,
and so now you could do that at different positions in the sky, and then you can test whether this model is correct.
Well, absolutely.
Just like
it yields a testable prediction.
But hold on, but your sun cannot be triangulated, right? Triangulated.
Well,
You cannot go outside and measure the angles to the sun, and then he go outside and measure the angles to the sun, and you guys get the same answer.
It's too far away, but like we could we couldn't do it to the sun, but we could do it to other objects 6 months apart.
I'm saying, like, wait, try and pause the video right now.
Okay.
I pause the sun.
No, pause. Yeah, your clock. Pause the clock.
Maybe I misunderstood.
All right.
Pause the clock.
So, okay, that's good enough. Okay, so you can see here, right? So imagine I can't point at this screen, right?
No.
Okay,
Just give us a location. We can.
Right here.
So imagine you're at like 9:30.
Okay.
Okay. So what you can do is you can measure. Okay, what's the angle, right, that the sun makes in the sky, right? If you were directly,
Sure.
like you were saying,
So if you're right underneath that sun there, and
it would be right about
90 degrees. Okay.
Right? But if it's like say halfway on the because as the seasons evolve, right, the sun's gonna move up and down that radius. Right?
Yes.
It's gonna go from the edge of the hand up to the inside of the hand.
Correct.
And so as the time goes along, right, as the year progresses, you can measure what's the angle that the sun is gonna make.
Yes.
Yeah, we know that number. That's your
angle,
latitude.
You can calculate what's its radius on this clock hand. Right?
Yeah, but that's your latitude, right? So we know that. That's already a known thing. They've known that. The latitude is the angle that it is to the sun. That's already a known thing. They've known that. The latitude is the angle that it is to the sun. So if
Here's the thing. Right now, if you're in northern Australia, right where the sun is, you would have no stick. You would see the sun in the bottom of a well, like Eratosthenes. And we can test this all the time. On June 21st, every place underneath that yellow line at solar noon will have no shadows on anything that's vertical. So yeah, this is testable and it works. But guess what? It doesn't prove the flat Earth
What I'm saying
you
is
can.
at different times in the year, you can measure the angle, and from the angle you can get what's the distance along the clock hand.
Okay, and what good? Yeah, so we already know that distance, but what good does that do? What does that do?
What is the
That'll
distance
tell
that you
how-
guys think the sun is? You didn't say it before.
It doesn't tell us
the real
distance
sun,
to
or are
the
you
sun.
talking about the apparent sun?
So can you talk? Yeah. So there's a real sun and an apparent sun. I guess I didn't understand. So the real sun is what distance?
Right.
to
So
the
he was
apparent
just
sun?
telling you about the sheet, and he said there was a light behind the sheet.
Yeah.
Okay, so the sheet is what you're seeing. That's the light that you're seeing, but there's a real sun that's behind that.
Okay. So how?
Right, and if you start moving, if you start like walking, if you started walking towards me, your sun is going to move and intersect with my sun. But the real sun didn't move at all; it stayed right where it was.
Do you have distances for either one of those suns?
No, we don't because
Well,
again,
the parent
we can't
sun,
try-
the parent sun triangulated is about 3959, which is weird because that's your guys' radius. That's what it comes out to when you do the trigonometry on it.
3959?
Miles, yes,
3,959 miles.
correct.
So
and
okay.
32 miles wide is what it would
32
mathematically
miles.
come out.
So the image that we see that's projected
Correct.
on the dome, it would be 32 miles wide, and it would
Some
be
don't believe in a dome, but okay.
4,000
Yeah.
4,000 around 4,000 feet up. Okay, got it. Okay.
No, not feet.
It should also
So-
be testable.
4,000
by,
miles, 4,000 miles.
Let me show one other thing on here. So here in Vegas in June, when the sun sets, how long is the sky still lit up? How long do you have twilight for?
It's
here in
real-
Connecticut, it's like 90 minutes, maybe 2 hours.
It's weird here because we're in a Las Vegas. Literally means the meadows. We are surrounded by mountains here, so we kind of
Okay.
get like a weird effect. It's probably not the best example.
So, all right. So here in Connecticut in June, the sun sets and it's light for another 2 hours. Right. And that's because the sun would be on this inner track. Hold on, let me bring it in. The sun would be on this inner track and it's kind of arcing around us. See, it's arcing around us, right? I could bring it in a little farther. April, May, June. So the sun is arcing around, so it's not going that far away. Now, out here in central South America or Central Africa or Southern Africa, the sun is going a lot faster because its apparent speed is making a bigger circle. When the sun sets in January, in December and January, there 5 minutes later at an equal southern latitude, according to on the ball, an equal northern latitude 6 months earlier should have the same amount of sunlight. But when the sun sets in those southern latitudes, it's pitch black in 5 minutes in many places. Okay. And that's because the sun is racing away at almost twice the speed.
Oh, you think? Okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying there's less twilight because the sun is moving at a different speed.
The sun is moving. The apparent sun is moving at a different
what we
speed.
would call our southern latitudes or your tropic of I keep forgetting Capricorn.
Right.
Tropic of
And yet
Capricorn.
it's still moving at 15 degrees an hour.
Okay.
Let me get out of the app, but I just want to show you a couple
Okay.
quick things so I can get out of the app. This is for people that are like, hey, this is interesting, but I don't believe the Earth is flat. That's fine. Every day there's a new featured video, and I tell people just get the app, watch the featured video every day. Click this thumbnail. If you want to go back, click the video archive button and start watching these videos. Just watch a video every day for 2 weeks, and then you too will lose the respect of your family and friends and most podcasters because you'll realize the Earth
podcasters.
isn't a globe. But and I'm offering 3 Bitcoins for 1 proof of the globe. But before you do, you have to hit that question mark.
Okay.
And up come stuff that Google will not feed you. Hey, what about eclipses, right? If I click what about eclipses, up comes videos that YouTube doesn't want you to see. They're still there, but but you can search for them by name and they won't show up.
Got it.
And these are videos that'll show you, about that stuff. Last thing I want to show you, the app does a whole bunch of other things, but people think, oh, there's a couple of flat earthers, they're crazy. If I hit that handshake, this is just the people that have my app that have registered for the friend finder. These are all people that know that know the Earth is flat.
Oh, I'm fully aware. That's why we're doing this podcast because something that we will agree on. Because I have 3 questions to ask you guys, but something we'll agree on. I think it is a very, very, very horrible mistake for science educators to be like, we're not going to engage with you. I think that is those people are fucking stupid. And I think part of the reason why there has been so much growth in your movement is because they choose to look the other way
And because there's such clueless goofs like himself that are arguing so fallaciously, it makes people doubt that the Earth could ever be a spinning globe, because you have such utter goofs like Michael Sartain using the silliest most illogical arguments possible to support the position, and somebody watching it on the fence or a young kid, they're like, wait a second, this Sartain guy, nothing he's saying is even making sense or is even directly relating to the flat earthers' points. That must mean the flat earthers are correct. So a lot of people are jumping to flat earth because of clueless goofs like Sartain, who are the wrong people to be having this discussion.
Anyone who doesn't deny science has been able to gain a foothold, whether or not you believe it's true or not. I believe. Go ahead.
You talked about censorship. Why are they sitting there? They're allowing Bigfoot. They're allowing all sorts of crazy stuff on the internet, but they're censoring flat Earth. During the Senate hearings about fake news, they use flat Earth as their example on how they're going to hide it and replace it with authoritative comments, authoritative, wiki links and whatnot. One of the biggest flat Earth videos out there is called The Stranger's Guide to Flat Earth 21 Questions. Pretty unique name. You search it by name and channel name, it doesn't come up. You get the same results. When you search anything flat Earth, you get the same results. You get
I can show that.
One is
I believe you, and I've seen the, I've seen the exact same thing. I'm not definitely.
You get Professor Dave.
Yeah, I definitely
nonsense.
I definitely agree, and we'll let's get to that in a little bit. But I definitely agree that yes, the ideas that you guys have are 100% centered on YouTube. That is definitely not up for dispute. But a couple things. Let me ask.
Actually, one of the one thing we'll all agree on is that censorship on the internet is really bad.
Yeah, it's not only bad; it's pointless. No, I'm not trying to equate you guys to this.
Not pointless.
I'm not trying to equate you guys to anything like this. But if someone had a belief about eugenics or racism, I would rather them not be covert about their beliefs. I'd rather them be overt, so at least I know who I'm arguing with. And that's why I have a very difficult part when people say, "Well, you can't speak on this campus because you because of gender studies or because of whatever." I have a very serious problem with that, even if I agree or disagree with you, because I want to know where everyone stands. And if you ever read the book Homo Deus by Yuval Noah Harari, at the end he talks about dataism. Anything that speeds up the bandwidth is good. Anything that slows the bandwidth down is bad. Even if it's something that you don't believe in, it's still better that more people know. Sergey made that point during our podcast. Isn't it better all the people that are educated? Can I ask you guys 3 questions? Just 3 questions here, and then we'll go back and we'll talk about eclipses afterwards. The 3 questions are going to be this, and the first one is going to be flights in the southern hemisphere. Okay, so we're both aviators, and sorry, we had something there. We've both and we've looked up flights in the southern hemisphere. Santiago to Sydney is one, and the other one is going to be Buenos Aires to Johannesburg. Those flights go off every day. There are flights. Originally, I was listening to Flat Earthers saying there were no flights in the southern hemisphere. Now it seems like they're recanting that and then showing our southern flights in the hemisphere.
Wait, which Flat Earthers? Again, with this hasty generalization, logical fallacy, and false dichotomy, I mean, different Flat Earthers say different things. So he could just phrase it as a question to not appear like a fallacious goof, but clearly he didn't do that. Because, of course, this is about his ego.
Well, there wasn't a direct flight, but now there is a direct flight. Okay, and we actually tested it.
Okay, so Santiago to Sydney is about 12 hours one way and 13 hours the other way. And both of these places are in the southern hemisphere. If you guys want to pause the video and look at these 2 places, they're in the southern hemisphere. According to the map that you've shown us, those places are significantly further away in your flat Earth plane than they are in our round Earth globe. Can you explain the discrepancy of why you can make that flight in 12 hours or 13 hours?
Darren, you want to go first?
Sure. So there's the winds aloft, right? The jet streams. And in the south, they are the fastest that they are. They go anywhere from 200 to 300 miles per hour. And the plane would not need to account for that because it's being carried along by those winds, right? So you're still going a certain airspeed. The jet stream is carrying the plane around. So, yeah, if that plane does 600 miles per hour, it could be doing 9.
So you'd be using less fuel, though, right? You have
they only think they're going 6,000 miles when they're actually going 10.
The problem is they don't think anything. So we have what's called a ground. We have a ground radar, and that whole ground radar tells us our ground speed at all times whenever we're flying. So we would be able to see that we're going.
Run by NASA.
No, no, it's not a GPS thing. It is literal a radar on the bottom of the plane.
NASA. Well,
okay. So this is
the radar. The radar goes to the ground and tells it how far it is from the ground.
Negative. It does not. That's an AGL radar.
No, I was asking you. I'm sorry, I wasn't saying that.
Yeah, it's not an AG. So that's how you get AGL. You can get ground speed based on a radar that goes over the ground. Okay, that's ground additional. Radar. Now there's another radar that works with the GPS. That's separate. So we know that when we're making that flight, we're not going at 900, 1100 miles an hour. And by the way, those numbers, 900 miles an hour, still does not make up the difference in in distance between the globe Earth and the flat Earth. In the flat Earth, there is a tremendous amount of difference that goes on, and also the flight plan would go up through South America, down through North America to get to that place. And in the
So obviously this guy's kind of slow and might have some kind of mental disability. How is that verified? So I don't know if anybody's disputing that radar and GPS, they're putting out information. How is that information verified? Because this goof just puts blind faith in whatever numbers are coming out of that. That's what this goof doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the scientific method. He doesn't understand how to verify anything. He doesn't understand controls, dependent, independent variables. Because with or without the jet stream, how would any of those numbers be verified? That's the first point. The second point, I've talked about this before too. How do you verify the land masses are where they are purported to be and the distances between them are what is purported to be? On any map, obviously the flat earthers have not proved their maps. But if the globe Earth map is true, again, maybe it's all true, but to take it on blind faith, that's the religion of scientism that this Sartain goof is preaching while being too utterly clueless to realize that all he's doing is appealing to faith, even if he is accidentally correct.
globe Earth model, it just goes west from San Diego to Sydney. So that discrepancy doesn't really seem to be described.
The jet streams are getting crossed.
I'm with you, but there is no evidence of a jet stream that goes that high. And by the way, you're saying there's an opposite jet stream.
What do you mean? There's no. What do you mean?
There's no. I'm sorry, high of speed. Sorry, velocity. There's no evidence of a jet stream with that high of velocity that would go in both directions. That's the problem. So
there is. There just is. You can just look at the different levels. Like sometimes the level.
All right. So wow. Okay, well, by no evidence, what does he mean? Because, I mean, just looking up jet stream and going right on the wiki, I mean, you don't have to do any deep searches. I mean, there's jet streams going in all sorts of different directions, even south of the equator. You have the southwesterly trades, the westerlies. I mean, they're going in different directions relative to different land masses. And right on weather.gov, just go to weather.gov/jetstream/jet. I mean, you have a whole bunch of different jet streams here. You have different speeds. Subtropical jet streams. Jet streams vary in height of 4 to 8 miles and can reach speeds of more than 275 miles per hour. And again, different jet streams. I mean, to know all of this information, it's kind of weird when he says no evidence. There's clearly tons of evidence of jet streams going in different directions at different speeds. Now, whether or not they're enough to account for this without even being able to verify the distances between continents, I mean, that's a separate question, but clearly there's a ton of evidence for fast-moving jet streams.
At 32,000 feet has the wind going 200 miles per hour this way. At 36,000 feet, you might have the wind going 100 miles per hour the other way.
Yeah, but it's still not enough to make up. I agree with you about 100 mile an hour winds, but we're talking 100 mile an hour, 200 mile an hour winds. I have 700 hours, 500 combat hours.
Right.
Okay, I can tell you.
But Michael, you haven't flown that flight. There's only one plane that does it, run by a small handful of military pilots. And that plane, we found information that it has 7 layers of heat-resistant paint on it. Okay, so it must be doing something a little bit faster. And also, you said there's a 1 hour difference. Sometimes there's a 5-hour difference from their scheduled.
We actually looked it up.
Their scheduled time and their actual time. So now, hold on a second.
No, that's me.
Sometimes they go around the outside and they follow these winds. And I can show you. We have a live chart that shows you these winds. But other times they go all the way up across America and down, crossing the equator twice. On a flat Earth, it makes perfect sense right here, which is pretty much a straight line. So here's what we did. We didn't just look at flight plans.
And that's the other thing the goof doesn't account for, because if the Sartain goof, if the flat Earth map is closer to reality than the globe Earth, if they're going across the northern hemisphere, where, again, you could just look at, it says they reach more than 275 miles per hour. That's a lot faster than 100, or even 200. 275. Now, what if they're even faster than that? Who's measuring them? So if the jet stream is faster, because, again, how would you verify any of this? Now, obviously, the Sartain goof, he's just taking on blind faith whatever's reported. But if the jet stream numbers aren't even accurate, what does that mean? So again, you can't really prove anything either way, but the Sartain goof thinks that this debunks the flat earth model. That's how clueless he is. Not that it proves the flat earth model, but the goof thinks it actually disproves it. That's what's hilarious.
And believe flight routes. We actually tracked somebody. We did I think it was 14-hour live stream where Max Egan was going from Santiago to Australia, and he flew, and we did a live stream where we never turned the live stream off, so no one can accuse us of anything. And he got him on the plane all the way to the plane taking off, and then he took measurement.
He wasn't on the whole time, just so they know that, because that sounds.
No, yeah, because we lost. Yeah, so we tracked the plane. We had professional tracking, right. And then when he landed, he logged back onto the Hangout while he was still on the plane, proved that he made this flight. So there was a lot of flat earthers that thought that flight did not exist.
It's fake, yeah.
Yeah. So we proved the flight was real, but the problem was his compass readings. When he gave them to us, we laid them out. I'm just trying to find it because I don't have OBS, Jaron.
You wouldn't have learned it that fast anyway.
And what? Oh, here it is. So he showed us that his plane was going northwest, 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 and then right here is west, and then right here is southwest, southwest, south, pretty much south. Right, the yellow ones are south, the purple one is west, and these are northwest. And so we plotted it. And this is the route he went. He crossed the equator twice. If the Earth was a globe, I'm not really sure.
I'm not really sure his magnetic heading is going to determine his route. You're not going to be able to unless you have a stopwatch and you were able to look at his ground speed. I don't know necessarily that's evidence that was the route he took.
Well, he took headings and they weren't matching what the seat back was showing. Okay, they weren't. They weren't matching.
He was in the cockpit when he did this.
No. He was a passenger, and and somehow coincidentally, if you're saying that the headings are all wrong,
no, I'm not saying
it matched the flat Earth map. It matched the flat Earth map, right? The plane went, and the compass has to turn because the North Pole's here. Mm-hmm. So there's west only for a second. No, you can't point west. When you point west, you're pointing south. Just so you know that, okay? And this is the direction that his plane went according to the compass readings, right? There's no need to cross the equator twice if you're going from any two southern locations or any two northern locations. For example.
But then there's no jet stream either, right? So you're saying now there's no jet stream because...
Oh, no. There's also a jet stream in here also.
So now there's north and south jet streams along with east and west.
There's counter...
Why would he hallucinate there's no jet stream? I mean, this goof really is bottom of the barrel. I mean, he is Dunning-Kruger champion. I believe we can give him the undisputed title, not even being finished here, just from the level of goofery he's displayed here.
Jet streams. There's counter rotating.
No, I'm aware that there's jet streams that go at different speeds at different places. They're rarely are they north and south though.
No, they're not north and south. They circles.
So here's a route from Sydney to.
Who said they were north and south? I mean, this goof, man, he's winning championships here.
Peru.
Okay.
And it crosses the equator twice, right? But on a globe, it goes all the way up here and all the way down. Why didn't they just cut across here? It's almost the same distance. Okay. Why on your globe?
So here's the thing. When you're going from Sydney to Peru, that's different. What I would like for you to see is Sydney to Santiago. The reason why it goes from Sydney to Peru is because you have two third world countries. I'm sorry, not Sydney to Peru. The reason why you're doing that is because the likelihood of you needing to go to Lima, Peru from Sydney is not enough to justify the route.
That's incorrect. There's plenty of people that want to go to Lima, Peru to see the pyramids.
Correct. They do. They do. So they go through Los Angeles. The problem is there's tons of places in the United States where there's no direct flights. Trust me, people tell me all the time. The idea that there is no direct flight is not a problem. There are, however, direct flights from Santiago to Sydney. And those are
Sydney to Johannesburg. Why does that cross the equator? Okay.
Sydney. Okay.
So here's the thing. There's countless southern flights that cross the equator twice. There are 0 flights that are within this circle. Okay, that go any two northern locations, origin and destination. Never, ever do they ever cross the equator.
We're going to disagree on that because I believe Johannesburg to Buenos Aires does not cross the equator, and I
it does when it stops when it stops here.
It doesn't. I don't believe. No, you're saying it doesn't stop there.
Yes, it does.
Okay, you're talking
These
about
are
a different
actual
flight.
flights.
Okay,
These
you're
are actual flights.
You're talking
Can I
about.
just-
You're talking about it. Oh, stop, guys. Let me finish.
Yeah.
You're talking about an actual flight that does have a stop there. There are actual flights from Johannesburg to Buenos Aires that are nonstop that do not go to the northern hemisphere. There are actual flights from Sydney to Santiago, which you
Correct.
are not showing,
Correct.
that
Okay, so look
do not go to the northern hemisphere.
Santiago to Sydney. I got it up here, and if I go to stops and go non-stop only, there's no flights.
Okay,
So
right.
I'm not saying they don't exist.
Right, hold
I'm
on,
not saying
Can we pull those up because we actually found several of them? All right,
Sure.
so they do exist. Actually, we can.
I didn't
do that.
say they didn't exist.
Okay, cool.
That's what I'm saying.
We can pull it up, or we can put it up in the notes later. If you have them, we can pull it up. But the fact of the matter is, yes, there are actual flights that go from Santiago to Sydney. They do not go in the northern hemisphere. They are nonstop, and the times do not match up. The times do not match up with a flat Earth. A flat Earth plane. They do not. It's 1505 for this one right here. This is what the ETA is. Okay, the headwinds are.
But he doesn't even know what the times would be on a flat Earth. That's what's hilarious about this goof. He doesn't know what they would be even with the model, but he's already pretending and hallucinating that they could never match up no matter what. That's the level of goofery this triggered guy is putting forth.
40 knots. Now, according to you guys, all of the people, it's not just ATC. It's not just the FAA. It is the FAA for every single country is in on this because they have to be in order to lie about the distances, because the distance right there is 6,000 miles.
There's not very many flights that go just in the south. It wouldn't be every flight.
Right. That happens to be because 90% of the Earth's population lives in the
Right.
northern hemisphere and 15% of the
Right.
Earth's land mass is in the southern hemisphere. So that's the reason why. But also, several of those countries in the southern hemisphere are poor. That's why not a lot of.
But they weren't talking about the reason why. They were just pointing out that there it seems to be a lack of ways to prove it. Not that there wasn't a legitimate explanation for that lack. They were simply pointing out the lack. But this triggered Dunning-Kruger goof. I mean, just look at the goof's face. I mean, he's mentally gone.
People go from Buenos Aires to Johannesburg, but they do.
Okay, so what I'm saying is you just made it sound like everybody would have to be in on it, everybody at the FAA, but do you understand that you're talking about a very select, you're talking about 10 flights a week.
No, I'm talking about 10 flights. I'm talking about 10 flights. Well, obviously, everyone from the FAA would be on it. How would they not
You mean
be on it?
everyone at the FAA? That's the most ridiculous statement ever. What do you mean everybody?
Yeah, everyone at the FAA because they believe in global positioning system. How in the world are they supposed to navigate aircraft if they don't believe in north, south, east, and west GPS? Of course. They would have to be in on what you guys are saying. Why would they not?
You don't have to be in on something to believe. I mean, this goof, like, how is he not mentally disabled? Like, how does he not understand that just because you use something and you trust something, that doesn't mean you're in on a vast conspiracy where you know that it's fake and go along with it anyway? I mean, this goof is this mentally gone that he can't understand that simple concept, and he's still fidgeting like crazy. And again, our jet fighter pilot here, he still doesn't seem triggered. This is the guy that should be doing the talking.
Be in on it. The computer flies the plane. It's just like saying a pilot's in on it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Two guys here. The computer doesn't fly the fucking plane.
Yes, it does.
No,
a
stop.
passenger jet.
Stop.
We have
maybe
pilots.
not a passenger jet, but
They can read a book.
We
They
both
can read a book the whole flight.
Hold on. We both had to get PPLs beforehand. Okay, we had to do navigation over the Earth. And when you do your PPL, you are not allowed to use a computer to fly shit. You have to. You are instructed on how to fly long distances. That's what your solo means, and you do so without the use of a computer, totally with a bearing and a heading, and you use the wind triangle. Use a MB.
So this is what this goof doesn't understand. Just like someone navigating ships, if you believe the Earth is flat, you're using a sextant and an astrolabe and all of that. You can believe the Earth is flat and still navigate perfectly, just like on a plane. If you're on a plane and you think the Earth is flat, but whatever distances you're flying, you're somehow able to verify the distances, unless, of course, you're doing these crazy long circumnavigations, then, of course, you would, something would have to, there would be some indications there. But if you're just doing flights from one continent to another, back and forth, whatever, whether it's flat or globe, you'd have the same result with or without the computer. I mean, does this goof not understand that? Or has he actually circumnavigated in a single flight north to south? And he went around both poles, and that's how he knows all this. Because if so, I would like to hear this testimony.
Or a whiz wheel that you have to use in order to make these calculations. That's why you guys are, no offense, you're never going to convince me the Earth is flat because I'm the one, because I actually got a solo pilot's license from doing this, and this guy's an F-18 pilot. So we know that wind triangle works, we know the great circle routes work, and we also know that you can fly in the southern hemisphere. We've talked to too many pilots that have flown in the southern hemisphere to believe this idea that they go north.
But those aren't disputed in the flat Earth model.
up into the northern hemisphere and come back down. That is
We're not
simply
saying
a
that.
fallacy.
We're not saying every time they fly they do that. They do fly
All
in
the southern
south.
hemisphere, and those distances are not the distances that you guys have, and nobody's going over 1,000 miles an hour ground speed. That is not happening. I'm sorry,
Okay.
that is simply a fallacy. That isn't happening. I understand.
Sure. What about the Concorde? The Concorde just
Every
did it. and-
every pilot would have to be lying about a six.
Wow, he used the word fallacy without knowing what it was. Are the flat earthers even claiming it's true, or are they simply proposing one possible explanation, since without definitive verification of any of these jet streams or the speeds, I don't know if the flat earthers are claiming this is definitively true. Sartain hallucinated there were discrepancies. They're simply explaining how these imagined discrepancies might not be discrepancies. But this goof doesn't know what any fallacies are. But it's funny that he used the word fallacy in his Dunning-Kruger ramblings here. Hilarious.
Or not.
Not every
Jet
flight.
stream.
Not every pilot. Not every pilot.
Every pilot going Santiago to Sydney
What
would have
percentage
to
of
lie.
pilots do you think?
Uh-oh. Wow. That was a major fallacy. I'm disappointed in this pilot. I wasn't expecting that from him. Every pilot? Come on, is he really getting triggered and his logic is switching off? He lasted longer than anybody else ever on any debate. I have to give him that. I mean, he still said that relatively calmly, so I'm not convinced he's triggered. But that was low. I mean, that was children's level stuff. Obviously, every pilot would not have to be in on it. So, I mean, just like any conspiracy about anything, if it is true, obviously the majority would have to not be in on it. Otherwise, that'd be too much of an issue, just like any other conspiracy.
Hold on,
Only
what
4
percentage of pilots fly there? What percentage of pilots
Okay,
fly
so-
in the south from Sydney to Santiago? Because it's like less than 1%, right? So stop saying every pilot when we're talking about 1% of something.
No, we're talking about every pilot. When two different things. Sorry, every pilot from Santiago to Sydney. That's one way. When you get your PPL, that's a whole different situation, because north, south, east, and west are real places. Those are real directions that you have to use bearing and true airspeed.
Of course, but they work on a flat Earth, right?
They don't work on a flat Earth. They absolutely don't work on.
What do you mean? So do you know that the way this map that Dave is showing right here is how they direct radio signals? They use that map.
Direct radio signals. I don't
Yeah,
understand.
they use that map and they can pick the direction of where radio signals need to be sent and pick them up.
Who is directing? I'm sorry. What radio signals are we talking about? Out of what? And which frequency?
Any from shoreline to the maybe shoreline to a boat that's out in the water somewhere.
I'm sorry. I'm confused. Radar signals or radio signals? I don't understand what you're talking about.
Radio
Radio waves is a long spectrum. So exactly what are you talking about? Radio signals.
Radio waves, yes.
Okay, so you understand there's shortwave radios that submarines use, and there's long wave radios, and there's FHF, UHF.
Okay, so if
VHF.
you're trying to send something from Spain to the east coast of the United States, you could point the direction from this map and pick it up.
Okay. I think you probably use satellites, but you guys don't believe in satellites, so I don't know. There's also fiber optic cable that's run under the Atlantic Ocean, so I'm not really exactly sure.
There
how it
are
works.
fiber optic cables under the ocean, and what's amazing is there's no cable from Santiago to
I
Australia.
know,
It goes all the
incredible.
way up.
Yeah,
Because it's too far apart, because it's not at the bottom of the ball.
On both, even in the globe Earth, it's too far apart. In globe Earth or flat Earth, it's too far apart.
No, they run the cables all the way up along the Philippines, all the way to Alaska, all the way down the east coast, the west coast of the United States.
Because there are other land masses that are nearby there for them to do that. With Australia and South Africa, those places are individually far enough apart from each other that you wouldn't want to run a fiber optic cable under the Seychelles and the Madagascar and all that other shit. It doesn't make any sense for you to want to do that. I mean, we can argue the semantics of this, but the first question was, and I believe we're just going to have to agree to disagree, that those times are accurate from Santiago to Sydney, and they do not fall in line with a flat Earth model. The second question,
I would say that as long as you're being honest about it, they're not an hour difference. It's far beyond that, and they're not as easy to find.
But it still doesn't make those numbers work. And so what you're saying is the flight plan that is presented by those pilots is a fraud, and that they're actually going into the northern hemisphere and coming back into the southern hemisphere.
Never said that either. I said they stay in the south because they stay with the jet streams. They program in where they're going, and the plane gets them there.
Okay,
That's
correct. But during that time, you get three indicators. You get IAS, TAS, and GS: ground speed, indicated airspeed, and true airspeed. Those three things would indicate that they are not getting a headwind of 300 miles an hour.
So here's the thing. NASA's in charge of GPS, radar, and flight routes.
These are inside the aircraft. These have nothing to do with GPS or NASA.
So I'm talking about you say that they know the route that they're going. Pilots, on these flights, they turn their knob to 670, they press the button, and they play cards and they read a book. All right, they land the plane, they take off. They take off on the planes.
That is
So-
absolutely not true.
Well, they probably do a couple other things, but they're not in
But we've
charge
talked
of
to
their
pilots
route.
who say that they
Yeah.
they have
Yeah,
constantly.
I mean,
we're not saying they're sleeping.
You
Again,
engage autopilot, but you're 100% backing up that system to make sure it's operating correctly, and you
so
100% know
We're not
everything
taking
that's
anything
happening.
away from pilots. We're not
All
taking
right,
anything away.
so hang on. Taiwan to LA. So here is the route that they show on flight radar. Here is the route that they showed the people on their seat back cushions. Here's Hawaii right here. Right here, there was a medical emergency. I'm not sure which one it was. Maybe it was
I think a baby being born.
someone having a baby or whatever, and they needed to land. They needed to land the plane. So if you're a pilot, where would you land? Maybe Hawaii. Maybe you'd continue over here. I doubt you'd turn around and go back. But instead, they went thousands of miles out of the way to Alaska. Okay, why did they go to Alaska?
Because
And the
that's not an accurate depiction of that route. That
well,
route.
no,
is,
that's where they showed. That's where flight radar showed the plane.
That's what they showed.
Well, hold on. Let me finish my point. That's where they showed the plane, right? But in reality, they were right here when the end happened. They landed in Alaska. Hawaii is all the way out here. Okay, they lie about where they are, and this has happened 17 times now. But there's a book that documents all of them. 16 emergency landings that prove the Earth is not a ball. Every single one of them, they landed on if you drew a line from the destination, from the origin to the destination, every single one of them landed on an airport right on or next to that line. But if you look at it on a globe map, it's way out of the way. They landed up.
So wait a minute. The Sartain goof was interrupting him to say that's not really where it is. So he's admitting that the depicted route is not the real route. So I mean, how much of a goof is this guy?
in Moscow or wherever.
Right.
Insanity.
So that line that you showed me, and I don't believe under either model is the accurate flight plan for that route. And so you would use, just humor me here, Great Circle route. The Great Circle route would have taken you closer to Alaska. That's why you.
And that's true.
That's essentially what it would happen.
Why is that the Great Circle route? I think that the whole idea of the Great Circle route, this is a Great Circle route.
It's not.
Listen, my fingers look like they're a straight line, but if I turn it, you can see that it's a curve.
Correct.
Right?
But that's
there is no straight line. There is no straight line on a ball.
Okay, all right. So here's the problem. So because you are north of the equator, then you would have a pitch up, an upward curvature on that depiction right there. If it was a Great Circle route, you have to, because you're looking at a two-dimensional
wait. So
image.
why doesn't
this is the Great Circle route? A straight line.
No.
Airplanes fly straight level.
Again. Your assumption. I'm humoring you that the Earth is flat. In my assumption that the Earth is round, a Great Circle route north of the equator, when I'm looking onto a three-dimensional object, but I'm only seeing a two-dimensional object because that's what I'm seeing, then that's going to be represented by a curve, an upward curve, and in the southern hemisphere, it's going to be a southern curve. That's just geometry. That's how it works. Just humor me that the Earth is a globe. That's how a Great Circle route.
This goof completely didn't understand the point. I mean, this level of utter cluelessness, I've never seen this before. In all of the flat earth debates, this guy is definitely the dumbest out of any of them. I mean, this is really rough. He didn't understand anything presented and is arguing as if he did, but obviously his ego won't allow him to examine the fact that he didn't even understand the points presented. Because obviously you would get the same thing. I mean, if the Earth is a globe, you would get this this line, this curved line, any direction if it's a globe.
Route would work. In no case would you ever have a straight line like that in the northern hemisphere to describe any sort of route anywhere. And dude, listen, I know I've flown all the way from fucking Robbins, Georgia to Iraq. I'm telling you, it is a Great Circle route in order to get there. They did not plan this for things to be weird, for me to take extra long times. And like I said before, the rescue mission from Anderson Air Force Base to Hickam Air Force Base, we took a Great Circle route to get back. I do not believe that their intention, or my computer's intention, was to kill this child. I don't think that's what happened, for us to take another hour to get there. The reality of the situation is we had to take a Great Circle route.
Where were you going from? Where were you going from?
Nobody said that's what happened. Strawman plus appeal to emotion. He had to add that in about killing the child because he has no argument. He doesn't understand basic science, basic logic, so he has to grasp desperately to his fallacies. What else can the goof do?
From Anderson Air Force Base in Guam,
which is
to Hawaii.
Where's Guam?
Guam is it's closer to Japan. It's like kind of close to Japan.
Okay, so Japan is over here.
Uh-huh.
Okay, right along this route.
I mean, listen, you're zoomed out. Okay, all right.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. So here's Guam over here, and then where were you going to? Alaska.
I was going to Hawaii.
You're going to Hawaii. Okay. Well, Hawaii's out here. So there's is that your great circle route?
I mean, like you're pointing at something where you're zoomed out at 25,000 miles, and like I know I can't zoom in right here. Yeah, no, I feel you. I feel you.
Look at a flat Earth map.
We're kind of
draw your route on it, and that looks like you're then plot that on your globe, and you'll see that you're taking this great circle route, but in reality, you're taking a straight line on a flat Earth map.
It's. I mean, in a perspective, if you took a small enough area, maybe that those two things equal up. But the reality situation is, we were flying on a round Earth, and we were flying a great circle route because that is the fastest way to get from one point to another.
But if you rotate the globe towards you, it becomes a straight line.
Yes, and in the...
Wait a second. This is kind of weird. Again, the utter clueless goofery here. In the same breath, he said maybe it would line up, but then the reality was this. How would he know if it lines up on both models? I mean, look at this goof. This guy is definitely the Dunning-Kruger champion. We have a champion, and he seems to be undisputed.
Okay, and in the photo that you showed me, the Earth is not rotated towards me. That's the reason why I'm saying that's not an accurate depiction.
Hang on a second. This is an accurate depiction. The emergency landing proved that. But now let's plot that on a globe, right? And this is not a great circle route. To make a great circle route, like you said, we have to go all the way up like this.
Not that high up. You definitely don't have to go that high.
Okay. All right. So you go like this, and that's more like the actual route. So here, a straight line on the globe, right, going around the curve, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Okay, it's not a great circle route. But in reality...
On a globe, it's not a straight line.
On a sphere, they say it is.
Yeah. Well, no, on a sphere, it can't be a straight line because... Anyway, go ahead. In three-dimensional space, yeah.
If you get two locations on a globe... You want to draw a straight line on that globe. Yes, it's a curved line.
There you go.
Right? There's no need to make an arc above that straight line.
So there is, because you're looking at a two-dimensional object. I'm talking
about a physical globe. You draw a line from Taiwan.
This goof is not understanding that they're not saying it would be a perfectly straight line. It would still be a curved line. But there's no reason to make it double the curve and double the distance. The shortest route on the globe would be the shortest route. It would be a curved line, not double the curve for no reason. This goof is not understanding that they're comparing two different curved lines, not a straight line to a curved line. I mean, the mental disability is just full on display here.
To LA,
correct.
That's the shortest line possible.
And if you were directly over that route, it would not look like a curve. It would look like a straight line.
Of course, it would look like this. But they don't do that. They do this crazy great circle route, and they say, oh, it's a great circle route, and you just believe it, but in reality, it's a straight line. Okay,
no, we know it's a straight line.
Hold on. That great circle route is a straight line on a flat Earth map. You just think that's a coincidence. I can't help you.
Actually, no. Well, let me help you. It is a straight line on a globe as well if the orientation of that line is directly over the route. But when we go look at maps, when I go to base ops and I pull out one of my charts, that orientation is not going to favor wherever the fuck I'm at. It's just going to be wherever it is, which is usually over the equator.
Let me ask you a question. Huh? If you got a piece of string and put it on Taiwan and stretched it over to Los Angeles, that is the shortest route on the globe. Okay, and then you arch that string up over here, you're going to fall short. It's not long enough. So you're saying that they're going to take a longer great circle route?
Absolutely not. No. That's not true. Again, this is a function of perspective. If you go above the string will look straight. The reason why I'm kickboxing.
Yeah, there's no proof here because
I'm kick.
That's not what he said. Man, this guy's not comprehending any of the points.
I'm kickboxing and you're doing jiu-jitsu. We're just not talking the same language here. You're saying because it happens to work in your formula, this one thing in the Northern Hemisphere works.
Well, they're speaking English. He's not understanding basic children's level English.
That's proof. It's not. It doesn't disprove what I'm saying. On a great circle route, if you are over the great circle, it looks like a straight line. That's it. We don't have to go about this anymore. I just wanted to ask a question. I got two more questions, so let's go to the others. The second
and you're going to give us your three globe proofs also at one point.
Right. No. It's the first one was the flight in the Southern Hemisphere. I'm sorry. To me, that proves that the Earth is round. I've talked to enough people who've flown in the. We're going to agree to disagree. That is proof number one. End of story. As far as
to him, so someone without the ability to utilize even children's level logic and reason, and without an understanding of the scientific method, dependent independent variables and controls, or even children's level English comprehension, to a person like that, to this clueless scientific goof, it proves the Earth is a globe. That tells you everything you need to know about his mental capacity, which is basically non-existent here.
I'm concerned that's the proof number one. You can fly in the southern hemisphere. There are not jet streams that equal to these distance that you guys are claiming they do.
So end of story. So he's not willing for an open, logical, scientific, honest debate. It's already end of story. He's not open to hearing why his utter cluelessness doesn't prove what he's pretending it proves in his own religion, which they already explained why he didn't understand the explanation, but he didn't want to understand the explanation either. His ego wouldn't allow him to, even if he did have the mental capacity, which it appears that he does not.
And no, there is no proof that these flights are going back into I'm talking about the nonstop flights. Just the nonstop flights. There's no proof that Santiago to Sydney goes into the northern hemisphere.
No one claimed it.
None.
Nobody claimed that, though.
Actually, he did.
No, I'm showing you that.
Not nonstop flights.
Yeah, not nonstop.
Okay, cool. All right, the nonstop ones do not go into the northern hemisphere, and there's not enough. There's not enough jet stream.
They might.
There's not enough jet stream to make up the difference. To me, that is a
So his basic argument is nuh-uh. If you just boil it down, that's what he's saying. No, no matter what they say, it's no.
proof. Sorry.
So, can I ask you a quick question? Do you think that airplane technology has increased since the 1970s? Probably.
Aeronautics.
Okay.
Hold on. The laws of aeronautics have not changed since the 1920s. No, that have not changed. Now, have the laws of have the laws of avionics changed?
Well, nobody's talking about the laws. He was talking about technology. For example, if from the first Model T Ford to today's Bugattis, has the technology progressed? Nobody's talking about the laws of physics, but notice how he always goes non sequitur red herring because he's too clueless. He doesn't even have a basic level understanding of English or science or logic in any way.
Hell yes, they've changed. Avionics have changed. Aeronautics have not.
Do you think there's a possibility that they can build a plane that can go faster than the average plane?
For sure, but once you...
And now this is an etymological logical fallacy where he's playing these semantics games instead of addressing the point. Because David Weiss's point is technology would allow faster flights. I mean, there's a reason, the Concorde wasn't the very first plane developed. The Bugatti is not the very first car that was ever designed. But this goof, he's so utterly clueless, he can't even grasp these basic concepts.
Break the speed of sound. It's pretty fucking noticeable. Why don't you ask this guy? Once you break the speed of sound, which is what you'd be doing, it's pretty freaking
Nobody in the plane would know. Nobody in the plane would know.
Absolutely. Okay,
nobody in the plane would know. And they're flying over the ocean. Nobody on the land would know because you're out over the ocean.
Lieutenant, would you know if you broke the speed of sound?
I mean, you're not going to know from like a sonic boom or anything in the aircraft, but
right,
like
you're talking about your dials.
When you approach this transonic region, like airplane design becomes completely different. And no, we do not have.
Sartain shut down like the goofy is.
Airliners that look in any way, shape, or form like they can go supersonic, other than the Concorde years ago.
And the only difference between it is it had a pointy nose.
No, there's other reasons. It has to do with the
design is different.
Well, look like doesn't necessarily mean reality. Again, with modern tech, could theoretically this be done? Yes, especially if it's undisclosed or top secret technology. So he started off good, but then he still fell for the fallacy. But still, even with these fallacies that Boutel started doing, he's still the best in any debate, and he still appears to not be triggered. So we have to give him credit.
Compressibility starts taking effect with air molecules and everything.
Right. So if you look at the shape of the range, the long range 787, right? Is that the one, the Dreamliner that goes in the southern?
Yep.
Yeah. So that it's a long range flight. It has all composite materials. It's all redone it's way different than every other plane.
It doesn't make it supersonic.
It's not built.
No, but it's still interesting that the one plane that has to fly in the south, this long distance that you're using as proof, has to have all these modifications.
Doesn't make it not supersonic either. The point was, this Sartain goof is just hilarious. They didn't say that it was definitely supersonic. They just said theoretically it could be possible because this is a plane that is completely different than all the other planes. So theoretically, if there was a vast conspiracy and some technology that wasn't disclosed, theoretically it could match up. That's their point, but these goofs can't even grasp it, or the Sartain goof can't because he's just too triggered and clueless.
modifications to
That's
get to do
not
that.
that's not the only plane that flies in the south, and those modifications do not make it supersonic.
So what plane flies from Sydney or from South America to Australia that's not a Dreamliner 787 long range plane?
I don't know. We'll take a look. I don't know. I'm not like I'm not going to disprove a negative right now. We can take a look right now and try to find that out. Let's go to the second one. To me,
So he doesn't know, but he said it's not. He already said it wasn't the only one, but he doesn't know. So this goof doesn't, just like with the calculations for the curve, he doesn't even know the purported calculations, but he knows those are wrong without even knowing what they are. That's like I mean, this guy's like lower than a 4-year-old mentality here. Yeah, it's hard not to feel bad for this poor guy.
that is not enough proof that you guys have given me that those distances.
Okay, it's not disproving a negative.
Disprove a negative. He was the one who claimed it wasn't the only one. He was the one who made a claim that there are other planes other than the 787 flying these routes. This is the goof that made the claim.
When you brought up the claim that there's other planes that do that, and then I ask you for proof of that, and you say, I don't have to prove a negative. That's not how that works. You made a claim. Why wouldn't you back?
Thank you, Jeranism. I mean, they just let this Sartain goof get away with too many fallacies. I mean, this goof has been spewing nothing but faith fallacies and utter cluelessness. And David Weiss and Jeranism have been way too nice to this goof.
Get up with evidence.
You made the claim that
Yeah, but you're making the claim that a 787
they're all
can go
787s and that 787 can go supersonic. You made the claim. Yeah, so that's not accurate. So anyway, let's keep going. The second one would be so if the moon.
They didn't make the claim. They asked the question on. Well, they made the claim that it was designed differently, which is true, and you can verify that the 787 is not exactly the same design or material. So, again, I mean, these triggered guys. I mean, this is so funny.
I'm also guessing the moon is somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 miles and 32 degrees. The image of the moon that we're seeing is 32 degrees and 32 miles. 32 miles, and it's also 3,000 to 4,000 miles above the Earth. Is that correct?
If you believe it to be a real item like a rock, then that's what it would equate to with mathematics.
Okay, so my second question would be, if I am in Australia or if I am in Alaska, I am seeing the same face of the moon, and this moon is only 4,000 miles away from the surface. Why am I seeing the same face of this sphere, even though I'm on different place? Even if I'm flat Earth or round Earth, why am I seeing the same face of this sphere?
So
Well, think of. Go ahead, Dave.
no, you go first, Sharon.
Just gonna say, if you think of a light on your ceiling right now, or let's say there's a circle and you mark an A on the top and a B on the bottom, and you stuck it to your ceiling, you on one side of the room would see the letter A being on top, but somebody on the other side of the room is going to see the letter B on the top. Correct?
Yeah,
It's going to be a flipped image.
Right, but the image is going to be distorted based on where I'm looking at it from. Like, so for instance, if it's a circle and I'm far away, it's going to look like an oval. So
Yeah, no,
But we can, when you project things, kind of like what Dave was talking about. Let's say you're behind the blue sheet and you've got a shining light on it.
Okay.
Man, this guy really is the king of non sequiturs. That has nothing to do with the point.
You've got the moon lit up. That from people, everybody in the room is going to see the same face.
What's a little different with the moon because I can see a distinct face, whereas the sun, I'm kind of looking into this
just like this
blinding
guy,
light.
just like this guy in the pool here. This body is not facing us; it's facing the way straight out.
Yeah, the distinct face of the A upside down or not upside down. I mean, what's curious about this goof, it really seems like he's not playing stupid. It really seems like he must have a genuine mental disability. I can't think of any other reason why he would humiliate himself this much, this badly. I mean, just exposing that he doesn't even have the comprehension level of even a 4-year-old or maybe even a 3-year-old with a lot of these concepts. So, I mean, this is so sad.
But for some reason, we see it facing us. Right? The optics of the sky are no way to prove the Earth is.
No,
But look, I'm showing you as I'm moving around, I'm seeing the same front-facing chest of this guy. Right? Even when I was off at the side, I saw him facing me. Look, he's still facing me.
Got it.
He's facing me, and as I move over, he's turning. Perhaps the optics of the sky are reacting
Well,
similar
the sky
to
is
that.
moisture.
Okay.
Right.
All right, but a moisture or a dome that is causing the same face of the moon to face in every single direction, no matter what your perspective
just like
is.
this is doing it. Just like this is doing it.
So the thing is, I'd have to go back and watch that guy and make sure that he didn't turn his torso when he's not just because his head is not facing in this direction does not mean his torso isn't.
Is there
facing.
anything that we could show you?
Is there anything that we could show you that we landed on the moon in 1969? No. So
yes, you can show us the original footage. You can go back. You can do it again. You can go there and actually jump the height that you would jump.
Too quickly. I mean, this guy's so silly. I mean, the Dunning-Kruger champion, no question, hands down. I mean, this guy's worse than Brian.
If you weighed
Hold on.
60 pounds with the muscle mass of a 250-pound man.
Time out. Go ahead. Sorry, guy.
Okay, so the reason we see always the same side of the moon is refraction.
Could also show an unedited video from entering the shuttle with a crowd who's also filming and match up all the angles. Everybody live streaming on their phones. Also, the ability to repeat it instead of, like a 4-year-old saying, I did it before. I don't have to do it. I can do it, but I won't. I'll never do it again. I mean, the utter silliness here, just stratospheric.
Yeah, he's asking a question. You're saying it's refraction off the dome that is the reason why, or whatever you believe, dome or moisture.
I'm saying the optics of the sky are no way to prove the shape of the Earth.
Okay.
Right? This is an example of one way that we see the same face from different angles. I'm not saying this is exactly what's happening up there. We don't know because we can't go up there.
Some people believe there's a superfluid up there, a superfluid like helium-3 or something that could give crazy properties that we wouldn't know, right?
Okay. This is inside or outside the dome, the superfluid?
I don't believe in a dome personally, so you'd have to ask Dave.
Would you guys agree on a firmament? Like what is the thing? Is there a flat Earth thing that you guys agree on? Is what is the cover out there?
I think that there's some sort of barrier. It might not be physical. It could be energetic.
Okay.
It could just be atmospheric. It could be temperature ridden. It could be plasma. I don't know.
Okay. So that would be the second question that I asked. And then the third question I have to ask you is if I am standing in facing away from north, so what we'll consider south or facing towards Australia in all three cases. If I am in Buenos Aires, if I am in Johannesburg, or if I'm in Sydney and I'm facing towards Australia, in all three cases I can see the Southern Cross. But I cannot see the Southern Cross when I am in Las Vegas, Nevada. So why is it that I can see a different, if the Earth is flat, why can I see it? And I am facing, in these perspectives, I am facing in completely different directions in all three of these locations.
Wow, he really went for this rudimentary fallacy? Again, if you're in a giant warehouse and there's some different lights in the ceiling on one side versus the other, why would you expect to see them at a great enough distance if the warehouse is hundreds of miles wide? I mean, this level of utter silliness, this guy just needs to play with the Stellaris program. I mean, not that he would understand. He needs to get some kind of English tutor, a science tutor that could sit with him and explain all these children's level concepts that he can't grasp clearly as he's demonstrated this entire time, and then play with the Stellaris program.
Because these continents, according to the flat Earth model, are facing in three different directions, which is not north. But I see the same Southern Cross.
I think you explained your thing. You said facing Australia. What you mean is if you're in Australia,
I'm
you're
facing Australia. I'm facing south. But I didn't want to use the word south because it's confusing.
No, south is just away from the center.
Yeah.
So if I go back to the clock, so let's say right here it's midnight and you're looking out here and you see the Southern Cross.
Yeah.
Right? Santiago, well, it's noon there. Okay? It's noon in Santiago. They're not going to see the Southern Cross, but 12 hours later, the stars have rotated 180 degrees, and now it's midnight over here, and the Southern Cross is over here.
So the South Pole has rotated, but the North Pole doesn't.
No.
Hold
on. Let me show you. Okay. So here we go. So you have your southern. Let me just turn on the stars. So let's say I'm in Santiago right here, and we'll just say that this.
And this was actually all explained earlier, but obviously the goof either wasn't paying attention or he couldn't comprehend it because they already addressed all of this, but now they have to do it again because his basic English comprehension is so deficient. He didn't understand the first time.
Bull is the Southern Cross, okay? These two stars here are the Southern Cross. 1, 2, right here. Okay? It's midnight there. Actually, it's noon. It's noon there. So over here, it's midnight over here. Here's the Southern Cross. These two stars right here. It's midnight, but it's noon over here. They don't see any stars. Right. 12 hours later. 12 hours later. Right. These stars are coming over. So 6 hours later, it's midnight in Santiago, and here they are. The Southern Cross is there. Hold on. And now 6 hours later, the Southern Cross is right here.
But if I take long exposure photography, what I see is that the sky, the sidereal, the celestial sphere rotates around where the Southern Cross is. It does not rotate sideways laterally with the Southern
Darren,
Cross.
do you have the star trails shown from the different latitudes at the same time? We have video that show how the stars appear to go in curving rays.
So you're telling me
again,
that it's going to rotate. The Southern Cross is going to rotate my perspective in different places, but the North Star does not. The North Star stays over. It stays over that part in the Arctic Ocean, but the Southern Cross, it changes its perspective. It rotates around during different times of the day. To match up for
like
whichever
anti-crepuscular rays. You've seen those on the other side of crepuscular rays? Right? Have you ever seen the rays coming down from the sun? And then sometimes you can turn around and you see what's called anti-crepuscular rays going the other direction. It's kind of the same thing as the stars do. So it's very confusing because you're taking a very materialistic look at it rather than understanding that just because it appears a certain way doesn't mean it is that way. Right? So what he's saying is that as these stars are rotating around, there's a big difference between the stars in the north, which are doing this circle right above your head, coming around, going, okay, and then the south, which is a much larger track. And you're saying people in 3 different places can see the same thing at the same time, which just isn't true.
I didn't say they say the same thing, but in a 24-hour period they can, which means you're postulating that the Southern Cross goes to the south of Australia at one point, the southern part of South America at another point, and the southern part of Africa at another point. Okay, that's what you're postulating. To me, that is not enough. That would be my third proof. I'm sorry. I'm just agree to disagree. To me, that would indicate to me that at the southern tip of all 3 of those continents, I'm facing the same direction because the Earth is round.
Well, nothing is ever enough to a religious zealot, right? Like, how you can convince a religious fanatic that God doesn't exist if they're willing to blow themselves up? Like, that's how Sartain is so thoroughly indoctrinated into this cult of scientism, nothing will ever be enough, as he's demonstrated here clearly. Not that flat Earth is true, and I'm not saying that's enough, but clearly that's an explanation that accounts for it. He's saying it's not enough because, again, he's saying end of story or whatever words he used. He's closing the book instead of keeping it open for logical and scientific discussion.
That would be those 3 ones. That's it. Okay, that's it. And then let's go on to the other thing, which would be eclipses. I would just like your explanation. We can skip ahead. Your lunar eclipse is because of what?
Great question. So the lunar eclipse in your model is because the Earth is in perfect alignment with the sun and the moon, and the Earth is casting a shadow on the moon. Correct? That's your.
I can give you a little bit more detailed explanation. So the way it works is the moon travels 5 degrees north or south of the ecliptic, and during certain periods when we get into a full moon and it is sitting directly on the ecliptic, then there's a shadow there that is cast from around the Earth onto the moon. One of the reasons why it's red, though, is because we're getting the atmospheric burn, or the light going through the Earth's atmosphere then goes and it shines on the Earth. That's when you get a blood moon or a different color eclipses because of that. Anyway,
colored shadows?
They're not colored shadows, but you can actually have a piece of paper. Like, so for instance, if I took a colored piece of paper and I shined a light through it, I would get a colored light that goes through it. So the outside would be a colored light. The inside would be a shadow. That's what we have, a penumbra and an umbra. Those are 2 different parts of a shadow.
So you would agree that you got the sun on one horizon and the moon on the other. If
we're standing at sunset, we're somewhere on sunset. Is that what you're saying? Where am I standing when I see the Earth and the moon on the horizon?
You're always standing from your point of view on the top of the Earth. That's just from your personal point of view.
Okay.
And for you to see an eclipse, one of them would have to be below the horizon. Would you agree with that?
To see a lunar eclipse, the sun would have to be on the complete opposite side of the Earth as the moon. Yes, correct.
Correct.
Okay. So have you heard of the Saturnian eclipse?
I'm not sure. Do you know what that is, Sergey?
There's over 50 documented eclipses where the observer can see the sun and the moon both above the horizon, and the eclipse has already started. Sometimes the eclipse comes in from the top where it really should be coming in from the bottom. Sometimes it comes in from the side. Sometimes it comes in from the bottom. What this proves is not what is causing it. It proves what's not causing it, and that's the Earth. Okay. Also, if you take a sphere and projecting a shadow from one sphere to another location far away, I don't think it can be done. It just fuzzes out. But we're seeing this perfect cutout. Now, this is not a real eclipse here, but we see this perfect cutout go across the moon. But if you take a sphere and move it through, with a single source light, move its shadow across another sphere, you see this long ellipse, right? This long parabola come in, and then it spreads out, and then it leaves as the parabola again, okay? And so what we're seeing is not a sphere that's causing this apparent shadow, right? Yeah. You can take a straight edge and eclipse that sunlight onto a sphere, and you get very close to what we see. Now, I'm not saying that it's a straight edge or a flat Earth that's doing it. I'm saying that a ball cannot cast a consistent shadow that crosses another ball. That's scientifically provably impossible. You'd have to go out to get some balls and get a light and get a dark room and do it, and then you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that that's scientifically impossible. If you,
well, I've done it. I've tested it. You haven't.
Right, but you don't. I don't think you have the same ratios. So the moon is 265,000 miles away. The sun is.
How do you know that?
The sun is 94. But we'll just humor me, man. Humor me for my globe Earth, okay? Huh? Okay. The moon is 265,000.
So his defense for the heels is humor me. That's his evidence. The goof can only defend his religion with humor me.
We're in that area. The sun is 94 million miles away, and if you do the experiment with those ratios, then it does seem to work.
I don't see it working that way.
Sergey, do you have anything to say about the shadows and?
What do you mean it seems to work? He's never done it. Does he have an example of that ratio? But you could see the religious zealotry over his face. He doesn't have to do it because he has his blind faith. So he can pretend it's scientific while only being religious.
The ellipses and all this other kind of stuff. Because it looks to me like if I took a sphere and I put a sphere in front of another object, the shadow that I would get would be a circle, no matter what the angle would be.
No, but if you did it from a sphere onto another sphere, and moved it across, you should try it because the angle that it's landing on is changing. So, it starts out really steep. And then
notice how he said seems to me. So this is all in his imagination and hallucination. He hasn't actually done any experiments or even looked at any experiments. I mean, that's how far gone this goof is mentally.
And it's centered. If you take a baseball and go do it over a basketball, you'll see that it comes in as a long ellipse. Then it turns into a baseball, and then as it wraps around, you'll see it wrap away, and it doesn't look anything like what we see.
Cool. I don't know if that's
for your app.
Go ahead.
They'll make a really good video for.
It's actually on my app. There is a video on the app. I'm not 100% about eclipses.
I'm not 100% positive that your experiment it correctly renders these three things, right?
I'm showing you a sphere with a single source light projecting a shadow onto another sphere. I can show you that it doesn't work in the distance, but we'll say we have the scale wrong, but it doesn't matter. A sphere putting a shadow on another sphere doesn't give you a consistent curve just like we see. And then also with the sun and the moon being above the horizon, that means that the Earth is not in line with the sun and the moon. So how can the Earth be casting a shadow unless you believe that the sunlight is diving down, grabbing the Earth's shadow and refracting it up through space? Okay, that's your only explanation, and that's ridiculous.
And again, I mean, when you go searching for flat Earth eclipse and all you find are the same videos that you find when you search flat Earth proof or flat Earth debunked or anything, then we realize why it's kind of hard to get this information out, right? It's kind of hard to get out the information that the 8 inches per mile squared is actually correct because whatever you did in your research, you found somebody saying it was incorrect, and you've just adopted that. You haven't tested anything for yourself. You haven't verified it.
I could see that it's a parabola. That's. I didn't have to adopt that for myself.
So I sent you guys the AutoCAD. Do you see that? I think the producer has it. So if you go to the AutoCAD formulation, you can see that it shows, oops, hold on, now it's not going to be big enough. Hold on, this one's good. All right, there you go. So you'll see that this is AutoCAD telling you the drop in geometric construction and then the difference in trigonometry. And if we go to, like, let's say 100 miles, so they have 1.26 miles, 669 feet. When I do 8 inches per mile squared, I come out with 6666 feet. So it is accurate up to as far as we're going to see. You can go all the way down to 3,000 miles. If we do 3,000, I could do the math real quick. It's not going to be off by enough to be saying that it's incorrect. It is correct. And so telling people that is what we have to deal with. We have to deal with debunkers going on their channels that get promoted, saying that this equation doesn't work when it does work. And then people going around saying flat Earth is dumb because the equations don't work.
So what I said was that equation did not come from astronomy, and that equation measures a parabola. If you want to say that the equation is to some degree of accuracy within 300 miles, that's fine, but that's not what I said.
Up to 3,000 miles,
okay.
As far as we can see. So what difference does it make if you point out that it's wrong?
Well,
what difference does it make if we're measuring wherever? We're only measuring as far as we can see, which is really a couple hundred miles at most. So
it's way too much, and that is not accurate. You should not be using it.
It is absolutely accurate up to 3,000 miles. It's a perfectly accurate. I'll bet you anything.
It is not.
Bet me money. So what difference does it make if you point out that it's wrong?
Well,
what difference does it make if we're measuring wherever?
That is not accurate. That is not accurate. That is not accurate.
What difference does it make if we're measuring wherever?
That is not accurate.
What difference does it make if we're measuring wherever?
That is not accurate.
We're going to measure the curves as far as we can see. So what difference does it make if you point out that it's wrong?
Well,
what difference does it make if we're measuring? We're never going to measure the curve of 7,000 miles.
That didn't come from us, and you guys keep debunking. You guys keep trying to use a formula that did not come from globe earthers in order to make your decision.
What do you mean it has? So we can only use things to disprove the globe that comes from globe earthers? Think of how ridiculous you're sounding.
No.
That's what you said. You said I can only use math that comes from globers to prove the globe wrong.
So once again, your hyperbole is not going to work here. So
what do you mean hyperbole?
What? Hyperbole? That's exactly what he referenced. Man, this goof is mentally gone.
Hyperbole meaning you said every time I said I'm supposed to use things that come from globe earthers. That is not what I said.
Okay, so when measuring the Earth,
hold on, that's what hyperbole means. You use the hyperbole.
So when measuring the Earth globe, I have to use the math provided by the Earth globe proponent.
Absolutely not. But this was an example you gave about that specific formula, and so now my job is to debunk, point out the fact that
So he slipped up there. Freudian slip by the goof. His job is to debunk, not find the truth, not have logical, scientific, neutral discussion, intellectual honesty, not to have that. His job is to debunk. So he slipped up right there. I mean, this guy's not that popular. He's got 40-some thousand subs on YouTube. I don't know if his podcast and other platforms is a lot more popular. So I don't know if this is some kind of psyop guy getting paid to do this. Maybe he is, but I don't know.
Describes a parabola. It does not.
People have been trying for the last 5 years to debunk this, and they can't. And they've given up, and they've agreed that it's correct. Let me ask you another question. If the moon is 238,000 miles away, how far are the clouds?
No, I mean, I don't know how far those clouds are, but I mean, they could be.
Are they 200,000 miles away?
Maybe
okay,
6
miles. So 230. You get a light and make any scale model you want and shine it on something that far away. It's going to light up all of them. But I want you to go out on the next time there's spotted clouds and the moon is in the sky. You'll see that the moon only lights up the clouds that are right next to it. And that reason is because the light that we see in the sky that we call the moon is very close to those clouds, right? And as you look into the distance, there's no light on these other clouds. Okay?
It's very close to those clouds. So you think we don't have the capability of flying an airplane to get to 4,000 miles? Very close. You think 4,000 miles is very close to those clouds that are 30,000 feet up?
I don't think the moon that we see is 4,000 miles away. Again, the real source of the moon could be 4,000 miles away, but the light that we see is close. And as we move, it moves. As we go up, it goes up.
So we could never fly to it. We would just fly up, and it would just keep moving
and
away
it would keep moving, just like when it follows you in the car. Have you seen the Go Fast rocket? This is something that NASA doesn't do. This is taken off in Arizona, right? And NASA always cut. They would have had 7 cuts by now. But this is a steady shot looking down, and this thing went up 73 miles. Now, at 73 miles, it appears to hit something. It made this noise. kind of like it went into a thicker medium, not quite water. I don't know what that is. That's not the point of the story. It was floating very weirdly, right? Uncut video. But when it turned on its side, all of a sudden, we could see the moon. Here it comes. Boom. The moon's right there. Okay. Now, this is over Arizona. At the time of this launch, the moon was over New Zealand. Okay. New Zealand is on the bottom of the ball. If the world was a basketball and Arizona was on the top of the ball, this rocket is a fraction of a millimeter over the ball.
Couple things I need to ask you guys about. Just a couple of things.
Oh, so he's going to completely ignore that. So he doesn't even have a pretend answer. He doesn't even have a religious appeal to faith on that one.
A lot of these explanations were long, and I apologize. There's so many people on here. A couple of things I want to know is, like, obviously for Gemini and Apollo, all the people who worked on Gemini and Apollo, they were fooled into believing that it was true, except for the people that were prosecuting the launch. Like, who was in on it, who was not in on it with Gemini and Apollo?
Go ahead, Jaron.
Yeah, I mean, you named it. As few people as possible, right?
Okay.
And there's some guy who did a mathematical study into how long secrets could be kept, which is a joke in and of itself, because you would never know the secrets that have not been released, right? So if you and I have a secret that we've never told anybody, it would be impossible for some researcher to calculate that we have that secret that we haven't told anybody. So it's a completely flawed science anyway. But he's doing his mathematics, and he came back with you'd have to have less than 1,000 people to keep the Apollo hoax going for 100 years. And so he said it's impossible. Yet none of us have ever claimed that more than 1,000 people need to be on the know. They did weird things too, like, right, they spread out the construction of everything Apollo to 400,000 people, 20,000 companies.
Yeah.
You would never do that. If you were trying to get astronauts for the first time to the moon, you would want everything controlled. You would want control of everything. You would not pass it out to 20,000 companies. Like, you build a switch, you build a circuit breaker, you build a wire. The reason they did that, hold on, let me finish, is because you get a buy-in. All of a sudden now, everybody in the country knows somebody who worked on Apollo. It's not proof of anything. It'd be like me saying, hey, I drove my Ford Focus from California to Hawaii. You would say bullshit. But what if I said, well, my uncle worked on the muffler of that Ford Focus? That doesn't prove anything.
Okay.
It doesn't prove I drove my car to Hawaii.
We have to wrap it up pretty quick. That's correct. Another idea would be like the F-22 when it was built. There's a component built in all 50 states because of governmental reasons. That's the reason why. So I guess the other question I have to ask is, like,
wait, the government had every state build a component of the F-22?
Yeah, that is true. You should look it up. Yeah, the government.
Why?
Because that. So in order so just imagine you are a senator and you have to vote on the.
Well, there's also a complete non-congruent argument. The F-22, you can witness, you can watch it flying. There's uncut videos from takeoff to landing. Nobody's disputing the existence of the F-22, or at least the missions where there were uncut streams, that the F-22 flew from one point to another. Nobody's disputing that. So, yeah, a completely non-congruent argument.
The approval of this incredibly expensive program. What are you going to get out of it? You're going to get jobs. How are you going to get jobs? Because the tires are made here, and the struts are made here, and the ailerons are made here, and the avionics are made here. That's essentially what
there are 100,000 states. I mean, 100,000 different companies.
Time out. There's 100,000 people. I don't think there was 100,000 companies that worked on. There was 400,000 people that worked on Apollo and Gemini. And my next question is, like, so now when we go into things like, so now here we go aerospace, and here we go physics, okay, and then we go aeronautics, and then we go NASA, then we go all the other space administrations, and then the government, okay, and then there's several other components here, but mainly all of the sciences. How many of these people are fooled, and then how many of these people are just in the know? You're saying fewer than 1,000 people when you add up all the physicists and all the meteorologists and all the geologists.
Yeah, because everything still works. There's no difference, right? It's not like you need to know those things. It's it would be a very small club that would know it. The astronauts, I'm assuming, know. Now, some people think that they were brainwashed or hypnotized, because if you look at it, only NASA says 1 out of 4,000 applicants become astronauts. Look at some of these astronauts. Like, if you go watch Don Pettit, the guy is borderline mentally handicapped. So you cannot say he's the best out of 4,000 applicants. It would be insane to say that. Go watch any of these astronauts speak. Find me one astronaut that I bet you Sergey speaks better than every astronaut. Every astronaut I've ever watched on the ISS, Sergey can speak better than that.
Got it. Okay.
There's a problem with that.
Hey guys, we have to wrap it
Wait,
up. I would go another 5 hours.
Hold on. Let's go another 3 minutes. I need to show you guys something, and especially the you guys that have aeronautics experience, like the Harrier jump jet. Okay, that type of rocket or jet. How stable is that? Is that super stable? And real quick on that.
I feel like we're getting outside of the thing here because neither of us flew a Harrier.
So here's the thing. I want to show you. This is uncut footage of a SpaceX rocket. This rocket is a test flight that's going to take us to Mars. Now, tell me, is this a movie or is this a real rocket going up? Now, look, we have no smoke trail, which is interesting. And now look at the angle of the camera. We have a side view, far shot, close shot, and then we'll have this is pretty close. This thing is taking off. Now look how high it is. And then edit, it's low again. And look at the smoke. Just look at the smoke. Now the engines are going to go off. Now all of a sudden it's super high again. Now watch this. Look at the smoke and compare it to its speed. This thing is free falling. It's like a tractor trailer thrown off the Empire State Building. Okay? It's free falling. Watch the smoke in 2 seconds. Now look at it. It's barely moving, right? This thing is free falling. And then it's going to turn on its engines. Now look how high it is all of a sudden. This is straight from the live launch. This is unedited. Okay. This is free falling. Now the engines are going to come on and watch this incredible shot. Oh, look, it's all of a sudden it's up in the clouds. Okay. The engines are going to come on after this next shot and it's going to magically turn over, stabilize itself. All right. Just hang with me. It's almost over. 15 seconds. And then 2 of the 3 engines are going to turn off. This thing weighs 40,000 pounds. Okay. That's if it had no fuel. Now it's got 1 engine. Look at this smoke. Look at this fire and all of this CGI smoke, and it's going to land upright. Now, I would love a yes or no answer. Is that a real rocket launch?
Yes, I believe that is a real rocket launch. I do believe that. I do believe there may be they may have.
And that's a good example of how mentally far gone this guy is. It's like, at what age does a child realize cartoons aren't real?
Edited some parts in order to show it differently, but that is absolutely a real rocket launch. Yes.
That is amazing.
Yeah. Sorry. It's pretty.
I want the other 2 guys asked. Like, this guy's clearly the guy with the biggest mental disability. I want the jet fighter pilot and the PhD to answer whether they thought that was real.
Pretty amazing.
All right. You can find me at flatearthdave.com.
For sure.
Anybody that has a show that has an audience that wants to have this discussion, flatearthdave.com. You can say book Dave right there. Check out my app, the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, Blue Water Bay. Buy Blue Water Bay. Don't get the rip-off one that's on Android. FlatEarthDave.com. The links to the app are there. It's going to be available on Amazon soon, App Store, Google Play. And what I say is, don't let them control your mind with cartoons because that's what they're doing. And that's why the world is in this screwed up place that it's in right now because people are lost in space, spinning out of control in a theoretical physics of a universe.
Got it. Jaron, where can we find you?
Yeah, Jaronism is the YouTube channel. I'm also at rockfin.com/Jaronism, so you can check out all my stuff there. And yeah, I'll just back Dave up that I think it's a lot of fantasy, a lot of cartoons for adults. They've placed little pieces of evidence for people to find, and then they think that they've proven something. But I don't think that's the case. And I think anybody who doesn't think for themselves and allow them to at least admit that, yeah, everything I believe about the globe Earth has been handed to me. They sat us down in desks and taught it out of school books. And if you really, think about how truth should be ascertained, I mean, that's just not the way it would be done. It's not the way that the elite would ever have people learn anyway. They wouldn't want them to become great, get smart, take over their money, take over their power. They would want lemmings who are tax slaves, who do what they're told, who listen to teachers who don't talk back. If you talk back, you go to the principal's office, right?
Got it.
So there's no free speech. There's no free thought anymore. We're being shut down on YouTube for speaking about the flat Earth, and that's ridiculous. Why not just do what these guys did? So I give them some credit at least of saying, let's talk about it.
Well, dude, I'm sad because I wanted to go over the conferences and like what's it like dating in flat Earth and all this other stuff. We don't have time.
Amazing.
We don't have time, but I definitely want to get to that next time. We're gonna next time I really want to talk about like maybe we do this maybe in 6 months or something like that. Who doesn't like who and what the whole social.
Wow, so he's kind of like a gossip girl type situation. He just wants like middle school gossip. That's what he's really here for. I can't say I'm surprised. I mean, this guy is the champion of Dunning-Kruger. In my opinion, this guy has usurped Bryant Myers as the most fallacious and goofiest of all time in flat Earth debate.
Whole social scene is like that. I'm very interested. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. I still think the Earth is round. I'm sorry.
Just remember, we've got the majority of the Playboy cover models.
Yeah.
Wait, that seems the math off there.
To be fair, you might be telling the truth. All right, guys. I will thank you guys so much. Thank you, Sergey. Thank you, Adam, for joining us. I will see you guys next week.
Later. Peace.
All right, guys, welcome back. This is the wrap up for the episode that you just made it through. Congratulations for those of you who made it through. John, first of all, your impressions, you got to see it live. What did you think about it?
That was a marathon. That was absolutely one of the most intriguing, compelling, provoking podcasts I've ever seen. And props to you. You know, it's so hard. We all know, especially this last 3-4 years, right? On social media, we've all seen how a post on Facebook or a post on Instagram can blow up and divide families, friends, colleagues, right? And having civil conversation is almost a thing of the past. Somehow, you were able to take a very controversial subject and keep it on the rails, which I didn't think. And I'm one of your biggest fans, as I think and I remember saying to Travis and a couple other people before you did the show, I was like, man, that's a lot of people on, and it's a lot of people on Zoom, and it's really hard. When you one-on-one's easy.
Yeah.
3 is great.
Yeah.
When you get to 4 or 5 people on a podcast and not have people talking over each other and cutting people off and, mother effing each other and
Which Sartain did most of the time. I mean, the goof interrupted like crazy.
whatever. It's really hard to do, and somehow
And 100% of the profanity also came from Sartain.
I don't know if you gave them a disclaimer before you started, like, hey, let's keep it civil, or I don't know if you did anything like that.
At the very beginning, I did, and I was also super cordial with Dave.
Right.
I think you have to think about it from Dave's perspective, right? So again, for those of you who are watching it, you just expected me to bash these guys for 3 hours. That's not what I did. I knew, for whatever reason, you get to
He just humiliated himself for 3 hours, clearly demonstrating he doesn't even understand the basics of logic, the scientific method, or even basic English comprehension.
the flat Earth somehow, right? How did we get here? Like something happened in your life. I would imagine in Dave's life, because he makes a joke about it in the podcast, you lose the respect of your family and friends. He was joking about that or whatever.
Right.
But you can understand, these guys are in a way, no disrespect to you guys, but a little bit whipped dogs. I can imagine that society just shits on them a lot.
Right.
And so I knew that they would be a little bit, I didn't want them to be defensive. I wanted to legitimately, it was almost like the Silmarillion from Lord of the Rings. I wanted to know, what is your physics? Explain to me the rules of your existence,
right.
or the World of Ice and Fire in Game of Thrones. These are books that set forth the physics of what's going on. I still looked at it.
And yet this also exposes how utterly clueless he is about even the very history of physics. There is no your physics or somebody else's physics. There's what is aligning to the scientific method and what is just religion or scientism. And that's what this goof, that's a fundamental failure, not only of this goof, but of most people who discuss the heliocentric globe versus a geocentric flat Earth.
It was make-believe, and I'm not going to lie to you. There were points where I was just I'm going to be as open-minded as I can. The problem is I have too much of a background in physics and aeronautics for me to believe that the Earth is flat. So that was part.
So yeah, as Upton Sinclair once said, it's very difficult to get a man to understand something which his paycheck depends on him not understanding. So what he's admitting right here is he's been too brainwashed into the cult, and there's too much at stake. Just like, a priest or the Pope. Would the Pope just randomly come out and say, you know what? Christianity's all a fraud. Or anybody, like a rabbi or an imam. Are they going to just randomly come out after a whole life of brainwashing, whether the brainwashing was true or not? Are they just going to be like, wait a second, this is all a fraud? The mental strength required for that, clearly goofs like Sartain, they're way too mentally weak and to even consider that possibility, as he's clearly admitting right here.
Part of the issue. And the other thing is I wanted to give them actual responses to it. And I felt like this is the issue, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson won't debate with these people. He won't, right? And I was disappointed when I heard that Neil deGrasse Tyson wouldn't. But the problem is this, and I'm just going to be real straight up about this. Neil deGrasse Tyson has some things that happened in his past, And sometimes, definitely not Dave and Jaron. I'm not talking about them. But there's some people in the flat earth community that have doxed individuals. They've made threats to people's lives. Yeah. And for Neil deGrasse Tyson to go on and debate these people with his wife, and then the whole incident back in the 1980s, that I'm not going to say the name of it, but these things, I would, if I was Neil deGrasse Tyson,
it's not worth it.
I understand. What I think is there may need to be a separate...
What a straw man. I mean, that's just what? I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson goes public with a lot of things and people hate on. It's not like Neil deGrasse Tyson's not a public figure. See, if it was somebody who wasn't a public figure, then yes, that makes sense. But again, Sartain is such an utter goof. Like, all he has are these non-congruent fallacies and non sequiturs, and just this complete lack of understanding of even the fundamentals of not only logic, but all of science as well.
Subset of science educators. I don't have a degree, so I don't know if I'm qualified. Maybe I am.
Yeah.
But so just for debate. I think that if you have a separate subset and we're just set up just to debate these guys, because I've been pretty quick on my feet when I came up with the answers. Yeah. And I've done a lot of study. And the other...
I mean, the narcissism, pretty quick on his feet to humiliating himself, not even not proving he didn't even understand the questions or the points being made by the flat earthers before he utterly humiliated himself, coming up with these religious regurgitations and faith-based rebuttals, most of which had nothing to do with even what they were talking about.
Thing is, one of the things, and shout out to Dave and Jaron for doing this, they studied me. I really thought that they were going to come in here and think that I was some schmuck who hosts bikini competitions, and they were going to walk all over me. And I think there were a couple of times...
Which is exactly what they did. But of course, his denial, I mean, again, the mental weakness and narcissism, he'll never be able to objectively view that conversation as we just broke it down logically.
Especially with the space shuttle, especially when he started talking about, the Southern Cross rotating laterally around the sky, which, I'm sorry, it made no sense. And he was talking about corpuscular rays. I was just like... I don't think that they expected this much of a fight where the answers were this quick. And then again, guys, if somebody asks you how...
Wait, what? He didn't put up any kind of fight. I mean, this was one of the most humiliating defenses ever. I mean, he's Dunning-Kruger champion. The only good points were made by Sergei Dida and Adam Bultel. This guy made nothing. I mean, he brought less to the table than Bryant Myers. And he thought that he put up a fight... I mean, this is very interesting from a psychological point of view to see how narcissistic goofs suffering so extremely from the Dunning-Kruger effect are so hallucinatory in their denial of basic reality. And I mean, it's almost fascinating to watch. It's like a train wreck, watching a train wreck from that point.
How can I tell the size and the distance of the sun? It's gravity, parallax, and a spectroscopy. You can tell the difference.
How do any of those things prove that? Again, simply saying things, oh, well, it's because God did this and God did that. Referring to a religious scroll is not scientific, but that's all this goof has, and he just keeps reiterating it.
The distance of the sun. The problem is it wasn't empirical.
How? Where's the explanation how? Magically saying gravity, parallax. How was it determined? By assuming one variable, then assuming the second, and then matching up the assumptions. Again, this goof is so mentally gone, he doesn't even realize how utterly clueless he's sounding right now.
Then I gave the empirical examples of like flying in the southern hemisphere. How come the moon keeps showing us the same face at every place in the planet? And how come when I look to the south in Australia, I look to the south in South Africa, I look to the south in South America, I see the same Southern Cross? That they didn't have an answer for that. So that part I thought was really...
They had a whole bunch of answers. Not to mention, that was a circular reasoning logical fallacy in the first place with a whole bunch of presuppositions of distances between those continents and directions you would or wouldn't be looking in. But the goof is so utterly clueless about the basics of logic, he didn't even understand how fallacious that question was in the first place. And then, of course, he didn't understand any of the answers, so he had to pretend there was no answer. Because his ego can't handle that, so he has to pretend there was no answer because he either didn't understand it or he has to pretend he didn't to soothe his dissonance and his fragile ego.
Good. I will say this. I know why you pay for defense attorneys now. I know. Why do you pay $9 million for Johnny Cochran, F. Lee Bailey, Barry Scheck, and Shapiro? The reason why you pay that much money for that kind of defense is because they will keep fucking talking. And these guys did that. There were several instances where it was like...
And he did more talking than anybody with his interruptions. The psychological projection here, he's moved on to that. Very on point.
They were asking me a question, and the answer was pretty simple. It was like, global positioning system or something like that. And their answer...
It was a fallacious faith-based claim.
I feel like I lost control when they got into seasons.
Mm-hmm.
They went into the seasons explanation, and he put that clock up on the screen.
Which to me, that was the most interesting part of that whole piece. Because that, again, let me give a disclaimer.
Yeah.
Nobody swayed me.
He still believes the Earth's flat.
Loud and clear, we're on a globe, okay, for the record. But that was really compelling for me. Because, I think I'm a good case study because I probably represent the masses, right? I'm not was well read. I'm not even read. Never mind well read. I dropped out of college, Mike. So
he never achieved such a high level of indoctrination into the cult of scientism. So his brain, there's a little bit more cognitive function than the thoroughly indoctrinated. Very interesting.
When he showed that video of that clock, it did make me think like that. Now that's interesting.
That's interesting
because I wasn't expecting them to be as prepared
Oh, I did.
I know you were. I never heard of Flat Earth Dave until you.
I believe he had done 200 interviews where he's the guest. Right. 200, not to mention what he does on his, which right now they're kind of getting into vaccines and they're going in a little bit different direction. But
Again, that's all completely irrelevant. This is all genetic logical fallacy. Because either the argument has merit based on the argument itself, or it doesn't. It doesn't matter who's making it, doesn't matter how many interviews. Again, but this is the stuff they have to talk about since, this Sartain goof has no actual substance to any argument.
I knew there was never going to be a gotcha with Dave.
Right.
What I expected is, this is crazy. Okay, so if you're a part of the scientific community and you're watching this, I'm hoping that there's some science teachers and some science educators that are watching this. There was a hypothesis you guys put forward, and the hypothesis was we're not going to engage with these flat Earth people because they're so stupid. That was your hypothesis. And what happened? Now, when you do surveys, over 2%, some people say 4% of the population believe the Earth is flat, and it's mostly millennials. These were people that you could have affected, and something to the order of 7% of people are not sure whether or not the Earth is flat. That sounds ridiculous coming out of my mouth.
And he has nobody to blame but himself. So this Sartain goof is now going firmly off the rails into strawman and false cause and circular reasoning logical fallacies, because that's clearly not the reason. Because on the first unveiling, going back to either Math Powerland, wherever you want to go back to, there actually was a certain amount of debate and engagement and non-censoring at the beginning. In fact, some believe YouTube is actually the primary cause in just facilitating the rise of flat Earth. Some people think that's a psyop and conspiracy in and of itself. But when you have clueless goofs like Sartain offering nothing but faith-based claims and logical fallacies to defend his faith and his religion of scientism, because if he really were intellectually honest or at least mentally capable to at least a 4-year-old level, they would actually all of these debates should just start with the differences between science and scientism, what the scientific method is, controls, dependent and independent variables, and basic logical fallacies. You don't have to go into all the intricate, more obscure ones, just the basics. False cause, false dichotomy, straw man. I mean, these goofs, red herring, non sequitur, this Sartain goof did nothing but spam fallacies, but he's so utterly clueless he doesn't realize he did that. And now he's pretending to know the reasons why the rise of flat Earth, but he's the guilty party, because when you defend the heliocentric globe this poorly, some people think it can't be on purpose, unless he has a mental disability, which he might. I mean, just based on what he's put forward, he might be mentally disabled, so he's not capable of comprehending arguments or making arguments in a logical fashion, or even comprehending basic English. So clearly that's not the reason for the rise of flat Earth. And again, he's also presupposing that flat Earth isn't true, because if it is true, that could also explain why so many people that are able to think critically are moving in that direction. That's not my claim. Again, I'm just theorizing. This is MINDSHOCK. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue.
Out of my mouth, but those are real numbers. So your hypothesis was we're not going to engage with these people, and the result was the movement grew. Your hypothesis was incorrect. It's been proven incorrect. It is time for science educators to just listen. If you need me to do it, I'll help you. If you need somebody who's a little bit more loquacious, I will help you. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think you can duck people who...
The narcissism on display, as if this mentally disabled goof could help anybody with anything other than, of course, educational content for fallacies in psychology. Because if you want to see the manifestation of the Dunning-Kruger effect to the most extent possible, I mean, Sartain is there. He is the Dunning-Kruger champion as of right now.
Think that vaccines are and I don't think you can duck who believe that we didn't land on the moon in 1969 or that the earth is flat or any of these other things. I don't think you can duck them anymore. I think you have to get to the point where you're willing to have a debate with them, but don't call them, you don't motherfuck them. That's the only thing,
right?
You know? That's the main issue. So I thought that was great. But like, again, I would make an explanation. Like, for instance, they'd ask a question. I'd be like, so how do you tell how far the sun is? And I'd be, well, it's spectroscopy, parallax, and gravity. That's the short answer. The actual answer is, if you can tell the proportion of two gravitational bodies. If I can see the orbital period and the distance between the two bodies, I can't tell their mass, but I can tell their mass in relation to one another. And then if I look at the sun, if I can tell the Earth's mass and I can do it with the sun, now I can tell the Earth's mass and the sun's. And then I look at the sun and I look at Jupiter, now I can tell Jupiter.
So that's a big if. So how did that if happen? Notice how he never, ever says how that first if, that first assumption, how it was scientifically ascertained. I'm not claiming it wasn't, but he's the one, if you're making the positive claim that it was, and then it was used to figure out something else, then you must back up that claim. Notice how he hasn't done that or backed up a single claim about anything.
Jupiter's mass, and from the Jupiter Sun system, I can pretty much figure out the mass of all the other bodies. And then once we send those satellites out there, Voyager or whatever, and then we go photograph them, it turns out those masses are correct. Turns out Isaac Newton figured it out in the 1680s. Turns out all of this worked out. And then I also have this other thing I forgot to mention on the podcast. It's called redshifting. Doppler shifts. I can actually tell the forward and backward relative motion of stars. The other part where he talked about the square,
Okay, finally. Sartain finally brought up something interesting. The whole red shift. Okay. So, first of all, it is kind of hilarious how this goof was so triggered by his utter obliteration in this so-called debate. He had to go and look up some catchphrases like red shifting and Doppler shifting, which are two completely separate things, by the way. I won't get into that. But it's funny because this clueless goof, he thinks nobody's going to fact check that. I mean, he's just he through his verbal diarrhea. I mean, this guy's not just the champion of Dunning-Kruger. I mean, this guy is a verbal diarrhea champion. I mean, how many people are this prolific in the utilization of verbal diarrhea? I mean, not just verbal diarrhea, but verbal diarrhea with zero substance. Notice how he didn't, I think he was accidentally correct about the number of people alleged to have worked on the moon missions, which is around 400,000. But other than that, every single stat and number I believe he threw out was completely wrong. I mean, the goof didn't even memorize his own religious scrolls of scientism. That's why this is so hilarious. Because he is so utterly clueless, literally the dumbest guy possible for this kind of debate. Even the purported points of scientism, he didn't even get those right. I mean, you'd think he would accidentally get more correct, but I think the only thing that he reported as to match the scientism text was the number of people that worked in the Apollo program. Did he get anything else correct? I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe he got one or two other things correctly, but I mean, it's kind of crazy. So he's just throwing out this terminology randomly as if it makes him look smarter, and his narcissism is so extreme, he will never be able to logically and objectively examine how dumb he looks and sounds bringing all of this up. That being said, I have to give him credit for bringing up the redshift because it appears, I mean, even Brian Myers, I don't know if Brian Myers brought this up. Has anybody brought this up? So if you haven't checked out the dismantling and debunking of general relativity and special relativity here on MindShock, just complete annihilation using basic logic and reason, and of course the scientific method, on how fallacious and religious the cult of scientism and the Church of Relativity is that he subscribes to. I mean, look at this goof Sartain's face. I mean, there's not even an inkling of doubt in the religious tenets he's regurgitating. I mean, that's how mentally far gone this guy is. I mean, with his mental disability and his religious faith, I mean, there's really no room for functioning brain cells between all that. But if you haven't checked out the debunking of relativity on the MindShock channel, check that out. I cited this paper, Studies in History and Philosophy of Modern Physics. Obviously, goofs like Sartain, utterly clueless about the history of physics and how all of these things came to be included in the religious texts of scientism. But it's a really good paper. Trust and Expert Testimony, Eddington's 1919 Eclipse Expedition and the British Response to General Relativity by Ben Almasi, Department of Philosophy, University of Washington. So a lot of people, they don't know that one of the greatest hoaxes in history was the eclipse data hoax of 1919, the admitted hoax by Eddington, for which Einstein received a Nobel Prize off of the hoax, off of the admitted fraudulent hoax. I mean, and clueless goofs like Sartain and scientism cultists, they think it's somehow legitimate to put blind faith in something built on an admitted hoax, a House of Cards hoax, and these goofs cling desperately to it. Now, I've cited a lot of issues with the reported data, hallucinated data, but let's talk redshifting specifically because we have not done so yet on MindShock anyway. So directly from this, where of course all of these guys are admitting to throw out all of the evidence and data and anything that doesn't match the hypothesized theory, they just throw out since it doesn't match. Now, goofs like Sartain are going to pretend that's somehow scientific. Obviously, it's not, but they admit to doing this. So let's get to the redshifting. So this would be on page 4 of this paper. So a few different expeditions. Let's skip along here. Einstein offered 3 observational implications of general relativity: the deflection of light by gravitational fields, the shift in solar spectral lines, and the advance of the perihelion for Mercury. Of these, the third has been confirmed by Einstein before publishing general relativity, and while the accommodation of the perihelion of Mercury was cited as a reason to take general relativity seriously, alone, it instigated no great revolution in scientific or popular opinion. In 1919, evidence of a red shift in spectral lines was inconclusive at best, disconfirming of the relativistic prediction at worst. After the 1919 eclipse expedition, those British scientists slow to accept general relativity would cite the red shift problem among their major reasons for hesitation. So if a broadly persuasive case was to be made, it would have to concern the deflection of light. Einstein had predicted that light passing from a massive body such as the sun would be deflected from its path such that, from the perspective of those observing from the far side of the massive body, the source of light would appear to have shifted from its usual position, that is, its apparent position when the massive body is positioned elsewhere. So a star observed when near the sun in the sky would be shifted some angular displacement from its observed position when the sun is in a different part of the sky. Stars close to the sun usually cannot be observed, of course, since sunlight drowns out starlight, which is why a solar eclipse provides a unique opportunity to view stars close to the sun. These observations can be compared to stars' apparent positions at night. An observed displacement suggests that the sun has deflected the starlight from its original path. This angular displacement is terribly small, however, and drops off precipitously the farther the star is from the sun's limb. The closer the star is to the sun, the harder it will be to clearly observe the star, and thus the more complete and longer in duration the eclipse totality must be to measure the star's apparent position relative to the sun. Given these constraints, replicating another team's results from an earlier expedition is easier said than done. Even with the required equipment, it is rare to find solar eclipses of sufficiently long duration and complete totality high enough off the horizon to minimalize atmospheric distortion, observable from a place on Earth easily accessible with clear skies when the sun is surrounded by a field of bright stars. Eddington and his collaborators consistently presented the starlight deflection question as a trichotomy. The 3 acknowledged possibilities were the relativistic, or full, classical, half, and no deflection values. Under general relativity, Einstein predicted an angular deflection at the sun's limb. Newton himself had not weighed in on the starlight deflection question, but if one assumes light is particular and subject to Newton's law of gravity, then light at the sun's limb will experience an angular deflection. If one assumes no gravitational effect on light, then of course one will suspect no starlight deflection. While the null deflection is often assumed to be the Newtonian position, Eddington in 1920 did not present a trichotomy this way, instead framing a null result as potentially confounding for both classical and relativistic theories. Overthrowing Newton through the eclipse experiment then depended not just on the observation of starlight deflection, but the degree of deflection observed. Henschel, 92, argues that because the null prediction was advocated by some of Einstein's German colleagues, Einstein himself was most interested in the eclipse experiment to separate his theory not from Newtonian mechanics, but from alternative theories of relativity predicting no starlight deflection, which explains why Einstein was less concerned with the precise quantity of observed angular deflection than the qualitative issues of deflection or not. For Eddington and his British colleagues, by contrast, the key comparison was between those possibilities identified as relativistic and classical Newtonian predictions. The May 29th, 1919 solar eclipse was anticipated to be an especially good opportunity to test Einstein's prediction. The star field near the eclipsed sun was particularly rich, and the places at which totality would be fullest and longest included sites accessible to the British astronomers. But the British 1919 expedition was neither the first nor the last attempt to observe the deflection phenomenon. German astronomer Erwin Freundlich had sought to do so twice before, but war and weather conspired against him. War had also kept Britain from observing the June 8, 1918 eclipse, but several U.S. observatories sent expedition, including Yerkes Observatory and Lick Observatory teams, attempts to test Einstein's prediction. While the Yerkes team was thwarted by cloudiness, the Lick team was more successful. The Lick 1918 eclipse observations generated moderate interest in the U.S. and Britain. Had these results been published swiftly, Lick team leaders William Campbell and H.D. Curtis may have undercut Eddington's work. Campbell did give a preliminary presentation at the RAS on July 11, 1919, speculating that these results actually ruled out Einstein's value. Curtis and Campbell disagreed about the reliability of the results, however. Campbell was concerned. I mean, it's almost like there's actual real science going on back then, where people aren't hallucinating and pretending there couldn't be any problems with these observations or interpretation of data, like this utter goof Sartain just religiously regurgitates as if there could be no issues at all with what redshift purports to prove. But the clueless goof doesn't even have a grasp of the basic scientific method, so obviously he can't logically examine any of this. I mean, the goof probably can't even define what science is. I would bet he couldn't even give a definition of science. Campbell was concerned about the observatory's reputation, while Curtis argued for publishing a simple, frank statement of the results. The dispute continued until Curtis left to become director of the Allegheny Observatory July 1920, leaving Campbell to exercise his discretion not to publish. The November 1918 World War I armistice made the anticipated May 1919 expedition a reality. Dyson brought Eddington officially on board, and scouting of observation sites determined that Sobral in Brazil and the island of Principe off the west coast of Africa were the best in terms of totality, weather, and accessibility. Dyson, Eddington, and Crommelin, 1920, page 294. Travel was arranged and equipment secured, specifically a 13-inch astrographic telescope from Oxford for Eddington and Cottingham at Principe, and a 13-inch astrographic telescope from Greenwich and 4-inch aperture backup from the Royal Irish Academy for Crommelin and Davidson at Sobral. These telescopes will be designated P13, S13, and S4 respectively, though it should be noted that P13 and S13 were reduced to 8 inches for observation. The two teams traveled together as far as Madeira, where Crommelin and Davidson continued to Brazil, and Eddington and Cottingham departed for Africa. Both teams arrived on site weeks before the May 29th eclipse. Journal entries and reports show that both teams enjoyed considerable local support in lodging, site prep, and assistance building rudimentary structures to shelter their equipment. Skies were cloudy at both locations the morning of May 29th. Visibility improved at Sobral just before totality, so Crommelin and Davidson were able to observe several stars near the sun for the entirety of totality. In all, they exposed 18 S13 photographic plates at 5 and 10-second intervals and 8 S4 plates at 28-second intervals. 7 S4 plates showed 7 stars each, yielding an average observed angular displacement at the sun's limb. All S13 plates showed 7 to 12 stars, initially yielding an average displacement. However, preliminary on-site analysis immediately following the eclipse led Crommelin and Davidson to hypothesize that the 13-inch astrographic telescope had undergone systematic error. As the following excerpt from the Expedition Journal demonstrates, May 30th, 3 a.m., 4 of the astrographic plates were developed and when dry examined. It was found that there had been a serious change of focus, so that while the stars were shown, the definition was spoiled. This change of focus can only be attributed to the unequal expansion of the mirror through the sun's heat. The readings of the focusing scale were checked the next day, but they were found unaltered at 11 millimeters. It seems doubtful whether much can be gotten from these plates. Correcting for the hypothesized aberration, Crommelin provides an average displacement value. Probable error measurements are not provided in the RS expedition report nor other published accounts, but Ehrman and Glamour in 1980 provide standard deviations for the S13 and S4 results, respectively. At Principe, thick cloud cover did not disperse until totality was nearly over. So although 16 plates were exposed, only 2 plates captured the minimum number of stars required to calculate an average displacement at the sun's limb. Despite the large probable error, Eddington would opine of his results at the momentous RS-RAS joint meeting that, quote, the accuracy seems sufficient to give a fairly trustworthy confirmation of Einstein's theory and to render the half deflection at least very improbable, end quote. I mean, does this sound scientific to anybody? I mean, there's these huge error rates, and yet goofs hallucinate. Oh, no, that settles that. There's nothing wrong with this fraud. All right, continuing on here. 4 expedition results in an unflattering light. For ease of reference, the predicted and observed angular displacement at the sun's limb with probable error measurements available are as follows. Given the brief description of events above, one might expect the Principe results to have played a small role in the confirmation of Einstein's predictions, but this was not entirely the case. It is true that in both the RS Philosophical Transaction Exposition Report and Eddington's popular account in Space-Time and Gravitation, the S4 result is accorded, quote, the greatest weight, end quote. But Eddington has testified that his preliminary on-site analysis of the few good P13 plates was enough to convince him of Einstein's experimental vindication. Reflecting on the expedition later, Eddington would report, quote, 3 days after the eclipse, I knew that Einstein's theory had stood the test and the new outlook of scientific thought must prevail, end quote. Scientific, more like scientismic. In the months between the eclipse and the RS-RAS joint meeting where Sobral and Principe results were presented side by side, Eddington's numerous professional and popular lectures provided only the preliminary results from the Principe because those from Sobral as yet unavailable. When Lorentz telegraphed Einstein on September 22nd, 1919 with the news that his prediction had been confirmed, it was on the basis of Eddington's September 12th presentation at the BAAS of the preliminary Principe results. There, Eddington claimed only that his initial measurements suggested an average deflection intermediate between the half and full predictions, and that he hoped completed analysis would favor the latter. I mean, is science based on hope and preference, or simply objective, logical, neutral examination and data? The BAS audience was reminded by Silberstein that the red shift remained a problem for relativity, and reminded by Cordy that the Lick 1918 photographs presented by Campbell at the RAS on July 11th had not shown any displacement. Also problematic is the matter of probable error. It is true that the S13 plates dismissed as erroneous were also those most divergent from relativistic deflection prediction, which some later critics have found suspicious given Eddington's commitment to relativity. Furthermore, even when the S4 result is identified as most reliable, the notion that Einstein's value is clearly confirmed and Newton's value clearly ruled out is only palatable when the P13 and S4 results are given together. So I'm not going to go over the rest of it. I mean, there's a whole bunch more. But basically, they just throw out anything that doesn't match and assume and hallucinate it's all good enough. And all of this, obviously, by Eddington, who has an agenda to pretend that Einstein is correct no matter what. Okay, say people don't like that paper. All right, well, let's go to Harvard. Is that a good source? Would Sartain find Harvard credible? Because he loves to do all these genetic logical fallacies and appeals to authority. I mean, this goof has nothing but fallacies. Let's go to this paper, published American Astronomical Society, Volume 42, page 301, open questions regarding the 1925 measurement of the gravitational redshift of Sirius B. January 1924, Arthur Eddington wrote to Walter S. Adams at the Mount Wilson Observatory suggesting a measurement of the Einstein shift in Sirius B and providing an estimate of its magnitude. Adams's 1925 published results agreed remarkably well with Eddington's estimate. Initially, this achievement was hailed as the third empirical test of general relativity after Mercury's anomalous perihelion advance, which we went over why that was not accurate, and the 1919 measurement of the deflection of starlight, which we just went over why that was inaccurate. It has been known for some time that both Eddington's estimate and Adams' measurement underestimated the true Sirius B gravitational redshift by a factor of, anyone want to take a guess? 4. So 400% error. We're not talking about 1%, 200, 400% error? I mean, who's not getting fired from their job in any industry with errors 400%? I mean, that's insane. I mean, what's an acceptable error rate in most in industries? I mean, in certain industries, it's probably less than 1%. In other industries, maybe 1, 5, 10. I mean, 20 would be pushing it, right? I mean, how many industries allow an error rate of 20%? I mean, that's insane. 400%? And this is even assuming, this is all based upon other fallacies that the redshift is gravitational in nature. We're going to get to that in a moment. But just let's assume that, just for the sake of argument. Even if it's true that it's gravitationally related, it's still not even close. So all of these alleged observations of redshifting that allege these distances and magnitudes and all that, the error rate is so astronomical. Is that why it's called astronomy? Because all of the error rates are so astronomical? I mean, what is going on here? What is going on here? I mean, this is just absolutely insane. Let's go to another Harvard paper. I mean, if that wasn't enough. Let's go to adsabs.harvard.edu, the astrophysics data system. So this is a paper here, Sirius B and the Gravitational Redshift, a Historical Review by Norris S. Hetherington, February 6, 1980. Eddington asked Adams to attempt the measurement. Adams reported an average differential redshift of 19 kilometers per second, very nearly the predicted gravitational redshift. Eddington was delighted with the result. Of course, because he's not after the truth. He only wants to match whatever Einstein predicted. So that's why he's delighted. I mean, wow. It's so weird how all these gullible goofs who just worship at the Church of Relativity just don't understand the very history of the fraud. In 1928, Joseph Moore at the Lick Observatory measured differences between the redshifts of Sirius and Sirius B. The average was 19 kilometers per second, precisely what Adams had reported. More seriously damaging to the reputation of Adams and Moore is the measurement of the 1960s at Mount Wilson by Jesse Greenstein, J. Oak, and H. Shipman. They found a differential redshift for Sirius B of roughly 80 kilometers per second. But 19 and 80, that's actually more than 400%, right? Slightly more than 400% error. So we have multiple papers here regarding the history of redshifting and the measurements. And this goof Sartain is hallucinating, not just that it can be found, but he's in his narcissistic stupor. He specifically stated he himself could get the measurements and masses from the redshifting that's off by these astronomical factors of errors.
Doppler shifts and backward relative motion of stars. The other part where he talked about the square, the
and this clueless goof thinks you can make measurements from this. You cannot make this stuff up, people. Oh, man. Man, Sartain is a champion of a lot of things, but at the top of the list is, of course, the Dunning-Kruger effect. So, the other issue with redshift is, of course, all these assumed variables. Now, if Sartain wasn't a complete and utter mentally disabled goof, he would understand certain basic things like false cause logical fallacies, obviously the scientific method itself, how to utilize controls. I mean, does this goof know anything about electromagnetic theories? I mean, he's supposedly well-read. I mean, he said he did some kind of research in his regurgitation of these scientism points, but it seems like he's just utterly clueless about everything and didn't understand anything he did research on anyway. I mean, he was wrong about all those points relating even to airplanes, and he's supposedly a pilot. I mean, it really goes to show, I mean, if they're giving guys like this pilot license, I mean, that's scary. That's scary. But anyway, I mean, look at the people that have regular driver's license for a car, so I guess it's not that surprising. I mean, any goof who can memorize and regurgitate can get a license. That doesn't mean they're able to utilize critical thinking, logic and reason, deductive reasoning, or even know what the scientific method is. Obviously, you don't need to know the scientific method to get a license to drive a car, and it seems like you don't need to know the scientific method to get a license to fly a plane either. So, again, this guy's just really the bottom of the barrel. But I want to go to a guy that actually does have, who's not mentally disabled. I mean, this is one of the sharpest guys in the world, no doubt. That is, of course, Ken Wheeler. And on his YouTube channel, which I referenced in the dismantling of relativity, Theoria Apophasis, he also has a video on relative motion, magnetic redshift, and blue shift phase disparity. So let's take a look at this video here.
I've made so many discoveries in magnetism that I had yet to realize that I'd made a video about this. If you bear with me, I'm going to explain to you and then demonstrate to you one of the biggest secrets of current humanity when it comes to explaining the mechanics of the universe, a la redshift and blue shift. I don't know how much you know about redshift or blue shift. Stars that are moving away from us, relatively so, they are shifted towards the red end of the spectrum. Stars that are moving towards us, they are shifted towards the blue end of the spectrum. Now, hitherto, this has been explained with GR and QM, general relativity and quantum mechanics. But I'm about to show you and explain to you that Mother Nature, she has no idea, nor has she ever heard of general relativity and quantum mechanics. She only knows inertia and magnetism. Here we have a magnet, say 3/4 inch cylinder magnet. Here we have my buddy's invention, the ferrocell, which is inside a micron thin layer of special solution ringed by white light LEDs. I'm about to show you on a very small scale, which no one has ever seen before in any video ever. No one's ever seen redshift at a level like this moving very slowly. You know, let's say 1 mile an hour. I'm going to show you redshift and blue shift. But I'm going to show you relative disparity. Now, as I've already talked about in my book, and I mentioned before, I place the magnet underneath the ferrocell. Let me turn the lights off so you can see better underneath the ferrocell. If I place the magnet right here, I know simply by looking underneath this ferrocell, since the magnet is static, and is static relative to the lights over here, but it doesn't matter how I orientate it. This side of the magnet is bluish in color. It's green, but it's bluish, and over here it's reddish. We have a phase disparity, and this is also proof of why my seed experiments work this way. We have EM retardation. That's technically what it's called, electromagnetic retardation. I know that this is the North Pole because it has a ratio of 1 to 5. We have compression here and rarefaction here. Compression, the blue end of the spectrum, is more bluish. It's greenish blue, but it's still blue. At a ratio of 5, 1.618, 033, etc., and a ratio of 1 over here. Now this is static. I don't know if you know how an AC generator works, but it works, and this is Tesla's invention, of course, but an AC generator works exactly the same. Now this is the plane of inertia. By the way, this is one pole of the magnet, this is the other pole. But a magnet doesn't have poles, as I've explained many times. Mother Nature does not have poles. She has the inverse of counter space. The inverse of inertia is force and motion. These are force and motions. See, Mother Nature does not draw a line like us humans. She doesn't draw a line like here, here. Mother Nature only knows how to draw a line like this. Here, here, here. That is polarity. Polarity is only the inverse of inertia. The inverse of counter space, force and motion, the creation of space. Space is nothing. Space is literally the absence of inertia. It is literally the wake front as left behind from the release of inertia, as magnetism reciprocates, which is the dielectric field from one quote-unquote pole to the other. So here we're able to see the phase shift, the static phase shift, which I've already explained in the 3rd edition of magnetism. Now we're talking about stars that are moving endless millions of miles per second. How on earth could I show you that phase shift, the disparity of motion, is purely electrical, was technically magnetic and dielectric, but is purely electrical in nature. It is simply based upon phase disparity. Now, if this were an AC motor, I don't know if most of you know how an AC motor works, we'd actually have our copper windings around here. We'd have internal motor, which is hooked to a crankshaft. Let's say water's turning the crankshaft, and it's turning the magnet, and this magnet is turning. The only thing an AC motor is, and listen closely, is an inside-out magnet. We have the plane of inertia on the outside, and we have the magnetism on the inside. Obviously, Mother Nature does not work that way. This is how we generate electricity. The entire world generates electricity off the premise of Nikola Tesla's invention that such a AC generator, a power generator, is in its very simplistic essence a magnet turned inside out. A magnet, we have the plane of inertia at the very dead center. The opposite, they're the inverse of force and motion, centrifugal divergence. We have the plane of rest of inertia. If you're able to put two magnets together and place a Gauss meter at the center of those two magnets, it would register no magnetism. Well, that doesn't make any sense, but it's an absolute undeniable fact. The center of everything, there is not that which is opposite to the center. At the center of gravity, the center of the Earth, there's no gravity. At the center of a magnet, there's absolutely no magnetism. This is exactly what it is. Force and motion, inertia and acceleration. How does this explain redshift and blueshift? EM retardation, the disparity of motion. Here we have zero motion and we have a phase shift, a blue phase shift and a red shift, which exists at a ratio of 5 to 1 or 1 to 5, depending on how you look at it, which is actually an egg shape. It's a perfect egg shape. If you're able to cut an egg, dissect it in half, we'd have the pointy tip up here, which exists at a volume, a ratio of 1, and down here the larger, fatter section of the egg, which exists at a ratio of 5, so 5 to 1, which together is 5 squared, which is 2.1618, so on and so forth. So, how am I able to simulate on this tiny, tiny little scale, moving about 1 mile an hour, stellar redshift and blueshift? The only thing I have to shift is this magnet, relative to the lights here. Let's say I'm an observer on a planet over here, and this is a star. Let's say I'm another observer on the opposite end over here. Let's recreate redshift and blueshift. Remember now, this is red and this is blue. But how can I shift that? Relative motion to the disparity of the electricity, i.e. light, which is a coaxial circuit, transverse electrical magnetic, longitudinal dielectric. Let's show you phase shift. Now look closely and I'll explain it. You see how this is blue now? As it was approaching, it went blue shift. If I move it away, let's just look at this one pole only. Let's ignore this pole over here, okay? You notice that this red shifted now? Let me move this closer to a person over here. Let's say there's a person on a little planet over here, and this is a star. Okay, now it's red shifted. Let's move this star closer to this person over here. You see how this blue shifted? Let's move it away and watch this blue, which is bluish green, but it's still blue shifted, turn to red. Red shift. Blue shift, we're only looking at this pole over here. A second, I think I had a little power outage there. There we go. Blue shift, red shift. Red shift, moving away from this relative point. Now let's take a look. Let me check my power connection here. Let's take a look at the other pole. Hold on a second. There we go. Sorry about that. Let's take a look at the other pole over here on the right side. Let's orientate my magnet exactly. Okay, let's wait for it to appear. There we go. Let's take only a look at this. Blue shift relative to this person over here. Let's say this point over here. Blue shift, as it moves away relative to this point, we have red shift. You notice how it shifted to the red? Now watch it shift again. Remember, only looking at this pole on the right side of my finger. Okay? Red shift, blue shift. Red shift, blue shift. Inverse to the other pole. Look closely. Nothing has changed other than disparity of EM retardation. It has nothing to do with space. Has nothing to do with time. It is EM phase shift disparity, or EM retardation. This is also the differential that is programmed into every global positioning satellite relative to its motion. This has nothing to do with Einstein, has nothing to do with general relativity, and has nothing to do with quantum mechanics. The universe is purely dielectric and magnetic. If you want to think of it as electrical, that's fine. Electricity is phi times psi, Q and Planck of electrification. Electricity is a hybrid. That which we call gravity is nothing other than incoherent dielectric acceleration, or increasing inertia, centripetal convergence, or that which we call magnetic attraction. They're one and the exact same thing. So what you're looking at here is nothing to do with space or time. Everything in the universe is purely electrical. Space is not anything that acts on anything. Tesla said this. He said it many times. This is also why Tesla ever called Einstein a fuzzy-haired crackpot. For the reification of nothing, i.e. space, as that which acted upon things, which is the premise of GR and QM, general relativity and quantum mechanics. But the universe does not work that way. The universe is purely electrical and electrical only. magnetic dielectric, centripetal convergence, centrifugal divergence, and here we have the magnet, which is the reciprocating precessional hyperboloid that defines the simplest nature of the entire universe, the plane of inertia, and we have the disparity of polarity, which exists at a phase shift of phi to 1, or phi a squared together, 2.618033, so on and so forth. But relative motion to a point has nothing to do with space or time. It is called electromagnetic retardation. And this is the exact same way. Instead of this motion in an AC generator, what we're actually getting is this motion where the magnet is turning and turning and we have copper windings around here. The only difference between me showing you the phase shift this way and how an AC motor works, which is like this, I can't actually make this thing spin and spin and spin, is we have the plane of inertia outside here and we have the magnet on the inside. An AC motor, in its most simplex definition, is an inside-out magnet. And Mother Nature does not work that way. She doesn't like to work that way. But by turning this magnet relative to a plane of inertia, the thousands and thousands of copper windings that make up an AC motor. The magnet is spun via water, hydroelectric, nuclear, off of steam. It doesn't matter what turns this magnet inside the copper coil. It's creating a phase disparity, which equals E, electricity. All electricity in the entire world runs off the premise of Nikola Tesla's invention, which in its most simplest form, if Mother Nature was a chick and she were to look at the most simple thing that powers the entire world, an AC generator invented by Nikola Tesla, she would declare that is an inside-out magnet. She's taken the plane of inertia and brought it out here and placed the magnet right in the center, which is exactly how it works. But back to redshift and blue shift. I'm showing you redshift and blue shift at a rate of 1 mile an hour, which no one has ever seen before. Because the only way to show this is with my buddy's invention, the ferrocell. I predicted this too before I ever discovered the ferrocell existed. But this is the first time anybody on Earth has ever seen this. Ever. Period. No one's ever seen this before. Redshift and blue shift that we typically think of on the order of magnitudes of stars moving at endless millions and millions of miles a second can be replicated here in my hand, showing you that redshift and blue shift is phase disparity of relative induction. That seems like a mouthful, but it's really, really, really simple. We're talking about recreating this phase shift that exists on a magnet that I'm able to see at a ratio of phi to 1, and recreating that and shifting it at the basis of the magnet due to relative motion of the field perturbation, i.e. the light that is feeding it. You're seeing phase shift right here. You can see this turn from blue to red as I move it, and vice versa on the other side. Look, you are seeing phase shift. Doesn't matter how I turn it, it's going to be the same. And the only thing an AC generator is this spinning around inside the plane of inertia. But we're talking about redshift and blue shift here, and explaining it in very simple terms. There's someone else, a very, very, very intelligent man. I think he held 2 doctorate degrees. He never discovered this, but he simply said, in a very kind manner, that there's Dr. Oleg D. Jefemenko, that GR and QM was nonsense, except he said it in a very, very scientific way. Electromagnetic retardation, EM retardation, and theory of relativity. However, this book is not about supporting the theory of relativity, it's about destroying the theory of relativity. Everything that Einstein fed us was the reification that the universe is not electrical, but that space and time acted on things, warped things. This is not the case. The reason that light bent around the sun, as we observed in the famous experiment from decades ago, had nothing to do with curved space and time. That's an absurdity. That's like saying unicorns or leprechauns caused something to happen. It's an absurdity. It's an absurdity. What happened was the EM retardation of that light striking the edge of, say the Earth is over here, this is the sun, the light striking the edge of this point of dielectric acceleration, or what we call the gravitational acceleration of the sun, and is warping, bending the light. But it has nothing, this is simply an electrical phenomena. It has nothing to do with space and time. This book is so full of math it will make your head spin. Proof after proof after proof that relativity is absolute BS. 2 doctorate degrees. This guy wrote many books. I wished he were still alive. He did not make this discovery that I showed you over the past 10 minutes or so. But the premise for it is essentially the same. We're talking about the universe being purely electrical. Space and time are not things which act upon things. If you think they are, then you're of the same foolish mindset that leprechauns and unicorns and angels and fairies are influencing humanity. And of course, I'm sure there's many idiots out there that believe that nonsense, but that's a point for another discussion, of course, isn't it? So you're the first person on Earth to see this. I showed you, at a scale of 1 mile per hour or less, redshift and blue shift, using my buddy's invention, the ferrocell, and a simple cylindrical magnet. I showed it to you. There's no denying it. There's no refuting it. If you want to reproduce it yourself, go ahead and reproduce it yourself. But this simplex macro experiment, which I've done many times, but this is the first time I've ever shown it in a video, proves that general relativity and quantum mechanics notion that space and time are that which play a part and parcel in the math or the cosmic mechanics of redshift and blue shift and stellar and galactic movements is absolute BS. The universe and Mother Nature is electrical. It is only electrical. Space and time are not entities which do anything. I'll tell you what they are. They are measures and magnitudes. They are the slide rules which define the nature of existence and the motions between masses. They are nothing other than tape measures. And as we both know, tape measures do not build houses. Okay? That's all time and space are. They're measures and magnitudes of phenomena and their motion. It is how human stupidity and humankind have defined and reified the nature of existence and the motion of bodies.
It's called redshifting. I can actually tell the forward and backward relative motion of stars.
Okay, so who understood that, by the way? Now, you don't have to actually fully understand what he did there, but here's the point. The point is redshift, or even Doppler shifting, whatever you want to call it, you're observing something, hallucinating false causes, or pretending you don't need controls to understand what you're seeing and what it really proves. That's not actual proof of anything Sartain is hallucinating it as proof of. So this house of cards of scientism that this goof has built is as far from scientific as you can get. I mean, they're just his religious, faith-based hallucinations and regurgitations. So let's continue.
The other part where he talked about the inverse square law, where like light shouldn't be able to get to us from Proxima Centauri or Polaris. Guys, go look at Proxima Centauri and Polaris. You can't tell where you can't see the lines of magnetation. You can't see solar flares. You cannot resolve those stars. You can just see the light. That is the point.
That is their point, which he didn't understand. He's saying you wouldn't be able to see the light based on the distance, and the goof still doesn't get it.
Light travels an almost infinite distance, or it travels, we can see the cosmic microwave background radiation. That is 13.8 billion years ago where we can see the light. That's how long we know light can travel for.
No? Any backup for that claim? Or just religious regurgitation and faith-based claims of his cult? I mean, this guy's impressive. He definitely is the undisputed Dunning-Kruger champion at this point. He has unseated the one and only Bryant Myers.
So the whole thing for them is if we're on a flat plane and the sun's on one side of the plane and we're on another side of the plane, their whole belief is, well, the sun has a finite distance for light. And that's where to me, the whole thing it's not testable anymore. Furthermore, the round earthers, we can predict eclipses. They can't. I'm sorry, they can't.
Wait, so all the ancients with their flat earth cosmology, they didn't predict eclipses? Not only predict, but they built these incredible monoliths with perfect predictions of eclipses and solstices and all this stuff. This guy's utterly clueless about basic history. I mean, this is scientism history. This is undisputed official narrative history. I mean, and this goof isn't even on that level?
And when we asked him, like, how far away is the sun? Well, think about this. I have my hypothesis on how the world works, and I use it to create testable models, and I predict every single eclipse with 100% accuracy.
The ancients did that as well.
And in your model, you're saying we don't know how far away the sun and the moon is. Do you understand? But
right.
Then how am I predicting it if my model's wrong? You see what I'm saying?
Sure.
That was kind of an issue. I know.
Again, because of his fundamental failure to understand the basics of logic or the scientific method.
A lot of people are out there like, why are you even debating with these people? Because 7% of people are saying they don't know whether or not the Earth is flat.
Dude, so I put up a poll that day.
That's a lot of people smarter than Sartain. I mean, he's definitely bottom of the barrel here.
When you were doing the show, I was watching in the room next door, and I put up a poll on my personal page, and I think on the Political Junkies page.
Yeah.
Is the Earth? I showed a little video of you. Is the Earth flat around? 20%.
Yeah.
On the poll.
But obviously, people that's going to be biased.
Some are jokes, also, right?
It's not even just jokes. It's like the people who think the Earth is flat are going to talk louder than the people who think the Earth is round, who don't even think this is.
Some won't even vote.
Yeah.
The ones that I'm not even wasting.
Wait, where did he hallucinate that from? I mean, according to Mark Sargent and people dialed into the community, they're saying the majority of flat earthers are in the closet. They would never speak loudly about it. So yeah, pretty much everything this Sartain goof is saying is false. Has he said anything that's true so far?
I legitimately believe 2% and higher that. I'm talking about like millennials and under. The problem is like, guys, Kyrie Irving, the point guard for the freaking Nets, who has he went to Duke University only for 1 year, but he actually seriously believed that the Earth is flat. And I think he still thinks the Earth is flat. He was just so embarrassed by those remarks that he's taken his remarks back. One of the reasons why some people, I'm not talking about Dave and Jaron specifically, a lot of people, what happened, we talked about this before. I have a friend of mine, and she was sexually assaulted. And because she was sexually assaulted by an authority figure, all authority is now bad, and therefore everything authority tells me is now wrong. And since authority told me the Earth was flat, then therefore the Earth was round, therefore the Earth might be flat. And then that.
And the psychological projection there, because anybody indoctrinated into the cult of scientism, they're going to believe whatever they see in the idiot box no matter what, because it's coming from the authority. So what's truly the smarter position? To put blind faith in corrupt liars with horrible track records of corruption and failure? Obviously, they're not going to be wrong about everything, or, let's not go for the false dichotomies, but why would you trust without evidence? And that's, again, because this goof doesn't even understand the basic burden of proof logical fallacy, as he proves with literally every single thing he's saying.
That's where these things get started, right?
Footnote to that.
Yeah.
She probably likes it rough, though, doesn't she?
You know her, so let's not talk about it.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, let's not talk about it.
But isn't that a weird dynamic? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not making a joke out of a serious situation, but usually the people, victims of trauma, gravitate towards that type of trauma in bed to turn them on, which is like an interesting thing. I really wasn't being insensitive.
No, of course. Yeah. No, I totally understand. But that is something that happens. But like the whole situation with this man, like, I understand, like, you have to have some empathy. How did we get to this point to where people actually believe this and this wasn't an issue before? But like, man, oh man, like
it wasn't, people didn't, well, what do you mean it wasn't? Again, this guy just is so utterly clueless about the history of physics, the history of relativity. I mean, this goof is so mentally gone here. This is why he's the new champion, undisputed.
Again, what was it? The name of the eclipses that they had, the Selenilian eclipse, where you can see the sun and the moon at the same time. A lot of people, and again, I can't keep up. They're going so fucking fast, and at 3 hours, my brain is melted.
Yeah,
and
his brain was melted before they even started. I mean, there was no cognitive function on display.
Start talking about the Censorship eclipse, where you can see the sun and the moon at the same time. Well, a lot of people don't realize this. If we were in a vacuum, you would actually see the sun go down when it actually goes down. But because we live in an oxygen environment, and they even admit to light refraction through the environment, when you see it, you're actually.
What do you mean by admit? There's a control level of refraction that it could theoretically always be present, so you can't magically invoke it to explain away something else because nobody's claiming that it doesn't always exist. So the goof doesn't even understand any of these arguments, and yet he's talking about this subject. Clearly, this is literally the worst person to be having this discussion. He should have just let the jet fighter pilot talk.
The sun has already gone down, but you're seeing a refraction of the sun that's still up there, even though the sun is actually in reality set. The environment.
In reality, how would you know if it was set or not? Where's the verification on that? The goofs just keeps stacking his faith-based assumptions.
Environment refracts it. So because of that, now I'm seeing a raised refracted image of the sun and the moon at the same time, and that's why I can see an eclipse from both sides. I can see the sun and the moon at the same time. That doesn't mean.
What did you think? Sorry. What did you think when he was in his kitchen? And he showed he did that little experiment.
Did you notice at the end? And I was so tired of like, guys, listen. Dave and Jaron, if you're watching this, I have a lot of respect for you guys. I do. I know you probably don't. I have a lot of respect for you guys. when they were doing the seasons thing, there was a point in there where I was like, I was so bamboozled, bro. And it was
because he doesn't have the mental capacity to even understand the argument. The fact that he's admitting that, it's actually kind of interesting.
wasn't because I felt like I was wrong. I couldn't keep up with what the fuck he was talking about when he said.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't even keep up with first grade English comprehension. How's he supposed to keep up with that?
That the when he was saying like the sun was moving faster, but it still looked the same across the sky from an angular perspective, bro, I was just like, dude, the math is so orbit to another. He doesn't explain it. But dude, when you get into electromagnetism, how they explain why the sun and the moon are even up there in the first place, it is so there. By the way, there are 4 fundamental forces in the universe: strong, weak, electromagnetism, and gravity. They only believe there's one force, electromagnetism. They think electromagnetism explains the entire universe. So that part was crazy. What was the thing you were just asking me about?
No, they don't. There's a lot of different types of forces. That might be the primary force, but again, hasty generalization fallacy, false dichotomy, just stacking these fallacies. A whole bunch of different flat earthers believe a whole bunch of different things. And there's a whole bunch of globe earthers who don't believe in gravity either. Again, this goof is just utterly clueless about the history of physics.
Oh, the
experiment
kitchen thing.
in the kitchen. Yeah.
You guys notice, if you guys watch the kitchen experiment, you'll notice when they get to the end of the kitchen, there's this block that's right there that like sort of block, like it wasn't a flat plane. It was like, there was, you know, where you put your knives or whatever, like your cutlery stand, there was something at the end of the table because, and I'm not saying if it was far enough that it wouldn't look like that, but that does not prove anything. Also, guys, like, why is it, oh my God, there's so many questions. Why?
Wait, what does that have to do with anything? Did he miss the whole point of the experiment? Wouldn't be surprising. I mean, this guy just mentally gone, just grasping to anything and everything just for the sake of talking and not trying to appear to be not a moron, which makes him look even more like a moron, ironically. But of course, he's too clueless to realize that happened, which is why he is the Dunning-Kruger champion.
Light does not have a finite distance of travel. Therefore, if we're on a flat plane, we should be able to see the sun, even if it's 4,000 miles in the air, from any point on the surface of the plane. And that's the other thing. And then the other one is just so obvious, man. There are not 60.
Wait, why? This guy's never heard of a visibility index? Like, what is this guy smoking? I mean, these are some of the silliest points they don't make any sense, but he's such an utter goof, he doesn't realize that he's spewing utter goofery.
Fucking 1,000 miles of coastline for Antarctica. There just isn't. You can map it. It's not that difficult. You don't even have to go into Antarctica to go there. So there was just certain empirical thing. Well, that's not empirical because you and I are never going to Antarctica. So that was
Wait, so you just use the, man, this guy's mentally gone. It's like somebody arguing for the existence of God using the Bible, but the atheist doesn't believe in the Bible, so why would they believe it? So if you go on Google Earth to map the coastline of Antarctica, they don't believe that that's accurate, so why would you use that whether you're proving it's accurate or not? Just like a serial killer providing, security footage as an alibi, if he's the one providing it. I mean, this Sartain goof is just so mentally gone and mentally disabled, he doesn't understand conflict of interest, he doesn't understand how any conspiracies work, and of course, he doesn't even understand basic logic or science, which he's proving it every single time he opens his mouth.
That was the problem.
And then the flying, with the 3 point,
it was so disappointing, man. I mean, it was just like, I don't want to get into the great circle because when I went to nav school, I was like, what the fuck is this? I don't want to do a great circle route. But then when you show, like, you're looking at a 2-dimensional image of a 3-dimensional image, there's going to have to be some relief. And the relief is that the circle, it's going to look like there's a curve upward, but it's not. If you were able to look on a globe and get right over that path, it would look like a straight line across, and that's essentially what happens. Dude, I've flown too many times. Dude, when you fly from Atlanta...
That's the whole point they were making. So why would you do a longer curved line than a shorter one? But he's so utterly... I really think he has a mental disability because he doesn't appear to be disingenuous here. He seems to be genuinely this utterly clueless.
Warner Robins, Georgia to Doha, Qatar. It's this weird route that goes down like this, but when you look at it on the globe and you turn it over, it's like, oh, okay, it makes complete sense. That's exactly what we're supposed to do. And we were just like, again, there were several times where I felt like I was kickboxing and they were doing jiu-jitsu. Like
that was a great analogy too.
Yeah. Because here's the problem. Like the ultimate issue
Well, yeah, because he doesn't understand even basic English comprehension, basic logic, scientific method. Of course it's going to feel like that when you don't have any of the fundamentals.
We were debating was empiricism versus science. Mm-hmm. Empiricism is that I only believe things that I can feel and touch.
No, it actually wasn't, because you have to have a certain amount of basic logic and English comprehension, which he didn't have. So And he keeps using empiricism. I don't think he really knows the definition. I don't think he knows the definition of any of these words he's using.
And by the way, for certain things, if I'm a boxer, that's probably a really good way to live your life. If I'm a swimmer, even if I'm a carpenter, it's probably empirical data is probably the best way. Although I am going to need some mathematical stuff, right? I'm going to need to know that this epoxy or this wood is going to be able to handle this level. But there's a level of faith that I need that this TV is going to work, or that this building is not going to collapse on me.
Right.
Why? Because of Newtonian physics.
No, you don't, because you can turn the TV on to see if it works or not, because obviously there are some defective TVs that are not going to work. I mean, this goof can't even make consistent he's logically fallacious arguments. He can't even be consistent with his fallaciousness. That's how far gone he is mentally.
Right? There's a certain level of trust that I need to have. But here's the thing that works, and Dr. Dida said it many times.
Yeah, I mean, no structure was ever built before Newton. I mean, not a single one.
Does my theory create a testable model, and does yours? Yours does not. Mine, I'm sorry, we're correct every time. That's why your GPS fucking works. It doesn't, because this is not...
I mean, he's been wrong every time about everything. And also, flat Earth cosmology was correct every time with what they did. Again, doesn't prove it's true. As the old saying goes, falsification is independent of replacement. Just like if you're doing a murder investigation, you don't have to know who committed the murder if you can rule someone out with definitive evidence. But this goof is so utterly clueless. Like, there's no deduct. Not only is he completely bereft of logic, reason, critical thinking, I mean, specifically deductive reasoning. He just doesn't have the mental capacity for that either.
To surprise you, like the global positioning system works. Not even phones this expensive. Like, it works for all these phones, and and you look at it and it's accurate, and we take it for granted. The fact that there's
the ground positioning system bouncing off land-based towers, admittedly, and using undersea cables. Like, what is this goof smoking?
21 satellites orbiting the Earth from pole to pole, and that can quadrangulate your position up to 5 meters. What the fuck? And by the way,
speed.
Satellites or satelloons, either way, nobody's disputing there's something up somewhere doing something. Again, but this goof is that utterly clueless that he's creating all these strawmen and false dichotomies, and he doesn't realize how much of a mentally deficient goof he is. I mean, and if he does have a genuine mental disability, I mean, why has nobody told him? Because he clearly can't even grasp these basic concepts.
Tune it down. It actually could. The GPS could be way more accurate. Military GPS is, and we actually tune it down for certain like security reasons. Dude, yeah, no, it's your speed. Exactly.
Right.
Can you imagine?
I had when I first signed on the Progressive Insurance app, they did this thing. Hey, we'll reduce your rate if we can monitor your driving for 30 days. Have you ever done this? Right?
No.
And it measures your hard braking and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, all these, now he's just spinning in all these reification logical fallacies. Notice how he's not once clearly demonstrate how any of this stuff works. How he's able to distinguish a dependent variable, independent variable, and controls to show how it would or wouldn't work on a flat Earth or globe Earth. But he's too utterly clueless to even comprehend any of this.
And with GPS, it'll say like, "Hey, you're going 27 miles." You can see like you're going down Sunset, 27 miles per hour. Like, it's just fucking crazy. Like, how can you explain that?
The problem is my side my side believes in relativity, quantum mechanics, and Newtonian physics, the laws of motion, electromagnetism, strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, and gravity. That's what my side believes. And from those things that my side believes, they're going to say, well, it's not your side. You're just believing what other people tell you. Correct until the point where we use what I believe is a testable model, and then we get the correct answer for the eclipse, and we use quantum mechanics to create lasers, and then again...
And then this goes into false cause and post hoc logical fallacies where things are calculated backwards to justify the faith in the heliocentric globe. But obviously this goof is just too utterly clueless about these fallacies.
Eventually create transistors in 1957, and then we have we go from the cathode ray tube to an actual television.
Right.
Like this, it worked. It fucking worked. And then the other one, bro, I didn't even get to this. It was like mind blowing. There are like 9 reflectors on the surface of the moon. If you go to any astronomy department and you shoot a laser up, you're going to get a laser beam down in 2.2 seconds. If the fucking distance to the moon is 4,000 miles.
Wow, I'm actually not surprised the goof brought up the reflectors again when you understand science and you understand dependent variables, independent variables, and controls, because they were bouncing those lasers before the reflectors were ever allegedly brought to the moon. And even if there are reflectors on the moon, if the moon is a physical object, that doesn't mean there was a manned mission that put them there. Again, this goof just utterly clueless about the history of any of this.
That means that light travels at 4,000 miles a second. Dude, do you understand the implications of that? It is so utterly absurd. And like, how is it reflecting off this moon? How is that possible? Unless Neil Armstrong landed there in 69 and put a reflector there. That was the point. He's an engineer.
I mean, this utter goof, again, with all these false dichotomies and straw men, false cause, logical fallacies, reification, logical fallacies. This guy's so mentally gone. The mental disability is so extreme, he can't comprehend any of this stuff. I mean, he just sounds like a complete, utter goof. I don't know how he's not embarrassed. I mean, he's humiliated himself to such a degree. I mean, this is worse than Brian Myers. I never thought I'd see anybody worse than Myers, but here we are. So if there is a dome and the light is just bouncing off the dome, I mean, you wouldn't necessarily know, like, how would you be able to distinguish between the dome if the moon was inside or outside of the dome? And they keep changing where the moon is. Supposedly the moon is now inside the Earth's atmosphere. So again, this goof just has a fundamental failure at understanding the basics. Dependent variables, independent variables, and controls. Does he not even know how to conduct a basic scientific experiment? Because all he's doing is preaching to his faith and demonstrating he doesn't understand how science works.
For those of you who don't know, he was an engineering professor, and his project, every astronaut, when they go up there, they almost have like a PhD thesis, an experiment that they're specifically working on, right? And they go up there, and his was a reflector a beam reflector that he put up there, still up there in the Sea of Tranquility. And there's 9 of them. The Chinese have put some up there, the Indians have put some up there, and like the other part was the Chinese Space Administration, Indian Space Administration, the Russian Space Administration, and the European Space Administration, and the Americans were all liars. And I believe the Brazilians put people up there too. All of them are in it together. And then go ahead.
That's always the thing that gets me is for this to all mesh with what they're saying, so many people have to be in on it.
And he's saying fewer than 1,000 people are in on it.
There's no way.
How, bro?
And then what's the...
Again, they obviously didn't understand everything because they're actually claiming there's very few people are in on it. But these groups don't understand basic English. It seems like they get a kick out of proving how clueless they are. I mean, I don't get this.
Point of it's like walk yourself through that. Okay, so you have to believe that rockets exist because that we've seen, right? People have seen that live. They've seen the rocket go up live in person, not just on TV, right? Yeah. So it makes sense to certain people that NASA and the government funded building these rockets, launching these rockets, just to get it to a certain point to then go into a studio and fake the rest. It doesn't make any sense.
It's so expensive. And then here's the thing, man. Like, why? I mean, I didn't even get to this. Why?
Again, this is like the worst argument, appeal to motive. So if it doesn't make any sense to someone deficient in basic English comprehension, basic logic, who doesn't understand the fundamentals of science, if it doesn't make sense to them, what's the correlation to reality? I mean, if it doesn't make any sense to an ant why humans would do podcasts, does that mean humans aren't making podcasts? Because it doesn't make any sense to an ant or to a squirrel. Why would humans do podcasts? Or to a random cat. If your cat doesn't understand why you would want to make a podcast, if they don't understand the motive, does that mean that there is no podcast? I mean, this is the level of goofery these guys have sunk to. And then, of course, even if there is a good reason, you could even bring up, I think Eddie Bravo brought up this example, which is a pretty good one. If you walk into a crime scene and you see a bloody dead body, you see a murder weapon, you don't say, well, why would anybody want to kill this person? It doesn't make any sense. So instead of examining the evidence and trying to solve the case, you're saying, well, since we don't see a reason for the motive, like, let's just avoid this whole thing. Let's just leave the apartment, pretend the murder is not real because there's no motive. This is the level of goofery these guys have sunk to. Now, I'm not claiming that the Flat Earth conspiracy is true or that there is a good reason for it, but obviously, if it's true, there would have to be a pretty good reason for it. And if you don't have the top secret security clearances, how would you expect to know? So again, let's use an even basic example. There's a really hard math equation. If it doesn't make any sense to these goofs how to solve the equation, does that mean the equation is unsolvable? Or let's take a simple equation. Let's just take a calculus equation. Can a 2-year-old figure out a calculus equation? It doesn't make sense to them. That must mean it can't be solved. This is the level of goofery we're dealing with here.
What's the point of Columbia and Challenger? What's the point of killing all those fucking people? Don't tell me they didn't die. They did. Now, here's the thing. We avoided this. I'm not going to say the name of it, but it was a shooting up in the Northeast. I'm not going to say it. And Dave doesn't believe that shooting is real. He thinks all the people were actors. I'm not going to say it because I don't want YouTube to flag this thing. But like, he doesn't believe that's real.
I have friends that think that too with certain shootings and stuff, and the whole
even Alex
paid
Jones
trauma actors.
Even Alex Jones came off that. Even Alex Jones apologized.
Because again, it's like, okay, so I've been in the entertainment business my whole life, right? So
Okay, so even is someone apologizing for something under pressure the same thing as being wrong? Again, I'm not claiming anything is real or unreal, but again, these goofs just don't understand the fundamental burden of proof logical fallacy.
worked in TV, worked in film, worked in everything, print, you name it. Where do those posts go exactly for those actors that they're getting,
Bro,
right?
where's
it
money
happen?
go?
And then no one comes forward.
He's never went on crisis actor websites. I mean, this is pretty common. I mean, you could see the same people, even in innocuous situations, same people getting interviewed on the street. I mean, this goof is... Why are they talking about this subject if they don't know anything about it? I mean, it's weird. Like, these goofs are just humiliating themselves talking about subjects they know nothing about.
That knows those actors, like all those friends of people, they just keep it a secret. They're just like, oh,
Well, actually, people have. Whether they're lying or not is a different... I mean, whistleblowers, a whole bunch of whistleblowers, they just pretend they're crazy when they come forward. So they pretend nobody comes forward, and then anybody that does come forward, they just pretend they're crazy and lying. I mean, this is the level of goofery we're dealing with from these coincidence theorists.
oh, my friend died. No, he didn't die. It's just he's a trauma actor. He's a crisis actor. It doesn't make any sense.
So for those of you who are curious, there were 400,000 people that worked on Apollo and Gemini. 400,000. And the belief that Jaron was saying was that it takes fewer than 1,000 people in order to keep a secret like that. No
way.
The truth is it takes fucking 2 and you're done. Bro, all of you use logic. How many secrets in your life have gotten out?
Bro, his argument is bro. So he thinks 2 people have never kept a secret ever. I mean, that's the level of goofery this guy's at. I mean, I feel bad for this guy. I mean, if he has a mental disability, nobody's ever told him, and he's gone through life this far. I mean, the thing is, a lot of people have mental disabilities, so it's not like he's singled out. You can be very successful with a mental disability. That doesn't really, I mean, you just might not understand logic or the scientific method. That doesn't mean you can't do certain jobs. I mean, a lot of goofs like that out there. I mean, isn't Anthony Cumia he says he's a millionaire. If that's true, I mean, he clearly has a mental disability as well. So, I mean, that's not a knock on the mentally disabled, but clearly they shouldn't be discussing topics like this unless they like humiliating themselves. I mean, maybe this Sartain goof really just loves humiliating himself. That's how he gets his kicks. Who knows?
This is a huge secret. What are they going to
use logic? The guy doesn't even know what it is.
I do. And again, I know for those of you who are flat earthers who are watching this, I can't wait for your comments about how I work for the CIA or the Illuminati or my last name is Rothschild. I'm waiting for it, please. And by the way, I appreciate it because it's just the algorithm's just going to pump up this episode. But man, that was interesting. I definitely want to do it again. I want next time I want to throw in some evolution. I want to throw in some other stuff like that. Go ahead.
I would love to see. I actually think you guys could take this on tour. I'm not even kidding.
Oh,
in
maybe,
town hall type of thing, or like Brian Howie does with the Great Love Debate. I think it's really compelling because the only component missing would be live questions from the audience on both sides.
Incredible,
right?
yeah.
Would be amazing.
Yeah, the problem is you can't get impartial people. Your buddy who was sitting there, I'm not going to say his name, but like he was acting like he didn't know what was going on. The dude is a full-on flat earther. I'm sorry. I don't mean to call you out, brother, but it was very obvious that every time I made a point, you kept telling me I didn't make a point. I was like, I understand which side you were on.
Right.
I would love that. I would love live questions.
Yeah, it would be interesting because I do think some of it was compelling. Like, again.
And again, that's kind of the giveaway there, that it's about sides instead of finding the truth for this narcissist.
Doesn't sway me, but the seasons thing I liked. I liked the whole clock with the seasons.
It was interesting.
Like, it was very interesting.
I felt like I was watching Game of Thrones.
But the thought that so what he believes we're surrounded by Antarctica, is that the deal?
Correct.
So we are.
But watching all those cartoons from NASA, he doesn't feel like he's watching fiction on that.
The whole world is basically inside of Antarctica.
Yeah.
Antarctica spans the whole, but he does not believe in satellite images, right? Because that would completely dispel that theory right off the bat.
GPS is patchwork of balloons and cell towers. That's what he believes. I mean, the thing is, guys, like, there's people, again, I'm trying to be considerate to those of you who believe the earth is flat. I don't want you to turn away from this program because you think maybe you'll learn something, man. I don't know. But the situation is like, okay, let's just real quick, for those of you who watched the episode and you're like, you just skipped ahead to the end, I would highly recommend go to proof 1, proof 2, proof 3. Proof 1 is, again, flying in the southern hemisphere. They're a thing, and I'm just talking. I'm not talking about when they have
So he doesn't know what the word proof means.
connecting flights that go in the northern hemisphere. Just flying from southern hemisphere to southern hemisphere, and that is Santiago to Sydney, and that is Johannesburg to Buenos Aires. In those flights, the flight time does not match what it would look like on a flat Earth, and the distance obviously doesn't match. And their explanation was 900 mile an hour tailwinds, 1,200 mile an hour tailwinds, and that somehow the people in the cockpit wouldn't
They actually did not give those.
know that they're going, or that the people in the cockpit were part of the conspiracy. I will let you guys know that you have ground radar in aircraft, military aircraft, or regular civilian aircraft where I can see how fast I'm going, and it's not because of GPS. You can also see because of GPS, but those are two different speeds. Not to mention you get true airspeed, indicated airspeed, and ground speed. So those things, but that kind of negated that. There is no way.
And what this goof doesn't realize is without verification of the distances on the contents, regardless of model, that all means nothing. But the goof is too clueless to realize that he's red herring and non sequituring all these other things because he doesn't understand the fundamental.
To take an aircraft that looks anything like a Boeing 747 and take it above the speed of sound. You can do it, but you can only do it once because the plane will break apart. The plane will break apart. Like we had a Boeing 707 KC-135 go into an uncontrolled roll.
If it's made of what, though? Again, all of these straw men, I mean, this is just really, really pathetic.
It went past Mach 1, and the thing was never able to fly again. It'll do it one time. It will fuck up the airplane because of the air compression. It just doesn't work. And then the other part, the number two, was the fact that we see the same face of the moon. So consider the moon is 4,000 miles above us, and it's 32 miles across. If I am 24,000 miles away, so I'm at the tip of South Africa and I'm at the tip of Australia, which they would tell you are two different places, far away from each other. Let's say I'm 20,000 miles away. If I'm looking at an object that's 32 miles across, that's 4,000 miles.
That's a big if you can't verify the distances. But again, the goof just doesn't understand the basics of the scientific method.
Up, I should see a completely different face of the sun. They're saying it's a projection on a dome or some sort of like hydrogen, whatever he said, some sort of fluid that's up there, some kind of superfluid. If it's a reflection of the superfluid, I'm going to see a distortion. I'm going to see an oval. I'm not going to see a circle anymore. Even the example that he used where the guy was in the pool that you saw that was distorted. The image was narrow and then the image got into full size. That's essentially what you would see. That to me is an empirical proof number two. And then proof number three, this is the death nail. For those of you who are having any problem arguing with the flat earther, this is the end of the fucking argument. If you are standing in South Africa, in South America, and in Australia, and you look to the south, you see the same Southern Cross. And yes, I know he was saying that it moves from left to right.
Look how triggered the goof is, dropping profanity, pretending it's a death nail, just because of his fundamental failure to understand the basics of the scientific method or logic itself. I mean, this goof is clearly so triggered.
The Southern Cross will move to left or right over the nighttime. You can take a camera, you can take a long exposure, you can see, number one, it does not move from left to right, and number two, and this is the ultimate death nail, in northern hemisphere summer, southern hemisphere winter, when it is darker in the southern hemisphere, it is nighttime in South Africa and South America at the same fucking time, and you can see the Southern Cross in both places at the same time.
Wait, say that again.
In South Africa and South America are close enough to each other that they are in nighttime in the middle of winter. Okay. In like December 21st, it will be dark in both places.
How'd you verify those distances? Again, the goof is just missing the fundamentals of science, and yet hallucinating something is proven by just basing this hallucination on other hallucinations and assumptions. That's not science, that's scientism.
At the same time, if you look directly to the south in Johannesburg and Buenos Aires, you will see the Southern Cross in the same position in both places, which that is the end of the argument. 1, 2, 3, done.
And also the goof, I don't know why David Weiss didn't bring up magnetic declination, which he's brought up before, but clearly this goof doesn't know about that either, because how do you verify exactly at what angle you're looking? But again, this Dunning-Kruger champion can't even comprehend such basics.
That is it. There is no way to counter that. He started talking about corpuscular rays. I've seen people on YouTube talking about everybody has their individual dome that follows you around while you're walking. If you want to believe that, then there is no way for us to possibly prove to you that the Earth...
Nobody said anything about an individual dome. Where did he find that? They were talking about the apparent sun and the apparent moon when that happens, which it does look like that's happening. It doesn't mean it is happening. Again, this guy can't even keep the argument straight because he doesn't even comprehend anything coming from the other side, and he doesn't even understand his own side. I mean, that's how goofy this guy is.
is round because it is round, because I have flown too many missions. I have 700 hours in a KC-135 as a navigator and 500 in combat. I know the Earth is round. Anyway, what else? What else?
Yeah, the pilot point of view to me is the best.
Without circumnavigating north to south, how would there be any difference between a flat Earth and a globe Earth? But again, the goof can't grasp the basics of logic.
Yeah,
This is the best one, right? Which is why you had the pilot on.
Let me say one other thing. There was a guy who supposedly had a multi-engine crew license, and he said he was a flat earther. They went and investigated. He does not have a multi. There's no way to get a multi-engine and believe the Earth is flat. You'd have to lie on the FAA exam, basically, in order to do that. And I did say one thing. I want to catch myself on something. I want to call a foul on myself. I did say I have a PPL. I finished all the way up to my FAA examination for my PPL, and then I was medically retired from the military, so I do not have a PPL. I do have 700 hours navigating a Boeing 707 and 500 combat hours, and I have 175 landings in a Cessna 172 and a Piper Warrior. So I'm capable of flying an airplane. I just did not take the FAA exam. So
If Antarctica did surround us, as they said,
it'd be 75,000 miles around.
and so then, but if that was the case, wouldn't you be able to drive
Or would it? Again, how do you verify any of the distances?
around the world?
No. Oh, yeah, but you can't go on Antarctica because of the Antarctica Treaty with the militaries up there. Yeah, you'd be able to drive around the world. Yeah, what you're
technically,
what you're saying is accurate. Yeah,
you'd be able to drive around the world
from a physics standpoint. Yes, yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that would make sense and not make sense at the same time.
Right.
Interesting. Again, dude, defense attorneys. These guys, like, one of the things that's like really sad to me is like these guys are so good at arguing this, and you wonder
They're
like
phenomenal.
what they could have done.
Yeah.
What they could have done, man. Dude, I'm telling you, Flat Earth Dave would be a fucking incredible defense
super
attorney.
likable guy.
He
Super.
is.
Presupposing they're incorrect, right? Because if they are correct, or even if they're not correct, like religious preachers or, these missionaries, there's a lot of smart missionaries out there that could have done other things, but it's what's important to them. But this goof is so much of a narcissist, he can't even consider that.
Charismatic guy.
My God.
Obviously an intelligent guy. Like, I don't feel a dummy can't argue flat Earth
And here's the other thing. I've heard other people say that he's a con man. I don't think he's a con man. I 100% believe he believes this.
I completely agree with you.
100% believe that.
I totally agree.
But I just like watch Dave, and I'm like, dude, this guy could have been just he could have been the mayor of some city. This guy could have been an incredible defense attorney.
And he supposedly used to believe the world was round.
Yeah, he did up into 2015. So that's another thing I want to talk about. This whole flat Earth reincarnation. The Flat Earth Society is about 200 years old. The reincarnation of flat Earth, it started in 2015. Does anybody remember what was happening on the internet in 2015 on Facebook with the Russians and all this other stuff? Okay, I'm going to postulate a hypothesis, and my hypothesis is this. These other countries know that when it comes to science, technology, engineering, mathematics, the United States falls far behind all these other countries, which is why so many people here believe the Earth is flat. We fall behind. So if I was another country and I wanted to screw up the populace of the United States and
Only in the amount of people and the test, not in the technology being developed.
divide them, I would attack the fact that we have science illiterate individuals, and I would start Facebook groups that indicated that the Earth is flat and it's a big fucking conspiracy. I personally believe that it was foreign service agencies. This is not that controversial. We know other countries were interfering with our social media during the election. I think that's why I think that's where anti-vax came from, and I definitely think that's where flat Earth came from. I definitely think it was just created there to divide us, and it was just like one of these things where like you don't feel special, and I'm not talking about Dave and Jaron, but some people don't feel special, and this is a thing that you can.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's wrong about that. This might be a psyop, and then they get guys, or maybe they're using Sartain as a useful idiot. Maybe Sartain really does have a mental disability, so he doesn't realize he's being used as a useful idiot. So they want these clueless goofs like Sartain to defend the heliocentric globe. Whether it's true or untrue, this theory has nothing to do with whether the Earth is a globe or flat. If it's just some kind of mechanism to cause discord in society, to usher in a new world order or whatever, guys like Sartain, when they defend the heliocentric globe so poorly, it increases flat Earth membership, because flat earthers are people on the fence. They watched podcasts like this, and Sartain, with his just clueless goofery, with the worst possible defenses for the globe that anybody can muster, and they're like, well, maybe it is flat, because otherwise, why are these guys, they can't come up with any solid arguments for a heliocentric globe without relying to faith and fallacy, without even understanding basic English, without even comprehending the points put forth by the flat earthers, yet alone rebutting them, and then flat Earth membership increases. So I might be with him on this one.
hold on to that makes you feel special. What I'm doing doesn't make me feel special. I'm on a fucking mud ball that goes around a sun that's one of 100 trillion other suns, and that my life.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not about special. Like, if he's that mentally weak, he has to go along with the crowd. And I've talked about this before, too, just this tribalism, appeal to popularity, logical fallacy, the cult of authority worship, because he's so mentally weak. He can't even comprehend a world where so-called authorities would deceive anybody. So believing in authorities and this cult of scientism, that's his safety blanket. That's his blankie. He can't give away his blankie, so it's not necessarily about feeling special. It's about feeling safe for these Dunning-Kruger goofs like Sartain, these mentally weak Dunning-Kruger goofs. They're not going to get rid of their little blankie. They need it. So they have to pretend whatever's on the idiot box or pushed forth by authorities or the establishment, they have to pretend it has to be true. And anybody questioning their faith, anybody committing blasphemy against the religion of scientism, they must just be crazy or wrong.
Will end it, at 80 years, and I am completely insignificant to the existence of the universe. That doesn't make me feel fucking special.
Right.
I have no privileged perspective. I am just what I am, dude.
Why are you trying to check out at 80?
I'm not trying to. I mean,
okay,
that's just average. You know what I'm saying?
Why pick 80? You're above average. You're not average. You're not an average mortal.
Granddad lived.
You're going deep. You're going 100.
Great granddad lived at 105. So maybe.
Yeah, you're going 3 digits. Come on.
Maybe we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, he's way below average on mental cognitive function.
But the point is, man, like. That was fun.
Yeah.
I went in reviewing it. It was a lot better than I thought.
It was incredible.
I was for me, on my standpoint, my blood sugar was dropping when he got to seasons, bro. Like you look on my face, I'm like, I can't keep up. And
Look how triggered the goof is, bro. I mean, he's literally shaking at how triggered this goof was. But again, his narcissism is so off the charts, you can tell he doesn't understand how much he humiliated himself with his illogical ramblings. I mean, you could tell because, it's just so obvious here.
And then like you saw when Jaron, no disrespect for Jaron, when I said, hey, why is it that we can't see the Southern Cross moving laterally to the different southern points?
Yeah.
And he goes, you know what corpuscular rays are? And I was like, oh, bro, it was like he had 3 heads. I was looking at him like corpuscular rays. He said, corpuscular and anti-corpuscular rays. And then I was like, it was almost like if I said, hey, what's 2 + 2? And you go orange. And I'm like, bro, I don't know. Like, is it orange? I'm so tired. It's been 3 hours. I don't know what the fuck to say.
Oh, so because he didn't understand the relation, he has to pretend it wasn't related. I mean, look at his face. I mean, clearly the goof, his Dunning-Kruger is so off the charts, and his ego has got him on such short strings, he has to pretend it was orange instead of a possibly related answer. I mean, let's look at his face. It gives it all. His subconscious is giving him away.
At this point, I just couldn't keep up. And then at the very end, they try to get me with some gotchas with the video clips and look at this and this is faked and 5. And like, granted, man, I don't know. Are they video clips? Are they faked or whatever? We didn't even get to the ISS because I had something for that.
Mm-hmm.
It has to do with video codecs. Why some of the ISS things look like green screen.
So now he's saying he doesn't know. Whereas before he religiously defended with religious fervor that they were totally real. That the things that look like cartoons, maybe they are real, but they look like some kind of Microsoft Paint animations from the 90s. He said they were totally real. Now he's saying he doesn't know. Interesting. Did he realize how silly he was when he just religiously reaffirmed they had to be real no matter what without even pausing? He's like, oh yeah, totally real.
But I mean, dude, it was just we did not get to a lot of stuff. And the one thing I really wanted to talk to them about is what it's like dating in the flat Earth community, because it's a whole clique.
Oh wow,
dude, you and I are going to the convention when they come here.
I would go
100%.
Yeah, it is a fascinating topic that I never even thought was a topic. This first got on my radar screen with I'm sure maybe you too, Eddie Bravo talking to Joe Rogan.
Bro, I know, yes.
That's how I first I remember sitting in shock maybe 4 or 5 years. Yeah, it was about 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And if you haven't checked out the MINDSHOCK logical breakdown of that, make sure you check that out. I point out all the fallacies. Sartain actually came off even goofier than Rogan. So
when Eddie Bravo would bring that up, and I was like, wait, is he he's joking, right? And like, I realized, no, he's serious. He's actually serious.
It's just like, bro, do you remember, this is going to sound really messed up, dudes who look like Machine Gun Kelly and Post Malone and G-Eazy, we used to make fun of dudes like that back in high school, and now they're like super popular,
Right.
with neck tattoos and tattoos on their face, and
Yep.
like that was like really, really weird, and now it's like normal.
They're bad boy,
They're bad boys,
yeah.
and like they stand out, and I feel like that's what this is, bro. You're in this clique, and you're one of one. Do you understand what this means? If you're Flat Earth Dave, you know the truth, and the other 99% of us don't know the truth.
I was very surprised at the number of friends I have, and you know who you are.
Isn't that the case throughout history? Again, just utterly clueless about history, and then all these non-congruent arguments, aligning it with people with face tattoos. I mean, this guy's not even on a 4-year-old level. I mean, his title of Dunning-Kruger champion is safe. It is safe. I don't see anybody beating this guy, but we'll see.
Believe the Earth is flat.
Bro, I'm
shocked.
When you have blonde hair and breast implants, apparently it's like 10x rule. Like the likelihood of you believing the Earth is flat is incredibly high, bro. It is crazy how many of them I know that. But yeah, it was man, it's interesting. Now, here's the other thing. I hope those of you, because I message a lot of you who believe the Earth is flat, and you didn't want to come on the podcast. So now I hope you watch this and you aren't intimidated. You see, I'm not rude about it. It's not that big of a deal. I would love for you guys to come on. Hopefully, you guys are not doctors or doctors or
Other than interrupting a million times.
This should be at least every 7 or 8 episodes.
I don't know about that, but maybe every
it's
6,
too
7 or 8 episodes.
Yeah, it's too good. Well, I think you need to start thinking about going more than once a week. I really do.
Yeah, I might
it's
be
too
able to.
good. You're the content's so great. You really are. Not that anyone should ever compare anyone to Joe Rogan, but I'll do it. You're very Joe Rogan-like in regards to what can't you talk about?
Right.
Like there's I can fake it. You can actually talk the talk with just about any.
And suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect quite extremely. So yeah, it's very alike to Rogan in that capacity.
Any topic, and it's pretty incredible. You
Yeah,
know?
this has been incredible passion, man. All the people who got on here and joined my training program, Men of Action. The ton of you guys have joined from this, and I really appreciate you guys coming on and checking it out. Again, a lot of you guys are watching this and you have not subscribed to the channel. Please subscribe to the channel. I love it when you guys write me a review on Apple Podcast. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Hopefully you guys learned something. I would really like to hear from those of you who are on the fence. Those of you who are flat earthers, I understand you're going to.
Yeah, I mean, great example of logical fallacies. Great example of suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect. Very educational. Sartain, definitely the most clueless goof to debate this thus far. But what was interesting is on this podcast, there was also the best. So Sartain was the worst. And there was also the best thus far, the apparently non-triggered Adam Bultel. Even though he started committing fallacies, he still appeared to be not triggered. And then Dr. Sergey Dida, who was both the worst and the best. He's exhibited both the lowest cognitive function, possibly even lower than Sartain, but also the highest out of any heliocentric globe debater in his ability to understand and employ logic and reason briefly at certain moments. So that was very interesting.
Understand you're going to tell me to go fuck my mom. I understand that. Like, I get it. I told you're going to tell me I'm an idiot and that I didn't listen, and that's fine. Please comment because it helps the algorithm.
That's where his brain goes. I mean, really tells you about his level of maturity as well. I mean, that's not the most common insult ever, but that's where his brain goes. Very telling.
But for the rest of you who are kind of on the fence, tell me, did those proofs mean anything to you? Did they help you in any way whatsoever? Did they help? Or was it just the more talking and the video clips of the SpaceX?
If I was on the fence, without an understanding of logic or the scientific method, he would drive me to Flat Earth membership because of how just the utter clueless goofery. I mean, if I was into joining sides, I would clearly join the Flat Earthers based on this is the worst defense I've ever seen.
Thing that actually means to you that this wasn't supposed to happen. I don't know, man. You guys can tell me what you think. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. We will do this again soon. Let's do like 6 months. We'll have them back.
All right, fine.
6, but we're going to talk about different
It's
stuff.
a long wait, man.
Maybe less than 6 months.
Right.
We'll see. I'll tell you what. If this gets 200,000 views, we'll do it.
Might
next.
need to kick the year off with it.
If this has 200,000 views, we'll do this next week. We'll do this every week. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, tell your friends about this. If you guys are science educators, please pass this along to your physics professor. Please pass this debate along to your science professor or even your biology professor. Please pass it along to any frustrated science educator you know, maybe I can help you out. Maybe I can help you with this debate. Maybe I can help you to where you can have a rational conversation with these people.
Science educator or scientism priest looking to indoctrinate the masses. But anybody interested in logic, I mean, this breakdown is what you should be passing along, not the original video.
Well, I have people in my life. I can't get rid of them. I love them. They're my family. And they say things that are outlandish.
Rational. Religious regurgitation is rational in this goof's mind.
And I'm not going to get rid of them in my life, and I'd rather be able to have cordial discussion with them and be able to move forward in life. John, thank you
Appeal to incredulity.
so much.
Yeah, man, thank you.
Thank you for your support for Sticky Paws and for Maxim NFT helping with this whole thing. Guys, this has been a dream come true. I cannot believe how many of you are coming at me every week and talking about this podcast. Dude, on 1 million likes on TikTok. What the fuck,
That's
dude?
incredible.
How did you guys give me 1 million? I'm nobody. You give me 1 million likes on TikTok. I can't even believe that. Man, the biggest thing I've ever done on social media
Well, he's right about that.
so far has been this podcast. So I just want to say thank you guys so much. If you have somebody that's interesting, you want me to come on, I'm going to try to reach out to David Goggins. I'm going to try to reach out to Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm going to try to reach out to Mike Tyson. Hopefully we can get him on there. And OJ, we're waiting on you, brother. We're waiting on. I'm telling you. I promise you. I know more about your career in the 1970s than you would possibly believe. Please come on the show, brother. You got a safe place right here. Talk to you guys next week. Stay tuned.
All right, so there you have it. Very, very educational in the realm of logical fallacies and the scientific method, and how goofs like Sartain are completely bereft of logic and reason and don't even have a fundamental grasp of the scientific method, how scientific experiments work, how to differentiate from independent, dependent variables and controls, and all of this in the realm of heliocentric globe Earth versus geocentric flat Earth discussion. So, in a way, this was kind of the best breakdown because we had the worst of the worst in Sartain, the Dunning-Kruger champion at this point. We had the best of the best in the F-18 pilot in terms of non-trigger discussion. Adam Bultell, even though he didn't really say too much and then he started resorting to fallacies later on, but he still appeared to be non-triggered, which we've never seen before. So that's cool. And then also Dr. Sergey Dida, who's both the best of the best and the worst of the worst simultaneously. So he's hit both extremes in a single discussion. We've never seen that before either. So, 3 awards given out on this one. New record. Hope you guys enjoyed another logical breakdown on the MindShock podcast. I'll be doing more of these. People seem to enjoy them, and they're very educational like this one, so you can learn how not to debate if you don't want to come off as a clueless Dunning-Kruger goof like Sartain did. So I will catch you guys next time. If you want to help support the channel, help support the podcast, help us get more logic and reason out to a world where it is quickly going extinct, as Sartain demonstrated, you can donate to our PayPal. Just click the link in the description. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. If you're not getting notifications, just like and comment on more videos. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest on podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.